After intense training in the snowy mountains with the help of 2 new Oni instructors, Mudano's class begins to evolve. Some grow stronger, some find purpose, others rise as leaders, and many discover the power of teamwork. But not everyone agrees. Disillusioned by the Academy's ideals, Yoroshi rejects the belief that friendship leads to strength and walks away. Where will this path of rebellion lead him? Things are only getting wilder. Prepare for a non-stop, action-heavy showdown in this arc. Let's get started. A tall tower was shown, home to the Momotaro headquarters. Inside, a voice echoed from a speaker embedded in the mouth of a body wrapped entirely in bandages. It stated that Ichinose Shiki, the child of the Kishin, along with the students of Resetsu Academy, had been a considerable nuisance in recent days. Another voice chimed in, adding that to make matters worse, Mudano was also at Resetsu Academy. Since they already knew the location of the academy, he believed they should wipe out the entire island. However, not everyone agreed. One of them warned that Resetsu was holding someone important. If they acted recklessly, it would only bring greater problems. They had to avoid that outcome. The priority should be dealing with whoever Resetsu was holding before anything else. A group of Momotaro was shown conversing in that place, each of them using bodies wrapped in bandages like mummies. At the center sat a figure wrapped in black bandages, who silenced the rest. He declared that they needed to focus on the Kishin's child, Ichinose Shiki, for the purpose of that meeting. Now that another child of the Kishin had awakened, they couldn't afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. This time, they would make sure to kill that boy and put an end to this war. Shiki's image was projected behind them. That, he said, was why they had summoned everyone who had previously encountered Ichinose Shiki. Present among them were the Momotaros Mikado, Tsukuyomi, Osuke, and Yomogi. The speaker added that, unfortunately, both Tsubakiri and Shinya had been killed, and Tsukuyomi's unit had been defeated. He demanded that if anyone had information about the Kishin's child, they speak now. One of those present remarked on how pathetic it was that they even had the nerve to show their faces there. Another added that they might have earned some praise if they had at least fought bravely against that despicable teacher. Osuke was clearly not pleased with their remarks. He flipped them off with a dirty finger and told them to shut up, calling one of them a bald old man. He challenged him directly, asking why he didn't just go fight instead. He told him not to act all high and mighty while hiding behind a mask like an old, feeble coward. Yomogi chimed in, saying she never even fought Ichinose, so maybe she should leave now. One of the leaders grew irritated and called them all fools, reminding them that they were in the presence of the great emperor. That prompted Tsukuyomi to bow and apologize for the insolence of his subordinates. Speaking of Ichinose, Tsukuyomi reported that, based on what he observed, the boy still seemed underdeveloped. In his view, Shiki was not yet a real threat and lacked sufficient experience in using his powers. However, he suggested that Mikado, who had actually fought him firsthand, might have more accurate information. The great emperor, the one wrapped in black bandage, demanded Mikado to speak. Mikado confirmed that Ichinose was still lacking in skill and experience. However, what left the deepest impression on him was the boy's rapid growth. He kept getting stronger even in the middle of battle. It was Mikado's first time witnessing the power of a Kishin's child with his own eyes, and yet Shiki wasn't even in a fully developed state. If he continued to grow like that, he could become even more powerful, possibly overwhelmingly so. One of the leaders asked why, if Shiki wasn't strong yet, Mikado didn't just kill him. Mikado explained that the boy had gone berserk, and it was all out of his hands. Another leader scoffed at the mention of Shiki going berserk, sneering that Oni blood really was filthy. Someone suggested they should eliminate that Oni child before it was too late. At that point, Mikado asked for everyone's attention, claiming he had good news to report. He said they didn't actually want a war with them. If they could sit down and somehow reach an agreement, then it might be possible to end the conflict between them. His statement left the entire room in shock. They shouted in disbelief upon hearing that, and demanded to know if they had heard Mikado correctly, and if he did, he really just propose a truce. Why would the Momotaro even consider talking to the cursed race? They called it heresy, and said he would pay for saying something like that. Once again, the great emperor intervened and silenced the room. He expressed curiosity about Mikado's opinion and allowed him to continue. It was interesting, he said, that the Oni wanted to be given a seat at the table for discussions yet avoided engaging in open war. Mikado respectfully confirmed it. He admitted that while the Kishin powers was undeniably dangerous, he had personally witnessed how it could be fought against. Yamogi responded mockingly, calling Mikado pretty boy and saying it was a hard pass for her. The only thing she would ever accept was beheading every Oni and laying their corpses at Commander Tsubakiri's grave. But Mikado insisted that such actions wouldn't solve anything. He argued that they should all come together for a real dialogue and end the conflict, even if it meant sharing in the burden of the pain they carried. Osuke yawned and asked why they had to carry someone else's pain in the first place. He said he didn't get it, but Mikado stated that there was no war without pain. Yamogi clarified that what he meant was not for them to deal with the Oni's problems. She asked if she couldn't wrap his head around that. Still, Mikado responded with passion. He said that wasn't the better path. He believed in what he had seen that day. There could be fair negotiations and compromise. He even suggested they start thinking about how to coexist, how to live alongside the Oni without conflict. One of the other leaders called him a fool again and warned him to prepare for the consequences. But the great emperor simply said all right. He added that the opinion of the youth mattered to them too. They would consider discussing the matter in the next meeting. One of the others tried to object, but the great emperor ended the meeting there. He apologized to them for having traveled so far. Mikado thanked him, and now that the commanders over Mikado and Yamogi were gone, notice had already been posted regarding where they would be reassigned. While walking outside, Osuke yawned again and remarked that the great emperor sure had a flexible attitude. Mikado replied that he was truly grateful for it. Tsukiyomi, on the other hand, couldn't believe what just happened. To him, it felt like they had been talking to a wall. When they noticed a group of Momotaro gathering by the side, they figured the reassignment notice must have been posted already. They moved closer to the screen to check it. Mikado was surprised when he saw the result. Mamakura Yamogi was being transferred to the 17th Unit in Tokyo, Sumida City, as a rank 8 deputy commanding officer. Meanwhile, Mamadara Mikado was being relocated to the Kirishima Unit in Kagoshima. He was demoted from deputy commanding officer to just a general troop. Osuke laughed at him and called him an Oni-file. Not only was he demoted, but he was also sent to the Kagoshima prefecture. Tsukiyomi, however, wasn't surprised at all. Yamogi was being assigned to Tokyo while Mikado was being pushed out to Kagoshima and stripped of his rank. It was obvious this was their way of retaliating against him. Clearly, the great emperor wasn't interested in what Mikado had proposed. Osuke patted him on the shoulder and said, "Better luck next time," calling him a former elite. And for the record, he said he didn't agree with that stupid suggestion earlier either. He then walked off, saying how it would be such a drag not to have anyone to fight with. Beside Mikado, Tsukiyomi commented that he'd heard there were many powerful Oni in the Kyushu region, where Kagoshima was located. Every year, many lives were lost there. He then walked off, saying he was sure Mikado would be fine. He just hoped he was still alive and doing well the next time they met. And if Mikado ever wanted his fortune read, he should just let him know. Mikado stayed there in silence for a while, as Yamogi offered her condolences beside him. At a distance, Mikado noticed some of the Momotaro whispering among themselves. They couldn't believe he had actually been demoted. Being reassigned to Kagoshima was as good as a demotion. It looked like he had strayed off the elitist path. One of them expressed regret, saying he used to really look up to him. But another scoffed, saying he was just an annoying, arrogant brat from the start. Mikado approached him and responded to what he'd just heard. He didn't even realize he thought that of him, and addressed him by name, Kitsuji. The guy was clearly shocked that Mikado had walked up. Mikado said he didn't care about rank or climbing the hierarchy. That wasn't going to change where he was headed, and it definitely wouldn't change what he was determined to do. Back inside the room where the meeting was being held, one of the members commented on what the great emperor had said about considering Mikado's opinion. He said that kind of statement sounded awfully malicious. Another added that even though they all knew the great emperor probably wasn't serious, it still made him a little uneasy. The great emperor responded that instead of wasting time on that, they should discuss what was happening with the other issue. They explained that it was becoming a real headache. The rebel army had been getting stronger lately. What they were referring to was the Kikoku unit. a group of rogue Oni unaffiliated with the Oni Corporation. Most of their own men had been severely beaten by them recently. But what made the situation even more alarming was the fact that the leader of that group was also a child of the Kishin. The fierce group of 8, clad in uniform, was believed to be none other than the Kikoku unit. Their leader ordered everyone to step back, saying he'd handle things himself. At the bridge, a massive force of Momotaro had assembled to face them, with plenty more backup waiting behind. The moment the Momotaro spotted their uniforms, they instantly identified them as the Kikoku unit. They demanded to know why the Oni thought they could just do whatever they wanted. How many of their people did they think they had killed? But the Kikoku leader threw the question back. How many Oni had they killed? That stunned the Momotaro. Once again, the leader pressed the question, how many? Did he not remember? Just as the Momotaro started to reply with of course, the leader interrupted, asking if it is because they don't even think they're worth remembering. Annoyed, the Momotaro snapped and told him to shut up and stop drowning him in questions. But the leader pushed again and even called him bald. The Momotaro tried to hold his ground. They obviously wouldn't remember how many Oni they've killed. That's like asking us how many mosquitoes they've killed. I see, the Kikoku leader said coldly. Bad memories. But he told them not to worry. Hell's judges are keeping count of their sins. He then raised his sword and declared that only those ready to die should come closer. If they valued their lives, they should give up there. It was because he was going to blow them all away to bits. Alarmed by the threat, the Momotaro leader ordered their snipers into position. He mocked the Kikoku, scoffing at their name, calling themselves the Kikoku unit when there's only 8 of them. He called them just a pack of stray Oni not even affiliated with the Oni Corporation. As the snipers prepared, their leader reassured them that there was no need to be afraid. After all, the Kikoku had no backup. They were ordered to fill the Oni spawn with lead. The Momotaro snipers opened fire in unison. But instead of retreating, the Kikoku leader faced the rain of bullets head-on, without a hint of fear. Using the sword in his hand, it was as if he summoned the wind itself, which swirled around him and his weapon. In an instant, as he stabbed his blade into the ground, the bullets that had been fired at him never reached their target. They hung suspended in the air, then veered off in a different direction. Instead, the snipers who had pulled the trigger were the ones struck down. Some even had their faces shattered. The Momotaro leader began sweating in fear as he realized the bullets had reflected. He couldn't comprehend how it happened. The Kikoku leader then challenged him to a fight. The man, mocked by the Kikoku leader as an egghead, was furious and asked if he was just being toyed with. Enraged, he yelled not to underestimate him just because he was stationed in some hick town. He vowed to kill him and use it as a stepping stone for a transfer to the Tokyo unit. He quickly ordered his men to prepare for a full-on assault. His squad charged forward, but all the Kikoku leader did was raise his sword toward them. A powerful gust of wind erupted. Wind gathered violently around the bridge, forming a swirling vortex. The Momotaro commander grew anxious as he noticed the storm encircling him. A whirlwind appeared at the center. That was when the Kikoku leader activated his Blood Eclipse release. Blood coated his sword. Despite the obvious threat, the Momotaro leader urged his men to keep charging without hesitation. In a flash, the Kikoku leader unleashed his Midnight Breeze attack. Everything in front of him was obliterated. The bridge collapsed. The river beneath it dried up. The forest beyond was stripped bare and torn apart. The Momotaro leader lay bleeding. His arms and legs were severed. He was in disbelief, muttering that it was like being lashed by a storm that wiped everything out. One of the Kikoku unit members laughed. How could a man like that ever hope to stand against their captain? He asked where his men were now. The Kikoku leader calmly replied that maybe they were crushed by the sheer force of the wind, or maybe shredded, or perhaps died while being blown away. Any of those were possible. He continued explaining that his element was wind. The air itself was his cloak, and the breeze his dagger. The Momotaro, broken and terrified, surrendered. He said he still had a wife and child. He had too many reasons to live. Without a moment's hesitation, the Kikoku leader decapitated him. He told him to save his excuses for Enmo in hell. Their ultimate goal, he declared, was the complete annihilation of the Momotaro. Their captain was Todoroki Hayate. Among the Kikoku unit were Huwa Shinichi, the man with a scar over the left side of his face, Kokoi Misaki, Uri Torikai, and Go Todamiki. They would not leave a single Momo bastard alive. Other members included Otohara Kyotaro, Hirunuma Akari, and Umitsuki Miyo. Their mission was to wipe out all of the Momotaro once and for all. Suddenly, Todamiki called out to their captain, surprising him. He reminded him that they didn't have time to waste. They needed to move quickly. The captain responded, telling them to go on ahead. He still had someone he needed to meet. With a respectful tone, Todamiki asked who he met, and the captain answered, the other child of the Kishin, Ichinose Shiki. The scene shifted to the training grounds of Resetsu Academy, where Midano's students were running. Shiki voiced his frustration, wondering why it felt like they were in an oven when it had just snowed until recently. Their instructor, Mudano, shouted out that they only had 63 laps left. Just then, he received a call from the headmaster. When he asked what it was about, the voice on the other end said some interesting visitors were arriving and told him not to be surprised when they showed up. Still holding the phone, Mudano caught sight of something flying in the distance. The students halted their running in curiosity as a massive bird, sprouting enormous wings formed from blood, descended onto the field with two Oni riding it. As it landed on the Resetsu training grounds, Shiki and the others stared in curiosity. It was the captain of the Kikoku unit, Hayate. He tried to speak, but whatever he was trying to say was garbled. His mouth looked full. His companion let out a sharp breath and muttered that it had been a close call. Approaching Hayate, he complained that he got so sick he almost kicked him off his black swan. Hayate tried to respond, but the words remained muffled. Uri then told him to go throw up behind the trees. Uri quickly apologized, explaining that he gets motion sickness far too easily. Shiki, still watching from a distance, remained confused as to who they were. At the same time, Yusuru Bay was startled to realize that one of them had vanished the moment they landed. Hayate, annoyed, shouted out asking where Uri had gone. But Uri was not expecting him to already be so deep in the forest. He couldn't believe how fast he had moved. Frustrated, Hayate declared he would go get him and barked for him to stay put. But Uri snapped back angrily, saying that line was supposed to be his. Hayate was the one who sucked at directions, so he should be the one to stay still. Meanwhile, in the background, Shiki continued to watch, still unable to piece together who these people were or why they had come. Upon returning to the training grounds, Hayate apologized for not introducing himself right from the start. But Uri didn't think that was the issue after all. Just from the uniforms they wore, it was obvious to Mudano that they were part of the Kikoku unit. Shiki, however, had no idea who they were. Hayate confirmed it, introducing himself as Hayate Todoroki, captain of the Kikoku unit. Uri followed with his own introduction, quietly stunned that he was now standing in front of the Mudano himself. Shiki turned to their instructor and asked what the Kikoku unit was. Mudano explained that they were a group that's been taking down numerous Momotaro units across multiple regions. They were that powerful, even without funding from the Oni Corporation. Hayate agreed. Their goal was the total annihilation of the Momotaro. They wouldn't rest until the entire population of Momos was relocated to Hell. Yaoroshi was intrigued by the declaration. Mudano addressed Hayate as captain and asked why they were even there in the first place. Hayate said he heard Shiki Ichinose was there. Shiki, surprised, pointed to himself in disbelief. Hayate realized he was the Shiki Ichinose, the one who also carried the Kishin's bloodline. The others were just as shocked. Even Shiki himself didn't see it coming. He asked if Hayate had the Kishin's power too. Hayate confirmed it, saying his domain was wind. To prove it, he demonstrated by controlling the air in his palm. Hayate then said he'd heard Shiki could manipulate fire and immediately barraged him with questions. Was it hot? Didn't it burn? What about his clothes? Frustrated, Shiki shouted for him to shut up and let him answer properly. But Hayate only questioned why he wasn't responding, which made Shiki snap even more, pointing out he wasn't being given a chance to speak. Annoyed, he asked what was up with that blondie and demanded to know what they wanted. Hayate simply said, long story short, they came to invite him to come along. They needed his help. Shiki asked if he was being serious. The Kikoku captain clarified that it seemed the Oni Corp was hoping to end the war evenly with the Momo Corp, but thinking everything would be resolved that easily was far too naive. If even one Momo were allowed to survive, it would eventually bare its fangs and attack again. There could be no true freedom for the Oni in that kind of world. The only real solution, he said, was to erase every last Momo from existence. If they didn't fight, they'd just be hunted down. And if they didn't kill them, the Momos would come to kill them instead. With conviction, he declared that true freedom could only be attained by those who win the fight against their confinement. That was why he was inviting Shiki to join them in reaching that goal together. But Shiki wasn't interested. He asked why he'd even want to do that, thinking to himself that this guy was getting way too fired up. Usurube, caught off guard, hadn't expected Shiki to reject the offer so quickly, nor had he expected Hayate to accept that rejection just as fast. Hayate said he understood and that they'd be on their way. Uri spoke up, asking if he was really okay with leaving now, considering they had come all this way for this very purpose. Hayate responded that beliefs forced onto someone were never truly accepted, so yes, they'd be leaving. He then asked how long it would take to get to Kegon Falls. Uri replied that it would be about 30 minutes. With that, they said their goodbyes. Mudano remained silent the whole time, not joining the conversation. But just as they were about to leave, someone called out from behind. It was Yaoroshi, asking them to take him with them. Shiki asked what he was talking about, but Yaoroshi just kept walking and said staying there wouldn't do him any good. He figured he had a better shot at getting stronger if he followed those guys. He asked them, wasn't their goal to wipe out all the Momotaro? He agreed with that. Hayate, not one to turn down anyone willing to join, told him to come along then. Shiki tried to stop him and asked if he was serious. Yaoroshi only brushed his hand away. There was no reason for him to stay stuck there any longer. It was obvious he didn't believe that what they were doing in that academy would help him at all. All the talk about friendship and mental fortitude, it made him sick to the stomach. He wasn't there to make friends, and he didn't want to be friends with any of them. He'd rather die than play buddy-buddy with a bunch of fools. Shiki was left speechless. Yaoroshi removed his uniform and said every second he'd spent there had been a complete waste of time. He bid goodbye and left. He then told Hayate they should get going. Hayate muttered that the kid was cocky. Shiki called out to him again, but it was too late. He couldn't say another word to him as Uri's black swan lifted off into the sky. From above, Yaoroshi looked back at the Resetsu grounds one more time, eyes fixed on the uniform he had left behind. Someone asked Yaoroshi if he was really fine just leaving everyone behind like that. Weren't they his buddies? Yaoroshi immediately denied it. He then questioned where they were even headed. Uri responded that they were going to some ruins near Kegon Falls in the Tachijai Prefecture. Apparently, they had intel that the Momotaro had a research facility there and were conducting suspicious activities. Uri then turned to Hayate and told him to make sure he didn't throw up this time. Hayate, facing the other way, was clearly struggling to hold it in. Back at the training grounds, Shiki cursed, frustrated that Yaoroshi left so suddenly. He said they should go after him, but Kugisaki disagreed, which caught Shiki off guard. Kugisaki explained that Yaoroshi had made that decision himself. Usurube agreed, leaving Shiki even more surprised. He asked why he was saying that. Usurube clarified that Yaoroshi probably fit better with the Kikoka unit anyway. They shared the same goal. That left Shiki silent. Usurube added that of course it would have been better if Yaoroshi stayed with them, but each of them had their own goals, and they were free to pursue them. Shiki turned to the others for their thoughts. Sazanami didn't see anything wrong with it. Kiriyama also said it wasn't right to stop someone from doing what they wanted. Even when Biaobugora asked her older sister for her opinion, she couldn't give a firm answer. The group fell silent, their thoughts aligned. Kugisaki broke the quiet by calling Shiki Peter Pan and mockingly asked if he wanted them to all hold hands and skip around together. Shiki was clearly irritated at the way he phrased that. Kugisaki asked if he wanted him to say it more nicely, and that triggered Shiki further. He demanded to know if he was being serious right now. Usurube stepped in and suggested they all take a break. Still, Shiki couldn't understand it. He couldn't wrap his head around why everyone had so easily accepted what had just happened. Usurube grew curious. Sure, he said, losing a friend was hard, but Yaoroshi simply wanted to fight the Momotaro on his own terms. But that wasn't what Shiki meant, which only confused Usurube more. That's when Shiki turned to Mudano and asked if there weren't Momo who had nothing to do with the conflict, those who lived peacefully. Mudano confirmed there were. Usurube asked what about it. Shiki pointed out that the Kikoku unit said they wanted to erase the very existence of all Momo, which meant they'd kill even the innocent ones who were just living quietly. Usurube was visibly shaken by that answer, and everyone else seemed to pause and reflect. Shiki pressed further and said that was exactly what Tsubakiri had done. His classmates remained silent, listening to his words. He went on to say that he understood they had to fight the Momo who pointed their guns at them, those who were ready to fight. But how was it not wrong to kill those who had no intention of fighting them in the first place? In his eyes, Yaoroshi didn't understand the full picture, and maybe none of them had considered that either. That was why Shiki couldn't agree with what just happened, not until he heard it directly from Yaoroshi himself. If Yaoroshi truly knew what he was walking into, and there was no changing his mind, then Shiki would accept it. He wouldn't support it, but he felt it wasn't right for things to end just like that. That's why Shiki turned to Mudano and said he was going after Yaoroshi. After all, weren't friends supposed to look out for each other? A real friend would stop another from going down the wrong path. Without a word, Mudano simply took out his phone, confusing Shiki for a moment, only to realize he was calling the headmaster to ask permission for them to leave. As for the number of students he was bringing with him, someone volunteered to join them, Usurube. He admitted that, thinking it over, what Yaoroshi planned was essentially the same thing Tsubakiri had done. He hadn't realized it at first, but now he wanted to stop him. Kugisaki let out a sarcastic wow, saying someone's feeling smart that day. He wondered if he hit his head somewhere. But Shiki only told him to shut up. Bialbugora chimed in, saying she initially thought Yaoroshi's solo decision was inevitable, but she now agreed that he should be stopped. Her sister agreed as well. Meanwhile, Kiriyama couldn't believe everyone was suddenly joining in. He collapsed on the ground and said he'd pass. He was dizzy and hyperventilating, claiming he might have caught something, especially now that monkeypox was going around. Usurube dismissed it, saying he was just tired from all the running. Kiriyama, however, insisted that there was no way they'd avoid trouble by heading out there, and that scared him. Usurube told him to cut it with the excuses. Sazanami, seeing Kiriyama wasn't going, said she wouldn't go either. Usurube muttered how lame that was, and Kiriyama's ears twitched at the insult. Suddenly, his confident persona emerged as he burst into laughter and shouted what were they even waiting for. One of their friends was headed down a dark path. The most manly thing to do now was to save him. Some wondered if they should activate his power just to boost his self-esteem a bit. With Kiriyama now on board, Sazanami agreed to join as well, though she made it clear it wasn't for Yaoroshi's sake. Over the phone, the headmaster could hear the excitement in everyone's voices and asked Mudano how many students he planned to bring. Mudano responded that he was requesting permission for his entire class. Thanks to Shiki's conviction, they were now all preparing to go after Yaoroshi. With fierce determination, Shiki declared that it was time to go catch that idiot. The scene shifts to the Momotaro Research Facility in Tochigi Prefecture. Inside one of its rooms, blood stains the walls and floor, and on the dissection table lies the motionless body of an Oni. A twisted laugh escapes the lips of the one handling the body, amused by how younger Oni react far more violently to stimuli compared to older ones. Setting aside the scalpel, the researcher calls out to the Momo standing by the door, referring to him as Junior, and orders him to dispose of the guinea pig. Despite nearly throwing up from the sight and smell, the subordinate obeys without protest. But in his mind, he wondered why it had to be him. As the researcher peels off his gloves, he comments on how utterly fascinating Oni are, claiming they're worth studying. His name is Mamura Kasabi, the head of the Momotaro Corporation's Research Institute in Tochigi Prefecture. With a twisted smile, he declares it's time to complete that project. Chuckling darkly, he bit his lips, already thinking about the next batch of materials he'll need to prepare. The scene returns to Yaoroshi, who questioned why they had landed in the middle of the forest. Uri explained that they still didn't know how far the Momo surveillance zone extended, so it was safer to proceed on foot from there. He then instructed their captain, Hayate, to vomit there before he got them lost again. Hayate mumbled a response, but it was unintelligible. As they walked, Yaoroshi asked if the area around Kegon Falls hadn't already been closed off because of the toxic gas. Uri confirmed that it should have been, but they had received intel that the location was now being used as a research facility by the Momo. It made sense, he said, since pedestrian couldn't go near it anymore. The Momo likely had support from higher-ups to secure the site. After a short trek, they arrived at their destination, a small abandoned building in the middle of Mount Nantai, which would serve as their temporary base. Upon entering, Uri was surprised to find only 3 of their members inside. Go immediately approached Yaoroshi and asked if he was the Ichinose everyone was talking about. Yaoroshi denied it. Just as he was about to introduce himself, Go suddenly grabbed his face, asking to get a good look at him. Caught off guard by his grin, Yaoroshi reflexively attacked, but Go bent backward to dodge with ease. Yaoroshi thought to himself that if Go could avoid that, then he could definitely see him. Go then asked if he thought being blind meant he couldn't dodge attacks. Teasing him, he said that even though Yaoroshi was the one with sight, he was blind as a bat. Still, he admitted that he doesn't hate the feel of Yaoroshi's face. It told him everything he needed to know: immature, short-tempered, stubborn, twisted in some ways, but also completely pure. Go stepped in again, saying he wanted to have a better feel around him. Yaoroshi backed away and called him a freak. Hayate clarified that this wasn't Ichinose and didn't actually know the guy's name, prompting him to just ask directly. Go was visibly surprised that their captain had brought someone along without even knowing who he was. Yaoroshi introduced himself, and Hayate affirmed that he was now part of their team. He proceeded to introduce the other members of the Kikoku unit, starting with the sole female among them, Umitsuki Miyo. Disgusted, she told him not to look at her. Next was Todamiki Go, who casually asked if he another feel of Yaoroshi again. And finally, Kyotaro Otohara politely said it was a pleasure to meet him. Uri added that there were 3 more members, though he was beginning to wonder what was taking them so long. Umitsuki then questioned why they had only brought a regular Oni when they had been promised a child of the Kishin. How was some kid supposed to help them in battle? Offended, Yaoroshi asked if she wanted him to show her exactly how, but she coldly reminded him not to look at her. She warned that if he did it again, the next thing he'd see would be his own banana stuffed down his throat. Uri stepped between them, asking them not to start fighting already. He felt like he was already going bald from the stress. Kyotaro chimed in, saying that was important though. They need to figure out how to divide their roles. Hayate asked what Yaoroshi's ability was. After he explained, Uri commented that his ability was suited for combat, though some parts of it depended on luck. Yaoroshi agreed. Now that he was officially part of the team, the captain wanted to formally thank him and said he was looking forward to working together. Yaoroshi clearly wasn't thrilled. He clarified that he didn't join to be anyone's buddy. He was only there because they happened to share the same goal. He told the captain to think of it strictly as an alliance and nothing more, and they should remember that. Go was taken aback by how ballsy Yaoroshi was acting, commenting that he reminded him of when Umitsuki first joined the team. Umitsuki shot back immediately, warning him not to look at her unless he wanted his eyes crushed, and then his balls. Go laughed it off, saying there was nothing left to crush anyway, his were already destroyed. Uri was visibly annoyed, muttering that the captain only draws weirdos into their group. Seated nearby, Kyotaro remarked that being the middle manager for their group must be difficult. Uri dryly asked if he related to his struggle and maybe wanted to help out. Kyotaro stuck his tongue out and said no can do, then laughed and told Uri he would leave it to him. With a heavy sigh, Uri handed a uniform to Yaoroshi and told him to change into it. After putting it on, the others remarked that it actually suited him. Hayate said he could finally feel like Yaoroshi was one of them now, to which he flatly replied that he didn't intend to be. Suddenly, someone arrived, prompting Uri to turn and see who it was. It turned out to be Huwa and Misaki, finally back from their mission. Huwa noticed the new face and asked if that was Ichinose. Hayate introduced the new team member, then corrected himself and said ally, which is Yaoroshi. Huwa raised an eyebrow at the word ally and asked what that was supposed to mean. Yaoroshi threw the question back, asking who he was. Hayate then properly introduced them as Huwa Shinichi and Kokoi Misaki. With a sarcastic tone, Shinichi said Yaoroshi was scary and told him to quit staring like that. In an instant, Misaki raised his bow from behind and warned him that if he didn't stop, he'd get an arrow to the head before he even realized it. He then leveled the tip right at his head and remarked that cocky men like him were the worst. Things would have been way more interesting if he had been a cocky married MILF instead. Yaoroshi turned and asked why he was even bringing up old hags. Huwa immediately knew that wasn't going to end well, while Misaki looked at him in disbelief after mentioning old hag. Out of sheer irritation, Misaki released his arrow, and it grazed Yaoroshi's cheek. He barely managed to dodge in time. The arrow ricocheted mid-air and flew back toward him, but just as it was about to hit, it was intercepted with ease by none other than Huwa. Yaoroshi hadn't expected that. Huwa scolded him, saying newbies like him couldn't just go around calling names like hag. Yaoroshi couldn't help but be impressed at how effortlessly he had caught that arrow. Huwa then turned to Misaki, reminding him he shouldn't be messing around with married women. But as for his own preferences, anyone under 40 was out of the question. But to Huwa, what mattered most to him wasn't age, but width. True love, he declared, only blossoms once someone hits triple digits in weight. While the two bantered, Yaoroshi could only think about how strong they both were, truly amazed at their capabilities. Misaki admitted he couldn't wrap his head around Huwa's mindset. Huwa said the same goes for him. He then asked for the opinion of the newbie, which prompted Go to interject and tell them not to bother. He was pretty sure the kid was still a virgin. Huwa was shocked and immediately asked if that was true. Yaoroshi dismissed them, saying this was a waste of time. The three huddled and whispered amongst themselves, stunned that someone his age could still be a virgin. Flustered, Yaoroshi yelled that of course he was still a virgin. What were they? Stupid. Huwa's eyes bulged in surprise, asking why he was getting mad at him. Embarrassed, Yaoroshi defensively stated that those kinds of things were only supposed to happen after turning 20. Didn't they know that? Huwa was bewildered at how he suddenly turned into a pure-hearted boy. He asked if Yaoroshi had at least held hands before. Yaoroshi replied that that should only happen after marriage. When asked if he had kissed anyone, he snapped that he wasn't trying to have a kid. At that, Huwa stared at him and asked if he even knew what being a virgin meant. Yaoroshi, now annoyed, shot back that it meant not having done any of those things, and demanded to know why they were still on about it. Go challenged him to say one thing he knew about the big S word, but Yaoroshi just asked what he was supposed to say about a letter in the alphabet. The three of them froze at his clueless response. Then, without warning, they all moved in closer, and Huwa even threw an arm over his shoulder. Laughing, he told their captain how hilarious Yaoroshi was. Just like Go said, he was completely pure inside. Misaki suggested they show him what he was missing and that it was time to get him registered on a P-Hub account. Yaoroshi, visibly irritated, snapped at them to stop laughing and keep their hands off him. But the trio couldn't get enough. He was apparently even cuter when angry. Their captain smiled at the scene, saying it was good to see everyone in high spirits again. Meanwhile, Uri could only groan, stressing over how yet another loud and chaotic member had joined the group. Anyway, he redirected the focus and asked if they'd found the research facility. Misaki confirmed that there was indeed a large one located where Kegon Falls was. When Uri asked for the results of their investigation, Huwa replied that regarding the research facility, he has a feeling no any of them are coming out alive after they break in. They then asked what was meant by saying that no one would make it out alive from there. He told them to let him explain first. The research facility built at the Kegon Falls ruin was a 10-story building that housed around 400 to 500 momo. On the roof floor, there were 3 airships which he believed were used for transporting materials. Uri remarked that it would have been better if they had a map of the building. Someone responded that they did, which surprised him. When he turned around, it was Hirunuma, who said they managed to retrieve the blueprint. Uri was pleased that he had returned and brought the blueprint with him. He knew very well that they could rely on him. Hirunuma replied that there was no need to thank him. Instead, they should thank what was inside his arm. Yaoroshi was shocked to see something bulging and moving within his arm. Hayadu explained that Hirunuma kept several leeches inside his body. One by one, they emerged from a hole in his arm. According to Hirunuma, those leeches had informed him that there was a vaulted door on each floor of the research facility. He was certain they would discover what the Momo were working on behind those doors. The leeches also saw that they were carrying corpses. When Uri asked if they were the bodies of Oni, he replied that it was possible. Hayate then introduced Yaoroshi to him and said he was glad to meet him. He added that the bodies were being thrown into a garbage chute and processed through a liquidizer at the bottom. Hirunuma believed that the Oni they captured were being used for research. Because of that, the captain said they must free the captured Oni. It was outrageous that they were taking the innocent lives of Oni just to use them for experiments. Hirunuma believed the Oni who had been caught were locked away behind one of the vaulted doors. Huwa added that another crucial matter was how strong the opposition would be. A research facility of that size would definitely have a station commander. A place as large as that could possibly have 3 commanders. He added that naturally, there would be just as many deputy commanders stationed there. What they were dealing with, he said, were 6 leading forces and roughly 400 to 500 troops. Meanwhile, they only had 8 people on their side, which meant, as far as he was concerned, they were already done for. Upon hearing that, Yaoroshi remarked that in other words, they were dead meat the moment they stepped into that place. All at once, the members of the Kikoku unit responded that it didn't matter as they looked straight at him. Their captain insisted that even if they were at a complete disadvantage, that wouldn't stop them from reaching their goal of eradicating all the Momo. They wouldn't halt their advance just because they were outnumbered, especially now when the enemy was taking innocent Oni lives to use for their experiments. Yaoroshi could no longer respond. Uri added that the objective of that mission was to free the Oni and kill all the Momo. They would split up and enter each floor through the garbage chute. When Yaoroshi asked about the vaulted doors, someone responded that it wouldn't be a problem. That task would be left to Huwa, who would handle it using his ability. Still in shock from the plan, Yaoroshi listened as the captain stated that everything now seemed settled. They would begin the assault at dawn, so everyone should get some rest. Uri, staring seriously at the blueprint of the facility, thought to himself that he needed to plan the mission out in greater detail, from the infiltration down to the combat phases. Suddenly, someone handed him a canned black coffee, surprising him. It turned out to be from Hirunuma, who said they'd plan out the routes and countermeasures together. Uri was nearly in tears as he accepted it. If Hirunuma hadn't been there, he might have gone bald already from all the stress. The man gave him a pat on the back. That night, the members of the Kikoku unit were already asleep. Some were seated, while others lay down. Omitsuki was on lookout duty, silently keeping watch. Yaoroshi, however, couldn't sleep because he felt anxious. He decided to get up, thinking that maybe some fresh air from the roof would help. When he climbed up and opened the rooftop door, he was stunned to see someone already there. The ground was filled with numerous stone towers. It turned out to be the work of the captain, Hayate, who asked if he couldn't sleep either. Yaoroshi, curious, asked what it was. While stacking stones, Hayate replied that he was just thinking about the friends he had lost. He admitted he was afraid to sleep. He said he felt so happy whenever he dreamed of his friends, and because of that, he didn't want to wake up anymore from those dreams. But of course, that would never happen. Yaoroshi simply listened to his explanation. Hayate added that maybe that was the reason why they needed to close their eyes and dream, and upon waking, to turn those dreams into reality. That's why he always thought of his lost friends at night, and before he even realized it, it would already be dawn. He continued, saying there were still so many things he wanted to talk about. Yaoroshi couldn't understand him. He wondered why, if it was so painful to lose friends, he would even bother making new ones. The captain stood up and admitted he wasn't that strong on his own, nor was he the sharpest. All he could do was stand at the front lines and lead them into battle. That, he said, was why he needed his friends. He added that he was afraid of being alone too, because he knew just how significant friends can be in one's life. That was why he could never return to being alone. Everyone, he said, had their own cross to bear. Meanwhile, Uri and Hirunuma were still busy planning, while the rest of their companions were already sound asleep, except for Omitsuki, who remained alert on watch. The captain added that even though everyone bore their own burdens, it did not stop them from reaching their goals. That was why they came together as friends, to support each other. He said everyone needed someone to lean on. Yaoroshi then grew curious and asked how he could just accept the deaths of his friends and simply move on. Hayate firmly said that life goes on. The memories of their friends would stay with them as they continued forward. That was why they had to keep moving. Only they could achieve the dreams of the friends they had lost. He was certain that Yaoroshi, too, carried memories of lost friends in his heart. Yaoroshi went quiet for a moment and admitted that he did have some. He recalled them briefly, but instead of sharing, he dismissed the thoughts. He just said whatever and told him he would be going to sleep. The captain told him to get some rest. As Yaoroshi walked away deep in thought, Hayate stared silently into the sky. At exactly 2 in the morning, The Kikoku unit was already prepared, for it was finally time to depart. On the other side of Mountain Anti, Mudano was seen walking alongside his 6 students in search of Yaoroshi. A tired-looking Shiki asked their teacher how much longer they had to walk. Mudano replied that it would take about 2 more hours. Shiki complained about how hard it was to see the path they were walking on. Meanwhile, Yusuru Bei informed their teacher that he could see something ahead. None of them expected that there would be a village in that area. Yusuru Bei grew uneasy. He wasn't sure if it was just because it was nighttime, but it seemed like no one was living there. Mudano noticed something as well, prompting him to instruct everyone to stay alert. They were startled when they heard something crawling toward them. Moments later, a bloodied man with injuries all over his face emerged. Yusuru Bei became alarmed when he realized it was a person. Shiki quickly rushed over and asked what had happened to him. The man struggled to speak and only managed to mention his daughter. Shiki couldn't understand what he meant at first, so the man repeated that his daughter had been taken. Desperation was written all over him. Their first concern was to check if he was okay, and since he's out cold, they decided to carry him into one of the houses. Yusuru Bei volunteered to search for the other villagers, but Mudano said it wasn't necessary, which puzzled him. Mudano believed that there was no one else left in the village. They carried the injured man inside without delay. A short while later, their teacher had finished administering first aid. As he observed the man, Shiki wondered aloud if he had been attacked by a bear or something. Bialbugora, curious, asked what was that about the man's daughter being taken away. The door opened and Kugisaki reported that he had checked the rest of the houses in the area and confirmed that no one was left in that village. However, he had found something. He felt there was definitely something wrong with the village. Yusuru Bei was surprised to see it was a coat stained with blood. Kiriyama trembled in fear, insisting that just like he had said before, something terrible always happened when they went outside. Shiki turned to look as the man was told not to move. He was trying to stand even though he was still struggling. The man apologized and thanked them for the first aid, but he said he couldn't just lie there doing nothing. His name was Inomoto Tetsuji. Mudano noted that the man's injuries weren't just simple scratches, so he asked what had really happened. The man had mentioned that his daughter had been taken. He insisted they ignore it, but Mudano had already identified that he was an Oni. He could tell based on the injuries. The man was shocked and denied it, asking if he was joking. He said there was no way he could be an Oni. To reassure him, Mudano revealed his horn and explained that he too was an Oni. There was no reason to be afraid. Tetsuji was stunned to find out that they were Oni as well. Upon hearing that, Shiki realized their teacher had been right. This man was an Oni. Mudano then urged him to explain what had really happened. Tetsuji lowered his head as he recalled the events. He explained that he had lived in that village with his daughter Remy. Originally, the village had been inhabited by Oni. He asked if they had ever heard of the toxic emissions in the Kegon Falls area. One of them responded that they had heard about it in the news before. Tetsuji continued, saying that the village was located just outside the danger zone, but the areas near the falls had been sealed off. People had left out of fear of the toxic emissions. But for the Oni, this had been good news, as it allowed them to distance themselves from humans as much as possible. However, strange things had started happening since the area had been shut down. A research facility had been built at Kegon Falls to investigate the toxic emissions, but something about it felt off. The facility was far too large to be just for that purpose. Kiriyama couldn't believe that Kegon Falls was now gone, reminiscing that he had visited the place back in junior high. Returning to Tetsuji's story, he said the oddities didn't end there. There had been another Oni village further down, but one day, all the residents had suddenly vanished. The group began to wonder if the same fate had befallen this village. Tetsuji clarified that it wasn't unusual for Oni to move from place to place. However, for an entire village to disappear without a trace, that wasn't natural. The villagers in his area had felt the same unease. Because of that, some had already chosen to leave due to their suspicions. In hindsight, Tetsuji thought they should have done the same while they still had the chance. Just a few hours ago, Tetsuji said, a Momo commander had marched into their village with a massive number of troops trailing behind. Kiriyama became even more frightened upon hearing this, realizing the situation was worse than he had imagined. They were there for Yaoroshi, he added, and he figured he could probably wait. Shiki told him to shut up, saying it was wishful thinking to expect they'd return now. Tetsuji insisted that he had tried to escape with his daughter, but they were caught by the Momo commander before they could flee. He suspected the Momo assumed he was already done for, so he was left behind while they took his daughter. He recalled hearing the commander say it was a waste of experiment material. Because of that, everything finally made sense to him. That so-called research facility wasn't for investigating toxic emissions, it was a Momo research facility. He believed the missing Oni from their neighboring town had also been brought there. Mudano quietly listened as Tetsuji explained that they were likely conducting horrifying experiments on the kidnapped Oni, and that his precious daughter had been taken there too. And so, as a father, he vowed to do everything he could to get his daughter back, even if it cost him his life. Shiki was left deep in thought as Mudano became certain that the Kikoku unit was heading there as well. Kugisaki blamed Tetsuji, saying it was his fault too for not leaving earlier even though he had already noticed the warning signs. Shiki kicked him in the back and said he had a problem, but Kugisaki insisted that he was simply stating the truth. Tetsuji remained silent for a moment before sharing that he had a wife who had passed away 2 years ago due to illness. Shiki looked at him with surprise at the mention of it. Tetsuji added that every day they used to visit Kegon Falls as a family. Even after her death, he continued going there every day with his daughter. There had been so many warning signs already, like the construction of the research facility and the disappearance of the Oni from the neighboring village. Still, they couldn't bring themselves to leave. His daughter had believed that once the research was completed, the facility would be pulled down. That was why she waited for the day Kegon Falls would return to what it once was. And he too waited along with her. He cried, overwhelmed by the many precious memories they had in that place. The others were silenced, moved by his story. Suddenly, Tetsuji slammed his hand on the floor, crying out that they had only been living peacefully in that village. Why did they have to suffer like that? They had done everything to keep themselves secluded from people. They didn't hurt anyone. And yet, simply because they were born as Oni, their lives were constantly at stake. He couldn't accept it, especially since his daughter was only 6 years old. She still had a future ahead of her. He shouted that no one had the right to take that away. He knocked his forehead against the ground in frustration, prompting Bialbugora to plead with him to calm down or else he might hurt himself. He apologized, saying he had just gotten too emotional. Shiki paused in thought and asked their teacher if Yaoroshi might also be at that research facility. Mudano replied that it was possible. Shiki said that worked out just fine for them. He then turned to Tetsuji, calling him old man, and declared that they would bring his daughter back. He stood firm and said they would bring her back and protect her future. Kugisaki warned him not to get too full of himself. Meanwhile, Kiriyama, still anxious, asked if they were really going to go. Uzubi, on the other hand, was now completely on board. Tetsuji didn't expect to hear those words from them. Back at the research facility, a Momo operative informed his colleague that he was stepping out for a smoke break. His companion expressed surprise that he was heading there again. But the Momo explained that no one ever went near the body disposal room, making it the perfect place for a smoke. The other Momo was clearly disgusted by the idea. The man descended alone and made his way there. While alone, he muttered that there was really no reason to be so disgusted about it. Suddenly, the captain of the Kikoku unit appeared right in front of him. The Momo operative was shocked to see him, but before he could react, Hayate swiftly took him down. He remarked that the underlings didn't have any useful information anyway. Too bad for that guy. With that, the entire Kikoku unit prepared to infiltrate the facility, Mudano and his students doing the same. The Kikoku unit gathered for a briefing, announcing that they would sneak into the facility through the garbage chute. The captain, Yaoroshi, and Umitsuki would head to the 4th floor. Tadameki would go alone to the 3rd floor. Puwa and Kakoi Misaki were assigned to the 2nd floor, while Uri and Hirunuma would take the 1st. Yaoroshi then asked where Otohara, who stood beside him, would be going. Otohara replied that he'd be right there, serving as the team's support. He handed Yaoroshi a small vial. As Yaoroshi took it, he was puzzled to see blood inside. Otohara explained that he had enough to go around the room. Yaoroshi watched as the others drank the contents, something he hadn't expected. He asked what they were doing and began wondering what Otohara's ability actually was. Tadameki shut him up and told him to just drink it already. Tadameki poured it into his mouth, and Yaoroshi gagged from the taste. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head like someone doing a sound check. The voice asked if everyone could hear him. One voice called Yaoroshi Virgin Boy, another called him Pure Boy and asked if he could hear them. Another called him a stupid brow-piercing brat. Yaoroshi was overwhelmed by all the voices in his head. He then pointed at Umitsuki, claiming she was the one trash-talking him. He was sure of it, but she remained expressionless, not even sparing him a glance. Otohara then explained that this was his ability. Anyone who drank his blood would be able to share their thoughts and communicate with each other no matter how far apart they were. Because of this, he could also pinpoint everyone's location. Additionally, he could monitor their physical and mental conditions. And since the ability was his, he had the authority to shut down anyone's connection, but they couldn't shut off theirs on their own. He handed Yaoroshi an extra vial for backup, just in case. Yaoroshi accepted it, but didn't say a word. Now that everything was set, it was time to act. Using the garbage chute, Yaoroshi and his group managed to reach the 4th floor. They immediately noticed how unnervingly quiet it was. It seemed everyone had already made it to their designated floors. From below, Otohara guided them through. According to him, the facility was shaped like a Kogan ancient burial mound, a keyhole-shaped burial structure found in Japan. He believed that all the Oni were likely hidden behind the vaulted doors. On the way, they could simply eliminate any Momo they encountered. The captain instructed him to take the lead, placing their trust in him. He responded affirmatively and said they should head straight through the hall. The captain began moving, but he suddenly turned right, prompting Kyotaro to question why he was changing direction. As they continued walking, the captain abruptly signaled the others to stop. He reported that there were 4 Momo troops ahead and that he would handle them himself. However, Umitsuki intervened, insisting that if the captain took care of them, it would turn into a bloodbath. Umitsuki removed her gloves and drew blood. From the wound, a small jellyfish emerged, catching Yaoroshi's curiosity. Using her blood eclipse release technique, ephemeral jellyfish, she summoned multiple jellyfish that slowly expanded in size. She warned that the Momo shouldn't even think about looking at her. Meanwhile, as the 4 Momo troops patrolled, they complained about how miserable it was to be stationed there. One of them agreed and suggested they vent their frustration on the Oni bastards. None of them noticed the floating jellyfish sneaking up behind them. In an instant, the creatures struck, infiltrating their upper bodies before they could react. The captain explained that Miyo's white jellyfish were especially dangerous. Once one latched onto you, all he could say was good luck. The jellyfish would block a person's nose and mouth, and in just a few minutes, the target would suffocate. With the Momo taken down, he recommended storing the bodies in one of the nearby storage rooms. Yaoroshi grew curious and asked if the existence of white jellyfish meant there were other kinds. The captain confirmed that there were, and said he'd see for himself one of these days. Miyo became annoyed and told Yaoroshi not to look at her. The captain laughed, commenting on how strict she was with him. But he added that since he was a man too, he also wasn't allowed to look. Yaoroshi couldn't help but remark on how pathetic that entire conversation sounded. The 3 of them pressed forward and began scouring the 4th floor. As they ran, Kyotaro informed them that there were a few Momo behind the door ahead, but he noted they could simply kill them. The captain confirmed it, and he said no problem. When the door opened, Hayate readied his sword. Otohara commented that it was fine since it was just a kitchen. The staff inside were startled when they saw him enter. The captain ordered them to raise their hands, warning that if any of them moved, he would slash and dismember them. The 3 followed his command without resistance. However, one of them tried to reach for the emergency button beside him. As a result, his hand and face were cleanly sliced before he could even press it. His body dropped to its knees, leaving the remaining kitchen staff in utter shock. The captain signaled for them to keep quiet. For the last time, he warned them not to move. He then demanded they answer his questions, what exactly they were researching in the facility, and where they were keeping the captured Oni. With their hands still raised, they responded that they didn't know. One of them insisted that his ability wasn't strong enough, which was why he worked there only as a cook. He claimed to know nothing. Upon hearing that he was merely a cook, Yaoroshi suggested they tie him up and stash him somewhere. However, before he could finish speaking, he was stunned to see the captain behead the man. Hayate remarked that it has to die then. He killed him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Omitsuki prepared to release her jellyfish once more. One of them latched onto another staff member who immediately collapsed, struggling to breathe. Yaoroshi stood frozen as he watched. Another Momo, already on the ground, grabbed onto him. With tears streaming down his face, he said he had just joined the Momo Corporation. He hadn't killed a single Oni. Drenched in sweat and trembling for his life, he pleaded with Yaoroshi not to kill him, saying he had spent his entire time there just cooking meals. Yaoroshi couldn't move. Then, without warning, Hayate plunged his sword into the pleading Momo's mouth without a second thought. Yaoroshi was stunned and asked if they weren't just cooks. Hayate confirmed, but so what? Yaoroshi hadn't expected that response. Hayate clarified that as long as they were under the Momo Corp, it didn't change the fact that they were still their enemies. Omitsuki told them it was time to move forward. They looked at Yaoroshi and asked if he was alright. The captain then called for him to get moving. Still dazed from what he had just witnessed, Yaoroshi could only respond with a faint yes. Hayate took the lead and told them to follow him, but Otohara pointed out that they had already come from that direction. Meanwhile, Yaoroshi couldn't take his eyes off the Momo who had just been killed. He kept recalling how that man had pleaded for his life and insisted he hadn't killed a single Oni. It was clear that the memory weighed heavily on him. Moments later, they reached the vaulted door. It looked heavily secured. Torikai and Hirunuma also reported in. When the captain asked for their status, they confirmed they had reached the vaulted door. The same went for Huwa and Kakoi on the second floor and Tatameki on the third. Now that it seemed everyone had reached their target, it was finally time to begin the infiltration of the facility's core. Still, Yaoroshi remained unable to move on from what had just happened. Inside one of the vaulted doors, there was a Momo lady who was feeling happy because today was her last day at her desk job in their office. That was because her maternity leave would begin tomorrow. Her belly was already huge, but according to her, her stay had only been extended by a few days because she had a lot of tasks to finish. Her coworker was genuinely happy for her. Right now, she was overwhelmed with two emotions, excitement and a mother's pride. She couldn't wait to finally meet her pretty little baby. Meanwhile, it was time for Huwa's ability to shine as Hayate initiated the Kikoka unit's assault, launching them into the facility's core. He also ordered everyone to make sure to kill all the Momo they encountered inside. Huwa confirmed with a Roger, then sliced his left hand. After that, he pressed both palms against the vault door and activated his ability. His ability was acid, so smoke began rising from the parts of the vault door he was melting. Whatever Huwa touched would dissolve, no exception, including this vault door, which was made from an incredibly thick layer of steel. Once he had finished melting and opening, an entrance could now be seen leading into the vaulted room, which they could easily get through. Yaoroshi asked if Huwa would go to every floor to open entrances for them, but Hayate replied no. That was because they had brought with them large vials filled with Oni blood from Huwa. It wasn't fresh anymore, but it still had enough potency to melt through thick vault doors. And indeed, it worked. When Hayate received reports from the others that they were all ready to enter, he gave the command for everyone to charge in simultaneously. Uri wondered why no alarm system had been triggered yet. He asked if maybe they weren't expecting to have intruders. But the moment Hayate slipped his hand through the hole, it immediately triggered the alarm. A loud announcement echoed throughout the facility, declaring that the system had detected an unknown individual. Uri was now stressed, realizing only now that there were laser sensors installed at the entrances. Troops inside the Momo building were now running on high alert. Inside Kasabi's research room, he asked his companion if it was just a false alarm. His companion answered that there was still a possibility that they truly had an intruder. Kasabi then told him to hurry up and take care of the issue, especially since he was in the middle of pretending to play with Oni organs. The Momo guard next to him looked confused and asked what he meant by pretending. So Kasabi showed him a healthy heart from a hard-working mother, which he was currently holding. Next, he showed the father's prostate gland. And third, the stomach of their delinquent son. Then he placed the stomach on top of a bone to make it look like the delinquent son was riding a skeleton motorcycle. He even made vroom sounds as he played like a child, lying flat on the floor. Another Momo arrived and said he hoped this really was just a false alarm, because if there were actual intruders, they'd be in big trouble. so he volunteered to go and check on the issue himself. He cracked his fingers while still in disbelief that Kasabi was seriously playing with Oni organs as if they were toys. Then another Momo arrived, this one in a panic. He said the intruders might have already set traps, so they had to be extremely cautious. This Momo with OCD was named Momobayashi Shingi, the third commanding officer. His subordinate commented that he was worrying too much. That subordinate's name was Mamoto Kumo, the third deputy commanding officer, who said he was sure everything would be fine. Shingi called him an idiot and gave him a lecture about being assertive. That saying, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, won't cut it," he said. They should have researched the building's history, when it was constructed, and what its current condition was. Kumo, feeling lazy to argue, just replied, "Yeah, whatever works." Shingi called him an idiot again and said the intruders might have already set traps even in the room they were currently in. Suddenly, he dropped to the ground and crawled to be extra safe. He said they needed to be on full alert from now on. Kumo complained that they'd get there late at this rate, before even reaching their destination. So he advised Shingi that they should just go with the flow. Shingi warned him not to move too fast, or he might end up dead. The Momo guard's face was unreadable. He couldn't understand what his superiors were doing. Then Kasabi's playtime was interrupted when Shingi came up beside him to ask how much of the building needed to remain intact. Kasabi answered that only the top floor and rooftop mattered. He didn't care if the other floors were destroyed because they weren't under his jurisdiction anyway. After that, Shingi and Kumo continued toward the intruder's location. But Kumo was still complaining because Shingi was still crawling on the floor. Now, the Momo troops had spotted Umitsuki, Hayate, and Yoroshi. Many Momo soldiers charged toward the three of them simultaneously. Hayate then told the Kikoku unit they had no choice but to fight and immediately rescue the captured Oni since they'd already been caught on tape. Then, he gave one more important instruction to everyone. Don't die on him. The whole unit agreed, shouting, "Roger, Captain." Hayate ordered Yoroshi and Umitsuki to stand behind him. He said they wouldn't destroy the entire place just yet, because they didn't have intel on where the captured Oni were being held. When he unsheathed his katana, a powerful gust of wind surged around him. In a blink, a violent twirl of wind blasted forth from Hayate's katana, heading straight toward the Momo troops. It even tore through the vault door and destroyed the interior office. After that, Hayate gave the order again. Kill all Momo on sight, especially the Momo commanders, and prioritize rescuing the captured Oni. Those were their main objectives. Everything else could wait. Now that he had blown away the first wave of enemy troops, the three of them moved forward. Yoroshi couldn't believe the overwhelming power that came from just one swing of Hayate's sword. He'd already killed so many Momo in a single move. But Yoroshi swallowed his fear, doubt, and hesitation, telling himself that now wasn't the time for any of that. He had to focus on one thing only, killing every single Momo. Then suddenly, Yoroshi came to a halt mid-run when he heard a crumbling sound coming from the rubble to the side. He asked himself if someone had survived Hayate's attack. He immediately went to check and prepared to use his Oni blood to quickly deal with the issue, even though part of him thought he could just leave the survivor alone. But he froze again upon realizing that the survivor was a pregnant Momo lady. Her leg was pinned under heavy rubble, and she was groaning in pain. The fact that she was pregnant weighed heavily on Yoroshi's mind. He knew they weren't supposed to hold back, and that only Momotaro personnel had access to the research facility. But he started to doubt whether the baby inside her was truly Momotaro too. After all, there was still a chance, according to Hayate, that the child wasn't. That's why Hayate quickly ran back to Yoroshi's location to kill the survivor. But as Yoroshi watched Hayate rushing in to eliminate the pregnant Momo lady, he was overwhelmed by doubt and hesitation. In the end, he managed to grab Hayate's arm to stop him from doing what he was about to do. Hayate was shocked by Yoroshi's action and asked him what the hell he was doing. Yoroshi explained that if the father was a normal human, then there was only a 50% chance that the child in her womb was Momotaro. And right now, they didn't even know if the baby's father was Momo. So Yoroshi asked Hayate how he could possibly be so ready to kill the unborn baby along with the mother, when there was a chance the baby wasn't Momo at all. Didn't that feel wrong? Yoroshi strongly told Hayate that it was simply not right to kill a pregnant mother along with her unborn child. Then Umitsuki returned and asked Yoroshi what he was doing. After that, he exploded in rage, declaring that he'd kill him. Calmly, Hayate made his decision and told Yoroshi they were still going to kill the unborn child. That was because they had to stick to their goal, even if there was a chance the baby wasn't a Momo. Yoroshi said of course he was on board when it came to killing all the Momotaro who murdered Oni, but this was different. This wasn't about some Momo soldier. This was a baby. He shouted angrily at Hayate, saying that the child in her belly was not a Momo, nor was it an Oni. It was just a baby, completely uninvolved in the conflict between Momo and Oni. Then he asked Hayate if he still decided to kill the child despite knowing all that. What made him any different from the Momotaro who slaughtered innocent Oni and called it justice? Wasn't that exactly the kind of thing they were trying to do? According to Yoroshi, once you abandon all morals because you're too focused on your goal, then you're no different from a homicidal maniac. Hayate and Umitsuki stared at Yoroshi with serious expressions. Then the second wave of Momo troops arrived from their forward path. At the same time, a third wave approached from the path behind them. Umitsuki asked Hayate if they were going to face the incoming Momo troops right here in this spot. Hayate replied no. They needed to find another place to hide first, because their conversation wasn't over yet. He told Yoroshi to come with them. Umitsuki asked if they couldn't just leave Yoroshi behind, but Hayate said there were still some things he wanted to ask him. Yoroshi said he had questions of his own, but he wasn't going to kill the child. Hayate looked at him coldly and made it clear he would, and he truly meant it. Eventually, he would do it. After a brief chase, the Momo troops suddenly couldn't find the three of them because they had entered a room where they managed to hide. Hayate informed the entire Kikoku unit that they planned to lay low for a little while, and their comrades responded with a Roger. Hayate then asked Yoroshi what he planned to do next. He explained that they had no intention of changing their methods. So if Yoroshi couldn't agree with how they did things, he was free to leave the Kikoku unit at any time. According to Hayate, no one was forcing Yoroshi to do anything he didn't want to do, and no one was forcing him to witness anything he didn't want to see. Hayate still considered him part of the team, and he wanted to respect whatever decision Yoroshi would make. Yoroshi had no answer. He could only think quietly. Then he asked Hayate how he ended up growing up with such an extreme way of thinking. What had happened to him to make him like this, he asked. Hayate was speechless for a moment before finally answering. According to him, it wasn't anything extraordinary. Then Hayate began to share his life story, something that happened 10 years ago, back when he still lived with his grandfather. One day, outside somewhere in the forest, he called out to his grandpa, saying he was hurt. His grandfather asked what was wrong while puffing on a cigarette. His name was Todoroki Takeji. He knew Hayate wasn't really hurt from training and had probably just gotten scraped up, so he told him that directly. Hayate replied that that was exactly why he was training, to get stronger so he could join the fights against the Momotaro. Takeji told him that a strong Oni doesn't cry over a cute little scrape. But then Hayate pointed to a tree branch that had pierced his shoulder. At first, his grandfather didn't understand how serious the injury was, but he suddenly realized it really was bad. He scolded Hayate and called him an idiot. He was furious and asked Hayate why he wasn't even freaking out over what had happened. And because of that, he told him he'd kill him. Hayate yelled back, asking what kind of doctor tells his patients he's going to kill them. According to Hayate's memories, his grandfather always wore his baseball jacket and was a heavy smoker. He was an Oni and worked as a doctor who specialized in Oni anatomy. Hayate's parents had both died in battle against the Momotaro when he was still a baby. With no other living relatives, Takeji took him in even though they weren't blood-related. Takeji was the kind of man who always looked out for others and helped those in need. Hayate genuinely wanted to grow stronger so he could one day avenge his parents. But Takeji wanted him to pursue a career in medicine instead. One day, Hayate told Takeji about his goal for revenge. Takeji told him that if that's really what he wanted, then that was fine, but he warned him that living for revenge wouldn't bring happiness. Takeji said a lot of people fall into the trap of dedicating their lives to revenge. His advice was that it would be better to treat it as a side goal. Then he asked Hayate if he ever thought about living a happy life while keeping revenge as a side quest. Hayate would live a lifeless existence if he based his whole life solely on revenge. On the contrary, Takeji said, being a doctor was fulfilling, especially when people appreciated you. So he suggested that for a change, Hayate should try doing something where people would be grateful to him. Hayate really understood what his grandfather meant. He knew Takeji just didn't want to see him become a slave to his own ambition. Then, one day, there was another battle between the Oni and Momo near where they lived. Because the fighting intensified, Takeji decided to help the injured Oni residents who had gotten caught up in the chaos. And on that day, he also brought home a severely injured little Momotaro boy. Hayate approached his grandfather and, upon seeing that the child was a Momotaro, immediately said that he should be killed. But Takeji replied that while the boy was indeed a Momo, he was just a child. He believed the boy had likely been forced by the Momotaro adults to fight in the war. Takeji expressed how sick he was of the Momotaro's vile ways. But as a doctor, he prioritized his oath and declared that he would save the boy's life. After some time, Takeji's treatment began to work, and the Momotaro boy survived. On the day the boy regained consciousness, Takeji immediately greeted him. He then asked what it felt like to have his life saved by an Oni. It didn't feel bad at all, right? Takeji said. Hayate still clearly remembers the surprised look on the Momotaro boy's face that day. But then, while they were preparing dinner, the boy suddenly disappeared. At the dinner table, Takeji commented on how the Momotaro boy had run away without even saying thank you. He laughed a little about it, even slightly impressed that the boy hadn't waited for full recovery before escaping. Still, Takeji was happy that the boy's condition had improved. As he spoke, Hayate saw a genuine smile on his grandfather's face, one born from the satisfaction of helping someone. At that moment, Hayate felt a sense of pride in his grandfather. Later that night, Hayate's sleep was disturbed by a cracking noise coming from Takeji's room. Curious, he got up and went to check on him, asking why he was still awake at this hour. He even had a snot bubble hanging from his nose. But what he saw next completely shocked him. The entire room was drenched in blood, and in the center stood the Momotaro boy, holding Takeji's severed head. He greeted Hayate casually with a "Hey there." A heavy wave of shock crushed Hayate's chest. He immediately recognized the boy as the same one his grandfather had saved. He couldn't believe what had happened, couldn't believe that his grandfather was dead, and that he was now staring at his severed head. The Momotaro boy casually tossed Takeji's head in the air like a ball, saying he was genuinely surprised that an Oni had rescued him. Hayate was overwhelmed with stress and panic as he watched and listened. The boy explained that he thought they must have misunderstood the situation when they saved him. In reality, he had volunteered to go to the battlefield. It had never once crossed his mind that an Oni would help a Momo. To him, witnessing a stupid man do something so stupid was a rare sight. His insults to Takeji's heroism only further darkened Hayate's vision. Then the Momotaro boy threw Takeji's head at Hayate, and it rolled across the floor toward him. Hayate dropped to his knees from the emotional weight, and the boy said he was simply returning it. Hayate stared long and hard at the severed head, paralyzed with dread. Then the Momotaro boy, still smiling, joked that he realized he had forgotten to say thank you for saving his life, and that's why he had come back tonight. He added that he'd brought a few friends who also wanted to say thanks. Outside Takeji's house, 5 Momotaro troops stood waiting, ready to charge at any moment. At this point, Hayate remembered the kindness his grandfather had shown, in painful contrast to the monstrous cruelty now unfolding. As the Momotaro boy mockingly remarked about how unsanitary it was to be saved by an Oni, Hayate recalled the proud moment he had once felt. But the boy went even further and rudely asked if they'd given him germs, mocking everything Takeji had done. That's when something inside Hayate finally broke. He screamed with all his might and entered a berserk state, clutching his grandfather's severed head. Moments later, he could be seen tightly hugging Takeji's head, crying alone in the middle of the forest. He couldn't recall what happened after that moment, but he was sure he had gone berserk. When he awoke, all their belongings in the entire house were blown away, and the surrounding area was littered with the torn corpses of Momo soldiers. To this day, Hayate doesn't know if the Momotaro boy who killed his grandfather is dead or still alive. After finishing the story, he told Yoroshi that that was the moment he promised himself he would never feel sympathy for any Momotaro ever again. You could show kindness to a Momo and still end up dead. That's why his goal became to kill every last Momotaro in existence, with no exceptions. That resolve is unshakable. Inside Kasabi's laboratory, we see him drinking a hot beverage from a cup crafted from Oni faces. He asked someone nearby whether it was true that the Oni Corporation had launched an invasion. But before the Momo accompanying him could answer, Kasabi ordered him to stay by his side. The man responded with a respectful "Yes, sir." From the scar on his left cheek, it becomes clear that he is the very same Momotaro boy that Takagi once saved. His name is Mamitsuji Hizumi, the 10th commander. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Uri and Hirunuma were still being chased by numerous Momotaro troops. While running, Uri told Hirunuma that he thought they had already taken out most of the Momotaro troops. He didn't expect there would still be this many chasing after them now. Because of this, Hirunuma said that they needed to prioritize scouting the entire facility for now. But suddenly, Hirunuma stopped running and turned around to face their pursuers. He said he would take care of them first. So he made his move, and his cheeks suddenly puffed up as if he was about to throw up a lot. And that's exactly what he did. He suddenly vomited a giant leech that was covered with slime. The giant leech was even smiling and let out a squee. One of the Momotaro troopers was disgusted when he saw the giant leech flying toward them because it looked like a disgusting creature. But the Momotaro trooper beside him thought it actually looked kind of cute. Suddenly, Hirunuma snapped his fingers to activate his ability. As soon as he did, the giant leech's body began to shake. Then, the entire body burst open and splattered out a massive amount of slime along with bud-like balls that resembled seaweed. The Momotaro troops were shocked by the slimy little leeches they saw. They were also disgusted by the strange fluids spewing out from them. One Momotaro troop felt insulted and angrily asked Hirunuma if he really thought this would buy them time to escape. So he told his comrades to resume the chase. But Hirunuma warned them that he didn't recommend trying to pass through the slimy wall. Still, the Momotaro troops didn't listen, and one of them who led the charge and went through first was splashed by the slime. Within just a few seconds, he started coughing up blood. He quickly collapsed because of it, and his fellow pursuers were horrified by what happened. Hirunuma then told the pursuers that the only thing waiting for them beyond the poisonous leech arch was the afterlife. This was Hirunuma's power. He could control leeches by feeding them his own Oni blood. His blood was the medium for his blood manipulation ability, and the leeches had other properties beyond just being poisonous. While the Momotaro troops were already complaining and looking for a flamethrower because they couldn't get through, Hirunuma and Uri had already started running away at full speed. Uri was impressed by him and even gave him a thumbs up. Then, the path of the hallway led them to a closed door. But according to their map, they knew that beyond it was the old laboratory. When they entered, they saw a giant cylindrical tank connected to massive coils and tubes. The place was dirty and extremely cluttered, so the two decided to split up to search the area more efficiently. And to make the search even more efficient, Hirunuma released thousands of leeches from within the skin of his arm to assist them. He even apologized to the leeches, saying he was sorry for bothering them, and then asked them for help with the investigation. The leeches did as he asked and scattered across the area. While they were in the middle of looking for information from the research books, Uri asked Hirunuma if he could understand the language of the leeches. Hirunuma replied that it wasn't exactly like that, and that he could only understand their expressions. Uri commented that Hirunuma's relationship with the leeches was really unique. At first, Hirunuma stayed silent, but eventually, he admitted to Uri that he honestly didn't feel happy or at ease whenever the leeches had to go through things like this because of him. Because this life was one where they constantly had to fight. Uri was surprised and looked at Hirunuma because of how serious his mood had become. Hirunuma then added that that's exactly why he made a promise to them. Uri then asked what kind of promise that was. Hirunuma was about to answer, but he paused when he heard a loud squee from a leech that had returned to give him a flash drive it had found. Hirunuma immediately showed the flash drive to Uri, in disbelief that they now had it. Uri took it and said that maybe the files on it could give them information about what kind of research the Momotaro had been conducting in this facility. Then he started looking for a computer to plug the flash drive into. But Hirunuma suddenly became suspicious because of the floating black particles that appeared in front of him. When he realized it was bacteria from the Momotaro, his eyes widened in panic. But then he became confused again when he noticed the strange behavior it was displaying. The particles were circling around him and Uri first. Then he yelled out to Uri because he knew now that the enemy had found them and they were in danger. Uri was startled. After that, one of the Momotaro snapped his fingers to control the bacteria that had surrounded the two. He made the particles move at blinding speed, like bullets. They were even ricocheting around the room repeatedly. Uri was shocked and completely unsure of what to do next. Then suddenly, one of the flying bullets hit a glass cabinet and shattered it. Hirunuma noticed that the glass cabinet had a label warning not to open it because it contained extremely flammable chemicals. Because of that, a bright light reflected off Hirunuma's face from the large spark caused by the chemical reaction. And due to the friction in the air, the contents of the cabinet immediately exploded, triggering a bomb-like blast. The entire Kikoku unit felt and heard the explosion from the first floor and immediately knew something bad had happened to two of their members. Otohara, extremely worried, called out to the two over communications, but he wasn't receiving any response. As the smoke dispersed, another Momotaro appeared and commented to the first one about how intense his attack on the two Oni had been. Then Kumo added that the damage wasn't just to the Oni, but to the entire room as well. But he said it didn't matter since he wasn't the one assigned to clean up. Suddenly, Shingi shouted at him not to let his guard down yet, even if they were already seeing the bodies of their enemies lying lifeless in front of them. And indeed, that was the condition of the two. Their bodies were torn apart, covered in blood, and missing limbs because of the powerful explosion they had endured. Shingi continued lecturing Kumo with intensity, saying that you should kill your opponent before they even see you. Then he gave a tip for long life while cracking his fingers. If you feel sick, go to the hospital immediately. And always look both ways before crossing the street, even if it's a green light. Kumo looked absolutely bored listening to him. Shingi added that being extra careful in everything always yields the best outcomes. And finally, you should always make sure the death blow is properly delivered. Then, Shingi snapped his fingers again and used his ability to blow up the entire crowns of Hirunuma and Uri's heads. Blood oozed out from them, and they were certainly dead now. That's why Shingi officially declared that they had completed the current extermination as he stared at the corpses of the two Oni. Once more, Shingi became intense and overly passionate as he said that he and Kumo should now root out the other intruders. Kumo told him that he thought the only Oni on the first floor were the two they had just killed, so they needed to head upstairs. He even expressed his laziness about it. Then suddenly, he was shocked when his captain was suddenly struck by multiple piercing projectiles out of nowhere, hitting him in the head, shoulder, upper chest, and lower chest. And before he could even tell his captain about it, he too was hit by 4 strikes in the head, neck, shoulder, and lower chest. Then, the projectiles embedded in the bodies of the two Momotaro were suddenly unplugged, and Kumo was stunned when he realized that the ones who had stabbed both him and his captain were actually bloodbirds. From a high platform, Uri spoke and said that Hirunuma's move to duplicate both their bodies using his leeches had been incredibly smart. Hirunuma, who was beside him, said he had only been able to pull it off thanks to Uri's bloodbirds, which had used their feathers to save both of them from the massive explosion. Shingi was also stunned when he realized the two bodies he had thought were real Oni were actually made of leeches. Then, he glanced upward with fear in his eyes when he saw the intimidating presence of Hirunuma and Uri flying through the air, riding Uri's giant blood falcon. As the two Oni stared down at Shingi, Uri told the Momotaro not to underestimate the Kikoku unit. Then, Shingi and Kumo's bodies finally dropped to the ground, still gushing blood from their multiple puncture wounds. Uri also commented on how he didn't appreciate Shingi's earlier talk about their extermination, because that meant he saw them Oni as nothing more than pests. Then, while levitating blood feathers with a cold look in his eyes, Uri added that the ones who should be saying extermination completed were actually them. After gloating, the two Oni looked at the two Momotaro, and Uri asked Hirunuma if their attack had finished them off. Hirunuma examined the corpses carefully and said no. When Uri looked at Kumo, he was shocked to see the corpse suddenly transform into a cloud-like foam, starting from the top down. Then, from a far corner of the room, we see that the real bodies of the two Momotaro were still alive. Shingi said that now he had a general grasp of the two Oni's abilities. Then he told Kumo that this was exactly what he meant earlier when he said that being extra careful always yields the best outcomes. Uri cursed when he realized that just like what Hirunuma had done earlier, the two Momotaro had also made duplicates of themselves. Hirunuma commented that the two Momotaro were definitely skilled. Then, the two Oni spoke through comms to inform the Kikoku unit that they had encountered the commander and deputy commander of the Momotaro facility they had infiltrated, and now they were about to engage in battle. Uri's plan was that Hirunuma would face Kumo, and he would face Shingi. Hirunuma agreed and said they'd start the battle by splitting the two commanders apart. Then, Uri suddenly shouted Roger that, loudly, as if he wanted the two Momotaro to hear it. Shingi did hear it and was startled. Then, without warning, he shoved Kumo hard away from him while yelling watch out. Shingi asked himself if Uri's loud Roger that was some kind of code word to activate their traps, since he shouted it right after speaking. Then he looked over at Kumo in confusion. But suddenly, he panicked when he saw Kumo lying on the floor and asked what had happened to him and what had hit him. Kumo, dazed, replied that it was Shingi himself who had hit him. Shingi misunderstood and thought Kumo meant he had been caught in a trap set by the Oni. He even got angry. But Kumo, still flat on his back, said in a serious tone that he'd slap Shingi later. Uri and Hirunuma, meanwhile, were confused about what the two Momotaro were talking about. Hirunuma just told Uri not to let his guard down. Then, Hirunuma pressed his hands together and gave a loud clap to activate his ability, Morbid Torrent. He controlled millions of leeches to gather and create a tidal wave-like torrent to attack the two Momotaro. Kumo, still getting up from the floor, immediately read Hirunuma's move, and both of them quickly dodged the Morbid Torrent. But Hirunuma had precisely targeted the middle between them to force a split. Then, the Morbid Torrent began spiraling while chasing Kumo, who confidently ran with his hands still inside his pants side pockets. Kumo quickly figured out that the enemy's aim was to split him from his captain. And since Hirunuma had succeeded in that objective, he wished Uri good luck with his duel against Shingi. Uri gave a simple wave and told Hirunuma that they'd meet again in a bit. Then, he dropped off the giant blood falcon and made a hand sign to disperse his Oni blood from the falcon. Using the dispersed blood, he immediately converted it into blood crows while still in midair. He sent the blood crows after Shingi, who then ran quickly in the opposite direction from Kumo. While running, Shingi thought that it was obvious Uri wasn't holding back against him, so he decided to lead Uri to his stage. After a few moments of the chase, Shingi finally stopped running because they had arrived at his doom stage, successfully bringing Uri there. The Doom Room was a circular chamber surrounded by numerous tunnels shaped like mouths, each one having a pair of eyes. Uri felt confused and intimidated and asked himself what kind of place Shingi had brought him to. He found it extremely disturbing to see the mouth-like tunnels. Then, Shingi explained to Uri that every commander of Momotaro was given their own room within the research facility, and he added that he was a very careful man. At first, the room had been completely empty, and he hadn't placed anything in it because he kept overthinking all the what-ifs. However, a blank room results in less alertness. So he requested the head of the facility to remodel the room for him. And with that said, Shingi loudly snapped his fingers to show Uri firsthand the improvements he had made to the room. From one of the mouth tunnels, a faint rumbling sound could be heard. Then the rumbling grew louder and louder, bringing intense anxiety to Uri, who began sweating and couldn't predict what to expect. He also heard a vroom sound, like a motor revving. Then, all of a sudden, a massive number of fast-moving vehicles, bikes, objects, and animals burst out of the tunnels at once. The trajectories and directions of these things were completely random, and the animals were mechanical because they each had a wind-up key on their backs. Uri was shocked when he saw a classic Mercedes-Benz car. He was also surprised to see a Japanese city bike moving on its own with no one pedaling it. But what shocked him the most was seeing a real pig that was also running fast like the other things. But this one had no wind-up key, meaning it was a real pig. Shingi suddenly became extremely delighted and excited for Uri. He couldn't believe a real pig had come out of the tunnels. According to him, this was incredibly rare and Uri was super lucky. Uri could only yell "shut up" in response. Then, Shingi told him that the name he had given this room was something may or may not jump out, so let's be careful room. Uri was irritated when he heard that and thought to himself how awful the room name was. Then, he was suddenly shocked when he saw Momotaro bacteria surrounding him. He was even more stunned by the loud explosion that occurred right in front of him without warning. The blast sent his body flying backward, slamming his back hard into a moving van. You could see from his gritted teeth that it hurt, not just because of the hit, but also because he realized how tricky this fight was going to be. Shingi laughed loudly and emphasized to Uri how extremely difficult this situation would be for him. He even bragged that on the other hand, he was already used to this kind of environment. So, according to Shingi, he had the field advantage in their duel. But then, out of nowhere, an SUV rammed into Shingi from behind, and the force of the impact sent him flying. Shingi coughed up blood, and his body trembled as he hit the ground hard. Uri then sarcastically asked him why, between the two of them, he was the one who got hit by a vehicle. Shingi, annoyed and with a trembling voice, agreed with him and said that he shouldn't have let his guard down just because he was familiar with the environment. So he forced himself to stand and told himself to get it together. Uri, dumbfounded, couldn't believe what an idiot Shingi was acting like. Then, Uri violently shook his head to snap himself out of it, realizing that he was starting to lose focus. As he began creating more bloodbirds using his Oni blood, he told himself that he must not let Shingi's antics throw him off. Then, Shingi did something with his bacteria that caused all of Uri's bloodbirds to suddenly vanish into thin air. Uri wondered how Shingi had managed to destroy his bloodbirds so easily. Then Shingi passionately spoke and asked Uri if he really thought he'd just stand there and wait for him to finish creating his birds. Of course not, he said. Shingi had the ability to turn his bacteria into light beams. The only problem was that it was impossible to aim the light beams precisely at a specific spot. So the solution to his low accuracy was spray and pray. He always had to fire a large number of light beams at his target. Now, while snapping the fingers of both his hands, Shingi apologized to Uri because, even though they had just started their battle, he was already planning to go all out against him. Then, he even commented on his own intended pun, referencing a joke from the stand-up comedy trio Janssen Toshin. The light beams flew toward Uri like a machine gun, rapid and overwhelming, and he could only keep running to dodge them. Uri started to worry for himself because all he could do was run, and he couldn't find any opening for a counterattack. Shingi acted smug and asked Uri if he was sure it was a good idea to focus entirely on him. The reason Shingi asked this was because Uri hadn't noticed that a bus was approaching fast from his blind spot. By the time Uri realized it, it was already too late. All he could do was curse. Still, he had a split-second reaction time and managed to brace himself slightly before the bus slammed into him. According to him, getting hit by a vehicle wasn't really that big of a deal for an Oni. But what was truly bad about this battle was the fact that he couldn't concentrate. So, while skidding backward, he thought hard about how he could use a bloodbird to counterattack. He needed 1 second to create a bloodbird, but Shingi's light beam attacks traveled at the speed of light, and they could nullify his bloodbirds. Then, while deep in thought, he realized too late that Shingi's bacteria were already scattered all around him. He was overwhelmed by stress and indecision, but with no other choice, he tried to quickly create a bloodbird. Shingi mocked him and said too slow. Then, with a single, literal snap, a storm of light beams flew through the area toward Uri. The sheer number and intensity of the beams caused continuous explosions. Shingi said that the moment Uri was just starting to attack, he himself was already finishing his own attack. Then, just like that, Shingi was suddenly rammed from behind by the pig again, sending him flying once more. The pig's hit momentarily interrupted Shingi's attack. When we go back to Uri, we see that the wall he had been leaning against was now severely shattered due to Shingi's assault. Uri's entire body was bloodied from withstanding the barrage of light beams. As pieces of the wall fell to the ground with a clatter, Uri thought to himself that Shingi really was an idiot. But even so, his deadly strength shouldn't be underestimated. Meanwhile, Shingi was trembling with excitement as he approached the pig, who was now resting after its long run. Shingi was overjoyed because this pig was super rare. Torikai Yuri had started to worry about himself after realizing that Shingi wasn't even going all out against him yet. Shingi, on the other hand, was amazed and even praised him for surviving the barrage of hits he had unleashed. Torikai Yuri thanked him for the compliment. Meanwhile, we hear Otohara reporting through the Kikoka unit's communications to Hayate about Torikai Yuri's current poor condition, saying he could die if the duel goes on any longer. Hayate immediately contacted Torikai, who forced himself to stand back up and keep facing Shingi amidst the chaos of dashing vehicles. Hayate told him he was already on his way and that he just needed to hold out until he arrived. Torikai was surprised and visibly frustrated, yelling angrily through the comms for Hayate not to come and to just move forward with the mission without him. Shingi was startled by Torikai's sudden yelling, mistakenly assuming that more Oni were with him on the first floor. Panicking, Shingi was knocked around 3 times in a row by random collisions with various objects. Hayate couldn't believe what he had just heard from Torikai. Still coughing and forcing himself upright, Torikai told Hayate not to misunderstand him. He had been a part of the team, but he just didn't want to be a burden to them. With renewed intensity, he shouted again for them to keep pushing forward. Hayate listened and agreed, but told Torikai to catch up with them later. Torikai replied with a Roger and thought to himself that he had no time left to waste. Only now did Shingi realize that Torikai had been communicating with his teammates via wireless comms. Torikai confirmed this and explained that their captain was simply worried about him, but that he told them to move on without him. Shingi responded by saying that meant his teammates had abandoned him. Torikai was puzzled, so Shingi elaborated that a true leader thinks ahead, and sometimes the best option is to leave behind an injured member depending on the situation. Suddenly, Torikai laughed like a madman, which spooked Shingi again, making him suspect there might be another trap set by the Oni. Shingi then unleashed another downpour of light beams, hitting Torikai several more times. Torikai bled heavily from the assault, but still managed to speak up. He rejected Shingi's notion, declaring he would never want to be just a pawn to a leader who does nothing and sees him as insignificant. Shingi launched another follow-up rain of light beams, sensing that something was off. This time, Torikai managed to dodge the beams and run. He added that it seemed Shingi had a very different standard for what it meant to be a leader. He said that Shingi's leader at Momotaro Corporation probably just enjoyed a luxurious, lazy life. Shingi continued attacking, shrugging off Torikai's attempts to bait him into rage. Torikai, visibly exhausted and already injured, was still running when he suddenly lost sight of Shingi and wondered where he had gone. Then, out of nowhere, a car came speeding toward him. To his shock, Shingi himself was driving the vehicle. With no strength left to dodge, Torikai was struck by the sedan and pinned against a bus. Blood poured from his mouth from the impact. Shingi stepped out of the car and told him that this is what it means to stand at the top. Due to the severe injuries Torikai had sustained, his Oni blood connection with his teammates weakened, something Hayate noticed and became concerned about. Still, Hayate said he believed in Torikai. As he shouted his name, it triggered a flashback for Torikai. Several years ago, Torikai had come home crying to find his mother unconscious on the ground after being caught in a rebellion. Carrying her on his back, he had to cross a deep and turbulent river. He used a stone to gauge the depth and tested the current with his foot. But with no other choice, he decided to try crossing. Midway, the current became too violent, and he started to drown after losing his grip on his mother. Just as his hand remained above the water, someone grabbed it. His hero, none other than Hayate. Afterward, Hayate took Torikai deep into the forest and lit a campfire. Torikai was startled when Hayate offered him a hand, asking for help. Without hesitation, Torikai accepted, agreeing to team up. After running together, they were surrounded by Momotaro troops in the forest, and that's when Torikai's silent admiration for Hayate's solid leadership and care for his team began. Back in the present, Torikai sniffed from the memories. Shingi noticed and asked if he was crying. Suddenly, Torikai spoke to Hayate through comms, telling him not to worry because he was going to finish this fight now. Then, he released a blood bird from his mouth that flew toward Shingi's face, surprising him. Shingi dodged and mocked Torikai, thinking that must have been his last ounce of strength. But then Torikai ran again. While coughing, he yelled that the kind of leader his captain was, the kind who leads from the front lines, was one who charged forward without a second thought about danger. Shingi was confused. Torikai continued that while Hayate might not be good with directions, he never hesitated to charge ahead. Unlike Shingi's lazy Momotaro Corporation leader, there was no one more reliable and brave than his own. Just then, Shingi's bacteria surrounded Torikai. As Shingi snapped his fingers, he said he understood Torikai's admiration for his leader, but it was still his duty to protect his own people. A massive volley of light beams rained down, hitting surrounding vehicles and causing a chain of massive explosions. Shingi smiled confidently, believing he had finally eliminated Torikai. But to his shock, he then heard Torikai's voice talking about duty. According to Torikai, his duty was to protect his excellent leader. He said this while standing, his entire body still steaming from the heat of the explosions. Shingi couldn't believe Torikai had survived his last attack. Torikai coughed up a lot of blood from his injuries, prompting Shingi to ask why he was still forcing himself to fight and not just surrender and die to end the suffering. Torikai answered that it was because Hayate trusted him. He owed him his life, and Hayate had also given him a reason to live. That's why Torikai's goal was to become strong, so he could support his teammates, especially his captain, whom he had followed for years. His goal was to always have his captain's back, so his captain could focus on what lay ahead. If he lost this fight, his captain would have to turn around and look back. And that, more than anything, was what Torikai refused to let happen, so he could not afford to lose. He added that there's no way he would lose here. Shingi responded that he understood Torikai had an important goal he needed to achieve, but that wouldn't stop him from finishing his own job. He said his duty was to kill all Oni spawns. He explained that he didn't easily place his trust in other people. Though, if Torikai had been a Momo, he was certain they would have been good buddies. He added that he didn't hate people who carried strong beliefs. After that, Shingi said that Torikai should be reborn as a Momo in his next life. Torikai laughed upon hearing that and remarked that he absolutely despised people like him who judged and looked down on others. He swore that instead, he would be reborn as himself, and he would make sure to kill this Momo. No matter how many times he repeated the cycle, he would still love his parents. He added that he'll also lose them in that process. It was what led him to the friends he had now. That's why he emphasized there's no way he would ever abandon them now. Unfortunately, as he shouted, he suddenly felt a sharp pain run through his body, clutching his chest. He began coughing violently, while Shingi pointed out that it was clear he had already reached his limit. Shingi then added that he wasn't belittling him, even at this moment. He began preparing an attack, gathering his bacteria into his hands as though forming a Kamehameha, declaring that he would release Torikai from suffering. He said that not a single trace of him would remain, and that all evil and malice would soon vanish. Torikai grew alarmed as he noticed Shingi focusing the light into one point, and Shingi added that with this, Torikai would surely become a Momotaro in his next life. The compressed light energy that Shingi was generating grew larger and larger, and as he continued to prepare this extraordinary attack, he told Torikai not to fret, assuring him it would all be over before he even knew it, and that he wouldn't feel a thing. Torikai laughed at that and asked if he really thought he had been running around the room for no reason, confusing Shingi. He explained that if he had tried making anything earlier, it would have been incinerated instantly. He added that even if he managed to form something larger, it would have been useless without enough strength. That was why he decided to use every last drop of blood he could to create just this one. Shingi still didn't fully understand and asked what he meant, so Torikai explained that he had left puddles of blood scattered around the room and gradually shaped them. He elaborated that he had to be careful so Shingi wouldn't notice, otherwise his plan would have fallen apart immediately. He also pointed out that he needed to buy enough time to complete his creation. Still bewildered by what Torikai was saying, Shingi suddenly found his entire body covered in shadow, forcing him to turn and see the source. To his shock, he saw a massive creature made of blood, leaving him deeply unsettled. It was revealed that Torikai had used the blood he had pooled around the room to create a prehistoric giant bird, which he called Blood Eclipse Release. Avian Blood Construct Pteranodon. Shingi wore a distressed, shaken expression, admitting in his mind that he felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from the creature, while Torikai declared that he would be the one to win this battle. Shingi considered whether he should strike Torikai with the energy he had charged up so far, telling himself he needed to carefully decide his next move. But when he looked at Torikai, he chose not to, certain that Torikai would strike back with full force. He noted that was the face of someone fully prepared to fight him with everything he had. After assessing that, Shingi said that was fine by him, and he wouldn't be holding back either. Torikai's blood pteranodon began gathering energy in its mouth, and before long it released a massive blood beam straight at Shingi. Shingi didn't back down and shouted counterattack, releasing his own compressed light energy beam. The two powerful beams collided, sparking a fierce struggle of continuous energy and raw strength pouring into their attacks. Both grunted under the force as they tried to overpower one another, until Shingi questioned why Torikai was going this far. He said there was no need to keep living as an Oni, adding that he would have been happier if he had died and been reborn as a Momotaro. Torikai shouted back that he didn't give a damn about a life he had never lived, and he strongly declared that he took pride in all the friends he had made. He added that he could be proud because of the life he lived, and that this was the future that would never have come to be had he not taken that path. He declared that this was what he took pride in, and shouted at Shingi not to make it seem like it was all in vain. The blood beam of his pteranodon began to overpower Shingi's light beam, causing Shingi to worry. He asked Torikai if this was really what he wanted, pointing out that he would also be caught in the blast, but Torikai simply told him he was going down with him. Shingi cursed in frustration, telling himself he couldn't lose. He said that for a world where people could continue living safely, he would remain victorious. After saying that, he powered up further, starting to push back the momentum of the blood beam. Torikai grew concerned as he realized Shingi was regaining strength, admitting this was bad as he was nearly spent. Shingi commented that things would have turned out differently had he been at full strength. The tables turned as his light beam began to overpower the pteranodon's blood beam, making Torikai worry and admit it was no use. He couldn't hold him back. After that, Shingi shouted that he would put him out of his misery. But just then, by sheer misfortune, a random pig dashed across and hit him, throwing him off balance for a moment. Shingi was stunned, while the worry vanished from Torikai's face, and the pig simply squealed after doing so. Because of that loss of focus, Shingi's light beam was completely consumed by the pteranodon's blood beam, making him cry out in alarm. He tried to point out to Torikai that he would still be caught in the fall as well, but when he looked, he was stunned to see Torikai had vanished from behind him. It turned out Torikai had managed to conjure a blood eagle and latch onto it to fly away, taking the pig with him, and he remarked that it seemed fortune was on his side. He smiled and pointed out to Shingi that he had lost his cool and gotten careless, while Shingi screamed in irritation. Before long, Shingi could no longer resist the force of the blood beam and was struck by it head-on, violently flung into the wall behind him with enough force to shatter it. The intensity of the damage covered his entire body, while Torikai grew somewhat worried by the flying rubble. Soon after, his strength gave out and his blood eagle disintegrated, causing him to crash down to the ground. He coughed heavily from exhaustion and strain, struggling to breathe from the brutal beating his body had taken. Even so, as Shingi's body lay unconscious on the ground after being struck by the blood beam, Torikai declared extermination complete, then added with a smirk that it was his line. In the next scene, we were briefly shown the entire research facility with smoke rising from one part of it, revealed to have been caused by Torikai's earlier blood beam. After that, we immediately moved inside. There were Momo stationed there, talking to each other while guarding their Oni captives. One of them, worried, asked what that noise they just heard was, and whether the other had received any kind of message from the upper floors. The other replied that he hadn't heard anything aside from the news about a few Oni breaking in. Another then said that what they needed to focus on now was keeping this area guarded. We were then shown the captured Oni, whose faces clearly displayed fear and anxiety. One of them, deeply troubled, asked again what the noise they heard just now could have been, prompting another to lean close and warn him in a nervous tone to don't talk. Even so, he persisted, saying perhaps that sound meant that help is on the way. Because of that, a Momo suddenly shot him in the shoulder, making him cry out in pain. The Momo who fired pointed out that experiment material were not supposed to be speaking, while the other Oni grew deeply disturbed at what had happened. They were shaken to their core that the Momo had just shot one of their companions without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Oni who had been hit continued groaning in pain, and his companion told him to try to hold out until his body began to regenerate. Another captive then chimed in, whispering seriously what that sound could have been, and commented that even the Momo guards seemed on edge. The one asked retorted by questioning how he was supposed to know, and if he had any idea how massive this place was. He insisted there must be countless Momo troops within this facility. There was no way, he said, that anyone would dare come to rescue them. As they spoke, it was shown to us that among the captured Oni, there was a young girl who sat quietly, listening to their conversation. After that, the scene shifted back to Torikai, where we were shown the massive hole in the wall caused by his earlier attack. We were also shown Shingi that was still lying unconscious on the ground after being defeated. Torikai began gasping for breath and feeling an intense pain throughout his body, cursing in irritation as he remarked how every bone in his body ached. Hayate then spoke to him through Otohara's ability, asking if he was alright. Torikai answered that he had taken down a Momo commander and claimed that he hadn't even broken a sweat doing so. Hayate then asked if that was really the case and if he was truly fine, to which Torikai replied that it was obvious he is. However, he admitted that he was no longer in shape to fight again anytime soon. He said he would just hide for now and take some time to rest, to which Hayate responded with understanding. Torikai asked if he had worried him at all, and while hidden inside a room, Hayate answered no, saying that he had always believed in him. Hayate added that Torikai could always tag along again once he felt he was ready, which Torikai agreed to. Torikai then pulled out a flash drive, thinking that he should probably check the USB drive, and that he needed to return to the old lab. Upon arriving at the lab he referred to, he leaned against a large pile of rubble and felt a wave of relief upon finding a working PC. He began typing, thinking that as long as he could retrieve any useful information, that would be enough. Unfortunately, when he tried to open it, he discovered that everything was encrypted, making him comment that it was most likely done to prevent information from leaking out. Amidst the flood of codes and symbols, he noticed one symbol that appeared to represent the Oni, but the other was something he couldn't make sense of. He tried once more to hack into it, but it was no use, and he realized he could not decrypt it. He thought to himself and wondered aloud whether the laboratory on the first floor had already been abandoned, which could mean they had transferred to other rooms. The only way to confirm that, he said, was to head to the top floors. Unfortunately, he suddenly began coughing again due to his battered body, which made him mutter to himself that no, he needed to rest for a while. He tried to think about where he could hide while recovering, but due to his exhaustion, he gradually lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground, left completely unattended. While this was happening, the scene shifted to the battle between Hirunuma and Kumo, where it appeared that Hirunuma was being overpowered by Kumo as he lay face down, while Kumo hovered effortlessly above him on his floating smoke cloud. Hirunuma was already coughing up blood from the injuries he had sustained. Kumo then made a remark in a laid-back manner as he puffed on 2 cigarettes at once, saying that he really had no time to waste on him. He noticed Hirunuma's attire and questioned if he was right in thinking that it was the uniform of the Kikoku unit. Hirunuma began to lift his body up after being knocked down, and the moment he rose, small bulges began to form in his palm. Not long after, countless leeches along with sticky slime emerged from it. Once he had gathered enough leeches, he sent them flying toward Kumo in what looked like a leech wave. As a counter, Kumo took a drag from his cigarettes and exhaled smoke. The smoke suddenly formed into a muscular upper body, which he then used to block Hirunuma's attack. He followed it up by remarking once again how utterly useless Hirunuma was. Kumo then continued his assault by sending a flying straight punch through his smoke titan toward Hirunuma. Hirunuma's eyes widened in shock, and he tried to block it with his arms, but the smoke titan slipped right through and suddenly reappeared behind him, which completely caught him off guard. The moment it reached his back, the smoke titan immediately threw a solid punch that landed cleanly on him. Because of the sheer force of the impact on his body, Hirunuma was blown away and bounced harshly along the ground. After receiving the attack, he muttered in his thoughts that the smoke was proving to be quite troublesome to deal with, while Kumo firmly held his 2 cigarette sticks in hand. Kumo then told him that he should just die already, saying that what they were doing here was a real pain in the ass. It was then explained to us that Kumo's ability allowed him to control the smoke from his cigarettes, and he could also stiffen or harden it. However, his abilities would not activate unless he was smoking a cigarette. Kumo added that his life would be so much easier if all those Oni spawns just died off, which made Hirunuma respond by asking that if this was really such a pain for him, then why didn't he just die and end it already? He further added, of course, that was after Kumo shares the location of the captured Oni and what the researchers were planning to do with them. Lighting up another cigarette, Kumo answered with a firm no, saying that if he died here, then he wouldn't be able to laze around anymore. He summoned another smoke titan and immediately sent it at Hirunuma, which took him by surprise. Mid-swing, Kumo altered the titan's fist into 3 claws, resembling Wolverine's, which only heightened Hirunuma's alarm. Unfortunately, he failed to dodge in time, and the claws pierced through his right shoulder. The sheer strength of the blow caused it to dig deep and completely rip off his right arm. His arm was flung away, rolling across the ground, while blood began pouring heavily from the wound. Breathing heavily from the blood loss, Hirunuma staggered, while Kumo commented that it looked like he wasn't using a dummy this time. With a faint, weakening voice, Hirunuma admitted that this injury seemed beyond what his Oni blood could recover from. Kumo then decided to tell him one last thing before he died. He began explaining that he had no idea where the captured Oni were, nor did he know anything about the research, since he never cared about it in the first place. Barely clinging to life, Hirunuma weakly asked what the point was then of everything they were doing here. Kumo responded that there was no reason at all. He simply did whatever orders his higher-ups gave him, and he didn't waste his time thinking about it. Hirunuma smiled bitterly to himself, questioning how he could have possibly lost to someone so shallow. In that moment, he remembered Hayate, and as he lay dying, he apologized to him before finally collapsing completely. As he lay motionless, Kumo suddenly threw a smoke dagger at his left hand, and when Hirunuma failed to move even after it pierced him, Kumo realized that he was unresponsive. Otohara, on the other hand, began to grow worried, calling out repeatedly and asking if Hirunuma could hear him. Kumo then remarked that everyone struggled so hard to find meaning in their lives, only to add that by doing so, they were merely making things even more difficult for themselves. He continued on, saying that the weak should just die and take on all the responsibility, adding with a question that wouldn't it make things better. He said he would simply leave all the annoying matters to the higher-ups to handle, and that was why he was fine with being number 2. Meanwhile, Otohara continued to call out Hirunuma's name, desperately hoping that he would still respond. Kumo descended from his smoke cloud afterward and declared that it was over. He pointed out that their battle had lasted 8 minutes and 34 seconds, then remarked that he had worked way too hard today. He added that, like hell, he knew where the Oni were or what the research was about, and commented on how much of a nuisance that was. As he continued walking, something came to mind, and he said that he was right. He recalled overhearing the head of the research facility sounding excited about something called a thunderbolt or whatever it was. The moment he mentioned it, something unexpected happened. Hirunuma suddenly revived, appeared at his side, and demanded that he share more information. Kumo was completely caught off guard, while Hirunuma quickly prepared his left hand. He shoved it into Kumo's mouth and began filling his body with leeches. Sliding away right after, Hirunuma left Kumo coughing and gagging from the suffocating swarm. Anxiously, Kumo began to wonder about the immense pressure he was now feeling inside his stomach. and asked if Hirunuma had really filled his body with leeches. He then shouted in disbelief, asking how Hirunuma was even alive, pointing out that a huge portion of his chest and arms had been blown off. Hirunuma sarcastically asked if that was what Kumo was referring to, and explained that the arm torn off earlier was actually a prosthetic he had created entirely out of leeches. His severed right arm and the wounds on his left side then began to regenerate, as he revealed that he never had real arms to begin with. Kumo was visibly shaken by his revelation regarding his arms, while Hirunuma further added that, by the way, the leeches inside his stomach were venomous. He told Kumo that if he revealed everything he knew, he would remove them from his body. He warned him to hurry, because if he didn't, those leeches would devour his stomach and kill him. Kumo began to panic, realizing that even if he destroyed the venomous leeches, he would still be unable to remove the poison from his system. Cursing in frustration, he muttered that if only the leeches inside him were non-poisonous, he could have destroyed them with his smoke. He then remarked bitterly that Hirunuma was sick, even for an Oni, prompting Hirunuma to ask if that was really the case, and whether he was going to tell him what he knew or not. Kumo was now drenched in sweat from panic, thinking to himself that this was bad. He really had no information whatsoever to give. He admitted that all he had done was overhear the head of the research mention the word Thunderbolt, and he hadn't bothered to pay attention to anything said afterward. Even if he tried to bargain with Hirunuma, he had nothing to put on the table. He kept cursing over and over in his mind about his situation, regretting that he hadn't at least tried to pay attention back then. He realized that his only option now was to string Hirunuma along in order to have the leeches removed from his stomach. After that thought, he cried out and agreed to talk. He said he would reveal all the secrets of the research facility, but first, Hirunuma had to remove the leeches from inside him. Hirunuma replied that it wasn't like Kumo had any information to give anyway, and then began enlarging the leeches inside Kumo's body, causing sharp, stabbing pains from within. The leeches grew larger and larger, until Kumo's stomach began bulging outward grotesquely, as though he had instantly become pregnant. Kumo screamed desperately, begging him to wait and give him a second, but Hirunuma coldly pointed out that it wouldn't have come to this if he had paid attention instead of lazing around. Kumo continued frantically pleading, repeating for him to wait, and even started crying out for help, but Hirunuma ignored him. Eventually, his body violently exploded from the rapid growth of the leeches in his stomach. After his death, Hirunuma casually revealed that, by the way, those leeches hadn't been poisonous at all. Right after that, Otohara called out to him, asking if he could hear him, to which Hirunuma responded in agreement. With worry, Otohara informed him that Torikai was in danger because he had lost consciousness. He asked Hirunuma if he could go and retrieve him, to which Hirunuma confirmed with a Roger. He then smiled and pointed out that Otohara had been repeatedly calling him earlier, making him think that Otohara had been worried about him. But Otohara clarified that he had simply been monitoring his vitals through his ability, and added that since he knew there was no one capable of defeating him, what was there to worry about? Hirunuma felt flattered by this, expressed his gratitude, and then informed him that he was heading out to retrieve Torikai. He began thinking about what he had learned from Kumo regarding the Thunderbolt, remarking that he definitely wanted to know more. While this was happening, the scene shifted outside the research facility, where several individuals had arrived at a nearby cliff. It turned out that the Resetsu Academy had also arrived, along with Tetsuji. Shiki noticed the smoke rising from the building and remarked on it, leading Kogasaki to say that perhaps the Kikoku unit had already begun moving inside, while Yusurube wondered aloud whether Yaroshi was alright. Suddenly, Tetsuji shouted if they were really going to go in there, pointing out that it was the enemy's base. He insisted that he could not possibly trouble them this much, and decided to say that he would be the one to go in alone to search for his daughter. Mudano replied that it was fine, explaining that their friend was in there as well anyway. He added, just so Tetsuji knew, that they would not be able to request backup from the Oni Corp for the time being. He explained that the Oni Corp did not have enough manpower to send reinforcements, and on top of that, this area was prohibited for entry, meaning there was no security present either. He then added that there was a unit stationed a short distance away that could come to provide support, but it would take them several hours to arrive, which made Tetsuji worry and ask who even had the time to wait that long. Mudano continued that what he meant was that they alone, including the Kikoku unit, were the only ones who could do this. He further said that, frankly speaking, what they were about to do was extremely dangerous. He told them to brace themselves, warning that even letting their guard down for a single second could mean their end. Because of that, Kiriyama screamed in fear, saying that this was far too dangerous. He collapsed onto the ground, once again overacting, breathing heavily and saying that he was finding it hard to breathe and that his heartbeat was racing, making him think he might be dying, which made Sazanami shout that they needed to find him a futon from the research facility to let him rest. She further said, of course, they just needed a futon, all while pulling out a pair of handcuffs and taking deep breaths, which made Kiriyama nervously ask what that was for. Biaobugora then spoke to Tetsuji, telling him that she thought he should stay behind and wait, as his wounds had not fully healed yet. However, as he tied his bandana, Tetsuji pointed out that his daughter was inside that facility, so how could he possibly just stand by and wait? Just as Biaobugora was about to reason with him, Shiki cut in, saying it was useless to try to stop him, and added that he had been wondering how parents were able to throw their lives into danger without hesitation when it came to their children. Tetsuji then said that Shiki would understand once he became a parent himself, to which Shiki replied that if that was the case, then he believed he could not afford to die just yet. They all then prepared themselves, with Mudano telling them to make sure they came out alive, and Shiki shouting an invitation for them to begin. While this was happening, Mudano noticed a drone hovering above them, clearly observing them through its camera. The one controlling the drone then remarked that he was getting excited seeing the unrivaled Mudano and the child of Kishin, Shiki. He questioned if they were serious, noting that the perfect experiment material had just marched straight in, and said that he had to capture them. Grinning with madness, he let out a maniacal laugh and declared that he would so generously welcome their arrival. While that was happening, we switched over to the storage room where Hayate and the others were hiding, and here, he commented that Toraikai and Hirunuma seemed to be fine and urged them to get moving too. After that, he called out to Yaroshi and asked if he was finally ready to give him an answer, whether he would be joining them or not, at which point Yaroshi stared at him. Not long after, Yaroshi apologized and, while removing his cap, said he was going to drop out. He said he understood how Hayate must feel, having such a gruesome past, but that didn't mean he himself could go along with what they were doing. He added that he'd still act to liberate the captured Oni, but he wouldn't be doing it with them. He dropped his cap and said that since he didn't have a change of clothes, he'd still be using their uniform. Hayate then suddenly asked him if he was going back to the group he came from, which left him silent for a moment before he asked how he was even supposed to go back there. As he exited the room, he said he'd just become stronger on his own. He added that in the end, deciding how they want to live their lives is something they have to do by themselves alone. After he left, Omitsuki commented that he was the first person to leave their group that quickly. He questioned how Yaroshi didn't agree with their ways, and pointed out that he was just trying to turn a blind eye to the reality of things. Hayate responded that he didn't think that was true. He said that questioning the path you've chosen means you hold yourself accountable for your own life choices, and he thinks that's an amazing thing. Even if it was short-lived, Yaroshi was still a part of their team, so they should just respect the decision he made. After that, he urged Omitsuki to move and started walking, to which Omitsuki pointed out he was heading in the wrong direction. While this was going on and smoke continued to pour out from one side of the facility, we moved over to the Oni Corp side where Yusuru activated his Blood Eclipse release called Where Art Thou to Look inside the facility. He saw that there were a lot of Momo inside that research facility, and said he also picked up some Oni signals, which made him think that it was probably the Kikoku unit. Tetsuji then asked where his daughter and the other captured Oni were, which made Yusuru look somewhat uncomfortable. In his mind, he said he only had a bird's eye view, so it was hard to tell because everything was overlapping with one another. Because of that, he thought that he needed to learn how to get a three-dimensional view just like Kaoru. Still, despite not trusting in his own ability, he suddenly noticed a location where Oni signals were coalescing, which prompted Shiki to ask in surprise if he was serious. He focused, and said that the signals were overlapping so much that it was hard to tell what floor they were on. But since there were no other signals interfering with the Oni's signal, he thought the captured Oni were probably located on the upper floors of the facility. Shiki then commented that this meant they just had to focus on reaching the top floors. Usurube also informed Mudano that he had found a single Oni signal that was isolated from the others, and asked what he thought it might be. Mudano answered that it was probably one of the members of the Kikoku unit, most likely a support member of that unit. He then instructed Usurube to make contact with that Oni, and if that Oni's abilities could complement his, he was to ask for help. But if it showed any signs of hostility, he should keep his distance and find a safe place to wait for them, to which Usurube responded that he understood. Before they could move out, Mudano remembered something he wanted to tell them, which made them curious and caught their attention. He approached a tree and placed his right hand on it. Using only his raw strength, he scraped his hand along the tree and easily tore off a piece of bark. He gripped the bark tightly and molded it into a small ball, which amazed Shiki and prompted him to comment on how crazy his strength was. After that, he aimed the ball toward the sky and got ready to flick it. Once he had it aimed, he flicked it into the air, and it shot off like a bullet. That caught the attention of Kasabi, who was watching through the drone, and it turned out that this was what Mudano had been targeting. It exploded as it was hit by his bark bullet, and its pieces scattered all around. Mudano informed his comrades that their enemies had now discovered their whereabouts and warned them to advance with the utmost caution. Usurube commented that he hadn't noticed that drone at all, while Shiki was still wondering if there was something there or if it had just been a bird. On Kasabi's side, he couldn't believe that Mudano had seen and destroyed his drone. In astonishment, he said he had even taken extra precautions and observed from a relatively high altitude, and still, Mudano was amazing. He asked the organ he was holding, Stomach Jr., if it also thought the same, and he puppeted its response, saying that Mudano was absolutely amazing. He then brought in Heart Mother, who scolded Stomach Jr., telling it to keep its voice down and asking if it didn't realize it was nighttime. Stomach Jr. replied in a rude tone to shut up and called her a hag, asking if she couldn't see how awesome Mr. Mudano was. This angered Heart Mother, who asked who it was calling a hag, followed by questioning who that Mudano even was, calling him utterly pathetic. Annoyed by that, Stomach Jr. told her not to ever insult Mr. Mudano like that. Afterward, Stomach Jr. pushed Heart Mother, slamming her to the floor, then charged at her and beat her up until she eventually died. After playing around, Kasabi let out a breath from exhaustion. He rolled around on the floor while saying he wanted to research Mudano and Ichinose's organs, and that he wanted their bodies. One of their subordinates arrived to give him a report, but was left speechless upon seeing him in a strange position while leaning against a high-tech table. Kasabi angrily shouted at him, demanding to know what he wanted to say, so the subordinate nervously stated it was about the intruders. He replied that he wasn't interested and told them to just get rid of them right away, to which the subordinate immediately agreed. He scolded him, saying to only come to him if there's an actual report, prompting the subordinate to apologize. The subordinate said he had just thought Kasabi might want to hear it since they had confirmed that the intruders were a group led by one of the children of Kishin, which made Kasabi flinch upon hearing it. He suddenly slid across the floor toward the subordinate, startling him, and energetically said that that meant it was the Kikoku, the dam unit with the Kishin kid. His demeanor changed again, and he seemed nervous and trembling intensely as he said to wait a moment. If that was the case, then it meant Mudano and two of the Kishin children were right there in their facility. He also pointed out that that included Ichinose, who wielded the power of Enki, and Todoroki, who had the power of Ranki. He got extremely excited and, while cheering like a baby on the floor, shouted that he liked the children of Kishin and Mudano too. After that, he ordered his subordinate to call who he referred to as 567, which the subordinate immediately followed. While lifting up a brain, he cheered again, saying for all of them to gather because he was going to give them an important order. The ones he called entered his room, and in a slumped tone, he said they had lost communication with Shinji and Kyumo, who had gone out to eliminate the intruders. But right after saying that, his emotions flipped again, and while slamming the brain he was holding onto the floor, he shouted, asking who the hell even cared about that. He pointed out that Mudano and 2 of the Kishin children were in their facility. He told them that he wanted the Kishin children brought to him alive, but if worst comes to worst, he'd be fine even with just their corpses. As for Mudano, he said it would be impossible to capture him alive to begin with, so they should just kill him and collect his corpse. Well, that is, if it's even possible to kill that man. And that was where those he had summoned would come into play. He explained afterward that normally they would assign each commanding officer to guard their designated floors, but added that that wouldn't be the case this time. He informed them that he had summoned the commanders and deputy commanders of the 5th unit from the 5th floor, the 6th unit from the 6th floor, and the 7th unit from the 7th floor for no other reason than to kill Mudano. While giving us a glimpse of what those commanding officers looked like, he instructed that each one of them should give it their all to kill Mudano. After that, we moved to Yaoroshi's situation now that he was on his own, and here, he was already surrounded by a massive number of Momo that he was trying to fight off. He thought with concern that there were just too many enemies here. One of the Momo he was fighting shouted to his comrades to just surround him and not let him escape. Because of being overwhelmed by the constant attacks and charges from the enemies, Yaoroshi was forced to run and flee while being showered with bullets and hearing the enemies yell that he was getting away so they should chase him. After running for a while, he managed to find a place to hide inside the library. While sitting in a corner, he caught his breath. He got irritated at his hot-blooded hysteria and questioned it, asking if it seriously gave him a melee weapon to go up against all these enemies. He wondered why he ended up with such a worthless weapon like this. He expressed his frustration with it and pointed out that his anger level was charged up, so why couldn't he get a better weapon? He then thought to himself that he only had one chance left to use his powers, so he decided it was better to wait for a bit. He contemplated whether or not to use his ability again, but denied himself and reminded that he had already used it twice out of the 3 times he could activate hot-blooded hysteria. He began to recall all the things he'd been doing since he left the others at the academy, as if it was all finally sinking in. Even his decision to leave the Kikoku unit after disagreeing with their ways. And after that, he asked himself what exactly he was doing now. He stared at his feet and remembered a time from his youth when he sat in the same way, by the side of a mountain highway, looking filthy and beat down. A bike rider passed by and stopped in front of him, asking if he was alone. Yaoroshi turned to look at this man, who then said he had a rule that only his buddies could ride with him. But even so, the man asked if he wanted to hop on, even though they had just met. When Yaoroshi remembered this, something seemed to hit deep inside him, making his eyes widen. While still seated, he bowed his head and spoke as if talking to the man in his memory, asking him to take him along. It was as if Yaoroshi was finally beginning to feel the weight of everything he'd done and had started to reflect on it. While this was happening, we then moved to Medano's group outside the facility, now ready to go in. After they finished planning, Usurube said that in that case, he'd contact the Oni who was separated from the rest. Before leaving, Shiki asked him to stay safe, to which he cheerfully responded yes. After Usurube left, Mudano informed them that they'd head straight into the building, and that with this many people, sneaking around was impossible. He guessed that someone was probably already fighting on the 1st floor, judging by the smoke coming from there, so instead of blindly entering and observing aimlessly, they should head there. He told them to prepare to fight a large number of Momo. After that pep talk, they all rushed toward the entrance and ran up the stairs. But as soon as they got up there, they were immediately greeted by a huge swarm of Momo, causing them to stop in their tracks. Kiriyama instantly screamed in fear, while Shiki commented on the absurd number of Momo to kill here. From one side of the facility, something moved that caught Medano's attention. A few more specific Momo jumped out from that area, causing the group to turn and look at them with surprised expressions. When they noticed the coats these enemies were wearing, Kiriyama began to shake with fear and screamed that those were the commanders stationed here. One of the commanders commented that it's been a while since he last fought, and shouted that he'd kill any of his comrades he saw acting cowardly, to which his deputy commander responded. After that, we were introduced one by one to the commanding officers. Present were the Kegon Research Facility 7th Unit Commander, Momochi Saisiki, the 6th Unit Commander, Mamahan Naganuma, the 5th Unit Commander, Mamakaba Meidai, the 7th Unit Deputy Commander, Momoki Mijiro, the 5th Unit Deputy Commander, Momosaka Kakuryu, and the 6th Unit Deputy Commander, Katakura. Trembling with anxiety, Kiriyama nervously asked if they were seriously about to face off against the commanders right away, and pointed out that there were 3 of them, while Shiki said it would save them more time if they took care of them now. In Midano's mind, he commented that this was nothing but a waste of time, since it would be much better to have more people out searching for the captured Oni. Because of that, he paused to think, which led to something stirring within him. After thinking, he ordered all the students to go on ahead and look for the captured Oni, and then handed over the commanding position of the group, something that immediately caught everyone's attention. Biaobugora then worriedly asked what about him, to which he responded with not a trace of fear in his voice that he'd take on every single Momo in sight all at once. This annoyed Saiseki and prompted him to question what Mudano had just said. Mudano further irritated the commander by arrogantly asking what the matter was. Did he hurt his pride? With a smug and condescending tone, he added that even a petty underling like him apparently could have pride. After that, Mudano told his students that he would handle them, but Shiki refused and said there were too many of them. Seiseki then commented that he had heard of the legend of the 100 murders and pointed out that legends usually come to an end. Shiki was puzzled upon hearing that, while Seiseki added that if it were true, then why doesn't Mudano prove it? The 3 deputy commanders didn't hesitate and said they weren't kind enough to just let the kids escape. Mijuro ordered the other 2 to focus on the others while he took care of Ichinose, to which Kakuryu replied asking why not he be the one to take care of the others instead, while Katakura told him not to give him orders. Shiki shouted that the enemies were charging to prepare his allies. However, when the 3 deputy commanders reached Midano's side, they suddenly stopped and were shocked. Mijiro wondered what was happening and said he felt heavy. Kakuryu thought about what was wrong with this pressure, and Katakura, clearly alarmed, said the air around him suddenly became 100 times heavier. Seiseki grinned upon noticing this and remarked that it was unbelievable. He saw the eerie and thick aura radiating from Mudano and said it was as if death were near. While that was happening, Midano's gaze never left the commanders in front of him. Shiki was shocked and puzzled when their enemies suddenly stopped, while Kogasaki wondered if it was just the enemies or the air. He added that he didn't want to admit it, but he was really glad they weren't fighting their teacher. To take this chance to act, he immediately informed his teammates that they were heading to the lab, which annoyed Ichinose, who shouted at him not to give him orders. On the enemy's side, while feeling the strange pressure weighing him down, he contemplated whether to charge at Ichinose, but quickly realized they couldn't afford a single mistake or it would be the end of them. Seiseki then told them to give up on going after Ichinose and stated that the facility would take care of matters over there. After that, he shouted and ordered everyone to focus on Mudano. Was he seriously going to face all of them? He asked, saying Mudano had piqued his interest. He shouted with excitement that this should be fun and asked Mudano if he didn't think so, to which Mudano agreed and pointed out that he didn't need to shout because he could hear him. As the 2 of them prepared, Shiki and Kogasaki began charging forward to reach the lab, but they were blocked by a large number of Momo lackeys who rushed toward them. Kiriyama became deeply worried at the overwhelming number coming at them. Shiki pointed at the door behind the Momo and asked if that was the way through, and if so, then it looked like it was time to improvise, which made Kogasaki wonder what he meant. In response, Shiki activated his Blood Eclipse release, Blood Ritual of the 10 Guns, releasing what appeared to be a combination of various firearms. It was explained here that rituals can be used to create weapons. Power and size can be freely set, but if you shoot too much you will become anemic, and in the worst case, you could die. After that, Shiki aimed his blood gun in front of him, prompting Kogasaki to shout that if he shot them, they'd die. Nevertheless, he pulled the trigger anyway, causing Kogasaki to yell to wait. It turned out Shiki had aimed his attack at the door atop the stairs behind the Momo, which caused a massive explosion there. Thanks to his attack, he managed to leave a large hole in that door. Kogasaki got mad at him and told him to be careful, but he just teased him and said to relax since he had suppressed the power. Even so, the Momo continued charging at them as one of them shouted not to be afraid. After that, Kogasaki told Shiki to keep moving and not to lag behind, to which he responded again not to give him orders. Not long after, The two sides clashed, and Shiki began raining down bullets. Big Sis was already charging at the enemies. Kogasaki unleashed his saw blades. Sazanami was punching them all, while in the middle of the four of them stood Kiriyama, completely terrified and helpless. On the Momo's side, one of them commented while observing and watching how Shiki's group fought against them, that they were just kids, and yet they were incredibly strong. He added that somehow there was also an old man who just suddenly got mixed in with them. After a short while of clashing with the numerous Momo, Shiki quickly ran up the stairs, and upon reaching the entrance of the facility, he happily cheered that he was the first to get there. It didn't take long before his classmates reached his side too, and to prevent the enemies from following them, Kogasaki took action and used his blood blades to destroy the stairs. A large portion of it was cut off, creating a huge gap, and he commented to himself that for a while at least, their enemies wouldn't be able to catch up to them. Shiki laughed at him and teasingly pointed out that he was number one, so Kogasaki told him to shut the fuck up and just die, calling him a fucking idiot. Shiki then commented that he sure talked a lot, but ignored it and ordered them to listen to him. He pointed out that finding the captured Oni was their top priority and added that they would split into two groups to search. Because of his successive orders, Shiki irritatedly asked why he was giving out commands, so Kogasaki pointed out that he was in charge of the search. He also arrogantly said that Mudano left him with the leadership of the group, so an annoyed Shiki told him not to be cocky, to which Kogasaki said they were matched anyway. While they were talking, the Momo managed to catch up with them, surprising Shiki that those enemies were already getting close to them again. While Kiriyama started acting up again, saying he couldn't run anymore, his heart hurt, and he thought he was going to die. Unfortunately, Momo began appearing from different corners of the hall they had reached, alarming them because they were getting surrounded. Kogasaki immediately told them that they needed to run for their lives and instructed them to stay together and just follow him. They all ran as fast as they could, and after a while, Kogasaki managed to stop and catch his breath while commenting that their enemies had scattered. As he was about to talk to his teammates again about their next plan, he was caught off guard when they suddenly vanished from behind him. He was overwhelmed with irritation and frustration at them and asked where they could have gone. It turned out they had suddenly ended up in different parts of the facility, with Shiki now alongside Tetsuji, while the rest of them ended up alone. They all simultaneously wondered what happened and asked where their teammates could be. Outside the facility, while Mudano was activating his ability, he wondered to himself whether all of his students had already entered the research institute. Upon releasing his blood umbrella, he told the enemy Momo to end this as soon as possible. On the enemy's side, Momosaka Kakuryu also began activating his ability, and as a result, his umbrella suddenly vanished, which confused him. When he looked at it closely, he realized it hadn't disappeared. It had simply turned into liquid. After this, Momosaka commented that they should finish this quickly. It was revealed here that his ability allows him to manipulate the blood that comes out of his body. He pointed out to Mudano that because of what he was doing, he could no longer use his blood. Saisiki then shouted again and arrogantly asked how long Mudano's bravery would last, while his group of commanding units stood ready beside him. Mudano, however, seemed completely unfazed and replied with a poker face that he understood. As this was happening, the scene shifted to Tadameki, who was engaged in battle. Here, the commander of the 3rd unit of the Kegon Falls Research Institute appeared to be just doing a workout, and he looked puzzled upon noticing whether the battle was already over. His deputy commander, Senritsu Mamu, responded by quoting the words, "Let me sing," while holding a microphone. While Tadameki sat on the ground in front of him looking defeated, Senritsu commented that he was far too weak to sing. Frustration was clearly visible on Tadameki's face as he stared at him. Senritsu clenched his mouth and took a deep breath, then prepared to sing. Before long, he suddenly screamed into his microphone at a deafening volume, and the excruciating sound pierced through Tadameki's ears, forcing him to cover them. Senritsu looked disappointed and asked what exactly he was trying to do, asking if he wasn't using echolocation. Didn't he have the ability to determine the distance, direction, and size of an object through sound echo? It was then explained to us that Tadameki's echolocation ability was far superior to that of an ordinary human. He could distinguish objects within a 3-meter radius just by gritting his teeth. Even if its accuracy decreased, it was still precise enough to identify a single strand of hair. Additionally, it was stated that echolocation is naturally difficult in noisy environments. But in Tadameki's case, due to the abnormal development of his eardrum, he could identify things without any interference, even in the middle of work. The phrase "the noise limit is 120 decibels" was explained to be equivalent to the sound of an airplane engine when heard nearby. It was also clarified that any noise beyond that would interfere with echolocation. As Senritsu continued torturing Tadameki with his thunderous singing, it was said that, oddly enough, Senritsu's ability was the manipulation of his voice, with a decibel limit of 160. Furthermore, it was explained that this ability creates shockwaves that inflict damage on the human body, and it is also possible to freely control the movement of the sound he produces. We then returned to Tadameki's side, where he was thinking to himself that this was a truly terrible match for him, as he couldn't use his ability without echolocation. He explained that if it were blocked, not only would he be powerless, but he would also have no idea what kind of place he was in, what was happening, or where the enemy was. Due to the intense noise generated by Senritsu, his ears began to bleed, and he added that he had no idea, even with eardrums stronger than those of ordinary people. While all this was happening, Senritsu continued making noise and sincerely thanked his imaginary crowd for coming. He said that even though it was sad, live performances always had to end, and for that reason, for his final song, he would sing one that would remain in their hearts. If that was the case, then he believed they would meet again. In the mind of his commander, Ichiro, he commented that he'd rather not see it happen, since he would most likely die the moment he heard his song. Senritsu shouted again, demanding they let him sing his final song, while Tadameki thought to himself that this was bad. However, before Senritsu could begin his closing song, something sliced through the wall to his right. That wall was soon destroyed, and out came Kogasaki. The three of them turned to look, their faces shocked and confused. Upon landing, Kogasaki irritably commented that he couldn't see his companions. He had thought they wouldn't be able to climb up another floor, but it turned out they were really scattered across different ones, and now he could hear the noise. Senritsu seemed annoyed by his comment, while Kogasaki added that now he was getting frustrated. He took a stance and sternly said that Senritsu should stop making noise with his annoying voice. Tadameki asked who he was, and as he noticed the uniform, he began to wonder if this guy was a member of the Kikoku unit. He also noticed Tadameki's bleeding ears, Senritsu's microphone, and Ichiro's headphones. After observing the scene, Kogasaki commented that he now had a clear idea of the current situation, while Tadameki, smiling, asked if it wasn't great to have an amazing ally, prompting Kogasaki to say that he should already know that doesn't matter. He added that if Tadameki didn't want him here, then should he just run away? Then declared that he would be the one to face that muscle training idiot. Despite the harsh words, Ichiro blushed at the comment and took it as a compliment. But Kogasaki quickly took it back and asked what he was deciding on his own. He called out to Senritsu and pointed out that his opponent was blind, then said he would take care of the mouth-covering kid. Senritsu refused and insisted that he would handle the boy himself. Senritsu then irritatedly asked Kogasaki, whose voice was noisy again. He added that Kogasaki shouldn't let a noisy crowd on stage, while Kogasaki, now ready, teasingly pointed out that there was no crowd at all. After that, Senritsu told Kogasaki that he would be his opponent, while Kogasaki simply posed with his arms, preparing to fight. Suddenly, Tadameki apologized to him, saying he'd just leave those enemies to him, and asked if he could handle them on his own. Kogasaki shut him up and said that being stuck in this place with him wasn't a pleasure, so he should just get out of his sight now. Tadameki then remarked that it was quite the cold line at first glance, though his voice actually sounded gentle. He laughed, thinking that guy must surely have a pretty face to match that tone. Tadameki leapt away after that, but not before commenting that once all of this was over, his fingers would finally get to know Kogasaki's face, prompting Kogasaki to react mentally with an exasperated expression, "No way in hell." On the enemy's side, Ichiro didn't follow Tadameki and simply watched Kogasaki in silence. Senritsu pointed out that they could just kill Kogasaki and go after Tadameki, but added that he'd already told Ichiro he'd take care of Kogasaki, so he should go follow Tadameki and stay out of it. Ichiro sighed and muttered that it really wasn't easy to have such a selfish subordinate. After saying that, he finally followed Tadameki, but before leaving, he shouted for Senritsu not to forget the gratitude protein. Now that Kogasaki and Senritsu were left alone, Senritsu asked what kind of music he liked. Was it rock, hip-hop, anime songs, or idol songs? He added that he didn't care even if it was idol songs. He said all music was amazing. Kogasaki replied by asking how he was even supposed to know when he didn't have time in his life to listen. Senritsu told him he didn't understand, pointing out that it's during chaotic times that people need music the most. After saying that, he got ready, so Kogasaki did as well. He began testing his microphone and asked why don't he gift Kogasaki with a little song of his own. He called the song The End of You, delivering it in an intense voice and tone while pointing his middle finger at Kogasaki as a sign of mockery. Kogasaki immediately drew out his blood saw blades from his stitches and responded that he'd just consider Senritsu's song muted. Right after, Kogasaki wasted no time and launched a rain of blood blades, which he called Ryoden Chishibuki no Mai, or Double Cut Blood Splatter Dance. As they flew towards Senritsu, he began hopping around, syncing with the tempo of his song while chanting "Keep with the beat." When he repeated that line while jumping to the rhythm, a vibration force field formed around his body, shattering Kogasaki's attack. Because of that, Kogasaki realized it wasn't safe to get close to this guy. Senritsu gradually grew more hyped as he sang, shouting to his imaginary fans to bring it on and do this with him. He used an attack called Voice Flow Rock, where several distorted music staffs shot out from his body toward Kogasaki. The strength of the attack easily tore up the ground, but thankfully, Kogasaki managed to dodge it. However, even if he avoided it, what bothered him was that the sound was still affecting his ears. His ears immediately started bleeding, so he clutched them, thinking it wasn't safe to stay near, nor was it safe to remain far. Annoyed, he muttered at Senritsu with irritation, calling him a little singing momo fucker. But even as he was still speaking, Senritsu sent another wave of distorted notes while shouting that he's just getting started. In response, Kogasaki released saw blades from the soles of his feet, thinking he needed to find a sweet spot if he wanted any chance in this fight. He used the saw blades to anchor his feet to the wall and ran along it at high speed while continuing to dodge the rain of Senritsu's attacks. He grew irritated because even while evading, his ears were still being assaulted by the sound, so he cursed the Momo again, calling him a damn bastard. Next, he released a massive amount of small saw blades from his arms and hands, and as he leapt from the wall, he fired back with an attack he called Ryuden Chifubuki, or Cleaving Blizzard of Bloodshed, launching a snowstorm-like barrage of miniature saw blades towards Senritsu. He thought to himself that while this attack might be less powerful, it had increased rotation and came in higher numbers, so it would be hard for that guy to counter all of it. Senritsu, however, had already moved on to his next song, and before Kogasaki's attacks even reached him, he used Voice Flow Ballade, where, unlike his previous attack, smooth and soulful music staffs poured out from his body. When they touched Kogasaki's blades, their flight paths began to shift, which startled Kogasaki as he noticed the sudden change in trajectory. Senritsu then pointed out that he didn't even need to counter them. Just go with the flow mellow. Soon after, all the miniature saw blades Kogasaki had launched ended up hitting him instead, causing a massive impact around him. He was forced to block, but due to the overwhelming number, he still received several cuts across his body. Just as he was about to move, Senritsu didn't give him time to rest. He immediately leapt and shouted that they were heading into the chorus of his song. He used Voice Flow Rock and Roll, dropping a thunderous, distorted music staff on him that struck hard and slammed him into the floor. While feeling the brutal force of Senritsu's attack, Kogasaki asked himself how strong this dude even was, while Senritsu flipped him off and said his heavenly bars were sending him to hell. Right after, he mocked him again with a pitiful tone while looking at him and said it seemed like the audience didn't catch the vibe of his song. Kogasaki began to think that there was definitely a clue to victory in what was happening here. He suddenly remembered Shiki and how he had found a way to help them during their climb to the summit. After that, he declared that this wasn't where his fight with Senritsu would end. As he stood up, he admitted to that Momo that he really was strong, albeit annoying. Senritsu then commented that his compliment felt a little late, but even so, he still wouldn't let him get away with insulting his voice. While brushing the dust off his body, Kogasaki remarked that it was convenient because he's been on edge lately due to the growth of someone close to him, which had left him itching to become stronger himself. He pointed at Senritsu and said that's why he was going to bring this guy down and become even stronger than before, causing Senritsu to now look at him seriously. Kogasaki apologized after that because he said he would wipe the floor with Senritsu. While this was happening, we shifted to where Tadameki and Ichiro had gone. They had entered a room filled with furnaces, and Ichiro, with an annoyed expression, commented that the room where the two were fighting was originally meant for him, but now it was Senritsu who was using it. He added that the only thing he could say to Tadameki was that he had a big heart, just like his quadriceps. Tadameki teasingly remarked that, based on what he was hearing, Ichiro's muscles didn't seem to match his words. He then asked if he was just bluffing since he couldn't see them. At that moment, Ichiro began activating his ability while repeatedly saying no, pointing out that what he meant were his inner muscles, and as he said it, his black bacteria formed a pair of gigantic, muscular arms. Tadameki bared his teeth in a grin, and using the sound waves he emitted, he saw through Ichiro's ability. Ichiro tried to punch him with one of the arms, but since Tadameki had already seen it coming, he dodged it, causing the punch to smash into the floor and break it instantly. In response, Tadameki bit his thumb, causing blood to flow as he remarked on the size of Ichiro's hands. Ichiro praised his evasion, but told him to try the next move he was about to throw. Ichiro then unleashed his bodybuilding, thousand-headed muscle cannon, as countless fists rained down toward Tadameki. He explained that the more you train, the stronger the arms you can form. If you don't train seriously, the most you'll manage are scrawny arms. He added that his ability allows him to create up to 1,000 arms. After that, Ichiro told Tadameki that muscles were the best way to express oneself, and that the size of one's heart is proportional to the size of their muscles. Forced to keep running around to dodge the attacks, Tadameki moved quickly. Unbeknownst to Ichiro, he was secretly spreading his blood on the floor as he did so. After the assault, Tadameki, catching his breath, commented that that was close. Ichiro told him that he forgives his sins with his open heart, and he will not let him die a miserable death. Tadameki tapped one of the bacteria fists and remarked that it was indeed hard and heavy. It felt nice to touch. If he were to get crushed by that thing, he figured it would be an instant death for him. Ichiro blushed at his comment and agreed, saying that there was definitely power in it. He reasoned that puny attacks wouldn't hurt a fly, which was why he went with this approach. Tadameki grinned again and gritted his teeth. Then, all of a sudden, the bacteria fist he had tapped earlier disappeared like a popped bubble. Ichiro was surprised and wondered whether the fist had burst or if its strength had simply not been enough to hold. Tadameki told him that he was still holding a grudge from before, and he had now decided to end their fight quickly. He pointed out that no matter how strong Ichiro was, it wouldn't matter. Worried, Ichiro asked what he had done. Tadameki sarcastically asked if he hadn't seen it, which made Ichiro uneasy. Mocking him again, Tadameki arrogantly pointed out that he had eyes, yet failed to see a thing. While this was going on, the scene suddenly shifted to a room on the facility's second floor. Here, while Misaki and Shinichi were searching for any information they could find, Shinichi commented on how filthy the place was. He picked up a scrap of paper and added that the laboratories here were already no longer in use. Misaki called out to him, saying he should come take a look at something on the computer. When he came over, Misaki told him that the files were encrypted, so it was unclear, but this is what he had found. As Shinichi laid eyes on the contents, his eyes widened in shock. What he saw were images of Oni brains and bodies being drained of blood. He was disgusted and commented that the momos had some truly shitty taste. Misaki added that it wasn't just one or two victims, but hundreds. If they didn't move quickly, the captive Onis would surely end up the same. As this was happening, we briefly saw the captive Onis. We briefly saw the captive Onis, and in that scene, several Momos were pointing guns at them, telling them they're being moved. We immediately returned to the two Kikoku unit members, where Shinichi, flipping through some papers, wondered aloud what kind of research the Momos were conducting. Just then, a woman entered and commented that it wasn't for them to know, drawing their attention. It turned out to be the 2nd Unit Vice Commander Yuri Mamawaki and 2nd Unit Commander Yoichi Mamakita. Yuri added that they didn't know either, while Yoichi commented that he didn't know and would rather go pee than find out. The two Kikoku unit members immediately readied themselves, though Shinichi casually welcomed them. Yuri let out a seductive laugh and said to let her beautiful self, close the curtains of their lives. She then asked who the lucky guy between them was, or if she should just do it to both of them at once. Shinichi and Misaki glanced at each other after hearing that, then gave flat, disgusted expressions toward the woman despite her seductive approach and voluptuous figure. Immediately after, they both commented in deadpan tones that they had no interest in her, Shinichi's type being fat chicks, and Misaki's preference being middle-aged women. Yuri was shocked and irritated at their reaction, while Yoichi laughed and teased her that she just got hit with a cold shoulder. Meanwhile, back on the 3rd floor of the facility where Kogasaki and Senritsu were fighting, Senritsu sincerely explained to Kogasaki that he really wanted to live through music. But whenever his emotions ran high, he couldn't stop himself from activating his ability. He said he ended up hurting people with his favorite music, which made him feel like the god of music despised him. While he rambled on, Kogasaki stood silently to the side, rendered speechless. Senritsu went on to say that he realized even his singing voice, depending on how it's used, could actually save lives. He then shouted that from the demons of malice, he could protect his fans. That, he said, was the reason he was singing today. He unleashed his powerful voice and demanded they let him sing. This irritated Kogasaki, who angrily asked what fans this idiot was even talking about. He then sent another barrage of his blood saw blades toward him and shouted at Senritsu not to start monologuing now, calling him a bastard. The attacks soared toward Senritsu, who commented back that he knew that emceeing was part of a live show, but still. He then yelled into his microphone, activating a vibration shield that easily shattered Kogasaki's assault, pointing out that songs are the soul and that emceeing is a way of life. Internally, Kogasaki grumbled in frustration that he couldn't land a hit on this guy. As he wondered if there was any way to deal with him, something caught his eye. He stared down near Senritsu's feet, noticing something amidst the rubble, and when he realized what it was, his eyes widened. He had found the one way to strike this guy. He commented in his mind that he had already figured out Senritsu's weakness, and because of that, he immediately struck a pose and brought out his saw blade roller skates again, which puzzled Senritsu. Kogasaki began spinning rapidly around Senritsu, causing the ground to break apart and small rocks to fly into the air. At first, Senritsu was confused, but as he observed what Kogasaki was doing, he noticed something. He noted in his mind that as Kogasaki moved, he scraped against the ground, launching debris into the air, which disrupted his opponent, and pointed out that there was no way to launch an attack in this kind of dust storm. In response to Kogasaki's actions, Senritsu took a deep breath and prepared to scream into his mic while commenting on the dust. After that, he let out a shout, which once again created a vibration field around him, clearing the dust that surrounded him. He grinned as he effortlessly neutralized Kogasaki's attack, but to his surprise, when he looked around more closely, Kogasaki had suddenly vanished right in front of him. He wondered where he could have hidden, but something caught his attention from behind. The moment he turned around, Kogasaki suddenly emerged from beneath the ground, startling him. He was stunned and couldn't believe Kogasaki had dug through the floor and used that path. He instinctively stepped back from where he stood, thinking that things were looking bad for him. And just as he was about to voice his concern, Kogasaki asked him straight to his face if it was true that he couldn't attack anymore, shocking him that Kogasaki had figured out his weakness. Without hesitation, Kogasaki attacked Senritsu with his blood drill, striking his chest and leaving a large gash. When his attack landed, he noticed that Senritsu had flown backward to avoid a fatal wound. As he landed further back, Senritsu groaned in pain and remarked that it seemed Kogasaki had taken note of that detail. Kogasaki then explained that while his attacks were repelled, the debris at Senritsu's feet hadn't moved an inch, which made him think that the area close to Senritsu must be out of range of his ability. Senritsu grew irritated and commented that Kogasaki had indeed noticed his weakness. He explained that there was a 1-meter radius around him that was completely unaffected by his ability, so he wouldn't damage his own eardrums. He added that if anyone were to step within that 1-meter space, he would be completely out of options. He also noted in his mind that Kogasaki was more composed than he had initially thought and realized it wouldn't be wise to drag this fight out any longer. After thinking that through, he said that even so, Kogasaki wasn't getting any closer to him again. While clutching his wounded chest, he raised his mic back to his mouth and declared that this live show was nearing its end. They were going to the final song, and there would be no encore. At the same time, Kogasaki raised his stitched-out arm in preparation and said he was already getting sick of Senritsu's little live show and was ready to end him. While that was going on, the scene suddenly shifted to the standoff between Tadameki and Ichiro. In Ichiro's mind, he was trying to calm himself down so he wouldn't overthink. He recalled that Tadameki had only touched the arm he created, and he wondered if it had an ability that destroyed anything he touched. It would be simple, he thought, once he figured it out. He pointed out to himself that Tadameki only had 2 arms, so there had to be a limit to how much he could touch. He began releasing a massive number of bacteria hands, adding that he could go all out with his attacks, and there was no way Tadameki could keep up by just destroying them. However, to Ichiro's surprise, when Tadameki grit and clicked his teeth, all of his bacteria hands disappeared at once, shocking him. He was completely baffled by what just happened, while Tadameki commented that the arms being created had the same structure as his own, which confused him even more. He then suddenly felt a painful sting coming from his arm, and when he turned to look at his left arm, he saw it had been severed, prompting him to anxiously wonder when Tadameki had even cut it off, and if he had the ability to destroy it without even touching it. Following that, it was explained to us that Tadameki's ability was not something that destroyed what he touched, but rather the ability to move his own blood at ultra-high speed within the reach of echolocation. It was also shown to be able to draw back the blood he had pre-spread toward his hands at very high speeds, and he could do the reverse as well. It was pointed out again that it moved at ultra-high speeds and produced more power than a rifle, making it nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. It was added that incidentally, this time he was sprinkling blood while running away from the captain's Kinkatsu Sentoken cannon. Earlier, Tadameki had destroyed the arms Ichiro created by moving his blood within range. It was also said that Tadameki's fingertips had tremendous tactile ability, and just by touching something, he could understand its weak points. In other words, he could literally feel where he needed to pierce with his blood in order to destroy it. But for someone like Ichiro, who had no idea what was really going on, it was impossible to comprehend what had just happened. After that explanation, Ichiro was shaken and irritated at how powerful Tadameki was, for someone who was blind. Tadameki let out a pleased sound and said it felt good to get back at those who underestimated him, and that every single one of them just assumed he was a burden. Although, that was all except for his captain. After that, we jump to a flashback of a much younger Tadameki. In it, a Momo attack ravaged their village, causing massive destruction and ultimately leading to his blindness. One of the Momo slashed horizontally across his face, which took away his sight. He was trembling with fear during those moments, searching desperately for his mother in the chaos. And as he repeated that he couldn't see and that he was scared, he didn't even realize she was already beside him, lying unconscious with a sword still stabbed into her stomach. After the horrific assault by the Momo ended, the people around him were heard wondering what they were going to do with him now that his parents were dead and he couldn't see anymore. One of them said they probably had no choice but to let the village raise him, but then hesitated, wondering if they could really do that, given all the trouble caused by the Momo attacks. In Tadameki's mind, he told them to shut up and declared that he would become stronger. He trained and adjusted to his new disability and pushed himself to become stronger despite the hardship it brought. In the next scene, While walking through the village fields, he overheard a member of the Oni Corp informing the people that the Oni agency crew was in their area to patrol the streets. While the man was warning the villagers to stay alert for any Momo in the neighborhood, Tadameki called out to him and, filled with spirit, said to let him join the Oni agency. He explained that maybe he couldn't see, but he still wanted to become stronger. However, the man just looked at him with a judging expression and bluntly told him that his wish was irresponsible and that he should give up on it, leaving Tadameki confused. The man told him there was a way of life that suited someone like him. Those words left Tadameki deeply saddened and disappointed. Time passed. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter came and went, and still Tadameki continued strengthening himself. At a nearby river in their village, he was shown fishing using his blood technique with incredible aim. When he caught a fish, someone beside him suddenly commented that he was amazing, startling him. The boy added that even if he couldn't see, he was incredibly strong. Tadameki asked who the boy was, and he replied that his name was Hayate Todoroki, and he said he needed his help. Tadameki explained that even though he was blind, he could unmistakably say that. In that moment, he truly saw him. He saw his captain reaching out his hand to him. After recounting that story, we return to the present where Tadameki pointed at Ichiro and said that ever since then, he'd been blowing up Momo's left and right, and Ichiro had been taking him for a fool, and isn't that refreshing? He also said that Ichiro was one of those NPCs that helped him feel refreshed, to which Ichiro replied that it was a good thing, he only had one arm left. Following that, Tadameki said that for the sake of the general, they couldn't waste time here. He prepared his blood and, with a grin, said it was time to end this, while Ichiro raised his own hand and irritably said how cocky Tadameki was. The scene then suddenly returned to the face-off between Kogasaki and Ichiro, where Kogasaki, while bringing out his saw blade roller skates, declared that it was time to end things. He moved swiftly again, circling around Ichiro, while Ichiro remarked that normal people would never know an artist like him. But even so, he still wanted to save others through music. He added, as Kogasaki continued spinning around him, that even if he were forsaken by the god of music, he couldn't let go of it, because his favorite song always gave him hope. As he said this, he began to charge forward. He leapt high into the air and shouted that he didn't have any domes or arenas, but wherever he was, that was the greatest stage of them all. As soon as he gained height leverage, he used his move, Voice Flow, Hard Rock, releasing aggressive, distorted musical staffs down toward the ground, causing destruction upon impact. The force and power of the attack shook the entire area and even opened what looked like a spotlight. After that attack, he confidently declared that he was going to pierce through Kogasaki's heart. Right after that, the scene once again returned to Tadameki and Ichiro. While staring at Tadameki, Ichiro thought to himself that he had no clue what kind of ability Tadameki had, but he wouldn't find out anything by just standing around and watching. In response to that problem, he released a barrage of bacteria hands again, thinking to himself that he would crush Tadameki with everything he had. He used his move, Body Build, 1000-head muscle cannon arm crusher, and when Tadameki used echolocation to respond, he commented on how huge it was, but then added that it meant nothing to him. As that was happening, we briefly returned to the fight between Kogasaki and Senritsu. Once the smoke cleared and the shaking stopped, Senritsu wondered to himself whether he had finally managed to defeat Kogasaki. However, he didn't notice that Kogasaki had climbed up to the catwalk of the room, only realizing it when he heard the sound of him jumping, his eyes widening in shock. He anxiously realized that Kogasaki had tricked him into thinking he had burrowed underground, only to launch a surprise attack from above, catching him completely off guard. As Kogasaki approached, Senritsu thought to himself that this wasn't looking good for him. Next, we were shown the simultaneous activation of the Blood Eclipse released by both Kogasaki and Tadameki. Kogasaki sarcastically asked Senritsu if he agreed that his attack from earlier was completely ineffective from up there. Not long after, Tadameki's ultra-high-speed blood projectiles pierced various parts of Ichiro's body as he unleashed his bloodshed exhibition, while Kogasaki landed a direct hit to Senritsu's chest using the battle bisector. Senritsu's blood gushed out profusely. He even coughed up blood, as Kogasaki struck a pose on the ground after the attack. Senritsu was blown away by the force of the hit, tumbling until he crashed into a large piece of debris, which finally stopped him. While he lay weakly on that debris, he was lit up by a spotlight coming from the catwalk. Kogasaki repeated what he said before about how an MC lives. As he looked at Senritsu, he added that now he truly understood it, and commented that Senritsu had put on a good show. He then pointed out that the spotlight was now on Senritsu's lifeless body. Even so, he added, he had to keep going, and after saying that, he began walking out of the room. While this was happening, the focus shifted to Mudano, who has faced 6 generals and a massive group of Momo foot soldiers. When he noticed that his Oni blood was being blocked, he decided to target the bastard responsible for interfering with it. Behind him, several Momo pointed out to their comrades that he couldn't use his blood, and because of that, they ordered reinforcements to ensure his defeat. Mudano then thought that the best move here was to reduce the number of enemies inside the lab, and remarked that he'd stick around for a while. Seiseki asked what he just said, since it was a bit hard to hear, which caught Mudano's attention. Placing his hand on his neck, with a calm and unreadable expression, he said that this was a sign of the beginning. Tadameki successfully brought down the Momotaro commander he was facing. After that, he began to wonder what the others were up to. Outside the research facility, Mudano swiftly glided across the ground on his rollerblades, positioning himself at the center of the Momotaro forces. Once in place, he declared that this would serve as a warning to them. He pressed something on the handle of his briefcase, triggering a mechanism that opened the underside of its side panel. From the opening emerged a Gatling gun. Aiming it at the crowd, he stated that if they were there to kill him, then they better be prepared. The swarm of Momo troops continued charging forward. One shouted to capture him. Seeing that they were ready to confront him, Mudano opened fire. Some of them were shot directly in the forehead. Meanwhile, a Momo attacked from behind with a sword and cursed at him, calling him a bastard. Another Momo panicked as he realized his arm had been severed. Mudano grabbed him by the coat and used his body as a shield. Because of this, the Momo with the sword ended up slicing his comrade's face. The swordsman could only apologize in shock for what he had done. Mudano then took advantage of the moment and shot both of them, their blood spurting from their bodies and mouths. Even though he was alone, he relentlessly fired at everyone within reach. At one point, he jumped and slammed his rollerblades into the face of a Momotaro soldier, using him as a stepping stone to leap into the air above the mob. Awe and fear were evident on all their faces as Mudano fired down upon them with his Gatling gun midair, hitting several targets. When he landed, the deputy commanders watching couldn't help but be impressed. One of them admitted to being impressed by the way Mudano handled himself. Mijiro then declared that it was time for them to mobilize. Katakura, the 6th Unit Vice Commander of the Momo Institute, responded in agreement with tears streaming down his face. He possessed the ability to manipulate his own tears. He could hurl them, and when used in small amounts, they functioned like bullets. However, when overused, they caused blurred vision and temporary blindness. Controlling his tears, he hurled them in Mudano's direction. However, Mudano swiftly dodged, and instead, one of the Momotaro troops was struck. The man who got hit appeared to struggle to breathe due to Katakura's ability. A fellow deputy commander told Katakura that the man was going to die. Rather than helping, Katakura simply smiled and said it was his own fault for being there. Moments later, the man lying on the ground lost his life. Meanwhile, Mudano jumped into the air to evade further attacks. While airborne, he realized that Katakura's ability involved tear manipulation. As he was descending, Mijiro launched an assault using his vector worm attack. He was Mijiro Momoki, the 7th Unit Vice Commander. His ability involved using vectors. When someone came into contact with the arrow-like force, they would be violently flung in the direction it pointed. It could be used for both physical attacks and various applications. Mijiro charged just as Mudano began to descend. Mudano was confused at first about what the attack did, but the moment his rollerblades touched the tip of the vector, he was immediately hurled in the direction it pointed. From this, Mudano deduced that hitting the arrow meant being forcefully launched wherever it was aimed. Katakura then praised Mijiro with a nice work and began enlarging a blob-like mass of his own tears. He claimed that this one would definitely hit Mudano and drown him. But Mudano pressed another button on the handle of his briefcase. A compartment slid open, revealing a new device. With his eyes locked firmly on his target, he wound up and hurled it in Katakura's direction. Katakura eyed it suspiciously, wondering if it was a bomb. But it turned out to be a simple smoke screen. As it neared him, it detonated, engulfing the area in thick smoke. Katakura couldn't believe it was just a smoke screen and struggled to see through the haze. The Momotaro soldiers around him panicked, and he ordered them not to move carelessly. Annoyed, Katakura questioned what kind of briefcase Mudano even had. In the thick smoke, he failed to realize that Mudano had already gotten behind him. With a powerful swing, Mudano smashed the briefcase upward into Katakura's chin. The force sent him flying, and he crashed to the ground. Coincidentally, he landed near the feet of Commander Seseki. Seseki dismissed the attack, mocking the idea that a simple swing of a briefcase could take someone down. However, what he hadn't expected was the sight before him. Katakura in a dire state, blood gushing from his mouth due to the blow. Mijiro grew frustrated at the sight of Mudano's briefcase. Using his bacteria-based vector worm ability, he launched another assault, this time targeting the briefcase itself. The attack sent the briefcase flying through the air, and Mijiro confidently stepped forward to catch it. But Commander Seseki urgently shouted a warning, telling him not to touch it. It was too late. The case was already within reach. The moment it struck Mijiro's hands, the sheer weight of it appeared to shatter his arms. The impact slammed him downward, cracking the floor beneath him and stirring up another cloud of dust. The surrounding Momo soldiers were baffled, wondering what had just happened. It was as if something unbelievably heavy had fallen from the sky. One of them complained that he couldn't see anything because of the smoke. Clearly in pain, Mijiro knelt at the center of the cracked floor. He hadn't expected the briefcase to be that heavy. Mudano glided forward on his rollerblades and asked him what the problem was. He reached for the handle and effortlessly retrieved the briefcase from Mijiro, who had struggled under its weight. Mudano lifted it with ease, casually remarking how pathetic Mijiro was. He couldn't believe the man couldn't even lift a single briefcase. From inside the research facility, the head of the Momotaro Corp Research Institute, Kasabi, was watching. He was clearly impressed by what Mudano had just done outside. His curiosity piqued as to what kind of briefcase could that possibly be. The look of it alone was already captivating. While fiddling with the organ in front of him, which he called Prostate Dad, Kasabi muttered that Mudano was going crazy outside. He set down his tablet and began twisting together the large intestines. He declared with glee that he'd make a scarf out of it for Mudano's corpse. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted him. Kasabi grew curious about where it was coming from. The persistent buzzing eventually triggered recognition in his mind. He stood up, wondering aloud if everything was going according to plan. A maniacal grin spread across his face as he leaned on the glass tank in the laboratory. He seemed to believe something extraordinary was about to unfold. He laughed, thrilled by the thought that this outcome might make him surpass someone. Meanwhile, in another large room within the facility, Huwa and Kakoi found themselves facing two Momotaro. Yuri, also in the room, casually commented that there was no reason for them to be shy and blasé about it. She asked bluntly if they were virgins. Huwa answered that they weren't. He just wasn't interested. Yuri didn't expect that response. Huwa added that maybe, if she put on an extra 60 kilos, then he might be. Yuri was stunned, wondering aloud if he liked chubby women. Huwa replied that the term was offensive and backward to his people. Yoichi butted in, teasing that Huwa must like big girls. Yuri leapt up and said goodbye, and then he asked if he liked him now. He transformed into a massive bouncy ball and sprang forward. Huwa flatly rejected him, but panic flickered across his face when he bounced toward him. Scrambling, he dodged out of the way. Due to his sheer size, Yuri smashed through part of the room's wall as his transformation started to fade. Kakoi waved and reminded him that he was the one in charge there. Huwa quickly returned the statement to him. Meanwhile, Yuri fell completely silent and let out a heavy sigh in response to what she'd just heard. Truthfully, she said, she used to be extremely popular, dated lots of guys, and dumped them all. But before she knew it, she was already 34 years old. Kakoi grew curious at her sudden silence and commented that the way she was acting now was kind of creepy. Yuri recalled a moment while walking alone, wondering to herself where all the good guys had gone. She overheard a few Momotaro chatting nearby. One said he'd be heading to a drinking party with a new girl the next time he was in town. He even invited his buddy to come along, who happily agreed. Yuri quietly listened as one of them bragged that the new girls around were incredibly attractive. She scoffed to herself, thinking how cheap their lives seemed, fawning over women who, in her opinion, are no better than her. But her mood shifted completely when she heard one of the Momotaro mention her name, commenting that she was pretty hot. She was pleased, glad to know people still thought of her. However, another voice chimed in, asking if she wasn't 34 already. Didn't that come with a whole load of responsibilities? Yuri hadn't expected that. The same guy added that 34 was a good age to start seriously planning your whole life. His friend agreed, saying he understood, like any logical man, he'd rather marry someone younger. Yuri couldn't accept what she was hearing. She wondered if she had become a burden. In a fit of rage, she grabbed the three of them and slammed their faces straight into the wall. Their heads got embedded into it from the force. She admitted that lately, she felt like men weren't approaching her the way they used to. It seemed like younger women were now the ones getting all the attention. That thought left her anxious. Was she no longer desirable? Could she even compete with younger women anymore? Back to the fight, Yuri muttered that she thought it was no longer possible. She said Kikoi wouldn't even take her seriously. Kikoi found it unsettling that she was just venting like that. Yuri began cursing repeatedly in frustration. According to her, all of them only wanted girls who looked young. She raged, asking if they were really saying they weren't interested in a 34-year-old, micro-mature woman with just a bit of experience under her belt. She cursed them all again for it. Kikoi raised a brow at the term micro-mature and thought she shouldn't belittle mature women. From his perspective, she looked like she was just born. Yuri didn't expect that statement and blushed from the comment. She tried to push aside his opinion, thinking he was just trying to mess with her head. She wondered if he thinks she'd cry from happiness or something. But his reply was that he didn't care whether she got happy or not. For him, 34 still felt like a little girl who hadn't even experienced youth yet. Yuri was stunned by the remark. She wavered, thinking all this time her youth had long passed. Now she was curious as to what kind of guy was he. She felt like she was starting to understand. She assumed that he got the hots for her after all, but she wasn't that naive. So she apologized to him. Kikoi immediately denied it, clarifying that he wasn't interested in her at all. That brought tears to Yuri's eyes, realizing that what she'd thought wasn't true. She felt shaken and turned around, wondering why she was even surprised. Silence fell as she reflected that all she had ever experienced was being pursued by men, never rejected like this. Kikoi wondered what she was thinking about. In her mind, Yuri considered that maybe she just wanted to be in love with the case. And now, the man in front of her felt like his fated man. But she reminded herself that he was an Oni, and Momotaro blood ran through her veins. That's why she struck a pose and declared she would kill him. It was impossible that he was meant for her. Kikoi was surprised when she created a bow from her bacteria. It was quite the coincidence as they both used the same weapon. He used his blood to form one too. Yuri blushed again, thinking maybe they were fated because they shared the same ability. And once again, Kikoi found her behavior totally creepy. On the other side of the room, a massive hole in the wall made by Yoichi could be seen. He proudly remarked bravo, saying he didn't expect Huwa to make it that far. He asked how he was doing, then teased if he liked him now that he was fat and whether he wanted him. Huwa only called him an idiot, saying he wasn't into guys. Your loss, Yoichi replied. Huwa thought to himself that this guy's a bit troublesome. While he stood facing Yoichi, a visibly nervous Rokuro Kiriyama was peeking down from the ceiling above. Back with Yuri, she couldn't believe that she had to kill the one fated for her. Two people who should never have been connected. She struggled to accept that she was a Momotaro and the man meant for her was an Oni. In her mind, the situation felt like a real-life Romeo and Juliet. Kikoi, meanwhile, found it odd that she suddenly stopped speaking and started glowing sparkly. Yuri thought that this was divine punishment for all the men she had let on in the past. But this felt far too cruel. How could she possibly kill the man fated to be hers? Kikoi finally spoke up, admitting that he didn't understand what she was trying to do, but he wasn't there just to play around. Upon hearing that, Yuri realized that he was the type looking for a serious relationship. Kikoi then cursed at her and called her an ego brain, saying he'd take the first move if she didn't mind. He readied his bow, Yuri recognized that his cold eyes revealed a true intent to kill, that he was trying to murder her. But deep inside, a part of her wondered, because he couldn't kill her, was he leaving it to her, the one he loved, to take his life? She shut her eyes, unable to do it. She said she couldn't bring herself to kill him either. But Kikoi had already released his arrow, catching her off guard. She managed to dodge it just in time, realizing then and there he really was trying to kill her. The arrow curved, circling back to target her again. Seeing it coming, Yuri leapt away to avoid being hit. As the attack came at her again, she became even more intrigued. Just what kind of man was he? She wondered if he was testing whether she was the kind of woman worth risking his life for. She kept blushing, realizing this was the first time she'd met someone like him. But she composed herself and said she would entertain him. She would show him her worth. Kikoi was surprised to see her aiming her bow despite not having any visible arrow. Then, suddenly, a heart-shaped arrow shot toward him from behind and hit his right arm, something he hadn't anticipated. Though normally alert, he failed to react in time. Yuri then asked what he thought of that attack. She called him her Romeo and asked if she could be his Juliet. Switching back to the other room with Yoichi and Hua, the latter stood still, glaring intensely at his opponent. Meanwhile, Kiriyama, still hiding above, remained motionless. He recalled how so many men had chased after him, forcing him to flee into a crevice in the ceiling. Taking a deep breath, he scanned his surroundings and soon realized he was in a room filled with torture devices. Unsure whether to stay or leave, someone suddenly entered. From above, he caught sight of a uniform and assumed it was someone from the Kikoku unit. That person was facing off against a Momo captain. The atmosphere felt extraordinarily tense, but Kiriyama decided he'd simply observe. In his mind, he wished them luck in that battle. Looking around, Hua asked what was going on in that room and why a torture room existed in a research laboratory. The space was crammed with various tools meant for inflicting pain. Yoichi responded that he had no idea and claimed he had never seen the room before. Hua found it hard to believe, but Yoichi insisted that whenever he asked the head about it, he never got an answer. He suspected only the head knew what was really going on in that place. The mention of the head got Hua thinking, whatever this was, it was clearly top secret. Yoichi then got into position and activated his bacteria-based ability, declaring that if he managed to kick his opponent's ass, the head would buy him whatever he wanted. Kiriyama, watching from above, was impressed. Yoichi Mamakata's entire body was clothed in multiple layers of bacteria, forming a densely packed ball with numerous layers. It gave him strong defense, but severely limited his visibility. As Yoichi charged at Hua, the latter prepared to counter. Instead of dodging, he raised his arm and took the full impact head-on. Though he clearly struggled with the mass and force of it, he relied on his acid ability to try melting through it. His gloves were already dissolving. Noticing the melting, Yoichi was impressed at the corrosive effect. But due to his massive size, he managed to push Hua back. Frustrated, Hua cursed, unable to stop the overwhelming bulk and strength bearing down on him. Forced to retreat from his position to avoid being crushed, he let Yoichi bounce across the room, smashing parts of the chamber in the process. Just as Hua suspected, Yoichi's sphere had far too many layers, making it impossible for his acid to fully reach him. Even if he kept trying, while the acid might slowly seep in, he would be crushed long before it could melt through. And whenever he let go, the sphere would just regenerate its melted parts like nothing ever happened. Yoichi smirked as his form returned to normal, while Hua grew more frustrated, knowing this was the worst kind of opponent for him. From above, Kiriyama silently rooted for the Kikoku member. If Yoichi lost and things escalated, he'd be discovered and would have no choice but to fight as well. He bowed his head, refusing to accept that outcome. Just the thought of it made his chest tighten and cold sweat break out. To calm himself, he began visualizing a healing forest. He imagined a tranquil grove where sunlight streamed through the leaves. As he walked through it, he could feel his heart slowly being cleansed. He even chuckled to himself, hearing the chirping of forest birds. But his peace was shattered when a wall of the room suddenly exploded. The blast caught both Kiriyama and Hua off guard. Yoichi, unfazed, laughed and said he got startled too. The destruction turned out to be the work of Sazanami, who burst in after thinking she heard a sound from that direction. But when she saw it wasn't Rokuro Kiriyama, she asked who they were. Meanwhile, Kiriyama, still hidden above, was completely stunned to see her there. He asked what exactly she was doing there. When she noticed that Rokuro wasn't in the room, she immediately lost interest and was about to leave. But something stopped her. She raised an eyebrow when Huwa suddenly told her to read the room. He questioned how she could just barge in and then try to leave like that. That made Sazanami snap and ask what they were even doing and why he was yelling at her. She asked if he wanted to die. Huwa instantly tensed up in fear because of her. Meanwhile, Yoichi declared that he wouldn't let her escape. Sazanami looked puzzled when she saw him suddenly shift into a huge spinning sphere. She asked whose ball that was, and Huwa couldn't help but comment on how weird that phrasing sounded. Yoichi reverted to his normal form and said that he'd earn even more praise if he managed to finish off both intruders. When Huwa glanced at her, he realized she seemed like one of Yoroshi's friends. So he asked if she had come to retrieve him. But Sazanami scoffed and said she couldn't care less about Yoroshi. What mattered to her was finding Rokuro. Then she flat out called him an idiot. That unexpected comment left both Rokuro and Huwa stunned. Huwa asked who this Rokuro even was. Sazanami explained he was a guy with deep-eyed bags, weaker than a small animal, like someone forgotten in the womb, afraid of everything. She added that he would have died within 3 days if it hadn't been for her. Rokuro couldn't believe what he was hearing and wondered if that was really how they saw him. Huwa introduced himself as a member of the Kikoku unit and told her that if she wanted to look for Rokuro, she'd have to wait until he took care of the Momotaro in front of them. But Sazanami wasn't interested in any of that. She just noted that the room had plenty of places to hide and began searching for Rokuro herself. Huwa, now on the verge of tears, was left reeling from her utter disregard. Once again, Yoichi prepared to activate his ability and asked what all the commotion was about. He shifted back into a giant sphere and warned them not to forget to include him. In response, Sazanami bit her finger to draw blood and said bluntly that they weren't even talking to him. Basically, she had no interest in speaking to just any random guy. She then activated her Blood Eclipse release, forming a pair of gauntlets around her hands. Declaring that she only wanted Rokuro, she launched her pure and abnormal love attack and punched with full force, bringing Yoichi's advance to a halt. Sazanami insisted that tactic wouldn't work, but Huwa pointed out that Yoichi was coated in layer upon layer of bacteria, which made him extremely hard to damage. Sazanami simply replied with an IC and remarked that Huwa was clearly at a disadvantage in this fight. He was completely thrown off by that comment. Yoichi started spinning again and ricocheted off the walls. As he had warned, he wasn't going to let them escape easily. Both Huwa and Sazanami were alarmed by the incoming attack. Sazanami froze in place while Huwa shouted a warning. Thinking fast, he rushed to her, scooped her up, and leapt out of the way just in time to avoid the high-speed spinning assault. Watching from above, Kiriyama was thoroughly impressed, thinking whoever that Kikoku unit member was, he was incredibly cool. Huwa then asked Sazanami if she was okay or if she was hurt, but all she did was look at him and ask, deadpan, what exactly he thought he was touching. He wasn't prepared for that kind of response. From his hidden spot, Kiriyama couldn't stop thinking how cool that Kikoku unit member was for reacting so quickly just to protect Sazanami. Still, Yoichi continued spinning wildly around the room, targeting them again. Sazanami grew irritated and shouted at him to stop. But instead of dodging, she braced herself and formed another pair of blood gauntlets around her hands. She punched the incoming sphere with full force, but to her surprise, Yoichi suddenly dispersed into numerous smaller balls that scattered across the area. Huwa was stunned when he realized Yoichi had split apart. Yoichi laughed joyfully, asking if it wasn't fun. As they stood their ground, one of the smaller spheres rolled straight towards Sazanami. It was too late for her to react. From above, Kiriyama panicked and warned her to be careful, but once again, Huwa jumped in. He blocked the ball with his arm, causing it to burst apart. Kiriyama was once again in awe. Huwa had risked himself to protect Sazanami, and realizing that, something stirred inside him. Instead of thanking him, though, Sazanami snapped at him and asked why he kept helping her. She hated being helped by guys. Annoyed, Huwa just told her to shut up. For Kiriyama, it was the coolest thing ever, but he couldn't help but wonder why Huwa snapped like that. Huwa then stepped in front of Sazanami and said he would take care of the rest. He told her to leave, which Kiriyama found unbelievable. But Sazanami demanded to know why she should just leave it all to him. Huwa responded flatly that if both of them were a bad match for this fight, then why did it even matter who stayed behind? And if that was the case, then she should just go. Kiriyama quietly observed as the two argued. Sazanami questioned if Huwa was only telling her to leave because she was a woman. But again, Huwa just told her to shut up. He explained that he was the kind of guy who, if faced with the choice of saving a man or a woman, would always choose to save the woman. He knew there was someone she wanted to see, and if that was the case, then she wouldn't be standing there getting beat up. Kiriyama was still in awe, watching from above, while Yoichi began moving again. Huwa added that she shouldn't worry. As long as he was there, he wouldn't let her get hurt. Besides, he wanted to meet his special someone while still having his pretty face intact. Kiriyama couldn't believe what he was hearing, and Sazanami was just as stunned. Huwa went on, saying that a man had to put his body on the line for a woman. As the smaller spheres bounced wildly around the room, Huwa braced himself to take them on. But just then, something suddenly dropped behind him. He turned around, curious what it was. Sazanami recognized him instantly from the gloomy energy that surrounded him. It was Kiriyama. He admitted that Huwa was just way too cool. He couldn't take it anymore and begged him to stop. He confessed it was overwhelmingly frustrating. Sazanami lit up with joy seeing him, while Huwa just stared in confusion, unsure what to make of the scene. Rokuro hadn't expected himself to say those things. He walked off and sulked in a corner, thinking it was against his will. It felt like an illness, as if something was ravaging his brain, and it surely must be the case. Huwa, on the other hand, found it odd that he was called both cool and irritating. Meanwhile, Sazanami suddenly stepped forward and pulled Rokuro into a tight hug. She asked where he had gone and why he dared to stay alive without her. She begged him not to leave her again and asked if he had cut her Achilles' heel just to keep her from leaving. Then she asked him to give her a piggyback ride. Rokuro pulled away and stepped back, hiding behind one of the torture devices in the room. Sazanami told him that it was fine. He didn't need to move. He could just stay right there and wait for her. Huwa felt awkward watching all of this and wondered if the two were in a relationship. He debated whether he should just leave them alone. Meanwhile, Yoichi was ecstatic, now seeing 3 people he could defeat. Sazanami grew furious upon hearing this and clenched her fist, calling him a bastard. If he so much as thought about hurting Rokuro, she declared she would beat him to a pulp. Huwa questioned what she was doing and once again told her to leave. But Sazanami answered that because Rokuro was there, she couldn't just walk away. Huwa then looked directly at Kiriyama and asked what was wrong with him. He paused, noticing that Kiriyama really did look sickly and unfit to fight, especially with those deep-eye bags. Judging by his appearance, it certainly looked like he wasn't in any condition to move. Kiriyama, in turn, was taken aback by his reaction. It seemed like Huwa didn't want to be too hard on him. Kiriyama couldn't help but wonder why his face now looked like it was full of sympathy. Meanwhile, Yoichi just laughed and said too bad as he was going to kill him. That prompted Sazanami to block his path, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches with her pure yet warped affection attack. She warned him not to lay a single finger on Rokuro. She was confident that even if Yoichi's body was multi-layered, she could keep peeling it off. Huwa was puzzled at how suddenly worked up she had become. Off to the side, Kiriyama crouched in hiding, questioning how pathetic he was. He didn't even know why he left in the first place. Maybe he really did have a brain disease. As he clung to an animal figurine for cover, he thought maybe he should go get an MRI. He was just so irritable and fed up with how pathetic he was. He admitted it to himself, he was beyond pathetic. Meanwhile, Sazanami was doing everything she could for him. He watched as she and Huwa fought together against the Momotaro, both doing their best to take him down. And yet here he was, just hiding. Seeing it unfold clearly troubled him. He began to wonder why his chest hurt. Was he really sick? As the battle raged on before him, a realization began to dawn on Rokuro while he remained in hiding. Maybe he felt something for Sazanami. The thought froze him in place. He couldn't accept it. That was impossible, especially when the memory of his late girlfriend, Ruru, still lingered deeply in his heart. While he was lost in thought, Sazanami and Hua were still engaged in battle with Yoichi, arguing even as they fought. Sazanami demanded to know why Hua kept getting in her way. He shot back that he was trying to help, telling her to strike at the melted, vulnerable parts of Yoichi's body. But Yoichi only laughed, declaring that such efforts were pointless. From his massive sphere form, several small nodules suddenly emerged, each turning into smaller balls that scattered in all directions. The resulting blast sent both Sazanami and Hua flying. Sazanami gritted her teeth in pain as one of the balls struck her square in the chest. As he spun rapidly, Yoichi said he was getting tired of this and wanted to end it already. He scanned the area and figured the easiest one to kill was the one hiding uselessly at the side, Rokuro. With that, he charged full speed in Rokuro's direction, sending the torture devices blocking his path flying. Rokuro froze in place when he saw Yoichi barreling toward him. Just then, Sazanami stepped in and blocked the attack. She took the full brunt of it on her back. The impact was so strong that her bones broke, and Rokuro could clearly see the pain on her face. He cried out her name as she was flung through the air, landing right in front of him. She came to a stop, bowed her head, and told Rokuro not to worry so much. With a smile, she said she'd protect him from whatever the world threw at him. Rokuro was stunned. She could still smile despite the brutal hit she just took. But then, she suddenly collapsed to the side. Rokuro reached out instinctively to catch her, only for Hua to suddenly appear from behind and take hold of her instead. That took both Sazanami and Rokuro by surprise. Hua asked if she was alright. Yoichi wasn't done though. He charged at them again at full speed, and Hua knew this was bad. He called out to Rokuro, about to say something about Sazanami, but before he could finish, she vanished from his grasp, snatched away in a flash. To his shock, Rokuro had taken her from him. Rokuro faced Yoichi and told the so-called Lady Killer to get out of the way. Hua turned in surprise at what he heard. Even Sazanami looked at him, bewildered. But Rokuro was radiating confidence now that he used his blood to prepare for combat. This whole thing was unbelievably irritating, he said, and he had better stop showing off in front of Sazanami, who he now called Kuna. He was going to show everyone who was the coolest now. As he activated his blood eclipse release, he turned to Kuna and told her not to take her eyes off him. Then, gently lowering her to the ground, he got ready to unleash his Rage of the Dead Ash Dance attack. Looking back to the time when Rokuro confessed to Nene that he loved her and wanted to be with her for life, she didn't answer right away while they sat in a flower field. The flashback was cut short just as Nene was about to say something. In the present, Rokuro again told him not to show his cool side in front of Kuna. As he laid her down, he said he would show that he was the coolest. Sazanami called out to him and told him not to go giving off a vibe that made him seem dependable. She insisted that she would be the one to protect him. But Rokuro told her to shut up and said her injuries would only get worse. She needed to rest and recover. Sazanami wasn't pleased and warned him not to dare try that. But Rokuro said she shouldn't push herself. He stood up and confidently declared that he would protect her, something Sazanami didn't expect. So he told her not to take her eyes off of him. Sazanami couldn't say anything in return. Hua, noticing the sudden shift in his attitude, wondered if he had a split personality. Rokuro then called him lover boy. He apologized and said he would take over from now on. Hua didn't agree and asked if he was really okay. He said they should work together here. But Rokuro told him to step back and to stop being a nuisance. Hua was stunned at being called a nuisance. He began to wonder what was wrong with him. Still, whatever it was, they needed to get Sazanami out of there. Rokuro, now annoyed, told him not to get caught up with Kuna. He told him to just keep quiet and stay put. Hua didn't expect to hear that. With those piercing eyes, it felt like death itself was staring at him. It hurt so much that he felt like crying. He thought Rokuro was being incredibly cruel to him. Once again, Yoichi activated his bacteria and said that even if Rokuro was angry, he wasn't afraid. He was wrapped in layers of bacteria again and turned into a ball that quickly spun toward Rokuro. As he got closer, Rokuro recalled his ex. When he confessed to her, she said they couldn't be together forever. In truth, she didn't have much time left, and she didn't want him to be tied down to her once she was gone. Rokuro told her not to say that. Everything would be okay, but she just stayed silent and suddenly said he would live a proper future. Back in the present, instead of dodging, Rokuro remained still and faced the onrushing Yoichi. He raised his right hand and formed petals using his own blood. From that hand, a fan also emerged, which he used to slice through the stacked layers of bacteria from Yoichi. The fan was so sharp that it even managed to cut Yoichi's cheek, something he didn't expect. The thick covering on him disappeared, causing him to fall to his knees. Meanwhile, Huwa was impressed. Rokuro stood with a confident stance, silencing Yoichi and cursing at him. No matter how many layers Yoichi hid behind, he said he could slice through each one of them. Yoichi couldn't accept that, wiping the blood now running down his cheek. Rokuro was pleased that finally his nasty smirk was gone. Still, Yoichi wasn't done yet. He told him to shut up and got into position to attack again. He said Rokuro was making him angry, so he once more activated his bacteria. In addition to the stacked layers for his sphere, he created spikes protruding out of it. Huwa muttered if he was a sea urchin. Inside that spiked sphere, Yoichi was visibly agitated, unable to stop cursing. In Rokuro's thoughts, just like what Nene said, he was now living a proper future. He chose to get involved with people who cared about him, even if he weren't reliable. Truthfully, he wasn't sure if what he was feeling was love or something else, but he knew he wanted to move forward. He didn't even know why. He expressed gratitude for the final kindness given to him by Nene. Because of that, every step he took now felt lighter than before. He thanked her again, and it was as if he heard her in his head saying "You're welcome." Rokuro paused at that thought and looked down, muttering that it was frustrating. Meanwhile, Yoichi continued to charge forward straight toward him. He said he would turn it into a honeycomb. Huwa grew alarmed upon seeing this, along with Sazanami, who called out his name in warning. Even so, Rokuro simply closed his eyes and focused. When he opened them and waved his fan, aside from the floating petals around him, fish also began to rise and hover. He prepared to attack using his dance, Storm Dance, Tsurunagi's Hammer of Anger. He sent the petals and fish flying toward Yoichi, slicing through the layers of his bacteria once more. The spikes were useless, as they reached through to his body. He suffered countless cuts all over, marking his defeat. After that, Rokuro returned to his normal form and thought that he would live for the future while holding on to the memories he had with Nene. He would continue to move forward. He then approached Sazanami and asked if she was okay. Again, he admitted to himself that he wasn't sure about what he was feeling, but it was also because he didn't know if what Sazanami felt for him was love. Meanwhile, Yoichi had collapsed to the ground as blood gushed from the wounds scattered across his body. In Rokuro's thoughts, in order for him to continue down his path of existence, he would now be honest with his heart and walk a new path. He returned to being the timid Rokuro and asked Sazanami if she was okay. She just pulled on his scarf and asked what exactly he was doing. She got annoyed that he was acting like some kind of super dependable hotshot. She insisted that she will be the one to protect him. She said she was doing her best to make sure he couldn't live without her. Because of the way she acted, Rokuro started to wonder if that might be the wrong path to take. Huwa then asked what exactly was going on between the two of them. He was irritated that he never even got a turn. In Rokuro's thoughts, it seemed like it was fine after all that he and Sazanami were both twisted. Switching now to the battle in the other room. Kakoi was confused by the arrow that came from behind him. There was no doubt that his opponent wasn't holding any arrow earlier. Yuri was pleased that not many there had figured out her ability yet. Kakoi was annoyed at how troublesome it is and began to wonder. He didn't know why, but he felt like she might have the hots for him. But he knew she wasn't that dumb. So he just let out a wow, pretending to be impressed, and asked what her ability was. Yuri got flustered and explained that her stalking arrow could move through matter. The only problem was that it couldn't move very well inside a person's body. Just as Kakoi expected, she was stupid and incalculably stupid. Yuri was utterly shocked by what she said. Now, Kakoi thought he'd use that information. He thanked her and said it was a pleasure to meet her. Yuri blushed upon hearing that. Kakoi thought that it would be better for him to assume her attacks would come from the walls, ground, or ceiling. No matter what happens, he didn't want to go about that like a sloth. So now, he thought about whether he could finish her off quickly. He readied himself and activated Blood Eclipse Release, Bandit Pursuit. Using his blood, he formed a bow and arrows. In Bandit Pursuit, he could fire 6 arrows simultaneously. However, when he aimed at her, Yuri swiftly dodged them all. Kakoi couldn't help but be impressed by her moves. That was expected from a lieutenant commander. Yuri thought she needed to try harder so she could be recognized. She prepared her bacteria to counter as she leapt around to avoid Kikoi's arrows. Suddenly, a bow appeared in her hand, and she launched another invisible arrow while calling him Romeo. Kikoi was alarmed, unsure of where it would come from. He moved and observed his surroundings. It turned out it came from below, but he noticed too late, so it grazed his face. He thought that it wasn't impossible to follow it with his eyes the moment it appeared. And since it passed through mass, its speed wasn't that concerning. He figured that the further he get from them, the slower it would get. Yuri struck another pose and declared that it wasn't over yet. Kikoi thought that he had too many options, but he had already thought of a strategy that would only require a bit of his energy. Yuri, now curious, wondered what kind of strategy he'd use. Kikoi removed the bow from his hand, causing Yuri to wonder why it disappeared. She wondered why his ability had been disabled. Kikoi approached her and admitted her strength was impressive and Yuri didn't expect it. It was truly amazing, Kikoi said as he moved closer. She then disabled her own bow and asked if he could be her Romeo. He responded that of course he would. He embraced her and said she was the only Juliet meant for him. He held her tight, which made Yuri incredibly giddy. She was overwhelmed with joy. She said it no longer mattered whether they were Oni or Momo when it came to their matrimony. They could now live happily ever after. But suddenly, 2 blood arrows pierced her back, fired by Kikoi. Yuri hadn't anticipated that move. She staggered backward, and Kikoi told her not to be fooled. Did she think that once a bowman lets go of his bow, the stakes were gone too? He explained that once he summoned his bow and arrows, he could maintain them for as long as he wanted. He had left those 2 arrows there earlier. Yuri didn't see it coming and felt herself weakening from the wounds. She gradually fell to her knees as Kikoi told her that his arrows had been tipped with a weak nerve agent, so she wouldn't be able to move. But not to worry, it was mild, and she would still be able to perform dull movements after a few minutes. Kikoi reactivated his bow and aimed it at her, saying that's more than enough time for him to eliminate her. Instead of being afraid, Yuri smiled. It seemed she had been naive. She'd been tricked by something like that and wasn't even in his league. So she asked him to just kill her so that she could live on in his memory and reside inside him forever. She smiled and blushed, saying their bodies and hearts would finally become one. Kikoi was frightened by her words and by how she looked. Yuri added that it was a form of love greater than marriage. So Kikoi thought he'd be scarred if he killed her, and instead decided he'd just tie her up. That excited Yuri, who thought it was bondage. She said she had never done it before, but she was willing to do anything for him. Kikoi panicked and told her to shut up and just pass out. A moment later, she finally lost consciousness. And so, in the battle between Misaki Kikoi and Yuri Mamawaki, the victor was Kikoi. The scene then shifted back outside the research facility, where Mudano had overwhelmed the crowd of numerous Momotaro. One of them even said they should call in more troops from the facility. They believed they could beat them through sheer numbers. The worry was evident on their faces. As they ran, Mudano thought to himself that the smell of blood, dust, and dirt in that place, along with the rising voices of the Momo squad, all reminded him of a memory from long ago. He was younger back then, also facing off against many Momotaro. He had taken many cuts and wounds during that battle while using an umbrella as his weapon. He remembered that exact moment, when Kyoya, who was with him, told him the battle was already over. Masumi was there too, already sitting on the ground. He recalled someone calling senpai. He paused because of that memory. Someone was staggering and walking behind him. It seemed to disturb the present Mudano, causing him to look down. Meanwhile, one of the Momotaro forcefully stepped onto the ground, causing it to crack. That got the attention of all the other Momotaro there. He said that was enough. They all knew that even if they ganged up together, they still wouldn't stand a chance. He then asked Mudano if he wasn't tired of reducing their numbers. In Mudano's thoughts, he realized he noticed. He was Saisiki, the 7th unit commander of the Kegon research facility, and he ordered Kokiryu to now unleash his power. He said it would be more fun if Mudano got serious. So now, it would be them commanders serving as his opponents. Mudano then noticed he was out of ammo. So he dropped his heavy briefcase and said just in time. He used his own blood and said he was starting to get bored of that warm-up. Switching now to the 4th floor of the research facility, the Kikoku unit members noticed something unusual. The captain found it strange that there weren't many troopers around, and Onii-Chan, who was with him, noticed it too. Still, the captain said that was fine for them, so they continued forward. As the captain, Hayate, walked ahead, Onii-Chan pointed out that the correct path was actually in a different direction. When he looked toward the route Onii-Chan indicated, they were greeted by a hallway lined with glowing statues. It looked a bit gaudy. It was clear they'd be facing a different kind of enemy than before, but the captain said that wouldn't be a problem for them. One of the Momotaro made a comment in response to his confidence. They searched for the source of the voice. It turned out to be coming from one of the gold statues on the side, which was slowly dissolving. The two of them stared at it in surprise. Suddenly, the statue's dissolved form moved between them and became a wall of shiny substance. This caused the Kikoku captain to ask if everything was okay. Onii-Chan replied that there was no problem. Even though she couldn't see Hayate anymore, she told him he could go on ahead. It looked like the wall was leading her somewhere. The substance had spelled out the words "come on" with an arrow pointing where she should go. Upon hearing that, Hayate felt reassured but still told her to be careful. The Momotaro insisted that he had no interest in fighting men. He was targeting Onii-Chan specifically because she was a woman. He welcomed her to his room, which was filled with statues. While sitting on a couch, he said that playing with women was the true meaning of life. Onii-Chan then faced him, and he turned out to be the former 4th Unit Captain of the Kegon Falls Research Institute, Teru Mamasumi. He asked her if he was right, and she simply laughed. That kind of line, she said, was usually spoken by someone who hadn't realized he was the one being played. The captain reported to Otohara that he had gotten separated from Onii-Chan. Otohara heard him through his communication ability. Still, he apologized because now he too was being chased there at the underground body disposal area. When the captain asked if he was okay, he answered that he could probably outrun them, so he thought he would make it. And knowing that their captain was bad with directions, he told him not to move until he could guide him. Hayate was confident that with Otohara's pace, everything would be fine. But there was no time to just stay idle. He needed to keep going. So he began walking again, but simply retraced the route they had taken. Down in the underground area, Otohara ran quickly to escape the Momotaro, but they still caught up to him. They noticed how fast he was, while Otohara grew concerned at how persistent they were. He knew that if he couldn't shake them off, their captain would surely get lost. As he ran, someone unexpectedly called out to him. The voice said there were many enemies ahead, so it would be better if he hid there. He introduced himself as Yusurube Juji and said he could trust him. Yusurube had been right. Momotaro forces passed through the area, searching for where the Oni might be hiding. The truth was, they were concealed just behind a wall of large stacked bricks. Otohara nearly got discovered there, but Yusurube's guidance helped him avoid it. Otohara admitted that Yusurube had been a great help, but Yusurube replied that the thanks should go to him, since he was the one who believed in him. Otohara then asked if he was like Yaroshi, a search and rescue type. Yusurube nodded and began to explain the truth. After listening, Otohara gave a quiet "I see." He figured they had actually come there to ask what Yaroshi was truly thinking. And just then, they also discovered that Oni were being held captive nearby. When Otohara asked if he wanted to rescue them as well, Yusurube confirmed it. Otohara noted that Yaroshi was no longer part of the Kikoku unit, which surprised Yusurube, who wondered if he had returned to Resetsu. But he admitted Yaroshi had said nothing about it. "I see," Yusurube replied. Otohara added that Yaroshi was indeed there, and that there was a chance to speak with him. Since their goal was also to save the imprisoned Oni, their paths aligned. Curious, Otohara asked if Yusurube's power could detect enemy positions. Yusurube confirmed that it could, and that he was even able to distinguish between Oni and Momo based on their mental state. However, he admitted his experience was still lacking. He could only search wide areas from high vantage points. In buildings with multiple floors, the presence of people overlapped, which made things confusing. Otohara realized that was indeed inconvenient in their current situation. Yusurube then added that he had another method. He could search within a 50-meter radius inside his own field of vision. Still, it was a small range, so the support it offered wasn't particularly reliable. He apologized for his underdeveloped ability. Otohara reassured him, saying it was still a good power, and if he continued to hone it, it would surely become a great asset. Yusurube admitted it wasn't exactly helpful right now, but as Otohara said, it all depended on how he used it. After all, one is more attached to a skill he had worked hard to refine, rather than one that had been strong from the start. Yusurube agreed with that thought. Otohara explained that his ability allowed him to communicate telepathically with anyone who drank his blood. Once another person consumed it, he could clearly see their location. Yusurube was impressed at this revelation, remarking on how incredible such an ability was. But Otohara clarified that it was still under development. Yusurube then asked if this meant he would have every member of Resetsu drink his blood. Otohara answered that his upper limit was 10 people. With the 8 members of the Kikoku unit, including Yaoroshi, that only left 2 spots. He then asked Yusurube for help in deciding who the remaining 2 recipients should be. The request left Yusurube pressured, unable to believe he was being entrusted with such an important task. Otohara added that, with his ability, they could pass without needing to meet with them. The responsibility of choosing was critical. Yusurube thought to himself that everyone else was doing their best, so he too had to step up and fulfill his role. Otohara thanked him, offering him a sip of blood as well. But Yusurube declined, insisting it should be reserved for the others. Deep in thought, Yusurube considered carefully who should receive it. Their teacher, Mudano, was out of reach, but he was certain one of the 2 must go to Kogasaki. That left him uncertain about the last choice. Otohara then asked another favor of him, catching Yusurube off guard. He wanted him to copy and bring back some research data. Curious, Yusurube pressed for details. Otohara explained that he had asked the same thing of the other Kikoku unit members. The more they could gather, the better. Momo laboratories were scattered across the country, but the real question was, what exactly were they researching? Wasn't it suspicious? Yusurube agreed. Otohara added that he wanted to find out what the laboratories were spending so much research money on, and why they were willing to go to such lengths. That data might hold the key to uncovering the truth. Surely, there had to be a reason. Inside the underground headquarters of the Momotaro organization, several Momo were chatting about how it suddenly began to snow. They found it strange since it wasn't even the season for it. One of them suggested it might be due to global warming, only for his companion to warn him not to start up with his conspiracy theories again. He only laughed it off, until both of them froze in alarm when they noticed someone approaching from the other side. They immediately bowed low and nervously greeted him with, "Great work today, sir." Both were tense and shaken by his presence, saying he was terrifying just to stand before. That man was none other than Momoido Hayate, the general commander of the Momotaro organization and the Momo father of Kogasaki. Having overheard their earlier talk about the snow, he commented that there was truth in what they said. Because of this, it seemed their time was beginning to run out. The scene then shifted to the golden chamber of the Momotaro named Teru. He asked if Umitsuki was enchanted by the sight. Everything within that room, he said, was pure gold. He invited her closer, telling her not to just stand there since he didn't bite. Even the couch he was sitting on was made of gold. Umitsuki raised her hand in front of her face and told him that men didn't look at her, letting blood drip from her thumb. She summoned her jellyfish that swam through the air and encircled Teru. Observing carefully, he noticed one of them had clung to his boots. Umitsuki explained that her jellyfish were adhesive. With them attached, Teru could no longer move. She added that the red jellyfish were fireworks of blood. With a snap of her fingers, the chair Teru sat on suddenly exploded, along with him and the surrounding area. Smoke filled the chamber while Umitsuki stood her ground calmly. Golden fragments cracked and scattered across the floor. Through the haze, something shimmered. Suddenly, her hat was snatched away, and a voice told her to face him with gusto, calling her a son of a bitch. Shocked, Umitsuki turned and realized it was Teru, his body having transformed into solid gold. Bit by bit, he returned to normal and asked if she had anything at all that could even make his asshole flinch. Umitsuki had not expected that, and instinctively leapt backward to gain distance. Teru looked on with interest, while she grew uneasy upon realizing that he could transmute his body into gold. He then remarked that her hat smelled like a woman's cuticles. Still struggling to understand what was happening, Omitsuki realized something was wrong. His legs were immobilized and could no longer move. So how had he managed to slip behind her? When Teru finally reverted fully, he told her that he loved nothing more than making tough girls cry. To Omitsuki, it was clear he was hiding something, but she replied that it would be he who ended up crying once she was done defeating him. Meanwhile, we shifted to Bialbagora's situation, where she was nervously laughing because she had been separated from all her companions. Sumire spoke to her, and she was surprised when she told her to check if the others were nearby using sound. Sumire began listening closely to the wall beside them, which made her ask if she was actually capable of doing that. After that, we returned to the confrontation between Omitsuki and Teru. Here, Omitsuki noted that she had discovered that the man's body could turn into gold. But when his legs had been bound earlier by her jellyfish, she questioned to herself how he had managed to move behind her. She raised her right hand, thinking that if he didn't yet know, soon he surely would. This caught Teru's attention, and Omitsuki began releasing bubble jellyfish, this time in white. Teru became excited at the sight and shouted that her attack was coming. He suddenly grabbed one of the white jellyfish and deliberately placed it onto his own face, baffling Omitsuki as to why he would do that. The jellyfish began suffocating him, blocking his mouth and nose with something mucousy, preventing him from breathing. He collapsed to the floor struggling, while Omitsuki commented to herself that he was the one who wanted to taste such a thing. Teru screamed that he was going to die as he gripped the jellyfish stuck to his face. Omitsuki, bewildered, remarked again that she really didn't care if he killed himself like that, but she could feel the weirdness of the situation. Teru then shouted that he was in a terrible state. Yet despite suffocating, his body suddenly grew hard, and Junior gave a salute as he became aroused from the stimulation. Omitsuki was shocked and disgusted that he could be turned on by something like this, questioning what was wrong with the man's head. In Teru's mind, he seemed to even enjoy it, saying that his heartbeat was slowing down and that he was going to die. He repeated over and over that he was dying and dying, all while his sword stiffened harder. Just as he was about to die, his body suddenly vanished and turned into liquid gold, startling Omitsuki. Teru then reappeared behind her, laughing like a madman, and with a blush from the stimulation, he commented how close he had come to death. Omitsuki was disturbed by this maneuver and couldn't believe he could move like that by assimilating into gold. She realized that this was exactly what he had done earlier to get behind her. She quickly summoned more white bubble jellyfish in an attempt to immobilize Teru again, but unfortunately, he easily pierced through them with his golden objects floating around him, commenting that he had already finished enjoying the fun with those. It was then explained that Teru's ability was called Golden Home, which allowed him to manipulate pure gold at will within 3 days of touching it. He could also assimilate with gold and move freely inside it. However, this was restricted to areas fully surrounded by gold on all 4 sides. Returning to Teru, he explained with disturbing joy that he would rather experience again the explosion he had felt before, pointing out that he wanted to relive the pain and sensation it gave, though he admitted he would surely die from it. Wearing a lecherous grin, he added that he truly wondered what that would feel like. Back to Bialbugora, her big sis got her attention after listening to the wall, which made her ask what was going on. With visible anger, she told her something, and her eyes widened as she realized she said that there was a pervert in the area. We then returned to the battle between Omitsuki and Teru, where Omitsuki remarked who would have thought he was an over-the-top masochist bastard. Teru suddenly sent liquid gold toward her, and in an instant, it wrapped around her body. He then commented that a little teasing makes things 100 times more fun. He explained that the pleasure of teasing increases when you experience it yourself. He pointed out that it's like when you've received a massage before, then later you watch a massage video. It makes you feel even better. That, he said, was the same thing. If you did this or that, how painful could it be? Where exactly should you pierce to heighten the pain? He began to feel stimulation as he added that because you've experienced it, you can imagine the suffering of your opponent. With a face twisted in perversion, he said that from how pleasurable it was, your brain would start to melt and turn to mush. Omitsuki, disgusted, remarked that he's fucking gross and attempted to release her jellyfish, but Teru immediately covered her mouth with liquid gold. She couldn't speak, while Teru asked if it hurt, then answered himself that of course it did, saying he knew exactly how it felt. Omitsuki struggled, unable to breathe, while Teru said the face she was showing was the best and promised to make her just as excited as he had been earlier. But, he said, he wouldn't kill her just yet. He controlled the gold further, shaping it into numerous tentacles, each one forming different paraphernalia of sorts. He told her that they will have fun, saying he had plenty of toys to help. He grinned again, holding back his own stimulation, and added that she shouldn't worry, because he was very experienced at this. Meanwhile, Biabugora wondered about his big sis's reaction, asking her if she was angry, seeing the fierce look on her mouth. Teru continued suffocating Omitsuki, asking if it felt bad, then immediately answering himself. Of course it did. He pressed on, asking just how deep her despair was. He began describing the scene as if narrating an eroge novel, explaining how a man was tormenting a bull-headed woman, while blood and other fluids spilled from various parts of her body. The unsightly look on her face as she cries desperately and begs for her life is priceless. He added that a sight like this truly melted the brain. At this point, Omitsuki was beginning to lose consciousness from prolonged suffocation, unable to breathe as the gold covered her mouth and nose. Teru urged her to suffer and show him her face, telling her to let him rejoice. He repeatedly screamed at her to do it, then suddenly shouted the absurd claim that females were made to be toyed with by him. Hearing those vile words, Sumire could no longer contain herself. She transformed into her blood titan form, bursting through the wall of the room where she and Biabugora had been hiding, making her way toward Teru with ease. Teru was stunned upon witnessing this, causing him to lose focus and inadvertently remove the gold mask from Omitsuki's face, who was equally bewildered by what had just happened. The Blood Titan then stood tall before Teru and let out a furious roar, expressing her overwhelming hatred and rage toward people like him. Sumire was furious at what she had just witnessed and screamed in rage. Teru was caught off guard by her sudden presence, and the distraction gave Omitsuki the chance to break free and catch her breath. At that moment, Homare appeared and asked what had just happened. She was shocked to see her sister suddenly transform into a blood titan and muttered that it wasn't good. When she noticed the two standing across from each other, she quickly bowed over and over to apologize. Flustered, she worried about how they had destroyed the floor. A moment later, she realized that what she was seeing was a Momo and an Oni. From the look of it, the girl was fighting against a Momo captain. Omitsuki, however, thought to herself that perhaps this one wasn't an enemy. Homare stood there silently, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Omitsuki could hardly believe what her eyes were seeing. Her expression was poker-faced, but in her heart she admitted her cuteness was on another level. The shape of her cheeks, her body. When she asked if she was all right, even her voice struck her as unbearably cute. She answered her seriously, saying there was no problem and that she had saved her. But inside she couldn't accept how adorable her voice was and secretly wished she would whisper it softly into her ear. Teru seized that moment to strike. Using his ability, he conjured gold that coiled around Sumire's towering form. Homare was shocked to see it. Teru admitted that at first he had been surprised, but with a body that massive, she was nothing more than a walking target. Sumire then gradually transformed back. Teru hadn't expected that. Sumire told her sister that the gold's power was incredibly strong, so she must not allow her to be caught by it. Homare took note of her warning. Witnessing this, Omitsuki was stunned that she could actually communicate with that thing, then realized she was her sister. Blushing, she thought she was willing to do anything for the sister of such a beautiful girl. Moved, Omitsuki stepped forward, declaring that she would handle it, and told the two of them to fall back. In her mind, there was no way she would let even a scratch touch her flawless skin. As usual, Homare grew embarrassed and immediately apologized for interfering. Omitsuki was puzzled by her reaction and clarified that it wasn't a bother at all. To her shock, she suddenly punched herself hard in the face. Surprised, she asked again if she was okay. She responded that she was only trying to motivate herself a little. She insisted that she wasn't a bother, but asked her to leave this fight to her. Inside, she felt guilty for making such a cute girl go so far as to apologize to her. Teru once again prepared to strike, this time unleashing his golden home. Onii-Chan countered with her white bubble jellyfish, which floated into the air before expanding. Their tentacles clung tightly to both the ceiling and the floor, forming a wall-like barrier lined up in succession. Even so, Teru's gold pierced through, stabbing through each layer one after another. Onii-Chan didn't stop there. She summoned more bubble jellyfish, this time red ones, and surrounded Teru's body with them. Just as the golden strike came close to hitting her, she snapped her fingers, detonating the red jellyfish near him. Smoke filled the air from the explosion, and Homare couldn't help but be impressed by her abilities. But Teru's voice cut through the haze, admitting that she still hadn't managed to land a single blow on him. Seeing two women standing before him, he smirked to himself, calling the situation the best. He entertained disgusting thoughts of what kind of fun he could have with them. But Onii-Chan said she wouldn't allow it. In her mind, if he so much as laid a finger on her, she swore she would never let him walk this world again with hands or feet. She vowed she would kick him in the balls so hard they would shoot out of his mouth and impregnate his throat, fold his vile body with her fists, and beat him until nothing recognizable remained of him as a human being. Meanwhile, standing with his foot pressed on the face of a gold statue nearby, Teru declared that now that two women were present, he could craft golden statues exactly as he desired. There was no way he would let this opportunity pass. Homare's attention shifted when she noticed one of the half-destroyed golden statues shaped like a woman, and she was shocked to realize that blood was seeping from it. Alarm filled her as she questioned what it really was. Teru revealed with twisted delight that it was the corpse of a former Oni woman. Homare hadn't expected that. Teru went on to sneer, recalling how the woman had cried and begged like a squealing pig. He had played with her as much as he wanted before ending her effortlessly. To him, women were nothing more than worthless pigs. In the end, even the strongest women who resisted him always ended up as toys for him until their deaths. Capturing the expression on their faces at that final moment and turning it into a golden statue was, for Teru, the ultimate satisfaction. Homare fell silent at the horrifying revelation, while Onii-Chan, unable to contain her rage, called him an inhuman scum. Teru responded with a sinister grin, saying it was no wonder they fought so desperately to resist him, because in the end, he would enjoy crushing them until nothing remained. Smirking, he declared that as women, they had no value beyond the pleasure he could take from their bodies. Homare stayed silent, but those words pierced her deeply. They echoed her father's cruelty, the same voice that once told her she was worthless, that her only value was selling her body for money. Rage welled up inside her, matched by the fury burning in her sister Sumire. Finally, Homare declared that she too would fight. Teru, amused, mocked her by calling her female bee and wondering aloud if he should start with her instead. After all, he sneered. The trace of tears on her face suited her perfectly. That remark triggered Onii-Chan, who snapped back with a vicious promise that she would kill him. Teru only grew more excited, savoring the thought of hearing their voices beg for their lives. But then, something shifted. Homare spoke again, and her aura changed dramatically. She admitted he was freaking him out a bit. With a voice both firm and chilling, she asked him if he could please be silent for a moment. The scene shifted to another floor, where the chaos of battle raged. Gunfire echoed through the corridors as several Momotaro fell, their bodies riddled with bullets. The ones holding the line against them were none other than Tetsuji and Shiki. Tetsuji warned that they were going to run out of ammo soon. Shiki, firing back without hesitation, suggested that they just loot weapons and bullets from the enemies they killed. Even while fighting, he couldn't help but notice the overwhelming number of foes. Between shots, Shiki muttered under his breath, wondering what the hell Kugisaki and the others were doing. Were they lost somewhere, wandering around like idiots, while the two of them fought against endless waves of enemies? The last of the Momotaro blocking their path collapsed under a hail of bullets, their bodies riddled and broken. Tetsuji cursed as he and Shiki sprinted forward, frustrated at how much time had already been wasted. Shiki, just as annoyed, said there are already so many of them. But Tetsuji stated that no matter what, they had to push through and rescue his daughter, Remi. They rushed toward the elevator, thinking it would be the fastest route upward. Yet Shiki felt unease, thinking if enemies were waiting inside. When they pressed the button, there was a warning. Their fingerprints weren't registered. In this institute, only captains and vice captains had the privilege of using the elevators. Shiki scoffed bitterly at the sheer brutality of the class divide. Denied access, he pointed toward the stairs as their only choice. But just as they were about to go, a sharp ding echoed through the silence, and the elevator door slid open. Shiki froze. The system had been clear. Only captains or vice captains could operate the elevator. Whoever stepped out had to be one of them. Yet what emerged first were not commanding figures, but several people dressed in bizarre, flamboyant costumes, striding out with theatrical flair. Shiki blinked in confusion. These were not combat uniforms. They looked more like avant-garde outfits straight out of a fashion show. The strange figures lined up neatly along both sides of the hallway. Neither Shiki nor Tetsuji had any idea what was happening. Then the odd entourage broke into applause as yet another figure stepped gracefully out of the elevator. This one was unmistakably a Momotaro. He carried himself with smooth confidence, smiling proudly as he gestured toward his models. The display was presented as though it were some grand performance, a state-of-the-art fashion show. Shiki simply stared in disbelief, dumbfounded to find himself facing Momoma Matoi, the 4th Division Deputy Commander of the Kegon Falls Research Institute. His expression remained flat and unimpressed as he judged the flamboyant attire to be utterly dorky. Matoi stiffened in visible shock, clearly not expecting such comment. He proclaimed that this was his way of pushing the boundaries of style, the razor-sharp pinnacle of the cutting edge. But Shiki only tilted his head, smirk tugging at his lips, dismissing not just the outfit, but even the lofty one-liners as equally ridiculous. Matoi's eyes narrowed as he noticed the 2 small moles around Shiki's eye. Realizing that he must be the child of the Kishin, Shiki asked how he knew. Matoi had figured it out, while the flamboyant commander examined him with the air of a fashion critic, remarking that it was subtle, almost disappointingly so, and that Shiki had absolutely no sense of fashion. Shiki could hardly believe what he was hearing, especially from someone dressed like that. Behind him, Tetsuji whispered urgently that there was no time for this and pointed out the stairs, insisting that if they moved now, they could still escape. Shiki asked if he thinks they would simply let them go. He wanted him to stick with him, but Tetsuji ground his teeth, refusing to argue, and broke into a sprint toward the stairs, apologizing that he had to save his daughter. Shiki called him an idiot, but before he could do anything, Matoi launched forward with frightening speed, driving a vicious kick into him. The blow slammed Shiki into the elevator doors, something Shiki wasn't prepared for. Matoi chuckled with mockery, noting that with reflexes like those it was no wonder Shiki's sense of style seemed decades out of date. But he replied that he doesn't want to hear about dates from a man whose fashion alone was enough to keep him from ever getting one. Shiki staggered to his feet as he realized just how dangerous this opponent was. The speed was overwhelming, but worse was the raw power behind the attacks. He had assumed it was only speed-based ability. Matoi told him to calm down and mentioned that his fashion sense wasn't that tacky. Shiki couldn't believe that much power behind his enemy's kick. Thankfully, at least the entourage of costumed lackeys stood like lifeless mannequins in the background, unmoving. He knew he had to wipe these guys out and take out their leader. Matoi charged forward again, declaring himself to be standing at the razor-sharp pinnacle of the cutting edge. His hand twitched as veins surfaced across his fist. He then drove his fist forward with brutal force. The strike landed squarely, blasting Shiki back into the elevator doors once more. He couldn't believe that kind of power he has, as he believed he was just some speed-based ability holder. This time, the metal gave way with a thunderous crash, and the floor vanished beneath Shiki as he plummeted down into the elevator shaft. From above, Matoi leaned casually over the ruined frame and laughed with delight, thrilled at the sight of Shiki falling inside the elevator shaft. He was overly excited for a fight inside an elevator, mentioning how this gets his creative juices flowing. Shiki cursed as he realized he now needed to go all out. He drew out his blood and used it to create weapon. Meanwhile, Matoi leapt in after him with theatrical excitement, announcing that the second act of his fashion show had just begun. The two plummeted together, predator and prey colliding midair, the clash beginning in the hollow darkness of the shaft. Meanwhile, Back in Teru's golden chamber, he reveled in amusement, thrilled by the sight before him. Homorea's expression was steeped in raw bloodlust, and that intensity only fueled his excitement. Onii-Chan, however, noticed the overflowing disgust from her cute face and took it as a promising sign. Homore prepared herself to attack, setting the stage for her sibling to act alongside her. Blood dripped to the floor as Sumire's form began to shift again, her body growing and twisting until she towered once more as a titan. Onii-Chan watched in astonishment as the massive hand of the transformed sister reached for her, carrying her upward. There was no mistaking the fury that radiated from her presence. Together, the siblings unleashed the Blood Eclipse release, Gloomy Cuts Maiden. From the Titan's grasp emerged a gargantuan weapon studded with teeth, an instrument of pure carnage. Their rage was focused against every figure who had ever spoken words of cruelty and condescension. Onii-Chan asked if she could ride along, and she was permitted. Homore added that people like him should watch their step under someone like her sister. The weapon split apart with a gnashing maw, its jagged teeth opening wide as Sumire's wrath took full shape. With Onii-Chan and Homore mounted upon her, Sumire braced herself to strike. She swung the massive weapon in her hands, its weight alone enough to make Teru falter for a moment in apprehension. As the weapon came crashing down, Teru narrowly evaded by leaping backward, yet the impact shattered the ground where it landed. The maw-like jaws of the weapon clamped shut, filling the air with the grinding, crunching sound of something gnawed apart from within. Despite the devastation, Teru's expression carried no trace of fear. A wide grin spread across his face, delighting in the sheer sensation of violence. Onii-Chan, however, felt a surge of awe at the display, while Homore reminded her sister to keep her power in check, for they had yet to discover where the captured Oni were hidden. Suddenly, the weapon's jaws split wide open, and streams of blood spiraled outward in twisting arcs. Sumire readied another swing, this time covering a far broader range. As she unleashed the strike, the weapon cleaved through chunks of golden walls and fixtures, splitting and tearing them apart. Teru cursed as realization struck him. It was not merely a bludgeon, but a blood whip. The lash struck him full on, and the crushing weight of the blow shocked him. He howled in pain, unable to comprehend the sheer force that ripped through his body. He rolled backward in a desperate attempt to create distance, coughing from the damage that racked his frame. Yet even through the agony, laughter spilled from him uncontrollably. Overcome by his masochistic ecstasy, he reveled in the torment, declaring it the ultimate experience. His exhilaration reached its peak as his body trembled with delight. But his indulgence was short-lived. While kneeling on the floor, he suddenly noticed a jellyfish latched onto his body, planted there with precision. Onii-Chan told him not to move and called him an asshole. At the same time, Sumire raised her weapon once more, poised to strike again. However, Teru refused to allow himself to be cornered without a counterattack. Planting his hand on the ground, he activated his ability, invoking field recovery. The entire floor beneath them shimmered as it transformed into solid gold, spreading across the chamber like a wave. When Sumire's weapon came crashing down, the room trembled from the raw force unleashed, yet as the dust settled, Teru was nowhere in sight. In a flash, he had slipped behind Sumire. He asked who she was hitting over there. With a sinister precision, he raised his hand and directed his power toward the massive golden chandelier above. The ornate fixture warped grotesquely, reshaping into an immense drill that shot downward and bored into Sumire's shoulder. The strike was devastating. Her arms severed cleanly from her body. The Titan's form buckled, and she crashed heavily to the floor, propping herself up with her remaining hand as Homore and Onii-Chan tumbled from her falling arm, striking the ground with painful force. Teru did not relent. His attention shifted instantly to Onii-Chan. With a subtle gesture, the golden ring at his finger elongated into a piercing spear and lanced forward, plunging into her side before she could react. She gasped as the weapon sank into her flesh, her body writhing under the impact. Homorea's alarm was palpable as he cried out for her sister, and so she summoned her strength to regenerate. Blood welled, reshaping into a new arm, and within moments her massive body was whole again. Determination lit her voice as she insisted she could still fight, though Homare faltered when blood trickled from her nose and mouth. When she looked down at her palm, she admitted grimly that this was the side effect of overexerting her blood. Still, she refused to give in. Across the floor, Umitsuki struggled to rise, her body trembling yet her resolve unbroken. Seeing this, Homare knew the enemy had to be defeated, the captured woman had to be saved. Yet suddenly, Teru vanished from their sight. His mocking voice emerged from the walls themselves, reminding them of the vulnerability of great size. He had merged into the golden surfaces that covered the chamber. From behind, he re-emerged with ruthless precision, bursting forward and driving through Sumire's chest. The impact tore a massive hole straight through her upper body, shattering her colossal form. Teru laughed manically at the spectacle, exclaiming his perverse satisfaction as her body dissolved. Homare crumpled to the floor and bumped to the ground while her blood sister reverted to her original self. Homare had pushed her body past its limits. Blood streamed not only from her nose and mouth, but now from her eyes as well. Her frame shook, exhaustion racking every inch of her. Teru observed with twisted delight, remarking on her suffering from overusing her blood. He knew her power to manifest giants nearly exhausted. Though impressive at first glance, the ability to conjure such massive forms drained her to the brink with each creation. One construct had already reduced her to the state of a deflated doll. Teru, reveling in their collapse, pondered aloud what it might feel like to be crushed by such a giant, to have one's body torn apart piece by piece. The thought enticed him, yet he admitted that pursuing it would endanger his own survival, and death was far from his plan. His hand drifted perversely to his crotch, his eyes gleaming with sadistic hunger. Deprived of further spectacle, he decided that their broken, weakened bodies would serve as his playthings instead. Teru admitted to himself that his entire body ached, but the experience of the blood whip had been exquisite. His attention then shifted to the first woman who fainted in front of her, Umitsuki. A thrill ran through him at the sight, his twisted mind savoring the thought of breaking her. To him, women were worth little more than playthings, objects to be used and discarded. Those words struck Homare like knives. They were words she had heard so many times before, words that had long since ground her self-esteem into the dirt. Despite her sister's efforts, she had always been left powerless. She questioned whether there was any purpose to her existence at all. Perhaps he had only been born to bring pain to others. Her frustration boiled over. Her nails scraped against the floor, her fist clenched tight, and through the haze of anger and despair she forged a single thought, that if she had been born for a reason, she wanted it to be to help others. Fueled by that conviction, she dragged herself up once more, forcing the blood of her exhausted body to rise with her. Summoning everything she had left, she reformed her sister in blood. Her heart clung to the belief that somewhere out there, someone was waiting for the small, seemingly useless hands she carried. Teru, surprised at this display of defiance, marveled at how Homare could still move despite having been brought so low. But in Homare's mind, life was inseparably bound to her sister, and she longed to connect her existence to others as well. With a final surge of willpower, the Blood Titan was raised again, its massive weapon poised to strike. This was the reason, Homare told herself, that she continued to fight. Yet the strain was merciless. Blood poured from within her, vomiting blood. The Titan dissolved before it could land its blow. Teru watched this with amusement, laughter spilling from him as relief coursed through his body. He knew she had reached her limit, and it was, to Teru, a fitting end. The blood-soaked floor itself seemed to echo the collapse of Homare's strength, and Teru found it all hysterically funny. But then, from that very pool of blood, Sumire manifested once more, not as a towering titan, but at a life-sized form, poised and ready to strike again. Teru faltered, surprise flashing across his face. By all logic, Homare should have been finished, utterly spent. Yet there she was, lying broken on the floor, her eyes filled with defiance, glaring with a hatred that unsettled Teru. For the first time, he wondered if perhaps she had misjudged this Oni. Teru had been convinced that her power was limited to creating giants, and so he had simply waited for the right moment to surprise her. When he saw the attack coming and felt the lingering pain from the earlier blows, he knew it was impossible to avoid. His only option was to cover his body in gold and hope it would be fast enough. At the same time, Homare, drained and trembling, forced out the last of her strength to push her sister's strike toward their enemy. The weapon came crashing down upon Teru's head, but instead of flesh and blood, fragments of cracked gold broke away. Teru stood there encased in glittering armor, grinning as though he had narrowly escaped death. He knew that was dangerous. He admitted to himself that if he had not coated his body in gold at that very instant, he would have been consumed and crushed completely. To him, it was exhilarating proof that his speed surpassed theirs. Homare, nearly spent, could only stare in disbelief. Her sister in blood dissolved once more. Teru relished the sensation, claiming he could feel his teeth crack through the gold, the thrill rising through his body like ecstasy. He wondered aloud if he should release all that excitement on Homare. But before he could act, a voice cut through the tension. Omitsuki had regained consciousness. She asked if he had forgotten about her. Her words made him look, only to realize with a jolt that both red and white jellyfish had already latched firmly onto his shoulder. He had not sensed her move, and he understood immediately what that meant. While Homare collapsed weakly to the ground, Omitsuki braced herself, ready to deliver her counterattack. Teru's mind raced. The jellyfish clung too tightly to be removed. His only chance, he thought, was to merge with the golden floor again, to let his body sink and escape. He began transforming once more, his form shimmering into gold. Yet, as he prepared to vanish, Omitsuki snapped her fingers. An eruption tore through the chamber. The blast consumed the air, scattering shards of fractured gold across the walls and floor. Smoke and dust swallowed the room in a suffocating shroud. As silence settled, neither Homare nor Omitsuki could tell whether Teru had truly been destroyed or if he had somehow survived. They could only watch the swirling haze, bracing themselves for what might emerge once the smoke cleared. Omitsuki carefully waited and watched the smoke, wondering if she had really hit Teru. Before long, she was surprised when the smoke cleared in front of her and she didn't see him there, puzzling her as to why he wasn't present. She asked herself if he had managed to escape, but then she heard a groan on the ground. It turned out she had hit him, though it seemed Teru had partially assimilated, so only his left upper body and face were struck. Omitsuki thought to herself that her attack made it in time, while Teru, weakened, said he couldn't move his body anymore. Omitsuki wondered in her mind if he had managed to assimilate himself and bury into the ground at the same time as the explosion, and if so, then thanks to that she didn't need to use her abilities for long. She looked down at Teru and told him that it looks to her he's finished, but despite his condition, he told her to shut up and that he would surely kill her. He swore she would regret being a woman, adding that he would chase her to her death. Omitsuki muttered that he had a lot of nerve to say that. As images of her past flashed, she pointed out that she had already been through that hell. And from that hell, she was saved. The one who saved her was none other than their captain, Hayate. Immediately after, Omitsuki placed her red jellyfish on Teru's head, startling him. She prepared her fingers in a snapping position and remarked that this man looked down on women far too much. Teru grew anxious, realizing his end was near, while Omitsuki slowly drew her fingers closer to snap. In Teru's mind, he began cursing her, calling her a piece of shit. He couldn't die yet, not after his heart had been trampled, and he swore he would torment women one after another. As he said this, we were shown a broken robot toy with its body torn apart. In the next scene, we moved to a point in Teru's past. There, he had a co-worker Momo who recoiled when touched by him. She said this was the worst, to be touched by someone so ugly. She treated being near Teru as a terrible thing, as though she might be infected by his ugly bacteria. Teru explained to us that back then, he was treated as worse than a germ because he was ugly, and we were shown his appearance before he had plastic surgery. He added that women especially treated him as worse than a germ, outright merciless. He would never forget the grudge he felt at that time. He explained that he fixed his face with plastic surgery, and afterward he felt like he had been reborn. He honed his skills and rose in the ranks. He also said it was prohibited in the Momotaro Corp to kill one's colleagues, So that was why he poured all his grudges and frustrations onto Oni women instead. He said that torturing them and turning them into toys was his way of continuing his revenge against the women who had trampled his heart. Yet he admitted that was all he wanted to believe. He then turned his attention back to the two women before him, Umitsuki and Bialbagora, and thought of something. Umitsuki asked if she was right, that what he wanted was to experience dying, then told him, "Now, why not smile a little more?" Soon after, Teru began screaming loudly until his voice echoed across the room, this time with the fear of losing his life, not the pleasure he had shown earlier while suffocating. In the end, Umitsuki snapped her fingers, saying this was for all the women he had killed, and commanded him to kneel before them and bury his face on the ground in the afterlife. Her jellyfish on his face exploded. As she began to walk away, she remembered something and turned back, telling him she had almost forgotten. He was going to hell, so it was impossible for him to do what she had just said. She approached Bialbagora and asked if she was all right, and with stammering words, Bialbagora thanked her deeply for ending that man. In her thoughts, Umitsuki blushed, commenting how Bialbagora was still cute even while looking so weak, and she brushed off her thanks, saying actually, all the thanks should go to her. She reached out her hand to Bialbagora and thanked her as well. Then she suddenly said that they were both pretty injured, asking if in that case she wanted to perform CPR, which left Bialbagora completely baffled and confused. After that, the scene shifted to the elevator hoistway. As they continued falling, Shiki fired blood bullets at Matoi. The bullets flew toward him, but before they could hit, Matoi suddenly moved at incredible speed, leaping across the surrounding walls. He reached Shiki's front and delivered a kick at his body, which Shiki blocked with his arms. Because of that, their fall only grew faster and heavier, and before long they landed hard on the elevator itself. Smoke spread through the area, and once it cleared, we saw the two of them staring intensely at one another, ready to clash again. Matoi asked Shiki if he wanted to continue their fight inside a smaller space, to which Shiki replied that he wasn't in the mood to choose a specific place to fight. Matoi said he understood, and after a brief exchange, the two of them prepared once again and moved at speed, each trying to land the first strike. Shiki swiftly raised his blood pistol, while Matoi immediately prepared his fists. As soon as Shiki aimed his gun, Matoi quickly flicked it away. In response, Shiki retracted it and brought it out again, pointing his hand at him. However, due to Matoi's reflexes, he managed to strike it before Shiki could even aim once more. Shiki's eyes widened in shock at what just happened, while Matoi seized the chance to rush toward him. Matoi tried to land a right straight punch to Shiki's face, but Shiki managed to dodge, and as he evaded, he simultaneously conjured two blood mini-Uzis. Before he could even rise back up from dodging, Shiki caught the Uzis and struck a cool pose as he gripped them. He immediately unleashed a hail of bullets, swinging his aim around, but thanks to Matoi's speed, he leapt across the floor, onto the walls, and all around, leaving Shiki unable to land a hit. Matoi grinned while doing this to taunt him, making Shiki wonder in his thoughts why he couldn't land a shot. Matoi leapt upward along the hoistway using the same evasive maneuvers, and as Shiki watched, he thought there was no way Matoi could escape midair. He began firing again, shouting that it was out of the question. But while Matoi was airborne, the blood bullets only flew past him, not a single one hitting. Matoi smiled and commented that he could see everything in slow motion. While falling from the high elevation, he prepared his right leg to deliver a meteor kick to Shiki. Shiki managed to block the incoming kick with his arms, but the sheer force made it clear on his face how much he struggled to withstand it. The impact also forced the elevator hatch beneath them to break open, sending Shiki crashing inside and causing a powerful slam. As he stood back up, he remarked at how painful that was. He then questioned whether Matoi even realized how much of an idiot he looked trying to act cool, adding that it was such a pain in the ass. Matoi also entered the elevator afterward, saying Shiki would find himself in serious trouble if he underestimated him. He shouted the words, "Tenju Tenji," then explained that he could use the ability of any material he was wearing. He pointed out that the gorilla fur wrapped around his arms gave him gorilla power. The rhino skin apron, he said, provided him with the highest grade of defense. The leopard skin pants granted him agile movement. The falcon wings, on the other hand, gave him overwhelming dynamic visual acuity. Shiki, bewildered, commented that Matoi was kidding him and that it was unfair. Matoi added that for his ultimate weapon, the wings on his back resembled peacock tail feathers. Shiki was left speechless at that and asked where those things were even made. Matoi explained that the peacock feathers could captivate any enemy on sight. Shiki immediately proved that wrong by firing his blood pistol at his face, but Matoi dodged and, looking concerned, said that was dangerous. He then loudly asked if Shiki didn't see it, pointing out that it was a peacock, and anyone not fascinated by it was an idiot. Shiki, confused, asked if the real reason he wore all that was for the abilities they granted, but deep down, wasn't it true that he never actually wanted to wear them? Matoi gave no response and ignored him. Because of that, Shiki burst into loud laughter, taunting him for his reaction. He laughed even harder, saying he was right, that Matoi knew that outfit was lame as shit. Matoi finally turned his gaze toward him and quietly explained that he really did like it. The materials used were created with cutting-edge technology, he added. Shiki roared with even louder laughter and mocked him for suddenly changing his voice into a small, timid one, then called him a poor guy. Matoi could no longer hold back after that, and suddenly moved at high speed, appearing behind Shiki. He prepared to deliver a right straight, annoyance clear on his face, while saying that Shiki had pressed all the wrong buttons. His punch landed solidly, slamming Shiki's body into the elevator door, and with such force that the door began to crack. Matoi rained down a flurry of punches on him, declaring that he would never forgive him. Shiki thought to himself that the damage he received was beyond what he had anticipated. He cursed in alarm and noted that if this kept up, his arms would be done for. He pointed out that in close combat, using firearms only put him at a disadvantage. With that, he admitted that his chances of winning were slim to none. He wondered if there was even a gun suited to defeat this man in the first place. How was he able to evade rapid fire? He also noted that the space was far too cramped, which wasn't favorable for him either, making guns useless here. As he thought about it, an idea suddenly struck him. His eyes widened as he realized something, and he began formulating a plan. Soon after, he found an opening and quickly summoned a blood pistol, aiming it fast at Matoi. But just like before, Matoi easily flicked it away, telling him to give it up since it was useless. However, what Matoi didn't expect was that Shiki had summoned not a normal gun, but a high-volume noise gun. The moment Shiki pulled the trigger, it released an ear-splitting sound that filled the tight elevator space. Matoi's left eardrum burst from it, and he frantically asked what had just happened. Shiki explained that the sound resonated too strongly because the space was too small, while Matoi, visibly worried, asked what kind of gun he was holding. Shiki thought about it and replied uncertainly that maybe it was a Rappa gun. Grinning, he explained that he had always thought about this. Using his blood, if he could create pre-existing guns at will, then he could also create guns that didn't exist with the help of his imagination. Thanks to Matoi, he said, he was now one step closer to becoming free, and as gratitude, he added that he would now put him to sleep. While all of that was happening, we returned to the scene with Yaoroshi, who was deep in contemplation inside the library. He hadn't spoken since earlier and remained in thought about his life, until he suddenly heard Otohara's voice calling out to all Kikoku members, which caught his attention. Otohara informed them that the friends of their former member Yaoroshi had arrived, which startled and surprised him. He also explained that they had the same purpose, so they weren't enemies. After that, he suggested to the rest of the group that they begin cooperating with them and pointed out that they didn't need to inform him anymore since he had already left, which annoyed Yaoroshi and made him comment irritably that he forgot to sever their connection, calling him an idiot. In Otohara's thoughts, he said that he had done it on purpose, and it was sort of a final parting gift for his departing Kohai. He then added that as important as it is to stop, you can't move forward unless you take the first step. After that, something suddenly caught his attention and made him uneasy. It seemed to be because his captain, Hayate. Worriedly, he asked where he was going and pointed out that that wasn't even the right path. He said he would show him the way, so he should stop running around randomly on his own. After that, we returned to Yaoroshi, who was now wondering why Shiki and the others had come. He thought about it briefly, then quickly stood up with a concerned look. He regained his composure and said he couldn't let them see him in this state. As he began to move again, the scene suddenly shifted back to Shiki and Matoi, where Shiki was pointing out to the ruptured eardrum Matoi that he couldn't escape the sound. Matoi then commented that it was troublesome to go against an ability that could create things that didn't even exist, while Shiki laughed boastfully and proudly said it was a make-all-you-can type of power. Right after that, Shiki began preparing to summon another weapon, asking if he should make a huge and powerful gun for him next, which deeply alarmed Matoi and made him realize his situation was bad. Shiki shouted as he tried to manifest his imagination into his blood, while Matoi quickly raised his hands in front of his face, thinking that he had to stop this somehow. However, despite both of their anticipation, what Shiki ended up producing was a huge blob of blood in the shape of a gun, which made him cry out in surprise, asking what the heck that thing was. Matoi realized this was his chance to counter, so he immediately charged in while readying his fist. Panicking, Shiki tried to call out to him, saying to wait and time out, but Matoi didn't stop and mockingly repeated what he said. He then continued with a solid punch straight into Shiki's body, while irritatedly asking if he was some elementary kid for saying that earlier. The punch was so strong that Shiki spat out blood and was blown out of the closed elevator, slamming into the wall. He even pointed out the obvious afterward while trying to stand up, saying he got launched all the way to the elevator hall. When he tried to rise, he felt a piercing pain in his chest, which made him cough and hunch over, while Matoi smugly commented that he probably broke some ribs from what he did to him. Shiki cursed in his thoughts out of worry, but it quickly turned into a realization. The reason he was able to create the Rapigun earlier was because he had a detailed image structure of it, which also meant he couldn't make guns without such a detailed structure. He then grinned and added that he had studied disassembling different kinds of guns anyway, and anticipated that their fight might turn into a long battle. Something then made a noise next to him, which caught his attention and made him anxious, wondering if it was another enemy. However, when he turned to look, he just saw that the sound was coming from Matoi's models, who were clapping with lifeless expressions, which made him spiral into confusion. In disbelief, he asked if Matoi had just forced them into this weird act of his, then yelled at them to stop showing those straight faces while dressed like that. Matoi felt relieved and said that having his gallery around really livened things up. Shiki, however, questioned what he meant by lively and pointed out that, from his point of view, those companions of his looked practically dead, then asked why their eyes looked like that and why they were even clapping. He added that he was hoping the tension would rise. After that, he started thinking about what he should do here. Using the Rapigun again seemed like a good idea, but he admitted the details of it were too much of a burden. Then the screen on the wall to his left suddenly made a sound, and someone began asking if he could hear him, calling him by name, which caught his attention. The one who appeared on the screen was Kasabi, who had a whole brain placed on top of his head, and he cheerfully introduced himself to Shiki as Director Mamura Kasabi, terrifying Shiki at the thought that he was looking at a human brain. Because of that, Kasabi quickly removed the brain from his head and said that he wasn't like that and that he was just a regular human. He explained that the brain belonged to someone whose face he tried to remodel. One of them then commented that the brain looked soggy and disgusting, while Shiki began to wonder if this man really was a director. Matoi suddenly cut in and told their director not to try interrupting, to which Kasabi stared at him and asked who he was, making Matoi freeze up before yelling out his own name. But Kasabi simply replied that he didn't know him and wasn't interested. Shiki then joined in and asked what was up with this director, calling him an Oni kidnapper, to which Kasabi replied no, and pointed out that it would be a waste not to talk with a child of Kishin. While holding up a small piece of the brain he was earlier handling, he said that this would be the last time he'd get to talk to Shiki while he was still alive, because the next time he sees him, Shiki would already be a corpse by then. Shiki asked what on earth Kasabi was talking about, and Kasabi answered that he no longer conducted research at this facility. With that being said, he added he'd be leaving soon since he was going to dispose of this place and move to his next lab, then bid them farewell. Shiki looked confused at what he meant, while a hint of worry was visible on Matoi's face. If that's the case, Shiki said, Then he should release all the captured Oni. Kasabi then asked if he was referring to the guinea pig Onis and said there was nothing to worry about regarding that. Because, he added, while showing an incubator filled with black substances, a bomb would be more than enough to clean up the entire place, which deeply shocked Shiki. Shiki grew alarmed and couldn't believe there was a bomb in the facility, while Kasabi added that now that he had enough data, bombing this place would be far more efficient. Matoi cut in and drew their director's attention, saying that if he went through with that, everyone in there would die. Kasabi replied coldly that he didn't care, let them all die, which shocked Matoi by how heartless he was. While lifting an eyeball, Kasabi shifted his voice to make it sound like the eyeball was the one talking, saying that if they didn't want to die, they better hurry up, finish their work, and evacuate. And if they couldn't even manage that, then they might as well die anyway. He then added in his real voice that it was nothing less for Father Eye. Matoi gulped upon hearing that, while Kasabi pointed out that this was exactly why he told them they didn't need to worry about those guinea pigs. Shiki then shouted for him to stop with that crap and demanded how the hell any of that was supposed to be okay. He ordered him to return all the Oni alive while calling him a moron. Kasabi asked why he was getting so worked up, looking visibly puzzled. A moment later, Kasabi seemed to realize something and pointed out that maybe it was because Shiki was different from those ordinary guinea pigs, that he was a high-class guinea pig, which clearly didn't sit well with Shiki. Kasabi grinned afterward and commented that those creatures were truly fascinating and that he needed to show them to him. In fact, they were so hilarious that Shiki really needed to see them, so he asked Shiki to give him a minute, which puzzled Shiki even more. Not long after, Kasabi returned to the front of the screen and thanked them for waiting. He then showed them a young Oni child, calling her the daughter of one of the guinea pigs, and encouraged the girl to introduce herself. Though sweat dripped from the girl's forehead, her smile still stretched from ear to ear as she introduced herself as Miyuki, saying she was 7 years old. Shiki was confused that Kasabi had shown a child, while Kasabi flashed a peace sign and called the kid the smiley Miyuki. Immediately after that, he suddenly kicked the child hard in the body, causing the girl to gasp and Shiki to cry out in concern. As the girl writhed in pain on the ground, Kasabi, showing no mercy, yelled profanities at her and asked what the hell she was doing, while Shiki's face showed both pity and shock. Despite the injury she received, the girl kept smiling and even managed to say that she was okay, which left Shiki wide-eyed. Kasabi then explained that after this kid saw the captives die one after another, she started trying to flatter him using that smile. That smile, Kasabi said, put him in a good mood, so he might as well not kill her just yet, adding a compliment about how adorable she was. He then ordered Miyuki to keep smiling and look at the jiggly brain he was holding, to which Miyuki responded with a soft giggle while smiling. Kasabi then casually mentioned that, by the way, that brain he was holding used to belong to the girl's mother, something that clearly made the child uneasy. As the girl struggled to maintain a composed smile, Kasabi asked what was wrong with the way she was smiling. Miyuki did her best to steel herself, and despite the heartbreak she felt after hearing that, she still forced a smile at Kasabi, though this time, tears were streaming down her face. Shiki began to tremble with anger as he watched the scene unfold, while Kasabi laughed and remarked how amusing Miyuki's face looked. Kasabi then pulled out a vial and dumped its contents on the floor, commanding Miyuki to clean it up with a smile, asking if she could show him how she'd do it. Miyuki knelt down and began licking the liquid on the floor with a dog-like grin, while Kasabi urged Shiki to watch. Kasabi was clearly delighted, pointing out that even while licking the liquid, Miyuki kept smiling, and he commented again that Oni really were interesting creatures. Suddenly, Miyuki began to feel something strange while licking the fluid, and soon after, she started coughing up blood uncontrollably. That finally got Shiki's attention, and his face was filled with concern. Kasabi then added that those creatures were also extremely naive. With a blush on his face, Kasabi happily told Shiki that the thing that child was licking was actually poisonous, while Miyuki collapsed on the ground, struggling desperately to breathe. While this was happening, Matoi let out a laugh at the sight of such unsightly cruelty. Kasabi tried to hold back his laughter as he pointed out that the kid's smile really did put him in a good mood. He couldn't hold back any longer and began laughing hysterically, saying that the girl had actually started licking poison while smiling, and that it was just too damn funny. He then mocked the dying child, asking if she really thought she could escape death by just smiling like that, and added that the girl was so stupid it gave him a stomachache from laughing. Before long, Miyuki stopped moving, and Kasabi noted that she was dead, then looked at Shiki through the screen with a smile on his face, reminding him that he told him what he'd see would be interesting, to which Shiki just stared silently and said nothing. Kasabi then informed them that the explosion would be starting soon, then wondered whether they would die in the explosion along with this place, or die from some other Momo out there. After saying see you later to Shiki, he closed the communication on the screen. Matoi muttered that their director really was a pain in the ass, and pitted himself at the thought of getting caught up in the bombing, while Shiki remained silently staring at the now blank screen. Then suddenly, Matoi yelled at his subordinates and ordered them to get more excited, prompting them to immediately cheer and shout wildly without hesitation. Seeing this, Matoi was delighted and shouted that he had finally leveled up. Shiki, still standing quietly to the side, didn't respond, prompting Matoi to ask what he was doing just standing there in a daze like that. He then began charging forward while adding sarcastically whether he'd already died from shock. He also asked what the fuss was about over a single insect dying. Matoi's men continued clapping and cheering as he rushed ahead, saying it was just a short life anyway. But as Matoi approached the silent Shiki, he was suddenly shot point-blank with a blood-modified rifle that Shiki had pulled out unexpectedly, blasting him across the hallway. The impact was so strong that Matoi was thrown all the way to the other end of the hallway, and the shock of it left his subordinates stunned and flabbergasted. Shiki simply stood still after doing that, and after a few moments, he told them all to shut the fuck up with a furious and trembling expression. He declared that he would never forgive Kasabi, calling him a bastard, and that someone like him wasn't worthy of forgiveness. He was beyond saving. In his uncontrollable rage, veins began popping on Shiki's face as he added that he would never let Kasabi get away while calling him a scumbag. We were then briefly shown the result of what happened to Matoi after receiving Shiki's devastating attack, and we saw that he had taken a heavy hit and was already unconscious. After that, we immediately returned to the furious Shiki, and while calling Kasabi scumbag glasses, he said that he would never forgive him. He then shouted at Matoi's men and called them bastards, demanding to know where that scumbag glasses went, to which one of them nervously responded that he went to the top floor. Upon hearing that, Shiki gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that's where he was headed, and he said to just wait for him there. He then started running at full speed in that direction while shouting that he was seriously going to beat that guy to a pulp. He then overheard Matoi's subordinates deciding to run as well after hearing the place would be blown up, which made him stop and remember that they were right. Those guys were going to blow this entire facility apart. Because of that, he turned back and angrily asked them if they knew where the bomb was planted, to which one of them nervously replied that how was he supposed to know that? Shiki then pulled out his blood pistol while asking is that so, and aimed it straight at the man's forehead, then furiously asked if he wanted him to drive a bullet between his eyebrows so he could meet the great Buddha, causing the man to panic and quickly insist that he already told him he didn't know anything, and the director didn't care about any of their lives anyway. After that, Shiki let them go and thought to himself that he had to inform his allies. He then began running again, shouting for them to wait for him, while the Momos he had just intimidated simply stared at him as he ran off. Meanwhile, we shift to another hallway where we see Kogasaki slowly peeking around a corner. When he looked, he saw several Momos already collapsed on the floor, so he approached them to inspect more closely. He wondered to himself whether someone had already taken control of this area, and shortly after, he began wandering again. He entered Laboratory C, and while observing the room, he commented that it looked like it hadn't been used for quite a long time. Then, something made a sound behind a high-tech lab device, which immediately caught his attention and prompted him to ask who was there. He ordered whoever it was to show themselves as he prepared his hand. Yusurube then quickly revealed himself and cried out that he was just a cute lost child, begging for mercy as he ran forward. He dropped to the floor and bowed, pleading for his life while offering his favorite Arrow novel in exchange. Kogasaki looked puzzled upon seeing him, and Yusurube also seemed confused when he recognized who he was facing. The room briefly fell silent, and not long after, Kogasaki ordered him to throw away the arrow novel, which Yusurube quickly did. After that, Yusurube explained to Kogasaki why he was wandering around, and Kogasaki learned that it was for obtaining a data copy. Yusurube, with a pouting face, asked him what he thought would happen if their enemies found out he couldn't fight, to which he praised him for hanging in there while searching. Yusurube explained that fortunately, a large portion of the enemy had already been defeated before they even got there. Kogasaki then asked if the data was in this area. He replied that it wasn't and added that this place looked like it had been abandoned for quite some time. As they exited Laboratory C, Yusurube added that he had a feeling the important data was stored on the top floor. He also remembered something at that moment and said that this item was given to him by Otohara of the Kikoku unit. He showed Kogasaki a small blood vial and explained that once you drank that vial of blood, you'd be able to communicate with anyone else who had also consumed it. So he asked Kogasaki to drink it too. However, Kogasaki refused, which surprised him, and he added that drinking someone else's blood just felt kind of gross, which flustered him even more. Something then caught their attention from the side, and when they turned to look, they saw Shiki, who was visibly happy to see them. He excitedly said that he finally found them, while behind him a massive swarm of momos was chasing after him, causing Yusurube to glance at him in concern and tell him to look behind him. When Shiki got close to the two, he explained that he had just been through something tough, then said that he had something important to tell them, while Kogasaki, annoyed, asked what nonsense he was dragging to them this time and called him an idiot, while Yusurube invited them to run. Shiki then pointed out that there was something even worse about their situation here and informed them that they were all going to die here, which confused Kogasaki, who asked what he meant by that. Shiki tried to share what he knew, but Kogasaki couldn't hear what he was saying because it was drowned out by the momos chasing them, who were yelling for them to wait and that they'd be killed. Shiki tried again to explain what he learned was going to happen in this laboratory, but again it was impossible for Kogasaki to hear him due to the momos continuously shouting that they are so dead while calling them brats. Shiki tried to repeat what he was saying once more, but the shouting grew even louder as the momos drew closer, yelling for them to get ready to cry. Because of this, Shiki and Kogasaki finally lost their patience and started killing all the momos with their respective powers, with Shiki yelling furiously for them to shut the hell up. After clearing out the overwhelming number of momos, Shiki was finally able to tell the two about the bomb, which prompted Kogasaki to ask if he was sure about that, and Shiki confirmed that it was true. A worried Yusurube then commented that it sounded like a huge problem if so, which Shiki agreed with, explaining that this was the reason why he planned to tell everyone. He then started running again, prompting Kogasaki to ask why he was doing that, so Shiki asked if it wasn't obvious. Kogasaki then pointed out that he could just say it via broadcast, which confused Shiki, so he clarified that in a facility this big, there was surely a broadcasting room somewhere. Shiki realized what he meant after that, and Kogasaki chuckled a bit at how slow his mind was. This made Shiki angry, and he irritatedly asked if Kogasaki really thought he was that stupid, and told him to look at him while calling him an asshole, to which Kogasaki blocked his face with his hand and refused, saying that if he stared at the face of an idiot, he'd become one too. Yusurube, on the other hand, panicked and shouted that there was no time to argue about that. He added that they should hurry and find the broadcasting room, but Shiki said they'd leave that to them because he had to go after the director on the top floor, which left Yusurube speechless as he tried to bring up the matter of spreading the news about the bomb. Even so, Shiki ignored him and said while running off that in that case, they should just find a way themselves. So Yusurube quickly shouted for him to wait and told him to drink what he was about to give him first. Shiki was puzzled about why he was being given blood, so Yusurube explained that if he drank that blood, he'd be able to communicate with anyone else who had also drunk the same blood. Unlike Kogasaki, Shiki drank it immediately, which made Kogasaki groan in disgust, asking why he drank it without even thinking twice, and added that it must have been so unhygienic, to the point it made him want to vomit. Because of that, Shiki started teasing him and asked if he was scared of drinking blood, to which Kogasaki retorted that Shiki probably had a mosquito's brain for going all in like that with drinking blood. Yusurube then asked if Kogasaki wasn't going to drink it, and Shiki said that rather than drinking it, Kogasaki was too much of a pussy to do that, which Kogasaki angrily denied and said it was obviously something he was going to do. After drinking it, Shiki was mind-blown that he could suddenly hear a voice in his head. Otohara then began speaking to them and said he was happy to finally meet them. He explained that right now, he was the only one connected, and that if they had anything important to tell the rest of their allies, they could just tell him and he'd relay the message. Shiki was surprised and asked if that meant Yaoroshi was also connected. Once that came to mind, he immediately tried calling out to Yaoroshi and irritably demanded him to show himself, saying that if he had something to say, then he should just say it already, while Yusurube silently wondered if something had exploded in Shiki's head. Otohara then clarified to them that currently, Yaoroshi was only connected to the parent line, which was him, so they couldn't talk to him directly. He added that they could cut off their own lines if they wanted to, but they couldn't sever the parent line that he was connected to. After that, he brushed it off and said that if they needed to say anything important, they should just tell him directly. While Otohara was explaining all this, Shiki had already started running toward the top floor, shouting to Yusurube that he was leaving the broadcasting room to them. Kogasaki then told Yusurube to just leave the broadcasting room to him, and that he should go ahead and retrieve the data. Before they split up, he warned him not to be too reckless, and if he sensed any danger, he should immediately retreat, to which Yusurube replied that he understood. In the next scene, Kogasaki had already arrived at the broadcasting room, and he thanked Otohara for showing him the way, to which Otohara said it was a good thing they had data from their team. We were then briefly shown the bomb planted in the facility, where we saw that only about 3 seconds remained on the timer. While Kogasaki was opening the microphone, the countdown continued. Once he got it open, he immediately announced to everyone who could hear him that if they didn't want to die, they should evacuate immediately. He pointed out that the laboratory will soon be blown to bits. Just as he was about to repeat the part about the laboratory exploding, the bomb timer hit 0, and the resulting blast was so loud it startled the birds in the forest surrounding them. After that explosion, the people inside the facility began to feel its powerful tremor. This made Kogasaki wonder if the detonation had already begun. He immediately asked his companions who could hear him via broadcast if they were all right. We were then shown the situation of each of them. Shiki was still running toward the top floor, annoyed at Kasabi and calling him a bastard. Yusurube commented in surprise at the tremor. Biabagoro was concerned about what was happening. Mudano turned to look at the facility. Tetsuji swore in worry. Kiriyama began acting as if he were having a heart attack, while Sazanami, who was with him, invited him to take a nap. After that, Kogasaki called Otohara and asked if things were all right on his side, to which Otohara replied that it seemed all their companions were safe. Kogasaki then asked if this meant it wasn't the end for them yet, and Otohara answered that it was possible there was some device planting bombs in different areas with a time lag, which puzzled Kogasaki and made him ask why they would do such a thing. Otohara said that from what he could see, it looked like their enemies were buying time. While the two of them talked, we were shown Kasabi waiting for a data upload from his computer to a flash drive. To pass the time, he kept playing Oni organs, and while doing so, he remarked that he never thought copying the data would take this long. He also wondered if the explosions had already started, and if perhaps they were too early. He considered whether he could use the confusion stirring up amidst the explosion to escape. When Otohara thought about what their enemies might be planning, Kogasaki remarked that this was bad, and pointed out that they still didn't know the location of the imprisoned Onis. Despite all that was happening, Otohara brushed it off and simply said they should all split up and search, something Shiki immediately agreed to upon hearing it. While still running, Shiki asked them if there was anything they could do about the bombs, hoping the explosion wouldn't push through or something. Kogasaki was puzzled as to why he was asking that. Shiki asked if they remembered what Tetsuji had told them, reminding them that Kegon Falls held many memories for them. Irritated, Kogasaki asked if he was stupid, pointing out that more than memories, they should be prioritizing the safety of everyone there. Shiki replied that he knew that. He was just hoping there was something they could do about it somehow. Otohara then commented that if the bomb's trigger time was longer than an immediate detonation, that was bad for them, and pointed out that they had no choice but to face it. He added that the students from Resetsu were currently focused on rescuing the captives. He also said that it would be easier for the Kikoku unit to cooperate with the rescued once they found the bomb. Kogasaki then asked if, once the location of the bomb was identified, Otohara would be able to take care of it. Otohara stood up and began stretching, saying he would move out and see for himself. He explained that since he had been part of the support team, he had at least some knowledge about it. Shiki thanked him for that and reminded him not to risk himself too much. Afterward, Otohara decided it was time to make some predictions about possible bomb locations. Kogasaki was surprised to hear that he could do that and found it hard to believe. Otohara explained that if they thought about it as gradually blowing up the whole facility while buying time, there were certain places where bombs could and could not be planted because of the structure. He then asked if they had heard all that. Afterward, he ordered them to search for the captives as well as the bombs if possible, while he himself would investigate the areas with the highest probability. Once he said that, he set them all into motion, with every member of the Kikoku unit responding in unison that they understood while being in different parts of the facility. Kogasaki then immediately informed all members of Resetsu that the bombs were planted in different locations and would go off one at a time at different intervals, and told them to try to find all the captive Onis before the entire facility collapsed. Because of this, Shiki grew even more excited as he sprinted toward the top floor, while Yusurube continued carefully searching the facility for data. On Kiriyama's side, he nervously said they needed to escape quickly but also needed to save the captive Onis, to which Sazanami replied that he didn't need to rush, calling him darling. We then moved to Bialbogora's situation, where Umitsuki, arms open, said it was time for a let's both do our best hug, which only confused her. Upon hearing this, Yaoroshi cursed in worry, saying they needed to find the captured Oni as soon as possible, something that had the same effect on Tetsuji, making him even more eager to find his child Remy. While that was happening, we went to the location of the research institute, where some captive Onis began panicking after hearing about the planned detonation of the place. They shouted that at this rate, everyone would die, and demanded that the Momos let them out. Among the panicking captives, Remy just sat, thinking about her father. On the Momos' side, they worriedly commented that they hadn't heard anything about this bombing. They wished their director wouldn't go through with it, as they too would die. They began to panic and think about what they should do, when one of them said the answer was obvious. They should run for their lives, which the others agreed with. Before long, they were all making a break for it as fast as they could. On Hayate's side, he said that if things continued, they could prioritize rescuing the captive Onis while the Momos were distracted, and ordered that any Momo they encountered be killed on sight. After that, we moved to Medano's situation, where he was facing the 6 commanding generals and a swarm of Momos. Upon hearing about the facility's planned detonation, they began to worry and asked if it was true and what they should do. Mudano wondered to himself if this meant the bombing of the entire laboratory was something Kasabi had planned from the start, and concluded there was no reason to stall for time any longer. Seiseki caught his attention and, with a crazed excitement, asked which of them might survive here, then ominously asked if he wanted to play a game. In response, Mudano suddenly spewed a flood of blood at the feet of the commanders, drawing the attention of the surrounding Momos. Kakuryu immediately noticed the danger and tried to use his ability on Mudano. However, he couldn't stop what Mudano was planning, and the blood continued to spread, climbing up the bodies of 3 of their commanders. They ended up looking like Teru Bozu as Mudano's blood completely enveloped them, and inside this cloth-like blood, he lifted them into the air and squeezed with tremendous force, the pressure slowly cracking their bones. Mudano called this move blood erosion release, turbulent drizzle rain, where he essentially turned the 3 commanders into fruit and juiced their blood out of their bodies using his Teru Bozu-like blood. As the commander's blood continued to drip, Kakuryu thought to himself about noticing the difference in speed between setting up the blood and setting up the technique. The horror and dread were evident on the faces of the other Momos watching Mudano take down their commanders. While this was happening, Mudano told them the urgent business was over. With a serious and ominous tone, he then apologized but said he had to end this quickly, asking if there was anyone left willing to fight. Kakuryu sensed that their situation was now dire, realizing that if Mudano had been serious from the beginning, all of them there would have been annihilated within minutes. Clicking his tongue at what he was about to do, and seeing clearly that the situation had changed, he decided to raise both hands and admit defeat, saying they surrendered. A short while later, Mudano had managed to tie up all the momos in front of him after they surrendered. He spoke to Kakuryu, pointing out that since they had already surrendered, they were required to answer his questions. He asked what exactly this laboratory was researching and where the captive Onis were located. Kakuryu replied that, to be honest, he didn't know either of those. He explained that whatever the director researched or created was none of their concern, so he really had nothing to tell him about that. The only order given to him was to capture Onis, and as for their location, he had no knowledge of that either. Mudano then asked what kind of person their director was. Kakuryu answered that the man was the type who was obsessed with research, caring about nothing else, and wagered that he didn't even remember any of their names. He also revealed that most captains and vice captains who were troublemakers were transferred here, from unmotivated captains to those with difficult personalities. Their director would take in anyone not accepted by others. He stressed that this wasn't out of kindness. The man simply took whatever he could get his hands on. This place, Kakuryu said, could be considered a gathering point for all sorts of troublemakers. Other than the researchers, everyone working here hated the job. They had too much free time, and compared to those stationed in the city, they had no battles to fight, which dulled their skills. Mudano commented that this explained why Tsukiyomi was overwhelmingly stronger despite holding the same captain role. In Kakuryu's mind, he noted that no matter how slow Mudano seemed, he was still a monster who had been able to kill 3 of their captains simultaneously. While thinking this, Kakuryu suddenly remembered something and told Mudano that, come to think of it, the director who didn't care about anyone had personally scouted one captain. Mudano asked who it was, and Kakuryu answered that they called him Mamitsuji Hizumi, the honor student. We were then shown the Momo he was referring to, walking down a hallway in the facility, looking just like the young Momo saved by Hayate's grandfather, only to kill him afterward. It was also revealed that Hizumi was the Kegon Falls Site Research Institute Unit 10 commander. Moments later, another bomb's timer finished, triggering a powerful explosion in part of the building. The blast shook the place violently, causing cracks in other areas. On Hirunuma and Torikai's side, Hirunuma commented while watching the walls crack that the place didn't look like it would hold much longer. He then told Torikai they were close to the 3rd floor medical office Otohara had mentioned, so he should hang on. Torikai apologized, saying he had become a burden. Hirunuma pointed out that wasn't their code. They were supposed to help their comrades, and told them to hurry. As they continued walking, the sides of the hallway walls ahead of them suddenly began twisting and distorting, forming tentacle-like shapes, leaving them bewildered. After twisting, the structure shot toward them with tremendous speed, prompting Torikai to shout for Hirunuma to look out. Torikai managed to push Hirunuma away from danger, but in doing so, he took the full brunt of the metal twisted tentacles, which struck his left thigh and right side. Hirunuma cried out in alarm and shock at his injuries, and upon seeing the tentacles prepare to attack again, he quickly summoned a swarm of leeches to form a leech wall between them and the incoming threat. He then went to the injured Torikai, saying it was his fault since Torikai had protected him, and apologized. But their conversation was cut short when a sound came from ahead of them. Turning to look, Hirunuma saw his leech wall start twisting and distorting, soon breaking apart to form a hole. Walking toward them was the Momo responsible, who remarked that he had successfully secured 2 Onis, adding that he would now dispose of them according to regulations. It was Hizumi. In Hirunuma's mind, he was shocked that this Momo had been able to twist his leeches. He stood, thinking that with a heavily wounded Torikai behind him, escape wasn't an option. He had to stop this Momo. Unfortunately, Hizumi suddenly appeared right in front of him and grabbed his chest. He only realized it when he felt it, snapping his gaze down in shock. The next moment, his chest twisted just like his leeches had, creating a large hole in his side. He was grievously injured, coughing up blood, while Torikai was deeply worried for him. Hizumi pointed out that his intention had been to distort Hirunuma's heart, but the latter had narrowly avoided it, something that impressed him. Controlling the distorted metal tentacle he had created, Hizumi added that since both of them were severely wounded, they should let him grant himself the honor of killing them both, the worry on their faces intensifying. On Otohara's side, he urgently told their captain to destroy the wall beside him. Hayate shouted that breaking something like that is nothing for him as he unsheathed his katana. To the shock of the two badly injured Kikoku unit members, their captain smashed through the wall of the hallway they were in. He immediately asked if they were all right, making Torikai smile slightly in relief at their captain's arrival. Hayate told them to leave this one to him. When he saw the scar on Hizumi's right lower cheek, his eyes widened. Upon seeing the Momo's full face, he was even more taken aback, realizing that Hizumi was the child who had killed his grandfather. Overcome with rage and hatred, Hayate furiously called the Momo a piece of shit, while Hizumi only smiled and said it had been a long time since they last met. Hayate's expression was filled with pure hatred as he glared at Hizumi's smug face, furiously calling him a bastard. In his rage, there were countless things he wanted to lash out about, demanding to know what he was doing there and why. His grip on his katana tightened more and more until he could no longer hold himself back. A raging wind aura burst from his body as he shouted that Hizumi was a piece of shit. Raising his katana, Hayate prepared to swing, and with a single slashing motion of his weapon, he unleashed an intense wind tempest cyclone toward Hizumi, its force devastating the entire surrounding area. The anguish and fury against that Momo were written all over his face after the attack. Torikai then shouted at Hayate, calling him a stupid asshole, and demanded to know what if there were captured Onis nearby, pointing out the possibility that they might get caught in it. Yet despite Hayate's powerful strike, when the smoke and debris cleared, it seemed to have done nothing to Hizumi. He exhaled with a sound that naturally escapes when something feels pleasant, remarking that the breeze felt nostalgic. Torikai could hardly believe the Momo was still alive, stating he was certain it had been hit by their captain's technique, yet it remained unharmed. Hayate pointed out to Hizumi that he had been searching for him for a long time, calling him a bastard again, while Hizumi merely stared back at him. This made Torikai ask his captain what's the matter, and as Hayate readied his katana again, he told Torikai that this bastard was the individual who had stolen everything from him, saying so while the gruesome memory of what Hizumi had done to his adoptive grandfather lingered in his mind. After that, he launched another attack, but this time, multiple wind cyclones at once. However, as they closed in on Hizumi, it was as if he were simply standing there untouched, despite the barrage of ravaging wind attacks. This left Hayate wondering about what was happening. Hizumi then began to monologue, stating that in order to distort creatures, things, and space, one must first touch them with their hands. He added that when anger rises, the rest becomes quite simple to predict. He then swiftly moved in, closing the distance to place his hand toward Hayate's face, alarming him. Finding it too easy to get close, Hizumi wondered aloud if perhaps he had gotten weaker, while Hayate's expression remained one of shock. However, someone suddenly yanked Hayate by the collar to pull him out of harm's way, saying that Hizumi was right. It turned out to be Hirunuma, who sacrificed himself in exchange for his captain's life, adding for everyone to calm down. Because of this, Hizumi was able to touch the right side of Hirunuma's face, and in that moment, it distorted and twisted. Hizumi grinned at the sight, thinking that at this rate, even his brain would end up distorted. But his smile abruptly faded when he noticed something beside them. A blood bird suddenly flew between him and Hirunuma, forcing him to retract his hand. Turning, he saw Torikai in a controlling stance and realized he was the one responsible. Then something else drew his attention downward. Leeches were beginning to wrap around his right leg. Despite Hirunuma's severe injuries, he pushed himself to make it happen, and once his leeches had coiled tightly around Hizumi's leg, he commanded them to constrict even further. As a follow-up, Hayate charged in quickly to seize the opportunity while Hizumi was still removing the leeches. However, just as he closed in, Hayate suddenly tripped and went past the Momo entirely. Torikai and Hirunuma's eyes widened at the sight, while Hizumi explained that he had distorted the floor beneath where he's stepping on earlier, and that there was one more thing. When Hayate lifted his head from where he had fallen, he saw that the other thing Hizumi was referring to was his katana, distorted as well. After that, Hizumi said it was about time to wrap things up, but someone called to him, so he answered first. It turned out to be the director, and while Hizumi spoke to him, Hayate attempted another charge. However, Hizumi easily stopped him by manipulating the distorted metal walls into restraints around his body, all while continuing his conversation with Kasabi. When the call ended, Hizumi told Hayate to pardon him, but he had to leave, if he could be excused. Hayate easily broke free from the restraints by releasing a powerful burst of wind from his body, then furiously demanded if Hizumi thought he would just let him escape. Hizumi pointed out that Hayate was one of the remaining pending duties he had left, and that he really wanted to dispose of him right now. Unfortunately, his superiors had given him orders that he must obey. With that being said, Hizumi added, could he please come to the topmost floor? If he arrived before Hayate could even withdraw, Hizumi feared the director would give an order to deal with him. Hayate ignored this, declaring in anger that he would kill him right now. Hizumi replied that it was fine if he wanted to follow, then pointed to the two behind him, saying they were bound to die soon anyway. Hayate's eyes widened as he realized Hizumi was right. Torikai and Hirunuma's condition was critical. The two shouted for their captain to leave and go after Hizumi, which gave Hayate a strange feeling as he realized something. He watched Hizumi walk away, then vanish in an instant due to his speed, yet he still didn't move. In his mind, he thanked them, saying he truly had the best comrades, and that thanks to them, he wasn't a fool who abandoned his friends. He then began walking back toward his two wounded comrades, pointing out that saving them was his topmost priority. As he was drawing near, Hirunuma collapsed against the wall, prompting Hayate to shout in concern and ask if he was alright. He also asked if Hirunuma hadn't been seriously injured back when he had covered for him. In Torikai's mind, he commented that perhaps Hirunuma hadn't realized how much blood he had already lost from his head since that time. Hayate reassured Hirunuma that everything would be fine and that he would definitely save him. He also told Torikai that he would be fine as well and that he would carry them both for sure. With a faint and strained voice, Hirunuma replied that it was okay and that he's over at this point. Because of that, Hayate shouted that he was an idiot and as if he would ever allow that to happen. Torikai then pointed out to him that the infirmary was right there, but Hirunuma said he had already lost too much blood and that his wounds were severe enough that he wouldn't last long anyway. Hayate shouted at him again, saying that even if he died here, he would not let Hirunuma die. Even so, Hirunuma ignored that and asked his captain to go and just carry Torikai, to which Hayate said he would carry Torikai and also carry him. Hirunuma smiled after hearing that and commented that his captain was truly a kind person, and that was the reason he had decided to follow him. With concern, Hayate told him not to speak as if those were his last words. Torikai then placed a hand on Hayate's shoulder and gave him a look that seemed to mean he should respect Hirunuma's decision, though it was clear on his face how hard and painful that was for him to do. Hirunuma then commented that looking back, they had been through a lot together for a long time. As they spoke, the scene shifted to Hirunuma's monologue. He explained that he came from a clan that handled leeches. No one dared approach him because he could handle poisonous kinds. We were then taken back to the moment when Hayate and Hirunuma first met. In a forest, Hayate had approached Hirunuma and asked to lend them his strength. Hirunuma turned to him and asked if he was a bad person, which puzzled Hayate and made him ask why he would say that. As this was shown, Hirunuma in the present said that he was so happy to have finally met someone he could call a friend. He began recalling the times he shared with his friends, saying they smiled together, shared their pain with one another, got hurt together, and laughed together. He said his life had been so bright. He then called out to all his friends, asking if they could hear him. With a weakening voice, he said he was truly grateful for all the happy memories, and that this gratitude came from the very bottom of his heart. As he said this, we saw each member of the Kikoku unit trembling as they held back their tears while listening to their dear friend's sorrowful words. Hirunuma began coughing up blood from his injuries, but he continued speaking, saying that he never once felt alone since their fallen comrades were waiting for him. He raised his hand and asked if his captain was still there, and Hayate immediately held his hand, answering that he was. Through his tears, Hayate told him that he had been by his side all along. Hirunuma thanked him, and as the door to life slowly closed on him, he told Hayate that he wished them all nothing but happiness. Soon, the light faded from his eyes, and he passed away after exhaling his final breath. Because of this, Torikai and Hayate lowered their heads and cried in deep sorrow over the loss of their friend. After that, it was explained to us that Hirunuma had died with a smile on his face. Contrary to his appearance, he was affectionate and loved by everyone, showering those around him in kindness. Hirunuma Akurai, the oldest member who stood as the mother of the Kikoku unit, died at the age of 26. Then, in the present, both of Hirunuma's shoulders began to bulge, catching Hayate's attention. Hirunuma's leeches began to emerge from his body and move on their own, prompting Torikai to wonder if what they were seeing were indeed their friend's leeches. As he watched them, he commented that now he remembered, Hirunuma had once made a certain promise to those leeches. He recalled that Hirunuma had promised them that if he ever died, they should drink his blood down to the very last drop, and he urged them to live and be free. We could see the sadness on the faces of those leeches at the death of their host, or more than that, their friend. Torikai then called out to Hayate and told him to get moving and follow Hizumi. Hayate tried to reason that he needed to bring him to the infirmary first, but Torikai shouted that he could make it there on his own. If Hayate didn't go right now, he said, he would bite his own tongue until he died. This shocked Hayate and left him speechless, and Torikai added that for both of their revenge, he asked him to carry Hirunuma's revenge as well. Hayate teared up again upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure and replied that he understood. Before leaving, he spoke to Hirunuma, saying he also wanted to thank him for dealing with an unreliable captain like him. He adjusted Hirunuma's body so he could rest in peace and told him to rest easy and that they would meet again soon. He then called out to Torikai, telling him that he would never allow him to die, and asked if he got that, to which Torikai smiled and responded with a roger that. After that, Hayate began moving to pursue Hizumi, while Torikai asked Otohara to show their captain the way to his destination so he wouldn't get lost along the way. Before long, Torikai could no longer remain standing, so he leaned against the wall and sat down at the side. He apologized to Hayate, saying that he would die when his time came. Then he turned to Hirunuma and spoke to him, inviting him to cross the Sanzu River together. After that, the light faded from Torikai's eyes, and before long, he stopped moving and lost consciousness. Someone then arrived at the scene and found him. It was Kogasaki, who had been aided by Otohara in locating him. When Kogasaki told Otohara that he had found Torikai, Otohara immediately told him that he was still alive since the connection was still there, so he should hurry to the infirmary and not let him die. Because of this, Kogasaki immediately carried Torikai and began walking toward the infirmary. Otohara pointed out to him that the infirmary was just close ahead and urged him to run toward his right, adding in farewell that he wasn't very good at multitasking while acting as the navigator for their captain. Kogasaki then explained that even if he managed to bring Torikai to the infirmary, he had no idea how to perform first aid, let alone a blood transfusion, to which Otohara replied that he didn't know anything about that either, but they had no other choice. While walking and asking Otohara if he was okay with this, Kogasaki noticed something on the ground. He spotted a Momo employee lying unconscious and pinned under rubble. As he walked past, he wondered if the person had fainted because the rubble hit them on the head, but he brushed it off, saying it wasn't important. However, something else caught his attention when he walked alongside the figure, and to his shock, he saw that this Momo was pregnant, which began to challenge his morals. Otohara noticed him stop moving and pointed it out, asking what had happened. While securing Torikai to his body so he wouldn't have to hold him with both hands, Kogasaki explained that there was a pregnant Momo employee unconscious in that spot, to which Otohara said he could just leave her. Kogasaki immediately refused, saying he would bring her to the infirmary as well, which puzzled Otohara, who pointed out again that he should just leave her. When Otohara added Torikai's current condition to the argument, Kogasaki went ahead and lifted the pregnant Momo, saying he would listen to Otohara's minimal instructions but would never take any actual orders from him. Holding the Momo with both hands, he declared that he would do what he believed was right and would never let anyone else decide for him. He then explained that he understood Otohara's motto, but that he also had his own motto, prompting Otohara to question what his was. Kogasaki pointed out that his motto was based on whether or not he could accept it from the bottom of his heart. Otohara thought about that for a moment, but soon gave in to his wish, commenting that it wasn't like they had much time left to debate. As Kogasaki started walking, he thought to himself that, as he suspected, carrying 2 people was going to be really heavy, but he brushed that off, thinking it was actually like carrying 3 since one of them was pregnant. When he reached a turn, Otohara told him to go right at the corner up ahead, and that soon he would see the infirmary. Unfortunately, when he turned the corner, he saw Senritsu, who turned out to still be alive. The moment they locked eyes, they immediately recognized each other, and Kogasaki was stunned that this Momo had woken up. This left him worried, thinking it would be difficult to get out of this situation while carrying 2 bodies. He also began wondering what he needed to do, while Senritsu remarked that he had finally found him. While this was happening, the scene suddenly shifted to the Naruma branch of the Momotaro. Osuke kicked open a door as he entered, and upon opening it, he found 2 Momo employees sweeping up debris. His kick sent the swept debris flying, leaving him frozen in place. They shouted at him to stop opening the door with his feet, and one pointed out that just when they had gathered all the dust, he went and scattered it again, prompting him to apologize. One of them then told him to help them clean up, which the others agreed with. Osuke shouted for them to be quiet and said he would just treat them, so they should hurry up and finish cleaning, much to the delight of his co-workers, with one expressing thanks, another urging the night shift to give their best, and another cheerfully thanking him. However, Osuke said they would only go to a family restaurant, and while yakiniku sounded good, they would just eat at the family restaurant. Clear enough, he said, which his Momo friends agreed to, saying it was fine as long as it was with Osuke and food was involved. Feeling pleased, Osuke asked if that was so and chuckled lightly, then said in that case, they could have yakiniku after all. This made his co-workers cheer with joy that they would be eating meat with Osuke, while it was explained that Osuke was quite happy with what his co-workers had said. After that, Osuke went to his commander's room, where he still didn't stop himself from opening the door with his foot. As he did so, he called out Tsukiyomi's name, only to pause when he saw him pogo sticking while being cheered on by one of their subordinates, who said he only needed a few more when he reached 9,997 bounces. Osuke sat down on their couch and asked what they were doing, prompting their subordinate to explain that Maya-Rinpa's fortune-telling had said Tsukiyomi needed to hop 10,000 times. Once Tsukiyomi then hit 10,000 hops, he finally stopped and let out a sigh of relief, saying he had been saved yet again, before thanking Maya-Rinpa as their subordinate applauded him. Osuke remarked that it was stupid, to which Tsukiyomi asked if he was making fun of Maya-Rinpa sensei, and, if so, whether he wanted to die right now. After that, Tsukiyomi also sat on the couch and asked what brought Osuke there. Osuke threw something at the table and explained that it found a nostalgic photo. When Tsukiyomi looked at it, their subordinate also saw it and exclaimed in surprise that it was a photo of Osuke from his time at the Momotaro Institutional Training School. Osuke then asked if Tsukiyomi remembered that they were in sync with Senritsu, adding that it felt nostalgic. We were then shown the image, revealing that Osuke had been playing the bass while Senritsu was their vocalist. Their subordinate couldn't believe they had formed a band with Osuke, to which Osuke agreed, pointing out that he had been the bassist and Senritsu the vocalist. Their subordinate then asked in an amused tone what Tsukiyomi had been, to which Tsukiyomi replied that he was the conductor, causing the subordinate to wonder why a band would have a conductor. Osuke explained that the man had been busy doing all sorts of things, like being a guru in the fortune-telling club. Tsukiyomi said he was serious about his plan to create a fortune-telling strict observance law if he ever became a religious corporation and later rose to the position of prime minister, which Osuke commented that this one's pretty stupid too. He added that, well, he and Senritsu had been just as stupid, and they had only performed live once. He explained that Senritsu's singing voice had ruptured the eardrums of almost the entire audience, and when he saw them groaning, he thought to himself, what the hell is he doing? He recalled Senritsu saying they would become legends, which made him wonder what the hell he was talking about. After that, he said they disbanded immediately after just one live performance, but in its own way, it became a legend. He added that he thought Senritsu became vice captain afterward, surprising their subordinates, who asked if that meant he was strong. Osuke pointed out that he might have been stupid, but he was strong, adding that he was a tough guy. After all, he said, Senritsu was a man of righteousness. As he said this, the scene returned to Kogasaki and Senritsu's situation. Senritsu stared at the bodies Kogasaki was carrying, and instead of fighting, he suddenly told Kogasaki to follow him so they could treat the wounds of his injured comrades. Kogasaki was surprised by Senritsu's behavior, while Otohara immediately warned him that it was probably a trap and told him not to fall for it. Kogasaki then asked why, of all people, Senritsu needed to do that, to which the Momo looked puzzled. He pointed out that wasn't Kogasaki also trying to save that pregnant woman, then added that he didn't even know Kogasaki's name, but encouraged him to be friends. Senritsu declared that he's Kogasaki's friend, so he would save him, and in return, he wanted Kogasaki to be his friend and save him as well. He then firmly pointed out that he was a man who stayed true to his word. Otohara tried to cut in, telling Kogasaki he didn't really have to listen to him. But before he could even finish his but, Kogasaki responded to Senritsu, saying he understood and would leave it to him, prompting Otohara to yell and protest, asking what the hell he was talking about. Kogasaki then told Senritsu not to try anything because they both knew what would happen next. Senritsu began walking ahead, saying he wasn't the kind of lame guy who would do that. Meanwhile, in a stairway of the facility, from a higher floor while he was on a lower floor, Shiki spotted Yaroshi. Locking eyes with him, Shiki shouted that he had finally found him. Yaroshi called him a bastard and asked what he was doing there. He replied and asked if it wasn't obvious. They came to get him, he said, followed by a curse. He had a lot of explaining to do. Shiki knew that he had already left the Kikoku unit. Maybe he had realized that he didn't agree with what they were doing. If that were the case, then he should return to Resetsu. Yaroshi went silent for a moment before finally replying that he wasn't going back. Shiki grew irritated with that answer and asked what he meant. But hadn't Yaroshi once said that he didn't go there to make friends? He went to Resetsu with the thought that he would become strong, but that didn't happen. That's why now he needed to grow stronger on his own. He had no choice but to become stronger. Shiki paused and reflected on his point. Yaroshi added that if he kept sticking with them, he'd never grow stronger. That's why he didn't want to go back. So Shiki asked what he was supposed to do now. Yaroshi thought about it, then simply answered that he would do it all alone. He didn't want to see his face again. He was just a pain in the ass. Shiki called out for him to wait, but the ceiling above him slowly began to collapse. Cracks in the concrete started breaking loose due to the explosions. He grew alarmed as the shattered pieces began falling from above. Annoyed, Shiki could only sit down afterward. He began to wonder what exactly was going on with Yaroshi. Switching now to the infirmary, the Momotaro named Senritsu commented that Uri was incredibly lucky. Out of all the possible scenarios, they just happened to have the same blood type. That was because they had infused Uri's body with blood from Kogasaki. He was curious about how much he knew when it came to medicine. He asked him if he was familiar with Oni anatomy. While washing his hands, Senritsu replied that it was only natural he had learned that kind of thing in school. But if he ended up dying under his care, he wouldn't accept any complaints. He added that Oni had the same blood type as ordinary people before their horns appeared. Did he think it suddenly changed the moment their horns came out? Senritsu got irritated and commented on how weird their kind was. After finishing the wash, he said it looked like it's pretty much done. Then he complained that even he got caught in the explosion. Kogasaki called his attention and asked where the captured Oni were located. He replied, how should he know? Now that he had repaid his debt from saving the pregnant Momo, he was leaving. When Kogasaki asked what he planned to do, he said first, he had to get the pregnant Momo, whom he was now carrying, to the hospital. He had originally planned to come back, but he said it will take some time to get to the hospital. He's not even sure if he has the chance to return before the place was blown up. And beyond that, he didn't feel like risking his life for a boss who treated his subordinates like trash. From what he could tell, the Momotaro in the area who hadn't died yet were probably already fleeing to save themselves. Is that so? Kogasaki replied. Didn't Senritsu say he would repay that debt? Kogasaki was confused by his statement. Senritsu insisted that his fight with him was a debt he also had to pay back. So the next time they met, they surely need to beat each other to death. He better remember that. Kogasaki gave him the finger and said he'd surely be coming for revenge next time. As he walked away, Senritsu told him not to underestimate him, calling him a brat on his way out. Kogasaki called out to him again, and when he turned, he thanked him for saving the Oni. Senritsu didn't respond and continued on. He walked down the hallway while carrying the pregnant Momo. When he noticed the girl had regained consciousness, he asked if she was finally awake. The girl was confused when she realized it was Vice Captain Senritsu. She apologized and said she could walk on her own now. Senritsu told her not to push herself too hard. She should just shut up and let herself be carried. The girl couldn't do anything else and apologized again. She remembered fainting halfway through and asked if it was really the Oni who saved her. Senritsu replied that yes, it was. The girl got frustrated and said it was embarrassing to be saved by an Oni as a Momotaro. Senritsu didn't like that comment and asked if she was stupid. There was no such thing as Oni or Momo when it came to saving lives. The girl couldn't reply to that, though Senritsu admitted that if it had been him, he wouldn't want it to happen either. It was hard to digest, but it was something they couldn't avoid. Back at the infirmary, Otohara was speaking with Kogasaki, who still couldn't believe they had to trust a Momo. Kogasaki responded that at least he had tried to fight hard just once. He then stood up and said he had to leave. But then he suddenly heard Huwa reporting that he was on the second floor. He insisted that he had found the location of the bomb. They had only 30 minutes left before it exploded. Tadameki also spoke up, saying he too had found a bomb. His had only 12 minutes remaining. It was good they'd located them, but now the question was what to do next. They couldn't just move carelessly. As they walked, Otohara said he would also try to observe carefully. But before anything else, he needed to locate the actual bomb and see if he could disarm it. The explosion timing was out of pattern, and they didn't have much time left. They heard the surprise in his voice, and when Tadameki asked what happened, he got everyone's attention and said he had found the Oni who had been captured. Tadameki praised him with a good job. Otohara added that they seemed to be unconscious due to drugs, but fortunately, they were still breathing. They were confined in a small cage. However, he also reported a worst-case scenario. He had found another bomb in the same room, one that was set to go off in just 2 minutes. Kogasaki was stunned when he heard that. Everyone who heard his update grew alarmed. The captain urgently asked where Otohara was. He replied that based on his current location, he was certain he wouldn't make it in time. Looking at everyone's positions, there was no way for any of them to get there, lift the cage, and escape the explosion within just 2 minutes. Kakoi then suggested he run and get out of there. Otohara said that was exactly what he was planning to do until he saw the location of the captured Oni. On top of that, he discovered that the Oni had been scattered across the entire laboratory. The number of Oni in the area where he was now was very few. He asked if they really want to find all of them before the explosion. Huwa questioned if he wasn't already out of time. He was surely going to die there. Otohara replied that ideally, he didn't want anyone to die. Omitsuki was surprised by how calm he was. At the very least, he should escape from there, she said. Otohara reflected on her comment about his calmness. The truth was, his heart was screaming right now. But support staff needed to stay cool-headed in moments like these. He was trying to see if he could disable the trap. He asked everyone what the characteristics of the bombs they found were. They answered that there was a panel connected to a code input and a button on the side of the screen. Otohara thought they were all the same. The captain seemed about to say something, but Otohara already knew he needed to get to the top floor. He told him not to worry about him and to just focus on himself. Hayate asked with concern what was going on. Otohara replied that it didn't look good. It seemed like the bomb could be disconnected by cutting either the blue or red cable. He started wondering which one to cut. Someone suggested trying to remove the cover, which he then did. He guessed there were 2 LEDs, but only one of them would light up when current flowed through the correct cable. So if they could interrupt the current flow, he believed the bomb would be diffused. The problem was, the LED would only light up right as it exploded. Based on Otohara's estimation, there would be less than a second between the light turning on and the detonation. Kukui then said that if all the bombs worked the same way, that meant they had to wait until they were about to detonate. Otohara figured that all the bombs had the same wiring since they were installed during an emergency. It would take too much time if the cables were wired differently. Is that so? Tadameki asked. Then why was he scaring them like that? If he had a second, he could easily do it. He just needed to cut the cable the moment it lit up. He just had to make sure he got out alive. Otohara nodded and said yes. He would love to do it if there wasn't a second bomb on the opposite side. The captain was stunned when he heard that. Otohara added that both bombs shared the same countdown. And even if he managed to unlock and disarm one, there was no way he could disarm the second one in just 1 second. So he asked everyone to decide which side he should disarm. The rest of the bombs, he'd leave to them. Puwa grew frustrated and said that the Oni there weren't going to talk. They should give up on the original idea and check which cable to cut on the other bomb. Otohara considered the suggestion to locate the other bomb and wait for it to detonate. But that would be a waste of time and would only increase the number of casualties. He said they should all try to keep the damage to a minimum. The bomb in his location would explode in 27 seconds. Everyone spoke to him and urged him to reconsider. He went silent because everything was getting too loud. He had hoped for a more reasonable way to end his life. He thought of his motto about living a reasonable life, living a stable life, adapting well to society, managing to raise himself reasonably, and the possibility that his parents had been killed. That was the plan after all. 9 seconds left. Otohara accepted that it was time. He looked toward the cage where the unconscious Oni were. He apologized to them, saying he couldn't save them. He said goodbye to his comrades and left the rest to them. Last 2 seconds. Otohara focused and waited for the final second, watching for the light. And when he saw the LED flash, he shouted to cut the blue wire. He managed to cut it, but the bomb on the other side exploded. In his final moment, Otohara thought that he'd had a crazy life thanks to their captain. The Kikoku unit couldn't accept what had just happened. They heard it, the deafening explosion of the bomb. Otohara recalled that life with them had been pretty good. Honestly, he thought his life had been a joyful one. Because of the explosion they'd heard, everyone froze in fear over what had happened to their comrade. The captain could do nothing but shout Otohara's name. Meanwhile, Tadameki slammed his hand against the wall in frustration. He was angry and called Otohara an idiot. Even so, he noticed something strange. Kukui also realized they were still connected to the line. Everyone confirmed it, and Tadameki was relieved when he heard it, because it could only mean one thing. The first warehouse was filled with smoke, and there on the ground was Otohara's body, collapsed. Against all odds, he had survived. He was in disbelief, wondering how he was still alive. The first thing he thought of was whether the captured Oni were still alive too. He looked around, wondering if someone had saved him. He was stunned when he noticed something beside him. He started to cry at what he saw. He asked if he had been the one who saved him. He was referring to Hirunuma. Hirunuma's leeches had formed a barrier in that area, which was why Otohara wasn't affected by the explosion. They had absorbed the impact, and one by one, the leeches collapsed to the floor. Otohara was right. They were Hirunuma's leeches. He picked one up, unable to believe what had happened. They had already been released, and yet they had acted with the same kindness as Hirunuma. He knelt down and gave thanks. He spoke to his comrades and said he had been saved from the blast thanks to Hirunuma. One of the Oni inside the cage had woken up and began waking the others. Upon hearing them, Otohara realized they were now conscious. The Oni began shouting to get his attention, begging him to save them. He asked them for a little more time as he didn't know how to open the cage. Suddenly, the ground shook, causing the Oni to panic and cry. They pleaded with him to hurry and release them, warning that at this rate, they would all die. Otohara didn't know what to do. But then, he heard a voice from outside. It was Kiriyama, speaking to Sazanami. Kiriyama said he had heard something coming from the room. Curious, Otohara peeked outside to see. Sazanami asked if they were enemies, because if so, she'd blast them up. But Kiriyama said he thought someone inside was calling for help. When Otohara noticed their uniforms, he wondered if they were comrades of Kogasaki. So he quickly stepped outside and called to them. Kiriyama was so shocked by his sudden appearance that he fainted. They were surprised by his reaction, but a moment later, Otohara explained everything to them. He asked for their help to rescue the captured Oni. Weren't they here to save them too? Kiriyama paused. He couldn't bring himself to say he had no idea. He had just run there from the first floor, since all they wanted was to escape. Still, it was Sazanami who said it aloud. She denied that they had come to rescue anyone, and said her only plan was to escape with that guy. Pointing at Kiriyama, his eyes widened upon hearing how straightforward she was. The Oni in the cage began protesting. Weren't they here to rescue them? They should hurry and do it already. Sazanami grew annoyed at their words. She stomped on the cage and told them not to dare take their help for granted, calling them scum. If they acted weak, then maybe she'd save them. But if they acted like they weren't, then she wouldn't bother at all. Everyone in the cage fell silent after hearing that. Otohara hadn't expected what he just heard. The situation was already critical. Once again, the ground shook, making them even more uneasy. They could clearly hear the Momotaro charging through the facility. They had noticed the explosion and were now rushing forward to kill any intruders they saw. Otohara peeked outside and asked why there were still idiots acting like that in a situation like this. One of the Momotaro spotted him and called out to his comrades. Anyone who fled without accomplishing anything was already completely dismissed in their ranks, so they figured that killing the Oni in that room would be enough to earn a promotion. Inside, Otohara still couldn't understand why the cage wouldn't break. Kiriyama said that with his ability, he was worried he might end up hurting someone. Sazanami felt the same way. Otohara started to wonder, if the cage were broken, could they still help everyone escape safely? Even so, the Oni inside the cage continued to beg them not to leave them behind. Otohara began thinking of what they could do. Kiriyama asked Sazanami if there was anything they could do. She gave an okay, and asked if they should do something about it. She said she'd handle it, and Kiriyama was in disbelief. But then Sazanami added that in exchange, from now on, he had to call her Kuna and not Sazanami anymore. Kiriyama couldn't accept that condition, while Otohara wondered why that was all she wanted. Sazanami pushed him to say, "Please, Kuna." Kiriyama struggled and couldn't bring himself to say it. Otohara insisted it was simple, urging him to just say it already. Even the Oni trapped inside the cage began shouting and begging him to do as Sazanami asked. They wouldn't stop pleading for him to say the words. So, under pressure, Kiriyama had no choice but to say, "Please, Kuna." Sazanami smiled at that and used her blood to create gauntlets over her hands. Just then, the Momotaro were closing in, fully intent on finishing them off. Sazanami got ready and called them worthless trash. She activated her pure pathological passion and began pummeling the charging Momotaro. Because of that, they lost all will to fight. She ordered them to prostrate. And since they collapsed, Otohara thought the three of them might be able to move the cage now. But Sazanami said that wouldn't be necessary anymore. Anyone who had received a certain amount of her blood would now become her obedient servant. So, she ordered the Momotaro there to carry the cage. She and Kiriyama even sat on top of it. Thanks to her ability, the Momotaro obeyed without a single complaint, lifting the cage that held the Oni inside. Otohara was impressed when he saw it, especially with how quickly they were now escaping. Switching to the office of the head of the research institute, the director was humming to himself. Since he already had a copy of the research data, he wondered if he should go ahead and leave. Hizumi was with him, and he asked if his leg was all right. Hizumi replied that it was just a scratch and nothing to worry about. When Kasabi asked what he planned to do, whether he would stay or leave, Hizumi insisted that, first of all, he needed to get the director to a safe place. Then he noticed something and asked the director, Kasabi, to move to the room in the back. Someone was coming to visit, he said. Returning to Otohara's group, he told his comrades that if any of them knew how to disarm a bomb, then they should take charge. So his teammates, Huwa, Kakoi, Omitsuki, and Tadameki, proceeded ahead. Meanwhile, Kogasaki used his ability to form a blade on his arm so he could slice open the cage holding the Oni near him. They thanked him and quickly began running to escape. However, because the walls and floors were already fragile from the large cracks, They grew concerned that they might not be able to make run much farther. Moments later, they reached the stairway and came to a halt as it had already started to collapse. Kogasaki knew it was too risky to tell them to just jump. He started thinking about what to do. Suddenly, the head of Bogora's older sister emerged from below, startling all of them. The freed Oni were terrified, thinking she was a monster. They feared she might kill them. But Kogasaki recognized her. Someone spoke from below. It was Byaobu-Gora. He asked them to ride on his sister's hand. She would take care of lowering them. Kogasaki responded with a nice one for that move. Once they got outside, Sazanami was already lying there and told them they were way too slow. She had already carried an entire cage outside. Kogasaki told her to go back and find more, but she said that would be impossible now since Rokuro had already reached his limit. He should be the one to continue the search. Rokuro was now lying down and wrapped in a blanket. He insisted his stomach was full of tension and anxiety. He was also exhausted from using his blood erosion release. Kogasaki was irritated and said the first thing they needed to do was destroy the cage and head back into the facility. They needed to search from the bottom floor all the way up. Then someone spoke from behind him, saying they no longer had to do that. Kogasaki turned around in surprise. It was their teacher, Mudano. He was carrying 4 cages full of Oni in his hands. He said he had managed to rescue the Oni from the 1st floor all the way up to the 5th. Now, they should start searching on the 6th floor. Kogasaki was impressed and couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was downright supernatural. Mudano had managed to balance all those cages while still on rollerblades. He gently and carefully lowered them down. Once they were on the ground, he used his weapon to cleanly slice open the cages, making sure not to harm any of the Oni inside. As a result, the Oni rejoiced. Finally, they had escaped and were saved. Mudano then called out to Sazanami and asked, using her ability, how many people she could control and how long it would last. She replied that her max is around 46 people, and with around 46 people, she could control them for at most 2 minutes. When asked what if it was just 10, she said that in that case, it would last up to about 15 minutes. So he ordered her to use her ability to search the 6th floor. Fortunately, they had many captured Momotaro members under their control. Kogasaki was tasked with searching the 7th floor, and Mudano said he would take care of the topmost floor himself. Since the staircase was collapsing, he instructed Byaobu-Gora to retrieve the captured Oni from the 1st floor. As for Rokuro, who was still lying down, Mudano allowed him to rest there. But if the Momotaro tried anything, he would handle them himself. Rokuro answered that he would do his best. Kokiryu said there was no need to worry anymore as their will to fight had been completely broken. Mudano replied that that was the explanation and they should remember it. He wouldn't be repeating himself. With that, the 3 of them proceeded back inside. Inside the facility, there were still some Oni who had just been freed. They expressed their gratitude, but Huwa quickly ordered them to hurry and run. However, behind him, he noticed a few Oni still talking. One of them was Inomoto, who was asking one of the rescued Oni where his daughter Remi was. The Oni replied that he didn't know, since they had been separated into different cages. She might be in another one. Huwa approached and asked what was going on. Inomoto explained that he couldn't find his daughter anywhere. At that moment, the Oni he was speaking to suddenly remembered something. He thought he had heard the Momo mention that some of the Oni were going to be taken to the top floor. Inomoto grew anxious upon hearing that. Huwa held his head in frustration and said that for now, he should leave it to them. But before he could even finish speaking, Inomoto had already taken off, rushing to rescue his daughter. Something Huwa hadn't expected. The father was drenched in nervous sweat, wondering if his daughter really was on the top floor. Up above, the director, Kasabi, whispered something to Hizumi. A moment later, he took his leave, telling him he expected the best results from him. Yes, sir, Hizumi replied. He then prepared to face the Kikoku unit captain waiting outside, Hayate. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room as Hayate charged in, using his elemental attribute. He destroyed the wall as he entered, finally coming face to face with the one he'd long been searching for, Hizumi. He declared that he would kill him twice over, calling him a bastard. Hizumi calmly replied that they should pick up where they left off that day. Because of his uncontrollable anger, Hayate finally used blood erosion release, blood sword Fujetsu, against him. Instead of being afraid or retreating, Hizumi only smiled and fearlessly faced him. Hayate charged forward using his Wind Kishin ability, unleashing countless tornado-like attacks toward him. Yet not a single one struck the target. Due to Hizumi's ability, he was able to shift the direction of each attack. When the wind blast struck the ground, the impact was so severe that the surface was shattered. Using the facility's CCTV, Kusabi observed the battle. He was impressed that Hayate had immediately begun his assault using the power of the Kishin. He even commented how nice it was, since Hayate was the Kishin of wind. Back at the fight, Hayate released another series of whirlwind-like attacks, but just like before, none of them touched Hizumi, even though he simply stood there. Hizumi effortlessly redirected every strike. He remarked that because of Hayate's anger, his movements had become sloppy. Now, it was his turn to counterattack. Hizumi used his bacteria to distort the wall and ceiling and form sharp weapons, which he launched toward Hayate. As a result, both of Hayate's arms were grazed. Knocked backward, Hayate recalled what Hirunuma used to tell him, to remain calm. Hirunuma had been right. He couldn't understand what he was doing at that moment, and he acknowledged that he needed to compose himself first. After all, standing before him was the man responsible for the death of his grandfather and their comrade Hirunuma. If he lost his composure, he wouldn't be able to fight properly. He repeatedly told himself to stay calm, even inhaling and exhaling to steady himself. Yet no matter how hard he tried, knowing that the man in front of him was responsible for the deaths of his loved ones only fueled his rage further. How could he possibly stay calm in that moment? Overwhelmed by the immense hatred and fury building up inside him, he was engulfed in a powerful surge of wind. Suddenly, Hizumi closed the distance and approached him, which startled him. Hizumi simply smiled as he touched Hayate's left arm. This infuriated Hayate even more, causing him to unleash an overwhelming burst of wind so strong that Hizumi was pushed upward. Impressed by the force of the wind, Hizumi declared that he would make use of it. Using his ability, Hizumi distorted the walls and ceiling to form an enormous hand, preparing it to strike. Hayate did not expect this move. A giant emerged, launching an attack and striking him with the fierce wind unleashed. Hayate called him a bastard, but Hizumi wasn't finished yet. He distorted the floor as well, seizing Hayate's sword so he could no longer fight back. Hizumi told him that his eyes has narrowed solely on him. Moments later, the massive fist slammed directly into Hayate's body. The force was so immense that the ground beneath him shattered into pieces. When the fist lifted, Hayate's battered body lay sprawled across the floor. Kusabi smiled as he watched the scene unfold on his phone, remarking that the Kishin and Hizumi were indeed a bad pair. He wondered if that still wasn't the strongest state of the Kishin. But if that was the case, why were their higher-ups so obsessed with the Kishin's children? Back to Hizumi, he was impressed that Hayate remained intact. He commented on how sturdy he was. Hizumi then tossed something toward him, saying he needed to return it to him before he died. Hayate was bewildered when a small sphere landed before him. Hizumi asked if he had no idea what it was. How heartless of him, he said. That small sphere, he revealed, was the body of Hayate's grandfather. Shocked, Hayate stared intently at the object before him. Hizumi reminded him that when he had found him after killing his grandfather, the body had been missing. Only the head had remained. He revealed that he had curled the body up using his ability. He truly wanted to show him what was inside, but it had been so long that he could no longer return it. The very person he couldn't help but want to see was him. And because of that, he said, he could never forget him. But now, he added, he no longer needed that. Hayate was stunned when the small sphere before him suddenly vanished. Hizumi declared that this meant his grandfather never existed. Because of what Hizumi had done, rage slowly began to build inside Hayate. Moments later, his berserk state awakened. Consumed entirely by his anger, he unleashed overwhelming power, and the area became engulfed in fierce winds. Kusabi was ecstatic upon witnessing it, the berserk state of a Kishin. The Kishin's child had broken his limits, fueled by unimaginable fury. That was exactly what Kusabi had been waiting to see. Flashing back to their conversation earlier before Kusabi left, he had whispered to Hizumi that what he truly wanted was data on the berserk state of a Kishin's child. Hizumi understood this, which was why he had done what he did. He deliberately triggered Hayate to awaken that state. A powerful whirlwind formed in Hayate's right hand. He had completely lost himself and rushed into a bloody rampage. Hizumi knew this would be a problem since their director is in the back. He raised his hand, preparing to deflect the attack. When Hayate targeted him with his Wind Kishin ability, Hizumi used his bacteria to swerve the assault and redirect its path. He was impressed by the immense pressure it carried. Even so, he effortlessly redirected it to the other side of the room. The force was so great that it tore through the wall, shot straight out of the building, and struck the cliff beside it, leaving an enormous hole. Hizumi was in disbelief at the sheer devastation caused by just one attack. This time, Hayate's berserk state prepared another assault, generating multiple whirlwinds. He was drooling now, his sharp fangs fully exposed. He no longer had any control over himself. And even with such overwhelming power displayed, Hizumi still showed no fear. As Hayate unleashed more whirlwinds, the entire research facility building began to shake. While watching, Kasabi paid no mind to the building's movements. He simply laughed as he observed the battle. He was utterly impressed by witnessing the berserk state of a Kishin and couldn't help but admire the immense power being displayed. The Momo with him in the room, however, was terrified. The Momo called the director's attention and asked why he was so happy. Wasn't the building about to collapse? Kasabi reassured him, explaining that the topmost level of the building was the sturdiest part. He then asked if they were ready to leave. It seemed they had no choice but to wait. Although, Kasabi admitted, the full extent of a Kishin's power was still unknown, so it was still possible that the place could come crashing down. He laughed after saying this, while the Momo beside him grew even more worried. He wondered how they can calm down now. The Momotaro picked up some books and remarked how impressive it was that Captain Hizumi could keep up with a monster like that. Kasabi asserted that it was because Hizumi was pure, after all. He then asked if the Momo knew why Hizumi had been sent there. The Momo wondered aloud if it was because Hizumi was strong and excellent. Kasabi's response was a clear NOP. No, he said. The real reason was because Hizumi was completely empty inside. He was utterly transparent. Night had fallen, and the worry on the faces of the Kikoku unit members still inside the building was evident. Meanwhile, at the infirmary, Kogasaki wondered aloud what was happening upstairs. Back to the two fighters, it was clear that Hizumi had also sustained damage from Hayate's successive attacks, yet he remained standing. When the Momo asked Kasabi what he meant by saying Hizumi was empty, Kasabi explained that Hizumi simply absorbed everything ordered by those above him and obediently carried out every command given. From disputes, grudges, and hatred against the Oni taught to him by his teachers, he absorbed every battle and order assigned to him. When asked if that was a good thing, Kasabi said it was absolutely fine. People like that, who do exactly what they are told, are beings without a conscience. And that, he said, was what he liked most about him. Hizumi managed to grab Hayate's arm, but Hayate grabbed him back, easily hurling him upward and slamming him onto the ground. The act took no effort at all. The Momo with Kasabi pleaded with him to tell Captain Hizumi to retreat. Kasabi only asked why. The Momo insisted that at this rate, Hizumi would die. Wouldn't it be concerning for him if Hizumi died? But Kasabi calmly replied that he didn't care in the slightest. After all, it wasn't him who was going to die anyway. The Momo was shocked by what he heard from him. Outside, the worry was evident on the faces of the bound Momotaro as they watched what was happening at the research facility. They noticed the entire laboratory was already tilting and just moments away from collapsing. This was caused by the rampage of Hayate's berserk state above. And since he could no longer be stopped, even Hizumi began to grow concerned. He was battered and bruised, fully aware that at this rate, he might die. Hayate charged at him once more, and Hizumi remarked that nowhere in his instructions did it say it was okay for him to die. But before Hayate could reach him, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Hizumi was shocked to see this. Hayate had abruptly returned to normal. When Kasabi saw this on the screen, he realized it was either because Hayate's time had run out, or perhaps it was never meant to last long. Either way, Hizumi had gotten lucky. Hizumi approached to check on him, and was puzzled when Hayate no longer moved. Meanwhile, Otohara informed his comrades that something was wrong, and he didn't know what to do. When they asked what the problem was, he replied that it was their captain's line. Hizumi then spoke to their director and asked if that man was dead. He knelt beside Hayate to examine him. He said there was no pulse. He couldn't be mistaken. Hayate was dead. Well, he was bound to die from the very beginning anyway. Kasabi stated that Hayate turned out to be a machine forced to run even without fuel. On top of that, he had used his Kishin ability repeatedly in rapid succession. Even his heart, he said, had completely stopped beating. An unexpected end. When Hizumi asked what they were going to do with the body, Kasabi replied that, of course, they had to retrieve it. That was the best research material they could possibly acquire. His arm was even trembling from the excitement. Hizumi responded that he understood. Suddenly, Torikai's bird flew into the room, though it didn't strike Hizumi directly due to his ability. And as Hizumi looked around to identify who was there, he failed to notice Umitsuki's jellyfish approaching from behind. The jellyfish moved toward the collapsed body of the Kikoku captain, Hayate, on the floor. Meanwhile, Misaki used his bow and arrow and shot the jellyfish, surprising Hizumi, who was now standing. Misaki reeled it in, allowing them to retrieve their captain's body from the Momotaro. All Hizumi could do in response was let out a whoops. Tadameki then asked Torikai if he was feeling alright, to which he confidently replied, of course. This was no time to rest. The members of the Kikoku unit had now entered the room, ready to avenge their fallen captain. Otohara stayed behind to guard Hayate's body. A few moments later, Hizumi, now bloodied and battered, politely asked if they could return the body. Their director, he said, wants it. But Torikai simply replied, over our dead bodies. As Otohara kept his eyes on their captain's body, he thought to himself, they had to escape. But if another enemy were to spot him, it could lead to disaster. On the other hand, that Momo captain can't be stopped unless they all fight against him. And yet, asking for help was no longer an option. Suddenly, Torikai called out to Otohara, telling him to wake up their captain. They would take it from there. The group readied themselves to face Hizumi. Torikai released his bird, and Kakoi followed up with his bow, but Hizumi effortlessly used his ability to swerve the direction of both attacks, making them miss completely. Umitsuki then used his blood to create jellyfish and sent them flying to bring Hizumi down. But Hizumi showed no sign of fear. Instead, he distorted the floor with his bacteria, forming spear-like tendrils that pierced right through those jellyfish. Next, Tadameki made his move. He let blood drip from his thumb and forcefully launched the droplets toward Hizumi. Yet even without looking in that direction, Hizumi deflected them with ease. Huwa then jumped forward, trying to create an opening to grab Hizumi and melt him using his ability. However, Hizumi responded once more by creating a sharp tendril to act as a shield, causing Huwa to grab that instead. Landing back on the ground, Huwa cursed in frustration, calling it cheating. The Momotaro, Hizumi, replied that now, finally, he understood all of their powers. He added that his body was hurting, so they should just hold the party around there instead. With that, he generated multiple sharp weapons around him and launched them all at once to finish the fight. As a result, the Kikoku unit members were all pierced by the barrage, and Hizumi took them down with shocking ease. Meanwhile, at the side, Otohara was desperately trying to wake up Hayate. He pleaded with their captain to open his eyes, shaking his body repeatedly. He told him now is not the time for him to die. A few moments later, Hayate's eyes finally opened. But what he woke up to was emptiness, a place engulfed in complete darkness. He began to wonder where he was. Suddenly, someone approached and asked if he had finally awakened. When Hayate turned to look, he was completely stunned. The one speaking to him was none other than Hirunuma. Back at the Momo research facility, Hayate's comrades lay sprawled across the floor. Hizumi remarked that they didn't have much time left, so he needed to finish this quickly. Torikai managed to stand again and face him, though his condition was clearly dire, wounded, battered, and struggling for breath. Switching back to the captain of the Kikoku unit, Hayate stood upon seeing Hirunuma. Looking down at his own hand, he asked if he was dead. Hirunuma denied it, explaining that he was merely in between life and death, and that what Hayate was seeing was only an illusion. "Is that so?" the captain replied. He then knelt down and apologized to him. Because he hadn't been able to calm himself, he failed to save him. But Hirunama told him that wasn't true. Even if they could turn back time, he would still willingly lay down his life to save him. That was fate, just like how they met was fate. He said he firmly believed in it. A thin light glowed from Hirunama's fingertip, and suddenly, the place they were in changed. The ground became covered in flowers, while layered picture frames lined the sides of the path. When Hayate asked what they were, Hirunama replied that it was the history of the Kikoku unit. "Wasn't it nostalgic?" he said. Before them appeared the memory of their very first meeting. Hirunama recalled how happy he had been that day. He thanked Hayate, saying it was because of him that he was able to paint his life with countless colors he had never seen before when he was alone. All of it, he said, was thanks to him. But Hayate lowered his head and said no, that wasn't the case. It was because he had felt alone ever since losing his grandfather, and he had been afraid of that loneliness. All he had wanted was a place where his heart could rest. Everything he had done was truly for his own sake. He had selfishly dragged his comrades into this, just to fill the emptiness in his heart. Hirunama replied that there was nothing wrong with that. It was true, he said, that Hayate had saved him, because in that moment, he had reached out his hand, and from then on, his life had been filled with happiness. Everyone else, he added, felt the same way. All of them were grateful to him. But Hayate insisted that wasn't right. It was all of them who had reached out their hands to him. The hand he had simply extended, each of them had taken hold of it. He was the one who should be grateful. "Is that so?" Hirunama replied, then asked if Hayate had ever repaid that favor. Hayate admitted, "No, not even close." In that case, Hirunama said, this was not the time for him to be speaking with a fake version of him. There was still so much left for him to do. Those words seemed to awaken something within Hayate. Moments later, Hirunama placed his cap on his head and told him that everyone was waiting for him to reach out once more. His hand, Hirunama said, was one that could save people. He then pointed to a bridge and told him to walk across it without ever looking back. Hirunama gave him a gentle push, and Hayate thanked him as he began to walk. He admitted that he was a bad captain, to which Hirunama, smiling, agreed, saying there were still many points he needed to improve. But that, he added, was exactly why everyone loved him. The other fallen members of the Kikoku unit appeared and, one by one, slowly faded away. Meanwhile, Hayate kept walking forward, admitting that it was because he got lost so easily. He probably wouldn't even reach his destination without everyone's help. That's why he asked the members of the Kikoku unit if they would save the unreliable man that he was. In response, his comrades could be seen extending their hands toward him. Hayate took their hands, and back in the real world, he managed to grab hold of Izumi. Having asked his comrades for their support in returning to the place where he was meant to fight, he made it back. He rose to his feet and faced the Momotaro, Izumi. His comrades were stunned by what had just happened. At last, he had awakened. Hayate insisted that he had merely gotten lost for a moment, then apologized to Izumi for making him wait. He was now ready for battle. While Kasabi watched the events unfold on his phone via the security camera feed, he wondered if Hayate had been in a state of suspended animation, which might explain how he managed to return. Moments later, a notification popped up indicating that the file copy was complete. Kasabi then instructed the Momo in the room with him to collect it. The subordinate replied with a Roger, adding that the getaway was ready and they should leave now. "Perfect," the director said, adding that he would just continue watching from there, and they began walking out. The scene then shifted to the cracked and damaged hallway, where the Oni Tetsuji was hiding behind a large boulder, gripping a gun. Frustrated, he thought about how he had managed to make it all the way up, yet there were still Momotaro members loitering around and keeping watch. His ammunition was limited, making him wonder what his next move should be. However, he overheard them talking about how the director had already left and that they too would be heading out. One Momo asked if the captives had been brought in, to which another replied that the job was done. They urged each other to hurry to the rooftop before they ended up dead. Tetsuji grew uneasy upon hearing mention of hostages and the rooftop, wondering if his daughter Remy might be there as well. He cursed under his breath, knowing he needed to move quickly. though doing so would mean heading in the same direction as the enemy. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by the sound of shouting. It was because the Momotaro were being gunned down by Shiki, who was firing weapons crafted from his own blood. Shiki barked at them to get out of the way, calling them bastards, and raged about how sick he was of climbing stairs, the veins on his face standing out from sheer frustration. Seeing this, Tetsuji instantly remembered that Shiki was one of the Oni who had helped save him before. He thought it would be dangerous to be spotted now, as Shiki would most likely just tell him to run. Still, if Shiki could take out the enemy here, it would be convenient for him. All he needed to do was reach the rooftop without being noticed. Back with Hizumi and Hayate, the Kikoku unit captain had finally managed to stand again, gripping Hizumi's arm. Torikai could hardly believe what he was seeing, and even Hizumi was stunned to realize the man was still alive. Acting quickly, Hizumi tried to pry off the captain's hold on him, and reached out toward his face. Before Hizumi could touch him, however, Hayate unleashed an immense gust of wind, sending him flying upward once more. The force of the attack he unleashed left Hayate coughing. Watching from the side, Torikai thought to himself that just seconds ago, Hayate had been dead, yet now he was rampaging again. He knew their captain's body might already be at its limit, but then Hayate called out his name. Looking at him with a smile, the captain assured him that he could handle it, telling him not to worry and promising he wouldn't let anyone die again. At the side, some of their comrades still lay on the floor from Hizumi's earlier assault. Hayate declared that his role as their captain was to fight on the front line, and that was the only thing he can do. Raising his hand, he activated his blood erosion release, vowing to keep fighting on the front lines until his body rotted away. Using his own blood, he formed a sword and attacked once more with the blood sword Fujitsu. As Hayate charged forward, Torikai simply watched. He knew the man was already at his limit, so why was he still running? Every time Torikai looked at Hayate's back as he surged ahead, he felt a deep unease, as though that sight might suddenly vanish from his view the further forward the captain ran. He wondered if they, too, could push ahead in that same way. The wind surrounding Hayate felt as if it were consuming his very life. Worried, Torikai silently pleaded for him not to go, not to charge ahead alone if he was so desperate to keep running forward. Because of those thoughts, Torikai suddenly shouted for his fellow Kikoku members to snap out of it and get back to their senses. Inspired by Hayate's example and encouraged by Torikai's voice, they gathered every ounce of strength they had left to rise once more. Each member struggled to their feet despite their injuries, charging together to aid their captain in taking down the Momotaro standing before them. Instead of feeling intimidated, Hizumi simply smiled and readied his hand to counter their assault. Once everyone was up and prepared, Torikai shouted that they would fight alongside their captain, so everyone should follow his lead. At the rear, Otohara was deep in thought. They still didn't know how to break through Hizumi's ability, and at this rate, everyone's strength would be drained away, worn down like a pencil point being shaved to nothing. As a non-combatant, Otohara knew it was his duty as support to figure it out. There had to be a way, just like with other Momotaro, there had to be a method to overcome his power. As the others charged forward, Otohara focused, running through every possible scenario in his mind. Then, he froze. He'd figured something out. Realizing what the solution might be, he quickly called out to their captain using his ability. Hayate turned to glance at him, puzzled by the sudden call. Without speaking, Otohara conveyed his thoughts directly, communicating the breakthrough he had discovered against their opponent. A quick flashback takes us to the childhood of the cold-blooded Momotaro, Hizumi. Because of what his parents, teachers, and higher-ups had instilled in him, it was ingrained in his mind that he could be discarded like an excrement at any moment. When he was younger, his mother told him to just listen to her and be strong. That made him think that he had to become powerful. In school, when his teacher taught that Oni were like a cancer that needed to be eradicated from the world, he realized they all had to be wiped out. And when ordered by his superiors to kill as many Oni as possible, he simply accepted it, convinced that he had to kill as many as he could. As a result, he grew up obedient, carrying out his duty faithfully to kill Oni. Now, as he fought against the Kikoku unit members charging at him, all he was thinking about was ensuring he would carry out his orders with precision. That was what had been taught and commanded to him, and if he failed, he knew he would be reprimanded. So, he always executed whatever order was given to him. Once again, he effortlessly struck down Hayate's comrades, sparing only him. His orders were clear: kill them all, and recover the body of the child of Kishin. As he prepared to attack again, he remarked that Hayate had been depressing him for some time now. Meanwhile, Hayate was visibly exhausted and struggling. Then, just as Hizumi used his ability once more, he suddenly coughed up blood without warning. Staring at the red smear on his hand in shock, he wondered if he had just coughed it up, and why this had happened at all. Hayate remarked that it seemed Otohara's guess was correct. Everyone had managed to hold out well. Hizumi, however, couldn't understand what was going on. Otohara explained that while watching him, he sensed something unusual. Hayate added that Hizumi always made contact with his target whenever he distorted something. He couldn't distort them without touching them. The floating bacteria had no effect on living organisms, but wasn't he also affected by them? Hizumi wiped the blood from his mouth as Hayate continued, saying that Hizumi always kept a certain distance from his body whenever attacking. At first, it seemed like he was simply assessing the danger of the strike, but if he were truly considering the risk, he should have been shifting his position slightly to avoid it. Instead, he remained standing perfectly straight, hardly moving at all, almost as if he was deliberately avoiding creating too much wind. Hizumi was caught off guard when Otohara asked if that was because he was hurt by his own ability. For other Momo, their bacteria could be seen when they used their power. In Hizumi's case, it couldn't be seen. Still, he was likely capable of producing just as much bacteria as any other Momo. But nothing was blocking his field of vision. When using an ability over a wide range, there were times when the bacteria couldn't be seen in detail, just like the Momo Umitsuki fought earlier. He added that honestly, it was a brilliant technique to be able to gather and distort bacteria precisely at the point of aim. But calculating the wind's flow instantly and positioning the bacteria exactly where it was needed was difficult. That was why he avoided any unnecessary movements that could generate wind and bring the bacteria closer to himself. He always attacked from a safe, fixed distance, standing perfectly still, because he didn't want to get hurt by his own ability when in a position that might expose him to his own bacteria. Hayate went on, saying that Hizumi had been subtly manipulating the current so that the wind gathered around him without him even realizing it. And without his awareness, his own body kept activating his ability over and over. He was slowly being eroded by his own power. Otohara realized that if their captain's wind was too strong, it would blow away all the bacteria, meaning that a gentle breeze was far more effective. Hayate had once thought that he was his natural enemy, but it turned out he was wrong. Hizumi's real natural enemy was himself from the very beginning. With his sword aimed at Hizumi, Hayate spoke, while Hizumi simply listened in silence. Lowering his head with a smirk, Hizumi asked what exactly he meant by that. Then, looking up, he suddenly distorted the floor, unleashing massive, razor-sharp tendrils that lashed out at them. Caught off guard, they were struck once more and sent flying. Hizumi coughed up blood again and said he had always valued carrying out orders more than his own life. Hayate, now on one knee and using his sword for support, could feel his body on the verge of giving out. Hizumi readied himself again, saying he should keep going for as long as he wanted. There was no reason for him to stop. As he raised his hand to attack again, Otohara suddenly charged in from behind, gripping Hizumi's neck tightly to restrain him. He declared that he wouldn't allow him to kill their captain. Hizumi merely replied that Otohara was in his way, then smirked and grabbed his left arm. With ease, he severed it completely. The pain was clear on Otohara's face, and as his arm hit the ground, Hayate cried out his name. But even after losing an arm, Otohara didn't stop. Using his right hand, he held on and said that if not for Harunuma, he would probably be dead right now, so he was more than willing to give up one of his arms. Is that so? Hizumi said, before adding that in that case, he would take the other one as well. Reaching for Otohara's remaining arm, he was interrupted by someone rushing in to help. Huwa, who grabbed Hizumi's face. Using his ability, he melted Hizumi's face before letting go. Hizumi wondered aloud if that was acid, while Huwa pulled Otohara back and asked if he was okay. Otohara replied that it hurt. Up ahead, Their captain Hayate stepped forward, saying that the two of them had just saved his life. But for now, they should take cover. Hizumi, however, could feel the flow. With a shout, he declared that he was absolutely going to beat that man and win. On Hizumi's side, he remarked that these people were really annoying. But as he gazed at Hayate, he suddenly noticed something that widened his eyes and left him confused. He wondered about it while seeing Hayate seemingly becoming the light of his group, questioning why he looked so dazzling that it felt blinding to him. Before long, he realized the reason why he saw him this way. It was because he so closely resembled his father back when he worked together with his subordinates. After that, Hizumi began recalling the times from his childhood and how he saw his father back then. He explained that his dad was loved by his subordinates and was always surrounded by friends. He pointed out that this was the father he once looked up to. As young Hizumi watched his father, he happily asked him if, when he grew up, he would become like him, to which his father smiled, patted him on the head, and reassured him that it would surely happen. After that conversation, the scene shifted to the wake of his late father. Hizumi explained that his father had disobeyed the orders of his boss and still went to save his friends at the cost of his own life. He admitted that it was miserable, but he couldn't stop himself from feeling proud. However, his mother thought differently. His mother spoke to him with insistence, vowing that she would make sure he grew up to be a strong Momo who followed orders. She declared that she would make him strong, shaping him into a child who wouldn't die in vain like his father. He then explained that his mother's methods of educating him were completely out of hand. We are shown a scene where his mother slammed his head against the table simply because he failed to keep from blinking until she ordered him to. She sternly asked him what was so difficult about listening to her orders, while his forehead, nose, and mouth were already bleeding as he just kept apologizing. After that, she locked him in a room and told him that children who didn't know how to follow orders had no right to eat, shutting the door behind her. He repeatedly apologized while trying to knock on the door, and from exhaustion and hunger, after a long time, he collapsed on the floor. That was when his mother entered and asked him if it wasn't painful, and if he now understood why it was painful. She pointed out to him that he was feeling pain because he wasn't listening to her. She drilled into him that if he didn't follow orders, he would die just like his father. Hadn't she already drilled that into his head? He had to listen to orders. She continued to beat him as he grew up, constantly forcing the understanding into him that he must never make any friends, that he should throw away his feelings. She also told him that his own dreams were meaningless, and that all he needed to do was whatever he was told. He was to simply follow orders. That was all he was to do. She told him she was doing all of this only for his sake. Here we are shown symbolism, a glass seemingly filled to the brim with all the words repeatedly hammered into Hizumi's mind by his mother. Orders like throw away your ego, you don't need friends, follow orders, and you must not die like your father. All of it consumed him and buried his true emotions, such as longing, freedom, hope, sadness, the things he wanted to do, and all the other typical thoughts of a normal child. When his mother shouted at him once again to just do as she said, his glass began to crack, and all his other thoughts scattered and spilled away, leaving nothing but orders. During these times, he felt as though he had let something important slip away, but he was ordered not to pick it up. At that point, all of Hizumi's thoughts disappeared, and he became fully distorted. After some time, Hizumi's mother contracted a certain illness. As she lay weak on her bed, she spoke to Hizumi and told him that she didn't think she had much time left. She told him not to be sad and to remain strong. Seeing her son's reaction, which appeared utterly broken, she heard him respond that he understood. He said he wouldn't be sad and that he would continue to be strong. At that moment, it seemed his mother noticed the change in his behavior and in the way he carried himself. It was explained here that upon her death, in the end, Hizumi's mother finally thought that perhaps she had made a mistake after all. Thus, distorted Hizumi was created. Because of his blind loyalty and strength, he graduated from the Momotaro training school at a young age. He then explained that he once thought he had forgotten the image of his father's back, the one he had so greatly admired. Returning to the present after that, Hizumi remarked that things had become difficult because of his father. As the ground beside him began to distort, he added that his mother had become that way only because his father had died. Hayate was surprised when he saw the way Hizumi was acting. Hizumi continued blaming his father for everything, saying that because he hadn't listened to orders, everything had become twisted. He cried out as his memories began to return, while releasing his distorted snakes made of metal across the ground. He continued shouting that everything was annoying, including Hayate. He insisted that the memories suddenly resurfacing, his admiration, and his past recollections were all unnecessary to him. What mattered to him, he declared, was only to follow orders. Meanwhile, Hayate readied his katana and told his companions to stay behind him. After that, Hizumi expressed with agitation and irritation that he would execute his orders and kill Hayate, to which Hayate responded that they would settle their fight here and now. After that, Hizumi sent out his 3 distort snakes toward Hayate, and they immediately went berserk. The seriousness on his face was clear as his snakes crashed violently into the ground, producing clouds of smoke. However, to his surprise, Hayate managed to conceal himself within the smoke and suddenly emerged on Hizumi's left, swiftly severing his left arm with a Fujitsu sword flash. Hizumi's face showed pure shock at what had just happened, while Hayate's expression carried nothing but fierce determination. As a follow-up, Hayate attempted a slash aimed at Hizumi's neck, but Hizumi managed to react in time and evade. This irritated Hayate, who thought to himself in frustration that he had failed to finish the man off. Meanwhile, Hizumi still wore a maniacal grin and commented that one arm was all he needed. Hayate was shown visibly exhausted, leaning heavily on his katana for support, while Hizumi explained that in his current state, losing an arm likely wouldn't make much difference. Hayate countered that such things didn't matter, lifting himself back up and declaring that trivial things like that were meaningless because his friends have his back. Hizumi's eyes widened once more upon hearing that, recalling the image of his own father surrounded by friends, a memory that irritated him even more, making him think how utterly annoying it was. He then shouted out that he would carry out his orders. As Hizumi charged closer, Hayate thought to himself in despair that his body refused to move. His comrades cried out in alarm at this, while Hizumi yelled for him to prepare for death. Hayate cursed at the dire state he found himself in, but then, to everyone's shock, Hizumi suddenly froze mid-charge and collapsed to his knees for no apparent reason. Both Hizumi and Hayate were equally stunned by this sudden halt. Hizumi trembled in confusion, his hand beginning to shake. Otohara also began to wonder how this happened, and quickly remembered the reason Hizumi had stopped so abruptly, pointing out to everyone that it was because of Hirunuma's poisoned leech. Hizumi himself, hearing this, tried to make sense of it, and soon realized the source. He remembered the leeches clinging to his right leg earlier, and concluded that they must have injected a slow-acting neurotoxin into him. He cursed in frustration, forcing himself to move despite the weakness in his body. He told himself he needed to get up, that he had to. Even as his strength faltered, he insisted he still had orders to fulfill. Repeating it to himself, he said he had to carry out his orders. Because Hizumi could no longer move, the weakened Hayate was able to step in close, pointing his blood katana against Hizumi's head. He stated firmly that his friends had his back and that he never could have done this without them. With emphasis, he added that this was the very reason they had managed to defeat Hizumi. Now paralyzed by the poison, Hizumi began to wonder about his so-called orders. Hayate prepared to decapitate him, while Hizumi thought to himself whether he truly even had orders to follow. Soon enough, Hayate swung his katana downward, while Hizumi recalled the time he had asked his father if he thought he could someday become like him. Hizumi had thought then that his father was reliable and had become such a cool Momotaro because of it. His father had patted him on the head and told him that no matter what, he should always do what he wanted and what he believed was right. Immediately after that memory, Hayate's blade cleaved through Hizumi's neck, severing his head from his body. As Hizumi's head fell, his eyes widened with sudden realization. He looked down at his body and once again saw the vision of his father surrounded by friends, only to be pulled back into his own body. His body then toppled over, and he remembered clearly that he was never allowed to end up like his father. His severed head crashed to the ground, And in that moment, Hayate spoke to his Gramps and Hirunuma, telling them that at last, he had achieved his revenge, the revenge he had long sought after. He gazed for a long while at Hizumi's severed head, thinking to himself that although he had finally killed him and delivered justice for his loved ones, he felt something else deep inside, something beyond just joy. After staring at Hizumi's severed head for a few moments, Hayate's body suddenly leaned to the right, and before long, he collapsed completely. His comrades cried out in alarm as they rushed to his side, shouting in distress that this was bad, that they were losing him. One of them remarked that his clothes were completely tattered. Another urged them to leave with their captain now, while another said it was still far too early for him to join Hirunuma. While this was happening, the scene shifted to the 8th floor of the laboratory facility, where Mudano easily defeated the 8th unit captain, Mamakukuri. Because of this, the 2 deputy captains immediately surrendered and begged for their lives to be spared. Mamasuke Yamana, the 10th unit deputy captain, and Mamawa Yasuhiro, the 8th unit deputy captain. The two exchanged anxious signals, questioning whether Mudano had really finished off their captain and if they were going to be killed next. However, Mudano had something else in mind. He ordered them to carry the cages that held captured Onis, which they hurried to obey, terrified but eager to live. Meanwhile, Kogasaki was waiting near a potential exit point for his comrades, and when he saw the 2 Momo carrying cages, he was puzzled and asked who they were. Because of the sheer weight of their load, the 2 breathlessly explained that they were Mudano's servants and pleaded not to be killed. Mudano then asked him where Yaoroshi and Shiki were, to which Kogasaki replied that he thought the 2 had headed for the rooftop, before asking if he planned to follow them. Mudano answered that he would not. He would leave the 2 to complete the job, only stepping in if things grew too dangerous. He then departed, saying he would go check on the others. At that, Yamana began to wonder if this was their chance, and Yasuhiro signaled back in agreement. Yasuhiro added that if they could finish off the kid, or even take him hostage, their chances of survival and promotion would rise greatly. The 2 rushed in together, thinking they only had a child to fight, so they should just finish him quickly. But then, Bialbogora's blood titan suddenly manifested against the wall, halting them in shock. Kogasaki ordered them to set the cages down, and the 2 Momo froze in place, completely intimidated. He commanded them again to drop the cage there. Yamana quickly said to leave it to him, while Yasuhiro gave a salute and swore he would do his best, begging to be spared. The scene then shifted to the 9th floor, where a pair of Momo brothers, who seemed to be twins, were facing an opponent. One of them questioned why their foe was so weak, but the other corrected him, calling him brother and pointing out that it wasn't weakness, it was simply that they were stronger. They were introduced as the 9th Unit Vice Captain, Shinji Momonoki, and the 9th Unit Captain, Shinichi Momonoki. After Shinichi insisted they were just stronger, Shinji remarked that even so, their opponent was still just way too weak. It was revealed that the one they were referring to was Yaoroshi, who was clearly struggling, down on one knee, clutching his left shoulder. In his thoughts, Yaoroshi cursed in frustration, realizing that he had already used up all of his rage and had maxed it out for the day. He lamented that if only he had a little more left, he could still put up a fight. He needed something, anything, to get him out of this situation. Irritation grew as he wondered why his hot blood hysteria had produced only a single blood sickle. It was then explained that Yaoroshi's blood erosion release depended on his anger. At present, his heart was swayed. After leaving school, he had felt guilty, and the news that his classmates had come to retrieve him had filled him with joy. Both of those emotions had left him with half-hearted anger, and the reality of being all alone left Yaoroshi strangely hesitant in battle. Shinji then called to his brother, suggesting they withdraw because their time was almost up, but Shinichi refused, saying they would finish off Yaoroshi and then leave as planned. Shinji agreed, and the two activated their bacteria powers, producing boots with what looked like plain engines on each side. After unleashing this power, they vanished from sight with incredible speed, charging at Yaoroshi. They surrounded him, alarming him with their velocity, and when they positioned themselves at his front and back, they struck with a simultaneous flurry of kicks. Yaoroshi failed to evade. As the attack continued, Shinichi darted close to Shinji, and after a brief buildup of momentum, the two delivered a powerful, synchronized kick to Yaoroshi's body, sending him flying. The pain was evident on Yaoroshi's face as he was launched, and before long his body slammed hard into a nearby wall. Shinji remarked to his brother that Yaoroshi was terribly slow. Watching him, Shinichi disagreed, pointing out that it was only because they were incredibly fast, something Shinji then agreed with. Bruised and weakened, leaning against the broken wall, Yaoroshi cursed in frustration, irritated at his utter helplessness. He began questioning himself, wondering what he was even doing there. He hammered into his own mind that he had to move forward alone and become stronger on his own, because that much was already a given. Meanwhile, Shiki was seen running, inwardly irritated as he wondered where the man he was looking for could be, cursing at the prick in disbelief. He then heard a noise coming from another part of the facility, which immediately drew his attention, making him wonder if Yaoroshi was the one responsible. After that, we returned once more to Yaoroshi, where he began to wonder what exactly he had done here. He said that leaving was his decision, but he questioned why he still felt happy that his classmates had gone out of their way to come to that place for him. He added that although the Kikoku unit had fought to stop those guys, he realized that in the end, it turned out he was the half-assed one after all. He then wondered if this would have been the outcome of things had he only listened to that one specific guy he was referring to. He answered his own question, saying he didn't know, and that it was already far too late. Meanwhile, Shinji urged Shinichi that they should finish this quickly, to which Shinichi agreed. We returned to Yaoroshi once again, where he thought that in the end, everything happening here was nothing more than the result of his own actions, and he also thought to himself that he deserved to be alone. The two Momo brothers simultaneously charged at him once again, ready to deliver a solid kick with their plane engine-powered bacteria boots, while he found himself wondering what death might feel like. Disappointment was evident on his face as he awaited their attack to land, and as they drew closer, he closed his eyes and accepted it, remarking that it was unbearably lonely. However, to everyone's surprise, a powerful blast suddenly destroyed the wall Yaoroshi had been leaning against, striking the two incoming Momo and sending them flying. The one responsible then called out Yaoroshi's name, saying that at last he had grasped the gist of what he was truly feeling. Shinji and Shinichi turned to face this man, and before long he fired another blast, causing a massive explosion. It was revealed to us that Shiki had arrived, adding that if Yaoroshi was lonely, then why not team up with him and blow their enemies up, while Yaoroshi was visibly shocked upon seeing him. Just as Yaoroshi was about to respond in surprise, he stopped and thought for a moment, before quickly reverting to his irritated tone and shouting, asking why the fuck Shiki had come here. Shiki stared back at him and explained that, well, when a friend is walking down the wrong path, isn't it normal to stop them? He also commented that only now had he realized the Kikoku unit was different from what he had initially thought. He rolled his eyes with a quirky laugh and added that he could see Yaoroshi rushing ahead without thinking, which suddenly angered Yaoroshi, who demanded what exactly he meant by the word friends. Yaoroshi began to pour out his frustration, asking Shiki if he didn't know that he had left them behind, pointing out that there was no way a guy who just spat in their face could still be considered their friend. There was a moment of silence, but Yaoroshi continued. Clenching his fist tightly in anger at himself, he said, "Funny, isn't it?" He explained that after leaving Resetsu Academy and joining the Kikoku unit, he immediately left the Kikoku unit as well, admitting that he had almost given up on everything Shiki knew. He added that he had been doing everything alone, emphasizing that he was utterly alone, miserable, and lonely, before asking again if that wasn't truly funny. He went on pitying himself, saying there was nothing more pathetic than him, then asked if he was right, that this was exactly what Shiki was thinking now. After saying that, he suddenly locked his eyes onto Shiki and shouted that he should just let him remain pathetic on his own. Yaoroshi began to plead and beg Shiki to ridicule him, to despise him. He insisted that Shiki give up chasing after him once and for all, and to cut it out with that kind and gentle smile. Otherwise, he added, struggling as though stopping himself from saying it, but before long admitted that in the end, he might end up relying on Shiki. Shiki gazed at him, then called out his name, prompting Yaoroshi to turn to him. But to his surprise, Shiki suddenly kicked him in the face, knocking him back and drawing blood from his nose. Yaoroshi was shocked by what Shiki had done, while Shiki, now irritated, demanded to know if Yaoroshi thought he was messing with him. He then asked if his back was really that small that Yaoroshi felt pity clinging onto it. Shiki continued, explaining that everyone had already known something was off with Yaoroshi ever since their training at the Snowy Mountain. He added that he had no idea what was weighing on Yaoroshi's heart, and that he wasn't the type to open up about it anyway. He went on to say that whether Yaoroshi chose to be honest about it or not, he encouraged him to do whatever he wanted. And if the time ever came when Yaoroshi felt like leaning on him, he assured him that he would lend his shoulder. He stressed this with intention, as if drilling it into Yaoroshi's mind, saying he was doing it because he was his friend. Shiki then began to grow irritated, angrily adding if Yaoroshi really thought of him as some cold-hearted person who would abandon him just because he sulked a little, pointing out that the others thought the same as well. He began questioning this so-called issue of being all alone, asking if his eyes were even working. What exactly did he see with them, and could he see him? He firmly pointed out that Yaoroshi would never be alone as long as he was alive. Hearing this left Yaoroshi speechless, sitting there on the ground as he listened. Before long, tears began falling from Yaoroshi's eyes as he felt Shiki's sincerity, still considering him a friend despite everything that had happened. The scene shifts into a flashback, showing a much younger Yaoroshi. He was sitting on the side of the road, filthy and worn out. A man on a motorcycle noticed him and remarked that his principle was simple. Only his friends were allowed to ride with him. Still, with a smile, the man asked if Yaoroshi wanted to hop on. That man was Kajiki Tenma. Yaoroshi was startled and frightened, immediately bolting in the opposite direction. But Tenma chased after him, quickly catching up. He told him to wait, but the young Yaoroshi resisted, begging to be let go. Tenma urged him not to just run off like that, and asked if he wasn't, in fact, an Oni. The boy froze at the question, breaking into a cold sweat as he denied it desperately, pleading that he didn't want to die. Seeing this, Tenma grew concerned and reassured him that he wasn't going to kill him. He then revealed his horns, explaining that he too was an Oni, just like him. The boy couldn't believe what he was seeing. From the look on his face, Tenma figured that Yaoroshi really might be an Oni as well. The next moment, the young Yaoroshi clung to him, tears streaming down his face, and Tenma felt pity swell inside him. Not long after, Tenma took the boy and brought him to the forest where his companions were waiting. Addressing the group, he announced that from that day on, they would have a new member. He then asked the boy what his name was, which surprised one of his companions. He whispered it softly to him, Yaoroshi Ikari, so Tenma introduced him by name to the others. One of the group was surprised that Tenma was even interpreting for the boy. Another one called Tenma their leader and asked if he had kidnapped the child. Alarmed, Yaoroshi quickly hid behind Tenma, which caught him off guard. But Tenma reassured him, telling him he had nothing to fear. The people around them were all Oni, and there were no Momo there. He promised Yaoroshi that from now on, no one would ever hurt him again. The words left Yaoroshi silent, as well as Tenma's companions. The group exchanged glances among themselves before walking up to him and introducing themselves. They warmly said it was a pleasure to meet him and asked how old he was. One of them even commented on how incredibly cute he was. Their arrival was perfectly timed, as the food was already prepared. Everyone was invited to eat, so they sat down on the floor together. They even handed Ikari a small bowl and fed him. After tasting it, Tenma laughed and asked if it wasn't delicious. The cook proudly remarked that it was his specialty after all. Tears fell from Ikari onto the floor as he couldn't hold back his emotions, overwhelmed by the mixture of feelings inside him. Tenma was puzzled by his reaction, so he patted his head and told him to eat plenty. That night, they set up tents to sleep in. Ikari slept soundly inside, but he dreamed once again of his family telling him to run away. He refused and tried to convince them to escape together. However, the tragic sight of his parents being killed was burned into his memory. Because of that nightmare, he broke out in a cold sweat and woke up. Sitting up, he thought about how that same dream always haunted him. While alone in the tent, he overheard voices outside and listened. He wondered what they were still doing out there. They were gathered around the bonfire, talking. One of them wondered aloud if Ikari tended to get nervous when surrounded by adults. Another commented that even though he was so young, he had managed to survive all on his own. Tenma thought back to the very beginning but couldn't finish his thought as he recalled Ikari's desperate plea for him not to kill him. He reflected that although the boy was just a little brat, the moment he realized Ikari was also an Oni, he couldn't help but think about how lonely the boy must have been all this time. He lowered his head, feeling as though his chest would burst. One of his comrades teared up as well, saying that just like Ikari, they too had lost their families, so they knew the pain he carried. Another added that since they all experienced the same loss, they all understood the feeling, but it also made clear what they had to do. They would stay by his side. Tenma wiped away his tears and said he was right. From now on, Ikari would be a part of their team. They wouldn't let him wander alone anymore, starting from that very moment. They vowed to raise him into a full-fledged man. All of them raised their hands together in agreement. Tenma glanced toward the tent when he heard noises coming from inside. He went over and checked on Ikari, asking what had happened and if he was crying. The boy was hiding under a blanket. Ikari then asked if it was really okay for him to join them all. Tenma hadn't expected such a question and answered that they had already decided from the very beginning. Just as he had told him before, only his friends were allowed to ride on his bike, and the moment Ikari rode with him, he had already become part of their group. Ikari pulled the blanket down, revealing that he was sobbing. He choked up, saying that he had always been running alone, and it had been so lonely and terrifying. Tenma placed his hand on his head and reassured him that he no longer had anything to fear. From that point on, he wouldn't be alone anymore. His comrades peeked into the tent and said that all of them would support him. They all agreed together. Because of that, Tenma declared that everyone would sleep in Ikari's tent that night. The others protested, saying it would be too cramped, while another complained that he had trouble sleeping. Tenma was surprised, but Ikari ended up smiling, which delighted them, and they commented on how cute he looked when he smiled. They affectionately called him their cute little monster. From that day onward, Ikari's nightmares stopped haunting him at night. The next day, Shota and Kaori introduced themselves to him. Kaori added that the two of them were dating. The young Ikari was baffled at what dating meant. Shota realized then just how young he truly was. To demonstrate, the two were about to kiss in front of him, but their leader Tenma stopped them, warning not to show things like that to Ikari. He said they were going to raise him into a pure and kind boy. He taught Ikari that holding hands was something only married couples did. By the way, he added, the moment you kiss someone, a baby will be formed, so Ikari should be careful. Ikari was completely shocked by that. Kotaro, the deputy leader of their group Yakin, immediately cut in and told him to stop feeding the boy such lies. The Yakin team had no permanent home. They simply traveled from place to place, rescuing Oni and fighting against the Momo. That was why meeting them was considered a miracle. One of them then said it was time to prepare their food. Ikari volunteered, saying he wanted to help. He was surprised and commented on how kind-hearted he was for such a young boy, and so he asked him to fetch some potato sprouts. Not long after, the cooking was done, and they called everyone to gather. Ikari was asked to help mix the food. He happily agreed and carried out the task with a smile. Their leader Tenma approached him and remarked on how pumped he was. Ikari agreed and said he didn't know why, but every time he helped out, it made him happy. Tenma said he understood because, after all, they were their friends. When it was for their friends, it felt like they could do anything, and each of them gave their very best for one another's sake. Sitting down, Tenma reflected that whenever he thought about it, it made him love himself even more, and he wanted friends who made him feel that way. While everyone else was busy with their tasks, he asked Ikari if it wasn't a wonderful feeling to have friends. Ikari smiled and said yes. One of their bandana-wearing companions grew annoyed at noticing their leader sitting idly by and doing nothing. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Tenma grew uneasy. Just as Tenma had said, Ikari also felt the same way, that when he was with people he considered friends, he wanted to be with them at all times. Elsewhere, a group of Momotaro was shown walking through the forest. They said they were drawing close to their target location. Once more, Ikari thought to himself that he wished they could all stay together forever. Time passed, and it had already been quite a while since Ikari joined Tenma and his group. One day, Shota noticed that a village about 2 kilometers away from where they were was under attack by the Momo. His ability was Peephole, which allowed him to see up to 5 kilometers away, though the visibility worsened beyond that range. Upon hearing that the Momo were attacking, Tenma said they would save the Oni there. He called Ikue and Honda, telling them he would leave Ikari in their care for now. However, Ikari protested, saying he wanted to fight as well. Tenma responded that he was still far too young to be fighting. Another asked for help to carry an injured person there. Meanwhile, Ikari still could not accept that he wasn't allowed to go with them. The group then moved out. That night, Tenma's group noticed something unusual. One of them said it was bad. There were many more Momo camping 3 kilometers ahead. Kotaro wondered if they were reinforcements allied with the Momo who had attacked the village the other day. Tenma was troubled, saying the forest ahead was too dark and it would be dangerous if they moved recklessly. They should stay there for now and light a fire, but they would have to remain quiet. Another suggested they take turns keeping watch. With that, some rested inside the tent while others stood guard outside. Inside Ikari's tent, he was seen lying awake with one companion beside him. He could not sleep, still thinking about Tenma's words telling him to stay put. Yet deep inside, he wanted to help. So, he decided to act on his own. Moving carefully so as not to wake anyone, he slipped out of the tent. Luckily, the guard outside was asleep. In his thoughts, Ikari wondered if everyone would be happy if he could defeat the Momo camping nearby. He went there alone, and while watching from a distance, he tried to convince himself that he could handle it and that everything would be fine. But suddenly, memories of his father and mother's deaths flashed in his mind, making him tremble as he gripped a knife in his hand. Fear overtook him, and he thought that perhaps coming here was a mistake. Still, he accidentally stepped on a twig while hiding, and the sound immediately alerted the Momo. They hurriedly searched for the source of the noise. They did not expect to find a child there, holding a knife no less. They wondered if he had come from the village, and one mentioned hearing that something bad had happened to the unit that had first invaded there. They then asked if Ikari was an Oni and demanded that he tell them what he knew. The terrified boy could not answer. In a panic, he turned and ran as fast as he could, sweating heavily and desperately wishing for help. Seeing him trying to escape, one of the Momo raised his weapon and fired. Ikari was hit, collapsing onto the ground. Realizing that he had been shot in the leg, he grew frantic. The Momo closed in on him, saying they wouldn't let him get away. Completely terrified, the boy backed away, screaming out loud in fear. But only moments later, someone arrived to the rescue, unleashing his blood erosion release while riding a motorcycle. It turned out to be Tenma, whose ability was Thunder Speed. This ability granted overwhelming speed to his attacks on a motorcycle once it was coated in his blood, though it could only be used when he had a bike. Ikari had not expected his arrival at all. Overcome with relief, he broke down crying upon seeing him and called out his name. The Momotaro were caught off guard as they realized he had allies after all, for the entire group had come with Tenma to save him. Tenma commanded them to charge at the enemy. After the battle, Kotaro noticed that the captain and vice captain of the Momo were nowhere to be found. They began to wonder if perhaps those were among the Momotaro who had attacked the village earlier. On the other hand, Ikari was at a loss for words before Tenma. In shock, Tenma called him an idiot and told him to stop being so reckless, mentioning he could have died. Through his tears, Ikari responded that he only wanted to help. Holding his head in frustration, Tenma sat down and told him that while he appreciated the sentiment, at times like these he needed to rely on others as well. With his head lowered, Ikari could only apologize, knowing he had been wrong. Tenma added that instead of trying to grow stronger on his own, they would grow stronger together. 2 days passed after that incident. Once they had finished eating dinner, Hiroshi said it was time to clean up. He then pulled out a large bag and placed the dishes inside it. Seeing this, Ikari commented that it was incredibly convenient. Surprised, Hiroshi asked if he was referring to his management bag. He explained that it was a blood bag capable of fitting up to 5 tatami mats worth of space, meaning he could store anything inside it. Even their leader's motorcycle was kept in there. Ikari was overjoyed when he realized even the large bike could fit inside. He thought it was unbelievably cool. From the other side, Tenma called out to Ikari, saying they would be preparing food early tomorrow, so he should hurry and get to bed. Ikari quickly ran over to him and said that when he grew up, he hoped Tenma would teach him how to ride a bike. Tenma was surprised to hear that he wanted to ride as well, and Ikari confirmed it. After thinking for a moment, Tenma told him that someday he would give him his own bike. Ikari could hardly believe it. Tenma added that for now, he should hurry up and sleep. The boy was overjoyed and said he would go to bed. That night, as he lay inside the tent, he smiled while recalling how he had once been afraid of what lay ahead, but now he was enjoying himself so much. It felt like a dream. Before long, he drifted off to sleep, only to be suddenly awoken by someone calling his name. It was Tenma, shaking him awake. Still half asleep, Ikari asked what it was. Tenma told him that they were under attack by the Momo. As soon as they stepped out of the tent, the two were greeted by raging flames that had spread all around. Kotaro ran toward Tenma, calling for their leader's attention. One of them said it was bad. The fire had surrounded them, and there was nowhere left to escape. Kotaro added that there were 3 captains and 3 vice-captains present, and their squad was massive. Even if they all fought, the gap was far too great. Upon hearing this, Tenma declared that they had no hope. Ikari then asked if they were not going to escape. Tenma thought it over, considering the large number of casualties and injuries they had, as well as Ikari's leg not yet fully healed. It would be difficult for all of them to escape. While the fire continued to roar, he thought carefully about what to do. He called for everyone's attention and asked if there was any way they could save the child. Silence fell as they tried to think. Tenma then ordered Hiroshi to bring out his bike, and Hiroshi immediately obeyed. He opened his management bag to retrieve it, while Ikari, curious, wondered if they were going to run and wanted to fight alongside them. Hiroshi stood ready with his large management bag on his back. They placed Ikari inside and handed the bag over to Tenma. Ikari questioned if that was really the right thing to do. Smiling faintly, Hiroshi answered that it was for the best. Kotaro added that he should send their regards. Tenma replied with a sure. Inside the bag, Ikari shouted desperately for them to let him out, demanding why they were doing this. But moments later, he felt himself lurch inside as if being thrown. The bag had been opened, and Ikari was cast out. When he landed, he winced in pain, struggling to believe what had just happened. Opening his eyes, he saw Tenma on the other side of the river, seated on his bike. He called out, asking what kind of place this was and why he was on the other side. Not far away, the fire was still spreading wildly, and Ikari said they should return to the others. Tenma told Ikari he'll go back, but could not bring him along. Ikari could not accept it. He cried out, asking why, since he was Tenma's friend. Wasn't he part of the group? Tenma responded that precisely because he was part of the team, for their sake, he had to survive. It was far too early for him to die. Tears welled in Ikari's eyes as he forced himself to wade through the stream, struggling against the current to reach him. He begged and pleaded to be taken along. Tenma, however, told him to promise that he would find good friends along the way. He reminded him of what he had taught before, that his greatest strength came when he had friends. As Ikari fought through the rushing water, he declared that he already had friends. Tenma added that he should never live a lonely life, for he would never grow strong if he was alone. Ikari cried uncontrollably, pleading once again to be taken with him. But all Tenma could do was apologize. Ikari kept chasing after him in desperation, begging not to be left behind all alone. Back at the place where the group had been, the flames had already devoured the surroundings. By the time Ikari arrived there, everything was burned to the ground. Tears continued to stream down his face, especially when he saw the charred bodies of his friends. He never expected to find them all there, burned to death, and he could only scream in anguish. As the Momo made their way back, one of them remarked that the battle had turned out to be even more difficult than they had anticipated. His comrade agreed, saying it had indeed been quite a struggle. At the sight, even the leader of the group, Tenma, who had returned, was shown among the burned remains. And with that unbearable memory etched into him, Ikari resolved that he never wanted to have friends again. The scene shifted to the present, where Yaoroshi knelt as memories of his past came flooding back. He admitted to himself that when he lost everything, he felt he never wanted to have friends again. What happened to him as a child was not easy to endure. On top of losing his parents, the friends he had considered family were also killed. Because of those tragedies, he grew afraid of losing people again. Yet he could not believe the acceptance shown to him by Shiki, who now stood before him. On the other side, Shingi expressed his disgust to his brother, but Shinichi countered that such a sentiment was unfitting. Still on his knees, Yaoroshi then heard Shiki call out to him, telling him that if he still wished to fight, he should once again join them. Yaoroshi was shocked to hear those words, while Shiki quickly rushed toward the brothers. From the very beginning, Shiki had been someone admirable. Ever since the day Tenma's group had died, Yaoroshi's heart had hardened. He believed that pushing everyone away was the most reasonable path to take. Yet Shiki had never stopped encouraging him with his words. And now he wondered, who would care about a frozen heart? He admitted that he could not move forward because he kept clinging to the memory of his fallen friends. Even now, he was still afraid to let them go. But if someone as admirable as Shiki could call a coward like him a friend, then it was time to take a step forward. With that, he stood and moved. Meanwhile, Shiki now faced the two brothers head-on, daring them to come at him and fight. As they moved with incredible speed, the siblings agreed on launching a pincer attack to kill him, while Shiki grew curious about the move they were planning. Back to Yaoroshi. Now that he was ready to fight, he cursed upon realizing he had already used up his 3 rages. What else could he rely on to fight? Still, he insisted that he had to keep going. He had to fight alongside Ichinose, and he called him a friend. Gathering the last of his strength, he wished for one more chance. Suddenly, he had a vision of his fallen comrades. Tenma asked him why he looked so down. Yaoroshi could hardly believe what he was seeing and turned toward him, trying to speak but unable to hear his own voice. Shota then greeted him, remarking how long it had taken him to find a new friend. Tears welled in Yaoroshi's eyes at their presence. Tenma handed him something and told him it was his now, so he should stop crying. As Yaoroshi took it, Tenma reminded him of the promise he had made, the promise to give him his motorbike. He said that they had entrusted their future to him, and because of that, he was still alive. Stepping closer, Tenma asked him, wasn't his heart burning? He knew Yaoroshi wanted to fight alongside his new friends, and that they would help him grow stronger. After all, hadn't he once said that they were stronger when they fought together? Yaoroshi held tightly onto both the words and the gift that had been given to him. Back in the battle, it was now 2 versus 1. The brothers were determined to kill Shiki, who in turn used his blood to produce a weapon. Despite being dizzy and staggering, Shiki declared that he would simply shoot them both, calling them speedy bastards. It then showed Yaoroshi, now mounted on a large bike. He gave thanks to his fallen friends, though he realized his voice still had not come out. Tenma then told him that the dead had no need for words. Instead, he should thank them by living his life. And another thing, wasn't it a wonderful feeling to have friends? Yaoroshi agreed, saying it was the best. He revved the bike forward, and as he rode, the presence of Tenma and the others gradually faded away, leaving him with a parting wish of good luck as they called out his name. Back with Shiki, the two brothers charged at him, and he grew uneasy at their advance. But before they could strike, flames suddenly surrounded Shiki. Both the brothers and Shiki himself were stunned. The fire was coming from the exhaust pipes of Yaoroshi's bike, as he now wielded the very attack once used by Tenma, Thunder Speed. Shiki had never expected to see this before him. After exhausting his rage 3 times, Yaoroshi's blood manifested into the form of a motorbike. Unlike Tenma, he did not need a real bike for this power to work. Shiki was shocked, while the brothers, now halted, wondered aloud what it was. Shinichi explained that it was a bike. Amazed, Shiki asked when Yaoroshi had started riding something so cool. Yaoroshi then called out, saying that only his friends were allowed to ride with him, and that was his principle. With that, he invited Shiki to hop on. Shiki paused for a moment, then smiled. The two shared a fist bump, and Shiki remarked that he'd better not turn out to be a shitty driver. The bike roared forward with Shiki now riding at the back. Yaoroshi told him not to let their enemies shake him off. Shiki shot back that he was the one driving, so Yaoroshi should be saying that to himself, before calling him an idiot. The screech of tires grinding against the ground and the loud blasts of the exhaust echoed through the battlefield. Yaoroshi asked if Shiki was doubting his driving skills. The two were having the time of their lives on the ride, enough for Shingi to remark to his brother that the pair looked like they were enjoying themselves far too much. Shinichi agreed, saying they should just finish off those thugs already. The brothers lunged forward together, determined to kill them. Shingi declared that it was too late. Did they really think their bike could outrun their speed? Using the boosters strapped to their legs, they launched a high-speed attack at the two. But to their shock, their synchronized kicks landed on nothing. The brothers hadn't realized that Yaoroshi and Shiki had already slipped behind them. Yaoroshi sneered, saying of course they were faster. He called them idiot that had only struck at their afterimages. He was stunned, unable to believe they hadn't even noticed. Shiki added mockingly that the thugs they were looking for were right here. Yaoroshi taunted them further, saying Momo like them couldn't even catch two thugs. Shiki laughed and called them painfully slow. Amused, the two Oni countered at full speed, which surprised them. Yaoroshi only grinned as he kept control of the bike, while Shiki readied the weapon on his arm to open fire. The brothers were forced to retreat quickly, dodging and fleeing from the barrage. As they ran, they couldn't help but question what was happening with that boy, Yaoroshi. How was he able to handle such speed now, when just earlier he had been so weak? And Shiki's aim was equally terrifying, landing shots even at such breakneck pace. Shiki was overjoyed, exclaiming how amazing the motorbike felt and how exhilarating the ride was. Yaoroshi fell silent for a moment, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. The scene, Shiki riding on the back of his bike, made him imagine another world, one just slightly different from theirs. A peaceful life where after school, they'd simply ride home together. Shiki would be on the back seat, happily eating an ice pop while he drove them through calm streets. But he knew that wasn't their reality, and he had accepted that. Even so, he was fine with it. With a big smile, he agreed with Shiki, saying it really was great. Shingi realized they needed to find a way to deal with the bike the two were riding. He asked his brother for his opinion, but Shinichi only replied that he didn't know. Shingi didn't expect that answer. Shinichi admitted that the bike was faster than them, and that it was an unexpected problem they couldn't easily solve. Shingi pressed him, questioning what kind of reasoning that was. Irritated, he accused his brother of always acting bossy, yet lacking the ability to back it up. Shinichi calmly asked if that was really how he was going to respond to his own brother. Shingi snapped, telling him to shut up and, for once, act competent. Meanwhile, Shiki couldn't help but laugh as he noticed the two brothers bickering like they had issues within their own group. Yaoroshi joked that all he could hear were barking dogs, those same two who had been yelling at each other just moments before. Suddenly, the building trembled, which made Shiki uneasy. He thought they needed to wrap this up soon. Yaoroshi told him to leave it to him, and Shiki agreed. Shinichi, still calm, told his brother that they had no choice but to do what they could. Shingi grew furious, shouting at him to stop being so incompetent and admitting how much he hated the whole brother thing between them. With rising anger, he declared that if things had come to this, they had no other option but to use that. Shinichi paused for a moment, lost in thought, but didn't answer. Shingi snapped again, saying he didn't know why he even bothered. Shinichi quietly responded that they were both thinking the same thing. That only made Shingi angrier, saying his brother was being noisy. He explained that the strain of using the bacteria ability was crushing on their bodies. That was why they rarely resorted to it, but if it meant winning this fight, then they were prepared to risk everything. The two brothers took their stance, readying themselves once more to attack. Yaoroshi kept driving forward while the two Momo brothers activated the propulsion devices attached to their boots, allowing them to accelerate with incredible speed. Confident, one of them declared that no matter how fast Yaoroshi's bike was, they now had the advantage in mobility. Shiki shot back that they didn't care, which made Yaoroshi laugh. He steered the bike straight into a long hallway, immediately catching the attention of the brothers, who chased after them without hesitation. They were certain they could close the distance, even suggesting to corner the two. After all, it was only a motorbike, without the same mobility their devices gave them. But then, to their shock, the mufflers on Yaoroshi's bike began to multiply, transforming under the power of his blood. The brothers' eyes widened as they realized what was happening. Yaoroshi smirked and remarked that if they thought this was just an ordinary bike, they were dead wrong. His blood continued to shape itself into a massive, tube-like weapon mounted on the front of the bike, a heavy cannon, almost like a bazooka. Shiki couldn't help but comment on how badass it looked. The brothers, however, were suddenly filled with dread. One of them shouted that they needed to run, but Yaoroshi coolly replied that there was no escape. He had chosen this hallway on purpose, specifically to trap them. Here, dodging was impossible. The Momo looked behind, realizing too late the destructive weapon now aimed at them. Shiki signaled with a sharp go. At that moment, Yaoroshi unleashed the cannon blast. The shot roared down the hallway, leaving the two with nowhere to run. The explosion struck them head-on, blasting them down and leaving them sprawled on the floor, unable to move. Breathing heavily, Yaoroshi asked if that was good enough for them. Not bad for their performance, wasn't it? He admitted the whole effort had been exhausting. Shiki added with a cocky grin that if they thought they could win against the two of them, they were 100 years too early. Yaoroshi agreed. There was no way he'd ever allow them to be defeated. After checking on the condition of the twin Momo they had been fighting, they noticed that the two seemed to still be alive. Shiki said to just leave them, which made Yaoroshi ask if he was sure and whether they shouldn't finish them off. Shiki replied that it didn't matter anymore. Yaoroshi let it go, saying that if that's what he wanted, then so be it. In Yaoroshi's thoughts, he remarked that as the heat of his emotions began to fade, he started to feel a bit of embarrassment. But even so, despite the shame he felt, he could honestly say he knew that this man, Shiki, would accept everything. While thinking this, he called out to Shiki and asked if he was correct in assuming he wouldn't die. Shiki looked at him for a moment, but soon after, with a cheerful tone, he asked how sure he was that he wouldn't die. The surroundings fell silent after that response, and before long, they both burst into laughter. Smiling, Shiki remarked how awkward that was, and Yaoroshi agreed while thinking that this was how true friendship felt. While this was happening, the scene shifted to where Kasabi was. He showed a hint of sorrow, saying that Hizumi had died, but quickly brushed it off. While playing with some Oni organs, he added that, well, Hizumi had still given him a good show, so all was good. Pressing one of the Oni organs he was toying with, which then thanked Hizumi for his hard work. One of his subordinates called out to him from a speaker, informing him that they were ready for takeoff. It turned out he was already aboard a rocket at the top of the facility, and his pilot said they would be taking off soon. The pilot also informed him that the airship carrying the hostages was ready as well, making Kasabi grin from ear to ear as he remarked that in that case, they should begin. After the collapse, he ordered his subordinates to retrieve the bodies of Mudano and the Kishin child, Shiki. Down on the ground, the Oni rescued by Risetsu and Kikoku grew concerned, commenting that this was bad as they saw the facility starting to fall. Bialbugora was holding off the collapse with the help of her blood titan, but the Oni with them noticed that the building really was on the verge of giving way and that she was barely managing to support it. Worried, Kogasaki asked Bialbugora if she was okay, and despite the strain and exhaustion in her expression, she answered that she was fine, prompting Kogasaki to think to himself that she was terrible at lying. One of the Oni they rescued caught Kogasaki's attention, informing him that they still had friends inside the building. Kogasaki thought about how Mudano was still inside searching and wondered what they should do. He then called over Kiriyama and Sazanami, instructing them to take the hostages to a safer location. Kiriyama refused, saying he was the one who needed help to get out of there. Sazanami agreed with him, telling Kogasaki not to ask the impossible from Kiriyama, and even threatened to blow his head off. Irritated, Kogasaki approached them and told them to just do it, but Kiriyama refused, explaining that the stress of such a responsibility made his stomach collapse. Kogasaki walked right up to him, pulled away the futon he was lying on, and told him to shut up, pointing out that if the building collapsed, the collateral damage would be the lives of the hostages. What they were talking about here was life and death, so he told them to just do it. Kiriyama shouted back that this was power harassment, while it was explained to us that he was mentally exhausted from his recent blood erosion release. Sazanami then yelled at Kogasaki, pointing out that she had told him to stop threatening Kiriyama, so he told her to be quiet and to do something about her man. Sazanami paused when she heard Kogasaki call Kiriyama her man, and before long, she smirked with a slight blush, saying he was right. Kiriyama was her man. Kiriyama, confused, called her Sazanami, but she immediately turned to him and yelled that she had just told him to call her Kuina. If he kept calling her that, she warned, she would give him a deep kiss, making Kiriyama mutter in flustered disbelief that he was surrounded by both power harassment and sexual harassment. After that, Sazanami carried Kiriyama, still wrapped in the futon, cheerfully announcing that they were on their way and ordering the Oni with them to get moving, while she mockingly called them miserable hostages. The Momos then called out to Kogasaki, ordering him to help evacuate them as well, but he replied that there was no chance he would do that. While they were speaking, a massive piece of debris from the building began to fall, almost hitting Kogasaki when it landed right behind him. The Oni with them shouted again that this was no longer good, pointing out that the building was practically leaning already. Kogasaki then turned with concern toward Bialbugora. When he looked at her, he saw blood flowing from her eyes, nose, and mouth from the extreme use of her blood erosion release. He quickly reminded her not to push herself too much, but Bialbugora answered that she was fine and told him to just let her do it. As Bialbugora continued to push herself, she thought to herself that after all, her comrades had done everything they could, so she also wanted to help as much as possible. If she didn't give her all, everyone here would die in the collapse. She had to do her best so as not to become a burden to her comrades. Otherwise, at this rate, she might disappoint them. Kogasaki's eyes widened as he watched Bialbugora push herself to the limit, while Bialbugora added in her mind that she had to work harder and harder, her blood dripping onto the floor. Kogasaki then remarked that she was really something, which caught her attention and made her curious. Before she could object, he pointed out that without her help, they wouldn't have been able to save the hostages, let alone keep the building from collapsing. In fact, she was so proactive that he was starting to feel jealous of her. He added that that's why he would be more than happy if an amazing person like her were to rely on him. Bialbugora stared at him and began to recall what Sumire had once told her, asking why they didn't start a life where they relied on each other, and she commented that now she understood. She explained that for a long time, she had carried the weight of responsibility alone, hiding it under the guise of simply working hard. She used to think that in doing so, she could be of use, but she asked herself, wasn't that just for the sake of her own self-righteousness? She added that working hard without relying on anyone was no different from not trusting anyone at all. As Kogasaki reached his hand toward her when the heavy load she carried began to fall, he told her that right here in front of her was a friend, clarifying that she shouldn't take it the wrong way. In the present, after having thought about all of this, she smiled and asked Kogasaki if she could entrust the rest to him, to which Kogasaki replied, "Of course." Immediately after, she deactivated her blood erosion release, causing the blood titan to vanish, and she collapsed against him. She called out to Kogasaki again, catching his attention, and asked if she had been useful this time. Kogasaki agreed and told her that if anyone dared deny her efforts, he would kill every single one of them. She began to think that there was a limit to what one could do alone, and at some point, you really needed to rely on others. She likened it to a baton relay. You must do everything to pass the baton to the next person, and in return, that person will also do everything in their power to do the same. One of the most important things they had been taught at Resetsu Academy was the value of having friends. Smiling at the thought, she added, as Kogasaki supported her, that no matter how much she wanted to act cool, it was only a matter of time before the building completely collapsed. Suddenly, countless blood arrows flew toward the building and struck its walls. Soon, an overwhelming barrage of blood arrows rained down, drawing Kogasaki's attention and making him wonder in surprise. The one responsible for the blood arrows kept firing, and the Momos were left astonished at what they were seeing. It seemed that the countless arrows were supporting the building, preventing it from collapsing. Mudano then began descending, using the barrage of arrows as a bridge. While one of the Momos there was shocked to see that the arrows had even managed to return the building to its upright position. When they saw Mudano, they immediately screamed in fear, prompting him to silence them. Kogasaki commented that it was a relief Mudano had returned, and that he made holding up that building look easy, remarking to himself how insane that was. After that, he informed Mudano that Kiriyama and the others had already moved the hostages away, to which Mudano responded, "Is that so?" before giving him a pat on the head and praising him for making the right decision. Kogasaki was surprised by this and felt flattered and thrilled to receive praise from Mudano. Mudano then took a good look at Bialbugora, noting that she had also done well. He said that he would take care of the collapse, adding that Shiki and the others were probably still heading for the rooftop of the building. Glancing up at the rooftop, he added that after all, the remaining hostages were also up there. The scene then shifted to the rooftop, where we saw Tetsuji slowly peeking from behind the entrance. In his thoughts, he explained that he had taken advantage of the chaos to make it here. As he peeked, he spotted two blimps, making him wonder which of the two was holding Remy. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice struggling, catching his attention. It turned out to be Remy, along with several other Oni inside a small cage, shouting at the Momo to let them out. One of the Momo angrily shouted back for them to shut their mouths, calling them brats. For a moment, Tetsuji lost control of himself and nearly shouted out his daughter's name. But luckily he managed to stop himself just in time and hid behind the entrance. One of the Momo pulling the cage asked his companion if he had heard something, to which the other irritably replied that he didn't care and told him to hurry up or they would die. An aircraft began to lift off nearby, making Tetsuji glance at it and think that at this rate, those Momo would take his daughter far away. When Kogasaki saw the blimps and rocket taking off, he commented to himself whether that meant that stupid Shiki hadn't made it there. Back on Tetsuji's side, he wasn't about to just let them take his daughter, so he decided to leap out and grab onto one of the support struts attached to the underside of the blimp. While hanging there, he shouted for them not to underestimate fathers like him. We then moved to Yaoroshi riding his thunder speed, with Shiki urging him to hurry or they wouldn't catch the director. Yaoroshi silenced him, pointing out that he was already doing so. Upon seeing the ascent of the airships, Kogasaki cursed in worry when he realized that they were already starting to evacuate, and he also noticed that one of the flying vessels was different from the other two. As he stared closely at one of the aircraft, he spotted Tetsuji clinging onto one of the blimp's engine mounts, which made him shout out, demanding what that old man was doing there. He immediately contacted Shiki through their connection device, yelling at him and calling him stupid while asking where he was. This irritated Shiki, who angrily demanded to know who he was calling stupid. Shiki also informed Kogasaki that he and Yaoroshi were already on the rooftop. Kogasaki then pointed out to Yaoroshi that one of the flying vessels seemed very suspicious and asked if they should target it. Yaoroshi agreed and responded with a grin that he would handle it. He accelerated the blood motorcycle, and at full speed, he drove it over one of the coils, using it as a ramp. Because of this, they went airborne and began to glide. Yaoroshi quickly called out to Shiki, prompting him to ask why, to which Yaoroshi explained that he would somehow manage the rest, leaving Shiki confused. With concern, Shiki asked what his plan was, only for Yaoroshi to shout that he didn't have one, which shocked him even more and made him yell if this guy was an idiot. This forced Shiki to jump off the blood motorcycle, immediately using his blood eclipse release to form a blood shotgun. Using its powerful blast and recoil, he propelled himself through the air like a booster. Inside the rocket, we were shown Kasabi sitting on a couch in the rocket's spacious room, irritated that his drink wasn't sweet enough, so he ordered someone to bring him syrup. One of his subordinates responded through a speaker, asking for his understanding since they didn't have enough members to fulfill such a request. Outside that rocket, we saw that Shiki was able to get close using his shotgun maneuver. Soon, he reached the rocket and crashed into its glass section, shattering it and landing inside, coincidentally in the same area where Kasabi was staying. The Momo personnel in the rocket's control room became alarmed by the sound and asked their director if they should take action, while another remarked that this was bad and informed the others that there was trouble on the ship. Kasabi replied nonchalantly, telling them not to worry and that everything was fine after all. Shiki rolled across the floor upon landing inside, and when he stood up, he asked if Kasabi was the Scarface director. Kasabi remarked that it was just a visitor who had arrived, while Shiki took a fighting stance, stating that he had finally found him and calling him a shitty bastard. Kasabi smiled, saying it was good that they finally met face to face, but Shiki, clearly irritated, told him to shut up, adding that he could never forgive him for what he had done. Meanwhile, outside the airship, we returned to Tetsuji's situation. He managed to reach and open its door, allowing him to roam on board. When he arrived at a room, he peeked inside cautiously, thinking happily that he had finally gotten in, but then wondered what he should do now. As he looked into one of the rooms, he saw several Oni imprisoned in small cages. Some of them immediately recognized him and excitedly called out his name, but he quickly told them to keep their voices down. One Oni looked puzzled, while another spoke in a lifeless tone, telling him not to worry because there were no Momo in this area. They also pointed out that this ship was completely unattended, yet still moving, to which Tetsuji replied that he understood, and because of that, he decided to approach them. When he got close to one of the cages, someone called him Papa, making him immediately turn his head, and it turned out that it was Remy who had called out to him. Overjoyed, he rushed over to her. Remy happily said that he really came, and Tetsuji replied that of course he did, quickly asking if she was alright and if she had been hurt. Remy assured him that she was perfectly fine. From another cage, some Oni asked why he was even here and if it was to help, while another pointed out that even if he tried, there was nothing he could do since the plane was now moving. Remy countered them, asking what they were even talking about, and then turned to her father to ask if it was true that he would definitely be able to get them out of there. Tetsuji paused for a moment, then soon after, with pride, told her that of course, her father was here to help her. We then returned to Shiki and Kasabi's situation, where Kasabi informed Shiki, while drinking something from a mug with an eyeball on it, that he was having some tea and asked if he wanted a sip. Shiki replied that like hell he would drink that, which made Kasabi puzzled and asked why he came here then. Shiki shouted that he came to beat up this director, which led Kasabi to curiously ask if he hadn't come here to kill him, pointing out whether he had forgotten that he had killed Tsubakiri. He added that even though Mudano had delivered the finishing blow, that man had been as good as dead when he left him. Kasabi asked if such a murder wouldn't also stain Shiki's hands, to which Shiki asked what he was talking about, pointing out that compared to what Kasabi had done, the dirt on his hands was nothing more than spit. He then asked how Kasabi even knew about that. Kasabi explained that he knew because Tsubakiri had been his senior. He told him that Tsubakiri was a true genius who could have become a director, but for some reason, he transferred to the combat unit, so Kasabi took over this facility instead. Even so, Kasabi said that Tsubakiri had inspired him to build this system, one where the slightest cloud could generate an entire lightning storm. He called it the lightning radiation system, and we were shown the device installed on the facility's rooftop. Shiki's expression showed deep confusion upon hearing this. Kasabi then decided to show him exactly what he meant, pulling out a remote control and pressing one of its buttons. The rooftop coils immediately activated, releasing surges of electric current. Kogasaki noticed strange activity in the sky and wondered if he was seeing something unusual. Suddenly, a lightning strike crashed down right in front of him, shattering the ground, shocking him and prompting him to ask what that was. Before long, lightning bolts were raining down all around the facility, their sheer force destroying whatever they struck. The Momo prisoners being held outside by Mudano panicked, shouting that if they got hit, they'd all be dead. Inside the airships, Tetsuji and the other Oni also felt the intensity of the strikes, which alarmed them. Seeing that the airships and the facility were being affected, Shiki demanded to know what Kasabi was doing and told him to stop immediately. Kasabi told him that once activated, even he couldn't stop it for a while. He also explained that the aircraft they were on wouldn't be hit since it was insulated, but the two other airships were likely to fall. Shiki angrily called the man a bastard, while Kogasaki quickly called him, asking why there was lightning and what was happening on his end. Shiki immediately reported that the dam director was responsible, that he had activated something, and now lightning was striking everywhere, putting the airships in danger too. Kogasaki asked in disbelief if even the airships carrying the hostages weren't safe. Brushing that aside for the moment, Shiki focused on what was in front of him. As he activated his Blood Eclipse release, Blood Ritual of the 10 Guns, he said he needed to do something about this. Kasabi set down his mug and remarked that he was, after all, a child of the Kishin. Reaching into the inner pocket of his doctor's robe, Kasabi said he wanted to see the power of Anki. He pulled out two circular objects and dropped them in front of him. In no time, the two circles transformed into humanoid-like bodies, which he called the Playhouse Devil Visceral Dolls. Shiki pointed his blood gun at them, declaring that they looked weak and that he'd just blow them apart and tear them to pieces. He hit each of the two visceral dolls with a powerful blast that instantly pierced and shattered their bodies, completely obliterating them. Shiki smugly remarked that Kasabi didn't look like such a big shot now, to which the director simply responded with a grin. While this was happening, we were shown Kiriyama looking on in confusion, asking what was going on. He wanted to know why two of the Oni prisoners with them were vomiting blood. One of them answered that they didn't know. The Oni had only been coughing, and the next thing they knew, there was blood, something that puzzled Sazanami and made her comment that it didn't make any sense. The man admitted that he couldn't understand what was happening to their companions and, feeling lost, asked what he should do, while Kiriyama was left flustered at the side, wondering what was going on here. We then returned to Shiki and Kasabi, where Kasabi explained that his bacteria had the ability to turn anyone's organs into dolls. If you attacked these dolls, the real Oni's organs connected to them would also be damaged. He then pointed out to Shiki that what he had just destroyed in the dolls earlier were the stomach and kidney of the Oni linked to them. In an arrogant and mocking tone, Kasabi noted that it was like playing with a person's body and asked if it wasn't fun. It was then explained to us that the Playhouse Devil was an ability that could turn anyone's internal organs into visceral dolls, so long as they inhaled Kasabi Mamura's bacteria. However, Kasabi still needed to wait 24 hours before he could turn a person's internal organs into dolls. Shiki was troubled upon learning this and irritably wondered just how low this man was willing to go. In the next scene, Yaoshi was shown landing atop a cliff with his thunder speed, remarking that what they had just done was dangerous and that they had barely managed to land. He also commented that Kogasaki and the rest of their allies were at the bottom of that cliff, and it would be difficult for them to get out of there. On Kogasaki's side, he began thinking about what they should do next. At the rate things were going, the lightning could destroy the aircrafts, which would be extremely dangerous for all of them. His attention was suddenly drawn to the sound of shouting, and when he turned, it turned out to be the Kikoku unit. Tadameki remarked that they had finally reached the exit and that their captain needed treatment as soon as possible. Kogasaki approached them and commented that they had managed to get out as well. Otohara immediately recognized his voice. They laid Hayate down on the ground, and Otohara quickly explained to Kogasaki that this was bad, as their captain was in critical condition. Kogasaki asked how much Otohara knew about first aid treatment, to which he replied he knew the basics. He pointed out that that was more than enough and indicated that he had medical supplies from the director's office. He then asked if he could also treat Bialbugora. Otohara understood and told him to leave that to him as well. When he asked where the medical supplies were, Kogasaki promptly took them from his uniform and handed them over, which surprised him. Unfortunately, a lightning strike suddenly descended from the sky, catching Kogasaki's attention. Alarmed, he shouted that this was bad, as it was going to be a direct hit. Luckily, Mudano was there, and using a multitude of blood umbrellas, he blocked the strike. The astonishment was clear on Otohara and Torikai's faces upon witnessing such extraordinary strength. Mudano then commented that the strike had managed to break through his umbrella. Kogasaki, equally amazed, thought to himself that Mudano was already supporting the building with massive amounts of blood, and beyond that, given the way he used it, he wondered how many liters of blood were actually there. Mudano then declared that he would protect everyone, so they should focus on doing what they needed to do. Meanwhile, some Momo had managed to escape their bindings, and upon freeing themselves, one of them shouted out, while another remarked that if they stayed like this, they would all die. Omitsuki quickly noticed them and moved in, shouting that there were still Momo left and they needed to be finished off. Kogasaki told her to let them be, which surprised her. Just as Omitsuki was about to argue, Otohara stepped in, agreeing with Kogasaki, so Omitsuki fell silent. Otohara then asked if Nekari and Omitsuki had the same blood type as their general, saying that he would prioritize making blood transfusions for them. Tadameki acknowledged this, and Omitsuki agreed. As Omitsuki looked at Bialbugora, she thought to herself how cute she was and that she wanted to donate her blood to her as much as possible. Otohara also said that if any of them shared the same blood type as Bialbugora, they should inform him immediately. While this was happening, we returned to Shiki's situation, where he remarked that Kasabi was the worst kind of scum. Kasabi simply asked just what he was so upset about. Shiki, pointing his blood gun at Kasabi, found it irritating that he didn't know what he was referring to. However, another visceral doll suddenly blocked him, ready to throw a punch. This forced Shiki to retract his blood gun, swearing under his breath in concern, allowing the doll to close in and land a solid hit to his body, slamming him to the ground with incredible force. He groaned, thinking he must not let himself be struck by this doll. He quickly got up and moved fast, knowing he needed to get closer to Kasabi, but more dolls suddenly blocked his path. Kasabi explained to him that there were still plenty of compressed organs left by Hizumi. This made Shiki step back, as Kasabi added that he understood he needed to carefully deal with what was in front of him, or else the bodies would fall apart. Shiki was shocked by this explanation, while Kasabi added that it was also dulling his senses. Unexpectedly, a doll appeared behind Shiki. Its right arm transformed into a massive blade, which it immediately used to try to stab him. Shiki managed to dodge, but it still grazed his side. He spat blood from the wound, while Kasabi urged him to look at what he was about to show. Shiki told him to shut up. Kasabi said he wanted to see if this could be incorporated into the system as well, which confused him about what Kasabi meant by incorporated. Meanwhile, Yusurube was still wandering inside the facility. Having been there for some time, he was growing irritated, wondering where the data was. He thought he was exhausted anyway, and with everything close to collapsing, maybe he should just head back and watch porn instead. As he turned a corner, he found a metallic door at the end of the hallway and wondered why it looked that way. Deciding to take a peek, he looked inside, and his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. We then returned to Shiki's side, where Kasabi asked if he wanted to know how their torpedo radiation system had been completed. Shiki said he didn't care, prompting Kasabi to tell him not to be rude. He explained that from the very beginning, while conducting research on Oni, he was constantly surprised. The body of an Oni was the perfect toy for researchers like them. Their blood could change shape in an instant, and it was remarkable to see how resilient they were. Shiki replied that Momo weren't exactly normal either, to which Kasabi agreed, but noted that research on Momotaro was strictly prohibited. Even so, it was fine, because they had Oni to use as substitutes. Kasabi returned to the point, explaining that once, during his research on Oni, he conducted an experiment involving running electricity through Oni blood. Surprisingly, the current became several times stronger than normal, leading him to realize that Oni blood had some sort of an enhancing effect. After all, it could already change shape and become a weapon. However, there was a drawback. Electrical signals from an Oni's brain were essential. Blood alone was useless, and it was a difficult time for him, but he didn't give up. After more research, he finally combined the electric signals with the blood. When it was released into the clouds, it successfully generated lightning. We then saw Yusurube collapse to the ground in utter shock at what he was seeing, terrified as he questioned it. It turned out to be a containment chamber filled with brains, each fitted with metal rings. Kasabi also showed this to Shiki, saying it took a lot of effort and a massive amount of Oni blood, and they also needed brains to transmit electric signals. Shiki's eyes widened at the absurd sight, overwhelmed as he asked what Kasabi had done. Kasabi grinned, happily remarking how amazing and tough it was. He added that it would be even more exciting to see what might happen if it was done to an Oni child, which made Shiki yell at him to shut up. Shiki furiously demanded why he would do such a thing and if he was insane. Kasabi paused at the why, but soon happily answered that it was all because of curiosity. Shiki's temper flared upon hearing this, and he began to tune out whatever Kasabi said next. Shiki realized that this man was completely broken, not because they couldn't understand each other, but because their values were entirely different. He thought that Kasabi doesn't see Onis as human beings, and pointed out that he looks like a child innocently tearing apart an insect. It was briefly explained to us that in this moment, a clear feeling began to emerge within Shiki. He decided that this man should not be allowed to live. He realized that this man was the kind who enjoyed doing things like that, and simply dismissed it as curiosity, and if he were allowed to live, he would only do the same thing again. While Kasabi was still explaining his system, Shiki cut him off, telling him he could stop now. He drew his modified blood gun again, silencing Kasabi as it began to ignite. The flames steadily intensified across his body as he said that everything Kogasaki had said makes him feel sick. Soon, a tremendous aura of flames erupted around him, which excited Kasabi, prompting him to comment on how beautiful it looked. As he watched Shiki display his Kishin blood, Kasabi marveled that this was Anki. Shiki didn't waste any time. He aimed his blood gun at Kasabi. The director, however, taunted him, asking if he was sure while moving a visceral doll in the way, pointing out that it's a doll with internal organs. Even so, Shiki unleashed a powerful flame blood vortex, surprising Kasabi that he would proceed with the attack anyway. He wondered if Shiki is really willing to do this with doll and all. The blast drew closer to the visceral doll, but when it hit, it simply slipped through, shocking Kasabi. Because of this, Shiki's flame blood attack struck him directly, engulfing him in flames and making him groan in pain. In the next scene, Shiki recalled a certain memory. In it, he was rescuing an elderly woman from the burning Naruma hospital. While carrying her on his back, the woman asked if he was a god, to which he replied that he wasn't, addressing her as grandma and asking if she had a fever. This only angered the woman, who yanked his hair while yelling that she wasn't that old, prompting him to tell her to stop before she made him bald. The woman explained that until just a few minutes ago, she couldn't breathe because of the surrounding fire. It had been painful and unbearably hot, but ever since he arrived, all of that vanished. She remarked that it was strange, but she felt as though he possessed the power of a god. She was certain that he would use that power to protect people and thought that perhaps God had given him such power for that very reason. Returning to the present, Shiki reflected on what the woman had told him back then, thinking that if his flames could harm others, then it was also possible for them to protect. Wearing a slightly bewildered expression, he added that this was what he had in mind when he threw that fireball at Kasabi, silently thanking God that it had worked. Kasabi then threw off his burning doctor's robe so it wouldn't be consumed by the flames. Rising again and preparing himself, he pointed out that Shiki had just demonstrated the ability to choose a target and attack it specifically, which made him comment with an excited look that it was amazing. He then urged Shiki to do it again and show him once more. Shiki smirked at that, boasting that he could do it all day, the burning vigor in him clearly visible. He took aim once more, releasing his modified blood gun, and remarked that since Kasabi had asked so nicely, he might as well show him. Kasabi also prepared, shaping another Playhouse Devil visceral doll, and feigned making a mistake, claiming that while he did want to see Shiki's attack, it was simply too hot, so he would have to apologize for prioritizing his own safety. Just as Kasabi was about to bring out his visceral doll again, Shiki, aiming his Anki-powered blood gun, commented that it was useless anyway. Kasabi responded that if Shiki wanted to attack, he was free to do so, but if he did, Kasabi would destroy the head of the doll he was holding. This startled Shiki and made him uneasy, causing him to retract his blood gun. Kasabi then brought out 4 compressed organs, transforming them into 4 spears, while thinking to himself that when you get bored, you change things up. In an instant, he hurled the spears toward Shiki, who luckily managed to dodge them all. Shiki swore in surprise, remarking that it was a close call. However, to his shock, Kasabi had sent another spear that pierced through his left side, and upon looking at it, he noticed it appeared to be of an extending type. Kasabi pointed out to him that these spears were extremely flexible, while Shiki grew concerned about his wound. As this was happening, the scene shifted to the situation outside the laboratory facility, where a lightning strike hit the building directly, causing massive destruction at the point of impact. Seeing this, Kogasaki remarked that the lightning truly did not discriminate. He then asked what they were going to do about the airship, noting that there was no way to save it under these conditions. He turned his gaze to the unconscious Hayate before addressing Mudano, pointing out that the airship was not a safe place and would be brought down at this rate, and asked what they should do about it. Mudano remained silent after hearing him, but soon after, he looked back at Kogasaki and said that if Kogasaki wanted him to come up with an answer, they would be easily saved, but then asked why he should even bother doing that. He told him to handle it on his own, as he wouldn't always be around to help. He advised him to focus on finding his own answers, no matter who was around him. If he forgot how to think for himself, he would stop growing. And sometimes, growth meant forcing yourself to think of a solution, as it would be for the best. Kogasaki pondered Medano's words, and not long after, he drew the attention of their companions there. Kogasaki told everyone to listen to him, and began explaining that there were still Oni hostages aboard the airship they could see, and if it were to be struck by lightning, it would crash. He said he knew a way to bring it down safely. He pointed out that their captain could move the airship and place it in a safer location using his wind powers, which took the others by surprise. Huwa shouted at him that it was impossible, telling him to look at their captain, who was barely alive, to which Kogasaki replied that he knew, but it was still their only option. Otohara cut in, saying he wasn't sure about that since their captain was already at his limit. Just as he was about to add to his explanation, Hayate's mouth suddenly opened and let out a sound, and moments later, he sat upright and declared that he could do it right now. This made Otohara point out that he was almost dead just a moment ago, so he shouldn't be yelling that loud, adding that he also shouldn't push himself if he couldn't handle it. Hayate said they had all carried him this far. He told them they were all amazing and that he was proud to call them his friends. But if they were all so amazing, why were they following a weakling, adding that it just didn't seem right. Tadameki let out a sigh upon hearing that, and ordered Otohara to drain his blood to the limit so that if their general collapsed, he could give him a blood transfusion, while Umetsuki, staring at the resting Biabagora like a prowling cat, said he would do the same. Otohara replied that in that case, he would wait for the plane to land. Torikai scratched his head and remarked that Hayate was always taking the lead and acting recklessly, prompting Hayate to apologize. However, after a brief step forward, Torikai brushed it off with a grin, pointing out that it was just like him to do that. Hayate smiled at hearing that, and not long after, he suddenly began yelling for them to get started, asking Kogasaki again what his name was. After Kogasaki answered, Hayate walked on, telling him to lead the way, leaving Kogasaki wondering where he was going. Hayate said that was right and told them to move, and soon blood began streaming from his head, prompting Kogasaki to tell him to stop yelling so loudly or he would die before they even reached the plane. Hayate said he couldn't do that and apologized, explaining that he feared he would collapse if he stopped shouting. While this was happening, the scene shifted to Tetsuji's group, where he saw several raging lightning strikes through the window. He remarked that somehow they weren't being hit by any of it, finding it strange. Suddenly, the airship they were in began to shake, causing his companions to cry out in shock and alarm. This made him look out the window again, wondering what could have caused it, and when he did, he was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that the airships were being swallowed by a tornado. Upon closer look, he took back his words, realizing that it seemed more like they were being carried by it. He saw Hayate exerting all his strength to control the movement of the tornado using his Kishin powers and whatever strength he had left, prompting Tetsuji to comment on how amazing it was. Before long, Hayate managed to land one of the airships in the forest, after which Uwa said he would handle the rest with Misaki. Hayate's blood began to flow again, and he was shown looking exhausted. Kogasaki asked if he was alright, to which he energetically replied that he was just doing great. All he needed now was to land the other plane, and they would be done. Thunder rumbled in the sky as they spoke, and unexpectedly, the next lightning strike struck the remaining airship, the one still carrying Tetsuji and several other Oni hostages. The airship shook from the impact, startling and alarming Tetsuji and the others. Kogasaki shouted that this was bad and that the plane was about to fall. He immediately asked Hayate if there was any way to stop it from crashing, and Hayate, struggling to respond, said he was already working on it. However, he added that it was difficult for him to keep an airship afloat without its buoyancy, which made Kogasaki quickly realize that this meant they had no choice but to let it fall. They watched as that airship continued its descent, while the thunderous roar of the lightning strikes because of Kasabi's device raged on. The airship continued to plummet as Hayate once again pointed out that he could not keep an airship afloat without buoyancy, and asked his companions for instructions on what would be the most effective thing to do at the moment. Otohara began thinking about possible options, and Kogasaki did the same. Before long, Kogasaki came up with an idea, asking if it would be possible to make the cages holding the hostages inside that airship float instead. Otohara replied that they could probably manage it somehow, though he was puzzled as to how Kogasaki even thought of it. Kogasaki explained that once the cages were dropped outside, they only needed to make them float so they could rescue the captives in the process. Otohara then asked how they would get the cages outside, to which Kogasaki replied that for that, they already had a solution. At present, there was an old man aboard the airship who could move freely, and they could have him drop the cages when the time came. Otohara responded that he understood and asked if, using his ability, he could give that man instructions on how to drop the cages. Torikai then joined in, creating a blood bird, and said that if that was the case, he would use it to deliver Otohara's blood to the man in question, prompting Otohara to remark that, as expected of Torikai, he was quick to grasp the situation. Right after, Kogasaki bit his thumb to draw blood, and using it, began writing on a leaf. Handing it to Torikai and thinking of Shiki, he said there was only one idiot who would drink blood given to him without a second thought, and asked if he could send it to him as well. The scene shifted to the falling airship, where Tetsuji, aware that it was about to crash, grew concerned. The caged Oni inside shouted in fear for him to help them, saying they didn't want to die yet. His daughter called out to him in worry, so he reassured her that everything would be all right. He then noticed something flying behind him and turned to see a bird made of blood, thinking that if it was blood, it must have come from an Oni. The bird delivered a small flask and a memo written on a leaf, puzzling him. The leaf instructed him to drink the flask of blood if he didn't want to die, saying "It's me," along with a crude drawing of a face, which made Tetsuji frown as he tried to figure out who it was. He soon realized who had written it, commenting that it was the guy who had gone along with them. He also wondered if that person knew someone who would drink another person's blood without hesitation, before realizing the message referred to Shiki. After a moment of thought, he decided to trust the message and drank the flask of blood. Almost immediately, he heard Otohara asking if they were finally connected now, startling him. Otohara explained that if he wanted to save everyone there, he needed to listen carefully to his instructions. After a few moments, Otohara had finished explaining everything Tetsuji needed to do, and Kogasaki asked if he had successfully relayed the instructions, to which Tetsuji agreed. In the next moment, Tetsuji began pushing the cages containing the Oni hostages one by one, prompting those inside to shout at him, asking if he had lost his mind and what exactly he was doing. They accused him of planning to kill them, but he insisted they were wrong and explained that he needed to drop them in order to save them. One of the hostages countered that if they fell from that height, they would die. Reaching the edge of the airship door, and before they could shout for him to stop, he had already pushed one cage out. The Oni inside screamed at the top of their lungs in sheer terror as they fell, only for Hayate to unexpectedly catch them with his tornado, leaving them stunned to find themselves floating. Hayate assured them that he could catch them and explained that he would slowly lower them using his powers. Realizing the plan was safe, Tetsuji concluded that if he dropped Remy the same way, she would be fine. Otohara was taken aback that he had used the first cage as a test. Remy asked her father if she was really going to be rescued, and he gave her a thumbs up, telling her to leave everything to him. Placing both hands on the cage, he began to push. However, due to the weight, strain was visible on his face as he struggled. Remy noticed blood coming from his nose from the effort, but he told her it was nothing. He told his daughter to listen carefully. He could do anything for her sake, and he would. He said he would charge into enemy territory, even jump onto an airship if he had to. As long as it was for her sake, he was invincible. With that fatherly love and determination, he managed to push the cage holding Remy, and as it fell, she shouted that she would wait for him on the ground. He gave her another thumbs up and promised to follow soon. On the ground, Huwa melted all the cages that had been brought down, happily declaring that he had finally finished them all and had been of use. Otohara then told Tetsuji that he was the only one left on the airship and urged him to hurry and jump. Still, Tetsuji hesitated at the thought, commenting that jumping from this height was a little terrifying. Unfortunately, the sky crackled again, unleashing a lightning strike that hit the airship directly, causing it to explode. Remy screamed in worry upon seeing it, while Kogasaki remarked that this was not good. Tetsuji was forced out of the exploding airship, beginning to freefall. Kogasaki immediately tried to ask Hayate if he could do something about it, but when he looked, Hayate had already collapsed from exhaustion, prompting his comrades to shout for him. Kogasaki realized he had reached his limit, while Mudano continued observing. The sound of an engine revving came from within the forest, and Kogasaki, worried that Tetsuji would die from the fall, turned his attention toward it. Yoroshi then charged in on his thunder speed, using a slanted tree as a ramp. With his speed, he gained enough height, and as Tetsuji fell, he reached out his right hand toward him. Soon, he caught him midair. The two soared together from the momentum, landing in the forest across the cliff. Kogasaki recognized who it was, and after he braked, they saw him clearly. Kogasaki commented on the stylishness of his appearance, though he didn't show the thrill it gave him. Meanwhile, back inside the rocket, Shiki's flames had spread throughout, causing severe destruction to the surroundings. Kasabi laughed, asking what had happened to all the power Shiki had earlier, to which Shiki told him to shut up. Kasabi then asked what he was so worried about, pointing out that the battle was over. It was then revealed that Kasabi was lying on the ground while Shiki aimed his modified blood gun at him at point-blank range. Kasabi urged him to go ahead and kill him, even having the audacity to ask if it was Shiki's first time killing someone, irritating Shiki enough to demand in frustration what he was talking about. After that, Kasabi asked why Shiki didn't just kill him already. He questioned if Shiki was afraid, pointing out that it was clear he had the ability to kill him right then and there. Using the time he gained, Kasabi secretly produced a compressed organ, while Shiki shouted in irritation for him to shut up. Kasabi remarked that he never needed to think too deeply about such things, and suddenly stabbed him with an organ spear that pierced through his right shoulder, making Shiki curse in shock and alarm. Shiki wondered about Kasabi's sudden attack and pointed out that he had just said and admitted how easily he'd lost, while Kasabi quickly stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. He explained that by the time he got here, 97% of the captured Oni were already under the effect of his ability, and noted that he wasn't particularly skilled in combat. Kasabi added that he thought Shiki would be able to kill him and all the Oni with just a single shot, but believed it was pointless now that he could narrow down his target. Furious, Shiki demanded if that was the reason Kasabi had wanted him to kill him earlier, insisting that his thought process made no sense and was utterly disgusting. Kasabi raised his hands as if boasting and asked if that was really the case, then pointed out that the research he had wanted to conduct was already finished, and above all, dying at Shiki's hands seemed interesting. Shiki's eyes widened upon hearing Kasabi call it interesting. He aimed his Anki-powered blood gun at him again and shouted for him to fuck off, telling him that if he wanted to die so badly, he should just jump off the ship himself. Kasabi grinned at that, commenting that it wouldn't be any fun if that were the case. Shiki then hurled a fireball at him, which Kasabi managed to dodge, explaining that when he heard about Tsubakiri's death, his heart had broken. He quoted the words "I don't care about anyone else," and asked if that was what Shiki truly thought. In other words, he said, "Death is the human heart, and it follows us." That was why he thought that if someone killed with their own hands, how long would the guilt cling to them? He shouted with a twisted excitement that he was curious to know the answer to that. Shiki yelled back, irritated, telling him not to be silly and demanding what was so funny about it. He questioned why he would toy with human lives to such an extent that he would even continue it after death, pointing out that he despised people like him who only thought of themselves. Kasabi smirked and laughed at that, asking if people ever thought of anything beyond themselves. He added that everything he did was for his own sake, and asked if Shiki wasn't the same. Shiki shouted that he was different, which made Kasabi question why. If that were the case, he won't kill him. Kasabi challenged his words further, pointing out that he couldn't kill so easily, yet claimed he was different, and asked if he's right that that's not right. He then told Shiki that he was afraid of killing a person, but had decided to kill because he wanted to know what would happen to his mind after doing so. He asked if it was true that the reason he hesitated was because he kept wondering what would happen to his mind after committing a kill. Shiki was taken aback by Kasabi's insight into his mind, and Kasabi pointed out that after all, they were the same. He told Shiki to think about it for a moment. Shiki immediately screamed that he was not like him, emphasizing that he didn't want to kill him. Kusabi paused to think for a moment, then suddenly raised both hands and said fine, that if that was the case, he would surrender, leaving Shiki utterly bewildered. He said he would admit defeat to an Oni, allow himself to be imprisoned, and let his role come to an end. But then he added that he would simply escape and repeat the same experiments. He stressed to Shiki that he had the chance to kill him but refused to dirty his hands, and because of that, he would escape and continue experimenting on even more Oni. Finally, he said that it was Shiki himself who was allowing him to escape, calling him an irresponsible Oni. In the end, Kusabi added that none of this even concerned Shiki, while Shiki shouted at him to stop already. In his thoughts, Shiki told himself that he was certain it was frightening, and he had been trying not to kill anyone up until now. Even back in Kyoto, he thought it was acceptable to kill them since they were already dead. In that battle, he felt it was a kill or be killed situation, but in the end, he had simply walked away. When he heard that Mudano had taken care of him, he felt a sense of relief inside. Because he had not dirted his own hands, someone else had done it. He then explained that even if he didn't stain his own hands, that didn't mean the blood of others wouldn't spill. Kusabi quoted what Shiki might have been thinking, that he didn't want to dirty his hands, and remarked that it was a selfish way of thinking. That made Shiki shout in irritation for him to shut up as he pointed his gun at him. He tried to say something about killing, but it seemed as if he couldn't continue. He explained to himself that until now, he had casually thrown out words, but this time, they were stuck in his throat. He also wondered if he should wait for reinforcements to arrive. The idea of keeping his hands clean stuck in his mind, and he cursed in frustration. Sweat began to pour down, and before long, his body felt heavier as he wondered if he would truly kill Kusabi. He contemplated this because he knew that Director could still harm many people, but then wondered if he truly killed someone, what would become of his heart? He admitted he couldn't help but be afraid of that. He had never thought about it, but he realized now that he had only been thinking of his own well-being. Afterward, he listed his honest thoughts. He wanted someone to come here, and he wanted whoever arrived to be the one to kill him instead. That individual would make it impossible for Kusabi to recover, and he wanted someone else to do the dirty work. Shiki then began to question how Kusabi could kill without worrying about such things. How was he able to live carrying such a burden? Kusabi explained that he had put effort into the research he wanted to accomplish, and that he had achieved it. He declared that he would reach his goal no matter how frightening or immoral the means. According to him, what was holding Shiki back were foolish thoughts. If Shiki had a goal he wanted to reach, then he should discard everything else to achieve it. Those who couldn't do that, he called talkative bastards who wasted their time speaking about flimsy ideals. He pointed at Shiki and told him that was exactly what he was right now, which made Shiki curse in frustration. Kusabi then began producing compressed organs, which merged together as he added that if you were a talkative bastard, nothing but disaster would come out of it. Before long, a giant organ doll emerged, which he called the Playhouse Devil Organ Union. He immediately sent it charging towards Shiki while shouting that he had an idea. What if Shiki just died here instead? That way, his hands would never be dirted. The giant doll lunged forward with a punch, and with its strength, it effortlessly shattered the ground. Smoke filled the area because of this, and while watching, Kusabi asked Shiki if he hated death. It turned out that Shiki managed to dodge the giant's punch, and while standing at its side, he admitted that Kusabi was right. He did hate it. He explained what he was thinking, that he didn't want to kill and didn't want to be killed, but he wanted to stop the enemy without causing any casualties. Kusabi pointed out to him that this was a childish wish. What had he even come here for? Kusabi asked. Did he want a nice picnic or a game? Shiki was left speechless by Kusabi's words and began to recall the things he had said before. One of them was that when someone got serious about fighting him, then he would also get serious, because that was the right thing to do. But deep inside, he would only go that far as long as no one died. Another was that he said he was prepared to die, but deep inside he admitted that he had never really thought of dying. All of that, he realized, was nothing but lies. He said he was prepared to die and prepared to kill, but in the end, he couldn't do either. What he really wanted was simply to be some kind of protagonist, and that was so unrealistic that it was just like a game. He thought that everything he had been thinking was the same, but then realized it wasn't. That to him, all of this was just a game. He then shouted that until recently, he had only been a student, and now he was being forced to kill someone, pointing out that it didn't make any sense. However, Kusabi dismissed that completely, and while taking out another compressed organ, he said that such excuses had no place in this world. He used it to summon the demonic mage, and that compressed organ took the form of a child's body. He immediately strangled it afterward, pointing out that Shiki couldn't protect flimsy pride with excuses. When Kusabi did this, Remy began struggling to breathe, collapsing to the ground and clutching his chest, which made Tetsuji cry out and worry about what was happening. After that, Kusabi commanded his organ union to punch the demonic mage and explained that this part was the heart. If it was destroyed, the owner would surely die. Alarmed, Shiki shouted for him to stop, to which Kusabi replied that if he remained the way he was now, he would never be able to protect anything with his lukewarm determination. Shiki immediately readied his modified blood gun, his Anki blazing around it, and again he shouted for him to stop, while the giant doll's fist continued to close in on the smaller figure. In that moment, Shiki thought that he had survived this far thanks to his blood-stained friends, and as he remembered them, he told himself that he hoped they would all forgive him after this. He could no longer hold himself back, and so he unleashed a tremendous Anki-powered fireball attack toward Kusabi. As it flew, Kusabi grinned and laughed, saying that it was fine. He even sounded excited as he said that he would be Shiki's first kill. In the following moment, as he lay dying, Kusabi said that he would be looking forward to it. It was then shown what Kusabi suffered upon receiving Shiki's attack. His entire left arm and right leg were blown away. He thought to himself that now that Shiki's hands had been dirted, how would he live from now on? After Kusabi finally lost his life, his Playhouse Devil dolls gradually disintegrated and disappeared. In Remy's situation, Tetsuji asked with deep worry if she was really okay, to which Remy answered yes, and that it didn't hurt anymore. Tetsuji burst into tears out of great concern and said that was good. He admitted he didn't know if he could handle it if anything else happened to her. We then returned to Shiki, who stared at Kusabi's lifeless body. He held his chest and told himself that he was okay and that he was fine. He kept repeating to himself that the situation was fine while walking toward the burning couch. When he got close, he immediately sat down there and remarked that he really went and killed Kusabi. His Kishin powers deactivated after that, and he thought to himself that he should already leave this rocket. However, while the flames continued to spread around, he lost consciousness while still sitting. One of the Momos still on the ship shouted that their director was dead and that it was dangerous here too. So his comrades quickly moved, telling each other to hurry and escape using their parachutes. On the ground, Yusurube sprinted out of the laboratory facility, and as soon as he got out, he yelled that he was going to die. He landed next to Kogasaki, who commented that he managed to get out too. Gasping for breath, he explained that he thought he was dead when that building began to collapse. But then he shouted that he couldn't die yet until he got his uniform date. Kogasaki just agreed with his nonsense and asked if he didn't have something he was supposed to be looking for. Yusurube fell silent when he realized that, then quickly went over to Mudano and handed him 2 flash drives. He explained that those were copies of the data he had found, which Mudano praised him for. After that, he also went to Otohara and said that he made 4 copies of the USB just in case some broke down. He explained that he gave 2 of them to Mudano, and Otohara could take the remaining ones. Otohara thanked him and said that he had helped them greatly. Yusurube scratched his head in embarrassment as Otohara thanked him and told him he didn't need to do that. While they were talking, the aircraft Shiki was on suddenly exploded, grabbing their attention and worrying them about what had happened. When Kogasaki looked over, they immediately saw that the airship had started burning. They also noticed that the Momos on board were beginning to escape using parachutes. As they continued to watch, Yusurube's worry grew because the airship was starting to fall, and at that rate, it was going to crash straight into the Institute. Mudano said they should evacuate everyone to the cliff, and he created a bridge using his blood arrows as a path leading there. As for Shiki's situation, when the airship tilted, His body slipped off the couch, and he quickly fell through the large broken section of the airship. As he was falling, Torikai managed to save him with his giant blood bird. Shiki praised it after being caught by the bird, calling him a person of merit. Moments later, all of Midano's comrades had climbed up the cliff. Kogasaki then asked him if there was still any information they could recover from that building, but Midano pointed out that it was far too dangerous to go back inside. He added that, besides, there were researchers who wanted to destroy the place themselves, even going so far as to keep their research a secret from their families until it was finished because they were afraid it might get stolen. He also said that if the facility remained, there was a chance that in the future, a Momo might get their hands on the data, so it was better to completely destroy it. Kogasaki understood that and asked if what he meant was that in this way, that data would never fall into the Momo's hands. While they were talking, we switched to Remy, who asked her father, while watching the airship fall, if that thing crashed, would they never see the waterfalls again? Tetsuji realized that might indeed happen, and he began to remember the times his whole family watched the waterfalls together. He then told her that even if it did crash, their memories there would not disappear. The airship then crashed into the laboratory facility, destroying it completely. Tetsuji closed his eyes while Remy shed tears of sadness as they watched. A huge part of the cliff began to crack and shake, making Torikai wonder if it was an earthquake. Large rocks fell from the cliff, and Tetsuji noticed what it really was. Soon, water began gushing out from the cracked cliff, and then the cliff itself gave way, releasing a massive flow of water that swallowed the destroyed facility and airship. Remy was shocked and quickly pointed out to her father that a waterfall had appeared there. The sight of the waterfall shimmered in Tetsuji's eyes, giving him a surreal feeling as he commented that it was real. He said it was the same scenery they had watched back when his wife was still alive. Immediately after, he gave thanks, saying that gratitude was for all of them. Thanks to all of them, he said, his daughter and the memories of that place had been returned to him. Midano told him not to worry about it since they were only saving some hostages. For now, he said, it would be better to leave, since Momo investigators would soon be arriving there. Torikai then heard footsteps coming from the forest, which alarmed him, making him think in disbelief that the Momos had already arrived. But instead of the Momos, several Oni appeared, with Sazanami carrying Kiriyama, and a female Oni apologized for being late. When she got close to Midano, she was introduced to us as Kumiko Hatabe, the medical unit commander of Nikko City, Tochigi Prefecture. She greeted Midano and apologized for the delayed support. She also pointed out that thanks to those kids, the hostage treatment and evacuation had been completed. Midano then said that once everything was taken care of, they should leave this place. The night had ended, he added, so it was dangerous now. Otohara quickly shouted to Kumiko that their general was dying, to which she answered to leave it to her. Kogasaki added that Bialbagora and, incidentally, that idiot, referring to Shiki, were also injured, which made Kumiko pause for a moment before replying with a simple okay. We were then shown the appearance of the three who were in bad condition one by one, and they were barely moving. Meanwhile, Yaoroshi was sitting by a tree, waiting. A support team member ordered Yusurube to fetch water, which he followed without hesitation, while Otohara also said they needed herbs, prompting another support unit member to quickly gather some. Torikai, on the other hand, glanced at his bandaged hands. While that was happening, the scene shifted to another part of the forest, where Kakuryu obtained a flash drive. He wondered if it was the research data and remarked that researchers really were a headache, as if speaking to someone, though the others stayed silent upon hearing that. Even if they had orders from above, he said, they didn't pass them along until they were finished. He explained that he had joined the research department to collect data, but it didn't work, and the data he now held was at risk of not being fully collected. He added that if they submitted this to their superiors, their rank would rise, and they would even receive a special reward. He also said that because of the destruction of the research institute, he could now return to his original place. Suddenly, the one he was talking to left, confusing him as to why he was leaving so quickly. He guessed the other understood and pointed out that it wasn't over yet, then told the mystery person he was speaking to work hard. We returned to the Oni's situation, where Yusurube was worried because Shiki still hadn't woken up. Kumiko approached and said that it was probably because he had used too much energy. She explained that she had taken care of it, so they just needed to wait a little longer, while Yasurube grinned like a pervert. Yasurube's attention was caught when Otohara and the others shouted because their general had woken up. He commented that it was good he woke up. One of his members happily reported that up until he collapsed, he gave his best. Torikai then stepped closer and praised Hayate, saying that it was all over, which Hayate agreed with, though he seemed to still be thinking of something. Otohara explained to him that they had recovered Hirunuma's body and invited him to go to his hometown soon and build a grave there. Tadameki then said they should find a place with a good view, while Huwa remarked that he thought Hirunuma would like anywhere. Hayate agreed with them, but before that, he asked if they were all okay, which made Huwa ask what was wrong. Hayate suddenly opened up to them, saying that he thought it was time for the Kikoku unit to disband. The mixed emotions on the faces of the Kikoku unit members were clear after hearing this, and Torikai could hardly believe the idea. Troubled, he asked what exactly Hayate meant by disbanding, which made Hayate apologize for announcing it so suddenly. He then explained that what he meant by disbanding was to change its purpose. He said he was thinking of starting a new Kikoku unit. Misaki was puzzled by the thought of a new purpose, so Hayate continued his explanation, saying that until now, their goal had been to annihilate all the Momo. He glanced at his hand and added that from this point on, just like in the Institute, their new purpose would be to help the captured Oni. He said he wanted to move on. Back then, when he had finally killed Hizumi, he felt refreshed at defeating him, but it felt empty. He wondered aloud that once they had reached their goal of annihilation, what would come next? He admitted that until now, he had no idea. Up until now, he had been using this ability to kill. But while rescuing those hostages, he realized he wanted to use his ability to help others, and he expressed this while raising his fist in front of him. Still, he added, that was just his own selfish will. If his comrades did not agree with it, they were under no obligation to follow him. After saying all this, he remarked how difficult it was to say. To his surprise, his comrades all shouted at once, calling him an idiot out of frustration at the way he was thinking. He was baffled by their reaction. Tadameki asked him since when had they ever followed their general for a purpose, while the others still wore intense expressions on their faces. Tadameki pointed out that they had not followed him for a purpose. They followed him because he was their general. Right after that, his whole group declared in unison and with conviction that nothing had changed. They had all still decided to follow him. Hayate was left speechless after that, while the others walked away from him. Otohara commented that he had worried there for a moment, which made Torikai irritably tell him not to worry, because after all, that was their general. Hayate then smirked and happily commented that he was truly looking forward to their continued support. In the next scene, we shift to Mudano and his students, where Yaoroshi was deeply apologizing to them all. This prompted Mudano to ask what he was apologizing for, and Yaoroshi explained that it was because he had troubled them all by leaving. Mudano told him to briefly state his request, which made Yasurube comment with a fearful expression that it was a scary way to put it. Without delay, Yaoroshi asked them to let him return to Resetsu Academy. Mudano asked why, and whether he had found his answer or if he just wanted a place to stay. Yaoroshi replied that he wanted a place where he belonged, adding that now he could finally say that he truly desired it. He explained that he had abandoned his closest friends out of fear of losing them again. He had thought he didn't need a place like this, and before he even realized it, he had already built a wall around himself. Thinking of Shiki, he added that despite that, Shiki had overcome the wall, shattered it, stepped inside, and reached him where he was. He said he was happy then, and above all, he realized that if he had someone important to him, he needed strength to ensure he would never lose them. Bowing again, he added that he needed to become strong so that he would never lose a friend again. He pointed out that for that reason, he was asking to be allowed to return to Resetsu Academy. Mudano answered that he no longer had a uniform, which made Yaoroshi close his eyes and think he was being rejected. However, when Mudano added that he had put it in his briefcase, but now it was under the waterfall, it caught his attention, leaving him utterly shaken and bewildered. Mudano then began walking away while ordering Yaoroshi to come to the staff room the next morning, where he would receive a new uniform. He also added that Yaoshi would be in charge of school chores for 1 month, which clearly meant that he was being accepted again, making him overjoyed and grateful. After that, he began walking with his classmates, who gladly welcomed him despite everything that had happened. In the following scene, the Kikoku unit faced Mudano and his students, and Hayate expressed deep gratitude, saying that if it weren't for them, they would have been wiped out. He assured them that if they ever had problems, they should simply inform them, and they would make sure to arrive anytime. After that, the two groups began walking toward their respective destinations, with Hayate happily saying that they would meet again. But Torikai shouted at him to get his attention, telling him that he was following the wrong group and that his comrades were on the other side. Tetsuji and Remy also bid farewell to everyone. Yuzuru said goodbye to Kimiko, while Kiriyama wondered why Sazanami was glaring at him in anger. Afterward, it was explained what happened to the Momo who had been guarding the laboratory facility. Shinji Mamabayashi managed to escape, but he was so cautious that he refused to join the rescue team, and it took 4 months before he was located. Kumo Momoda died at the age of 20. Momochi Seiseki died at 27. Mamahea Naganuma died at 25. Momokiba Meidai died at 22. The condition of Momosaka Kakuryu remains unknown. Momoki Majuro was traumatized after having both arms broken by Medano's briefcase, and later he resigned from his job. Mama Gakuen Katakura suffered from a broken jaw, was hospitalized, and fell in love with a nurse at that hospital. After Mamu Senritsu took the pregnant Momo to the hospital, he returned to find everything already over. However, the pregnant woman he had helped reported his problematic remarks to their superiors, which cost him his position as vice captain. He was nearly at a loss as to where to go, but a certain unit contacted him and assigned him as a regular member. Mamakaji Ichiro died at the age of 20. Momokita Yoichi is still alive, but has not yet been found. Mamasumi Teru died at 27. Momoma Matoi took a leave of absence and enrolled in a fashion school after escaping. Shinji Momonoki and Shinichi Momonoki both escaped safely, but they had a falling out and transferred to different units. Mamawaki Yuri broke free from her restraints, escaped, and went on to serve as the vice captain of another unit, secretly searching for her Romeo. Mamatsuji Hizumi died at the age of 18, and it was explained that with just one incident, everything spiraled into distortion. Originally, he had been a serious and honest child. Mamura Kasabi died at the age of 29. He was described as a curious person who lived his life immersed in research. It was said that he continued studying in the afterlife and seemed proud of his results. After this, it was explained that the Battle of Kegon Falls had ended, but it was difficult to say that everything had been resolved. A crack had been mended, but a new rift had been born. Nevertheless, it was said, the stolen night had ended and the morning of liberation had arrived. Thanks to that battle, there was now a beautiful view to behold. Meanwhile, in Suganami, at Koenji Station, something unpleasant was taking place. We are shown Inami and Nekasaki injured, with Nekasaki's wounds being far worse. Masumi ordered Inami to flee immediately together with Nekasaki and bring him to Kyoya. Afterward, Masumi, distracted, licked his own blood and commented that it seemed he would need to go and provide support, adding that he was certain it was going to be a hassle. It was then explained that Shiki and the others had gone to Kegon Falls, but while they were there, the Suganami Ward Division of Oni Corp was attacked by the Mamataro Corp. 32 people were killed and 4 were seriously injured, including Onis who had been living peacefully. The Onis of Suganami Ward were destroyed by the Mamataro.